Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
Chapter 1. The Supreme Culinary System. In the imperial capital, beside the security room of the upscale Yuhua community. Daddy, are we going to drink the northwest wind and live on the streets from now on? Ahem. Shen Yi's mature and composed demeanor nearly faltered. He truly did not anticipate that his adorable 5-year-old daughter would pose such a question. Yuyo, your father would never allow you to drink the northwest wind or live on the streets. Yuyo pouted adorably, but Mommy said. Shen Yi placed a gentle hand over his daughter's mouth, crouching down to meet her beautiful, dark eyes. Yuyo, do you trust Daddy? Yuyo nodded emphatically. Actually, your mother and I, the words got divorced, lodged painfully in Shen Yi's throat, rendering him unable to voice them. Yuyo had always been under his care. From the minutiae of daily life to the grander aspects of play and companionship, he was responsible for all. Thus, their bond was the strongest and most intimate. In contrast, her interactions with her mother, Jiang Ryun, had been limited. Moreover, Jiang Ryun was somewhat stern, often preoccupied with her career, displaying little patience in matters concerning their child. Hence, the nature of Yuyu's relationship with her mother was evident from a painting assignment assigned by her kindergarten teacher, a happy family. In the artwork, both Shen Yi and Yuyo were vibrantly colored, beaming smiles, hand in hand, while Jiang Ryun was perpetually depicted as a stick figure. Although their emotional connection was shallow, the mere thought of Yuyo losing her mother at such a tender age weighed heavily on Shen Yi's heart. Could Yuyo withstand this emotional blow? To his surprise, Yuyo nonchalantly nodded. I know, you and Mommy are divorced. Puffed. Yuyo, how did you find out? He genuinely did not expect her to possess such keen investigative skills. Yuyo asserted proudly. I overheard. Shen Yi sighed. All right, Yuyo, you will be living with Daddy from now on, though the conditions may be a bit less favorable than before. Additionally, you will only be able to see your mother once a week. Jiang Ryun was permitted to visit Yuyo once a week. Really? That's wonderful. I've been waiting for this day. Daddy, let's go, Yuyo exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Shen Yi smiled helplessly, but the feeling of being loved and trusted by his daughter was truly delightful. There's no rush. We'll leave after we pack your clothes and shoes in this bustling yet cold city. The imperial capital, he had only Yuyo. Yuyo was his everything, ding. Congratulations, host. Divorce confirmed. The Supreme Culinary System is now activated. In Yuhua's upscale community, Building C, Room 802. In Yu's room, Jiang Ryun was packing her belongings into a small suitcase. Jiang's mother, Jiang Aichuan, munched on sunflower seeds. So, Shen Yi truly agreed to leave everything behind? You didn't secretly give him money, did you? Of course not. Jiang Ryun remained focused on her task. Jiang Aichuan sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Ryun, you mustn't soften your heart because of that little burden. Mom, though Jiang Ryun's maternal love may be scant, it certainly does not permit Jiang's mother to speak of Yuyu. After all, she is her daughter. All right, I shall refrain from speaking, she conceded. Her daughter, in the bloom of youth at 20, radiated beauty and charm, particularly as Jiang Ryun had attained remarkable success as the president of a publicly listed company valued at 50 million. This realization only reinforced Jiang's mother's belief that her decision to have her daughter divorce that ineffectual man was exceptionally astute. Ryun, just look at you, so beautiful and successful in your career. What rich second generation or socialite could possibly compare to you? That ordinary lad, Shen Yi, from a humble background, possesses little beyond his fair appearance. Enjoying 6 years of your company has surely been a boon for his family. Rest assured, with your advantageous conditions, I shall spare no effort to ensure you find someone far more worthy. Jiang Riyun shared a profound understanding with her mother regarding Shun Yi's inadequacy. She cast a sidelong glance and replied, "Of course. Were it not for that unforeseen event, would he have ever had the chance to marry me?" That unforeseen event was Yu. 6 years prior, on a fateful night, Shun Yi, intoxicated, mistakenly entered the wrong room. An impetuous encounter ensued, leading to their hasty marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy. Seeing that the luggage was nearly packed, Zhang's mother urged, "Once everything is ready, be swift in delivering it. From today onward, Ruiyun, you shall reclaim your single status. Good days are just around the corner." Jiang Ruiyun smiled softly, "All right." Meanwhile, Shun Yi contemplated within. The ultimate culinary system? Indeed, this system is dedicated to bestowing the host with divine culinary skills across a myriad of dishes. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently single. Reward: a restaurant located at 14 Fumin Road, ground floor. Upon the host's first activation of this system, a random lottery draw is awarded. By selling culinary delights at the restaurant, the host can earn 1 dragon coin for each unit sold, thereby accumulating points. Points can be redeemed for a lottery draw upon reaching a total of 10,000. Notification: would you like to proceed with the lottery? During his time at home, caring for the child, Shun Yi often found himself with idle moments. Having read numerous web novels, he quickly accepted the sudden emergence of this system. He glanced at Yu, who was somewhat bored, squatting on the ground and picking at the cracks in tiles. It seemed that the system's voice was inaudible to others. With determination, Shun Yi silently thought, "Lottery. Drawing in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine skill for making buns. The buns you create will be the most delectable in the world. Each bun crafted by your hands will possess a system enhancement, elevating their taste by 30. A sphere of pure white light melded into Shun Yi's consciousness, imparting a refreshing and pleasant sensation. In an instant, he was endowed with a wealth of knowledge regarding bun making. Shun Yi had previously made buns, engaging in the processes of kneading dough, preparing fillings, wrapping them in dough, and steaming them. There was little technical difficulty involved. It was merely a matter of having hands. However, under the guidance of the divine bun-making techniques, Shun Yi realized that his previous methods had been riddled with errors. Making steamed buns is not something to be taken lightly. The quantity of water added during the dough preparation, the temperature of the water, the strength and technique of kneading, the humidity, temperature, and duration of the fermentation process, the thickness of the dough, the seasoning of the filling, the method of folding the buns, the temperature of the steamer, and the optimal steaming time. Each detail holds significant importance. It is the nuances that determine success or failure, as well as the quality of the buns. Pay attention, reflect, improve, refine, and elevate. This distinction marks the difference between a national-level master of dough and a chef in a middle or high school canteen. The former produces buns priced at 18, 58, or even 188 each, while the latter offers 2 pieces of meat and a single piece of vegetarian filling. This is no exaggeration. Shun Yi mastered the art of making divine buns, and Jiang Riyun emerged. "Get up, dear, the floor is dirty." Shun Yi gently patted the little girl's head and lifted her onto the back seat of the electric scooter. He placed a charming little yellow duck helmet on her head and fastened the strap. "Shun Yi, if I find out that you wait, don't leave, let me finish." Shun Yi took the little suitcase, placed it on the footrest, accelerated, and drove away. Jiang Riyun was left fuming with indignation. Chapter 2. This is my store. Shun Yi did not genuinely wish to divorce. Yo-Yo was still young, and he did not want her to grow up devoid of maternal affection. Although Jiang Riyun looked down upon him, deeming him incapable, Shun Yi remained indifferent. All he desired was for Yo-Yo to grow up happy and joyful. Furthermore, as a grown man, relying on his wife for support felt rather unseemly. Therefore, Shun Yi consistently bore the burden silently. He dedicated himself to managing the household to the best of his abilities. Upon returning home, Jiang Riyun would find clean and comfortable slippers waiting for her, warm water to quench her thirst, and fragrant meals prepared to satisfy her hunger. When she fell ill, he provided meticulous care, and when she was angry, she could vent her frustrations at him. One could say that Shun Yi had exhausted all efforts to be the best husband he could be. Yet, it proved futile. To Jiang Ruiyun, these efforts merely underscored Shun Yi's inadequacy. He could only validate his meager worth through these trivial household tasks. His relentless concession only emboldened Jiang Ruiyun further, ultimately devolving into emotional abuse. At this juncture, 6 years of marriage had passed, and Yo-Yo was now 5. Shun Yi still endured. In his eyes, enduring hardships for Yo-Yo's sake was acceptable. However, this time, he could no longer contain himself. Half a month ago, Shun Yi's father, Shun Jianhua, suffered a car accident on his way to work, resulting in a broken leg. With his mother aging and his younger sister still in middle school, he, as the family's pillar and mainstay, had to return home. Before departing, he implored Jiang Ruiyun to take good care of Yo-Yo, to which she agreed. Yet, upon his return, he could not forget the scene that awaited him. In Yo-Yo's room, the air conditioning was left on at a low temperature. Yo-Yo was curled up, shivering from the cold, with a fever nearing 40 degrees Celsius, and had not eaten for an entire day. He hurriedly took Yo-Yo to the hospital for an 4 drip. Upon returning, he had a fierce argument with Jiang Ruiyun. Shun Yi, who had always been of gentle temperament and rarely lost his temper, found himself unable to restrain his anger this time. How others treated him mattered little. As a man, he could endure much. However, he could not accept this treatment towards his family, especially Yo-Yo. He was truly furious. Even Jiang's mother, fearless by nature, cowered in a corner, fearing to speak up, having gone out to play mahjong and indulge in beauty treatments. Although Jiang Ruiyun was incensed that Shun Yi dared to raise his voice at her, a hint of fear lingered, prompting her to offer an explanation. I had an urgent matter at the company. Do you know how much money that important project could earn? A fever can be treated within 4 drip. Going a day without food won't kill anyone. Why are you making such a big fuss? From that moment on, Shun Yi was utterly disillusioned with Jiang Ruiyun. He proactively proposed divorce, a decision Jiang Ruiyun had longed for, and she readily consented. Shun Yi left with nothing but the custody of Yo-Yo, taking not a single penny. Today was a Monday, under a bright sun, quite warm. Yo-Yo, let us head to our new home. Okay. The so-called new home was a rented apartment, costing 12,000 per month. Though expensive, the neighborhood was safe and pleasant, and it was conveniently located near Yo-Yo's kindergarten. Thus, Shun Yi gritted his teeth and signed a 6-month lease. Now, his little treasury had dwindled to less than 200,000. This sum included the monthly allowance of 4,500 provided by Jiang Ruiyun. While it was not a substantial amount, Shun Yi had managed to save it diligently. Occasionally, he would indulge Yu with a few snacks or small toys, send a little something back to his parents, or discreetly transfer a red envelope to his younger sister. He rarely spent money on himself. The other portion of his savings stemmed from his work delivering food while Yu attended kindergarten. Thus he was quite familiar with most areas of the capital city. Riding his electric bike through various alleys, he arrived at Fumin Road. Surrounding him were 3 residential complexes and several office buildings, all bustling with life and economic vitality. His rented apartment was situated in this very area. It was a modest 5-story building, with a restaurant on the ground floor that seemed to be undergoing renovations, as he had not yet spotted the owner. Next to it was a quaint flower shop run by a couple, filling the air with a delicate fragrance that brought a sense of tranquility. Dad, is this it? Yu, unable to contain her excitement, clutched Shun Yi's shirt, stepping off the bike. Shun Yi glanced curiously at the restaurant, inspecting it closely. No way. Isn't this the restaurant the system rewarded him? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. After confirming with the system, his heart soared with excitement. This was his restaurant. It represented the foundation of a stable life he could provide for Yu. After securing his bike and charging it, Shun Yi prepared to tidy up the rented apartment. Although the agency had sent someone to clean it, he still felt apprehensive. He took Yu upstairs to the 2nd floor, which housed 2 rooms, 201 and 202. Shun Yi had rented room 201. He unlocked the door, and Yu eagerly dashed inside. The apartment was approximately 100 square meters, featuring a living room, a balcony, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, and an open kitchen, all well equipped. Each room was air-conditioned, and while the rent of 12,000 seemed a bit steep, it was still a fair deal. After surveying the place, he confirmed that it was indeed clean. Nevertheless, Shun Yi decided to tidy up the room where he and Yu would sleep. Upon hearing that she could sleep with her father, Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as she excitedly grabbed a cloth and began wiping the floor. Shun Yi was primarily concerned about Yu adapting to the new environment. He planned for her to sleep alone after they had settled in for a month or 2. After several hours of cleaning, it was finally noon. Shin-yi ordered 2 portions of pig trotter rice for takeout, and they began to eat. Midway through their meal, he reminded his daughter, who was engrossed in her food, I only arranged for you to take the morning off. You still need to go to kindergarten in the afternoon. Daddy, can I skip it? Yu looked at him with pleading eyes, summoning her most adorable demeanor. But Shun-yi remained resolute. I'll take you to kindergarten this afternoon, and then we need to check on our restaurant and prepare for its opening tomorrow. He wiped a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Otherwise, in a few days, you'll be left without anything to eat. He chuckled. After all, we do have a restaurant to run. Yo-Yo's eyes sparkled with understanding. She recognized that her father was somewhat impoverished, nearly unable to support her. Thus, she refrained from pestering him for ice cream when passing by the convenience store. The dining establishment downstairs, which you encountered upon your arrival, Yo-Yo nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I wish to assist you at the shop. May I skip kindergarten this afternoon? Absolutely not. After a brief nap, Yo-Yo was taken to the store, where she eagerly explored every corner. Her curiosity was apparent as she touched this and that, but the establishment, provided by the system, was of commendable quality. The shop, though modest in size, featured 2 rows housing 10 tables, 5 on each side, capable of seating 4, or even 5, if one were to squeeze in. Air conditioning provided comfort, complemented by a small, oscillating fan mounted on the wall. The decor was striking yet not ostentatious, offering a refreshing aesthetic. The open kitchen was equipped with a range hood, a cutting board, knives, dishes, a refrigerator, and a steamer for buns, all meticulously arranged. Various business licenses adorned the walls, showcasing the dedication invested in this quaint establishment. After observing for 10 minutes, Yo-Yo clung to a table leg, reluctant to leave for kindergarten. However, a playful tickle from Shun-yi coaxed her to let go, and she was reluctantly sent off to school. Chapter 3. Shun's dining establishment. Upon arriving at Xuanya Kindergarten, Teacher Lu awaited near the security booth. Spotting Shun-yi, she greeted him warmly. Yo-Yo's father, you've arrived. Hello, Teacher Lu. Yo-Yo clambered down from the back seat. Shun-yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. I appreciate your help, especially under this scorching sun, coming out to fetch Yo-Yo. Not at all a bother. Now, let me escort Yo-Yo inside. Very well. Yo-Yo, remember to listen to Teacher Lu. I will return to pick you up at 5. Understood, father. I want beef for dinner. After a moment's thought, she amended. Actually, I no longer wish for beef. Let's have pork instead. Beef is too expensive. Shun-yi comprehended her thoughts, warmth filling his heart as he smiled. All right, father will procure it shortly. Teacher Lu held a favorable impression of Shun-yi, though not in a romantic sense, as she was already married with a son in high school. In the kindergarten, it was a rarity to see a father braving the weather daily to collect his child. Most were mothers. Fathers typically appeared only during parent-child activities, resulting in a familiar yet distant rapport with their children. However, Shun-yi was different. His unwavering dedication to picking up and dropping off his daughter indicated his role as a responsible father. His demeanor was humble and polite. Not to mention he was tall and handsome, embodying the maturity and steadiness of a devoted parent. Most individuals were preoccupied with work and social engagements, often absorbed in games and television, neglecting their children. When faced with a child's exuberance, they would resort to handing over a phone, failing to engage or communicate, only to lament the lack of closeness that ensued. Alas, children would spend their days engrossed in their devices. Isn't it all self-inflicted? Observing Yu and Teacher Lu entering the educational building, Shun-yi donned his helmet and secured the strap. He rode his electric scooter to a nearby hardware store, purchasing a small blackboard and colorful chalk for over 50 yuan. After some contemplation, he decided to stop by a convenience store for an ice cream, which cost 13 yuan, a price that weighed heavily on his heart. Encountering the ice cream thief was disheartening, yet it was meant for his daughter, so a higher price was acceptable. He planned to surprise Yu with it after school. Upon returning to his shop, he placed the ice cream in the lower compartment of the double-door refrigerator and set down the blackboard. With hands on his hips, he surveyed the entrance of the store, growing increasingly satisfied with what he saw. However, it lacked a sign. What should it be called? Shun-yi pondered, retrieved his phone, and opened his contacts to reach out to the owner of the hardware store he had just visited. Initially, he intended to discuss the after-sales service for the blackboard, but it would serve well as a sign. After a brief conversation with the owner, they agreed on a sign measuring 2.5 meters in length and half a meter in width for 450 yuan. Shinji Restaurant. They arranged for delivery that evening, and Shun-Yi began inspecting the cleanliness of the shop. It was immaculate, requiring no further tidying. Rubbing his stubbled chin thoughtfully, he considered the essentials. The shop was ready, the sign was forthcoming, and he possessed the necessary skills. What type of buns should he sell? He grasped the chalk and began to write on the blackboard. Soup dumplings, 10 yuan beef buns, 5 yuan pork buns, for yuan chive and egg buns, 2 yuan there. He had established a pricing structure that encompassed high-end, mid-range, and budget options. Both meat and vegetarian choices were available. After all, these were divine buns. And while soup dumplings were somewhat labor-intensive, 10 yuan each was hardly steep. Indeed, it was practically a gift. The system was left speechless, suggesting he might as well become a bodhisattva in Thailand instead of selling buns. Exiting the store, he closed the glass door and secured it with a key lock. He happened upon the male owner of the flower shop, who was diligently moving a potted plant outside. Shun-Yi lent a helping hand, as it was quite heavy. "Thank you, young man," the owner said. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. "I'm Cui Yongjian. What shall I call you?" Shun-Yi quickly waved his hand. "Thank you, but I don't smoke. You can call me Shin-Yi." Cui Yongjian chuckled, unperturbed. Not smoking is wise. "Are you opening a restaurant, young man?" Shin-Yi smiled. "Indeed, I'm preparing today for a grand opening tomorrow." Cui Yongjian patted his belly. "Very well. I shall come by to sample your culinary skills." Shun-Yi expressed his gratitude. As Cui Yongjian continued with his tasks, Shun-Yi rode his electric scooter to the nearby agricultural market. As the largest market in the vicinity, it remained bustling even in the early afternoon. Fresh meats, vegetables, and fruits were plentiful during both the morning and midday markets. Shun-Yi blended into the crowd, discreetly inquiring about prices. Recently, pork had surged to 13 yuan per jean, while beef remained at a normal price of 45 yuan per jean. Green onions had also become quite expensive at 65 yuan per jean. Farm fresh eggs were priced at 2 yuan for 3, somewhat costly. Grasping a piece of pork, he inspected it for freshness and decided to purchase a jean. Shallots, beef, ginger, salt, pepper, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, eggs, and high-gluten flour have all been procured. Additionally, a selection of apples and strawberries, favored by Yu, was also purchased. The total expenditure amounted to 1,425 yuan. That evening, Shun-Yi intended to experiment with making some dumplings for dinner, wishing to assess his skills and avoid any embarrassment the following day. Any surplus would be generously offered to Brother Cui for tasting. Upon returning to the shop, the hardware store owner was swift in action, having already dispatched 2 assistants to assist with the installation. Shun-Yi hurried to a nearby supermarket, acquiring 2 bottles of iced tea, which he graciously offered to the young men. "Thank you," they exclaimed. "No need for thanks," he replied. Shun-Yi placed the purchased items into the refrigerator and arranged the condiments in the cupboard before stepping out to see how he might lend a hand. The 2 young men worked efficiently, completing the installation in less than 20 minutes. Shun-Yi transferred 450 yuan via WeChat. "If you need anything, feel free to call. Wishing you prosperous business," he said. "Thank you. Take care," they responded. Returning to the kitchen, Shun-Yi inhaled deeply. Despite never having used this kitchen before, it felt remarkably familiar to him. He knew the placement of all the utensils by heart. He mused to himself. It seems that this establishment provided by the system is indeed extraordinary. Thus, he commenced his culinary endeavor. He took 1 kilogram of high-gluten flour, adding an appropriate amount of warm water and a mixture of eggs, along with yeast, sugar, salt, and oil. He stirred the mixture in a metal basin until it formed a shaggy dough before beginning to knead. Shun-Yi possessed strength akin to that of an average adult male. Yet during the kneading process, he felt an inexhaustible vigor. In his eyes, the dough seemed to come alive. "Press here with force. Delightful. Over there, a little pat. Thank you." His initially awkward movements swiftly became incredibly deft. After successfully kneading the dough, he covered it with a damp cloth and set it aside to rise. Next, he began preparing the filling. With the system's enhancement, Shun-Yi's knife skills were nothing short of extraordinary, flowing like water. In a dazzling display, a piece of pork was transformed into minced meat. After adding some seasonings, he continued chopping. In no time, the mixture was reduced to approximately 2 millimeters in granularity, truly remarkable. Such a quality of minced meat would yield dumplings with an exquisite texture, yet not everyone could achieve this level of precision. The filling was placed in a separate metal basin and put into the freezer to lock in the juices. Shun-Yi decided to first create soup dumplings. Chapter 4. Picking Yu up from school, the dough had risen beautifully. Shin-Yi took it out, placed it on the countertop, and rolled it into a long strip. Dividing it into small pieces, each weighing precisely 40 grams, more accurate than any machine. He retrieved the frozen filling from the refrigerator, setting it aside for later use. The challenge of crafting soup dumplings lay predominantly in the skin, which must be light, thin, translucent, resilient, and elastic. These 5 requirements posed a challenge for the majority. Yet not for Shin-Yi. With a rolling pin in hand, he pushed and twisted, producing a perfect skin that was light, thin, and elastic. Such skill could not be achieved without decades of practice. Even seasoned chefs would be left speechless, respectfully addressing him as Master Shun. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of the juicy filling and placed it precisely in the center of the skin, neither too much nor too little, just right. With fingers as nimble as fairies, the dough is artfully wrapped around the filling, dancing gracefully within the confines of its space. In but a few seconds, 36 delicate pleats are meticulously pinched, sealing the parcel to perfection. Thus, a tender and succulent soup dumpling comes into being, all within a mere 10 seconds. Swiftly, Shin-Yi crafts 6 soup dumplings, precisely enough to fill a steaming basket. He then proceeds to create 10 beef buns, 10 pork buns, and 10 chive and egg buns. The buns, being slightly smaller than the soup dumplings, allow for 10 to fit within a single steamer. With the ingredients fully utilized, Shin-Yi calculates that the cost is just over 20 dragon coins, and at the selling price, he stands to earn a gross profit of 160 dragon coins. An 8-fold profit margin is certainly commendable. Placing them in the steamer, he initiates the cooking process, estimating it will take a dozen minutes for them to be ready. Glancing at the time, he notes it is already 4:55 p.m. The kindergarten dismisses at precisely 5 o'clock p.m. It is the perfect moment to retrieve Yu, as the buns will be nearly ready upon his return. Exiting the shop, he spots Brother Chui sitting at the entrance, smoking, and greets him before locking up the store. He hops onto his electric scooter and heads towards the kindergarten. As he approaches the double-leaf kindergarten, the area becomes increasingly crowded as various luxury cars converge. Indeed, the affluent abound in the capital. The tuition for a single semester, inclusive of assorted fees, approaches 200,000. Initially, Jiang Riyun leveraged numerous connections and invested considerable sums to secure Yu's enrollment. Fortunately, she found it cumbersome to pay tuition in installments, opting instead to pay for 2 semesters at once. Otherwise, in this small city, the tuition would be akin to a down payment on a house, a sum Shun-Yi could never afford. Navigating carefully between the luxury vehicles on his scooter, Shun-Yi encounters no traffic. The children stand in neat lines behind their respective teachers, eagerly awaiting their parents. Yu, your father is here. Yu dashes over, wrapping her arms around Shin-Yi's leg and rubbing her cheek against him. Daddy, I missed you so much. Shin-Yi chuckles, ruffling her hair. We've been apart for barely 3 hours, my dear. The surrounding parents have long since taken notice of Shun-Yi and Yu, for it is rare to see a father arriving on an electric scooter. Yet, this father is exceptionally handsome, especially alongside such an adorable daughter. Truly an unfair advantage. The double-leaf kindergarten simply cannot allow such strikingly attractive father-daughter pairs to exist. The attention of the mothers is entirely captivated by Shin-Yi, who exudes a rugged charm amidst his undeniable good looks. His chestnut hair is slicked back, secured at the ends with a rubber band, while a lock of hair curls charmingly over his forehead. A goatee graces his chin, adding to his mature allure without appearing disheveled. Standing at approximately 185 centimeters, his long legs and perfect proportions enhance his striking appearance. Clad in a crisp white shirt, denim jeans, and sneakers, his simple attire radiates vitality and attractiveness, far surpassing the image of their own balding, beer-bellied husbands. The women ponder, what kind of woman could possibly deserve such an exceptional man? A fleeting thought arises. Could I measure up? But then reality strikes. Wait, I am already married. Yet, there are always brave souls willing to defy convention. Good day, sir, one of them ventures. A beautiful woman greeted Shin-Yi, who politely responded with a hello. Her eyes sparkled with interest. There was potential. She took out her phone and said, "May I add you on WeChat? I wish to engage in a deeper discussion regarding child education." Shin-Yi replied, "This depth seems rather inappropriate." Behind the woman, a little boy tugged at her long skirt, lamenting, "Mommy, please don't cheat." The woman's expression shifted dramatically. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? Tell me, have you been secretly watching something?" Seizing the opportunity, Shun-Yi discreetly slipped away. Upon returning to the store, he parked, plugged in the vehicle, and opened the door. Everything remained unchanged, with steam wafting from the steamer. Yu placed her small backpack down and, filled with curiosity, dashed to the steamer. "Daddy, what are you making?" "Steamed buns for dinner tonight. I will also sell these tomorrow," Shun-Yi explained, urging Yu to wash her hands. He lifted the steamer lid. The soup dumplings had absorbed the steam and swelled to the size of a fist. He gently touched them, so bouncy, so hot. They were ready. Shun-Yi took a plate and served himself 2 soup dumplings, 2 beef buns, 1 pork bun, and 1 chive and egg bun. He gave Yu a soup dumpling and a beef bun, figuring she might not finish them. Yu sat on a chair, gazing at the soup dumpling. "Daddy, this bun looks so beautiful." The skin of the soup dumpling, already thin and translucent, had expanded further in the steamer, becoming even more delicate. The broth and meat filling were clearly visible, resembling a transparent crystal orb. Shun-Yi settled down. Yu, clutching her plate eagerly, opened her mouth to bite into the soup dumpling, startling him into quickly pressing his hand against her forehead. "Yu, the soup dumpling is different from the others. You can't just bite into it, or you'll burn yourself with the hot broth inside." He picked up 2 chopsticks and gently punctured the skin of the soup dumpling, creating a small opening. A rich aroma of broth wafted out, filling the entire shop. "Wow, Daddy, that smells amazing." Yu sniffed excitedly, her mouth watering. Shun-Yi took a spoon, poured the clear broth from the small opening, blew on it, and took a gentle sip. The flavor was exquisite. "All right, Yu. Now it's your turn to taste." Yu accepted the spoon. She slurped it up, her lips enveloped in the delectable broth, and she was astonished. "This soup is so delicious, Daddy. I want more." Shun-Yi playfully flicked her forehead, chuckling. "All right, there should be 1 more spoonful left. You follow my method to pour it out, and remember to blow on it before drinking." "Okay." After savoring the broth, the soup dumpling deflated, leaving only the skin encasing the filling. Yu picked it up with her chopsticks and took a bite. Her eyes instantly brightened. "Wow, this is amazing." Bowing her head, she swiftly devoured an entire soup dumpling. "Daddy, this soup dumpling is incredibly delicious." She then sampled the beef bun. "Daddy, this bun is also delicious. But I can't eat anymore." As Yu gazed at the remaining half of the beef bun, she gently patted her round little belly, her expression tinged with melancholy. Shun-Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right, as long as you're full." With such a hearty appetite, Shun-Yi himself felt a pang of hunger. Chapter 5. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. As he punctured the skin of the soup dumpling, Shun-Yi opted to sip directly from it, forgoing a bowl. A brief sting on his tongue reminded him of the heat, yet it was bearable. The rich, savory broth burst forth, leaving an endless aftertaste that cascaded warmly into his stomach. It was an indescribable delight. With a bite, the delicate outer skin enveloped the juicy filling, exploding in his mouth. The aroma of pork melded seamlessly with the fragrant notes of ginger and scallions, achieving a pinnacle of flavor. The mastery of seasoning, especially the saltiness, was truly exceptional. He devoured it in just a few bites. Shun-Yi, still craving more, indulged in another soup dumpling, followed by 2 beef buns, 1 pork bun, and 1 chive and egg bun. He was merely 9/10 full. Truly, the skill in crafting these buns was divine. The taste surpassed any of his previous creations by leaps and bounds. Shun-Yi brimmed with confidence for the formal opening the next day. Yet, he sought further opinions. Now, 3 soup dumplings remained, along with 7 beef buns, 9 pork buns, and 9 chive and egg buns. It was the perfect opportunity to share some with the neighbors. To promote and build a good reputation, he decided to give some to Brother Chui first. For the couple, Shun-Yi prepared a steaming basket filled with convenience and warmth. 2 soup dumplings, 2 beef buns, 2 pork buns, and 2 chive and egg buns. Brother Chui, a man of slight stature, around 175 centimeters, was not seen with his wife, but it seemed they would be satisfied with such a generous offering. As Shun-Yi carried the steaming basket outside, Yu hopped down from her chair and asked, "Daddy, where are you going?" Shun-Yi paused. "Did you see that flower shop next door?" "Yes, I saw it. The flowers are so beautiful and fragrant." Shun-Yi lifted the steaming basket. "Daddy is going to deliver some buns to the flower shop owner for them to taste. It won't do for us to think they're delicious alone. The customers must find them delightful for us to make a profit." Yu nodded, somewhat understanding. "Oh, I want to go too." "Brother Chui, you spend all day outside smoking and playing on your phone, and yet you still haven't returned for dinner." A woman's voice echoed from within the flower shop. Chui Yongjian extinguished his cigarette in silence and tossed it into a trash can. Upon seeing Shun Yi emerge with the steaming basket, he inquired, "Brother Shun, what do you have there?" "Brother Chui, these are the buns I made, a little gift for you to try." "Oh, thank you so much." Chui Yongjian quickly accepted the offering. "Uncle, my daddy's buns are really delicious." Yu chimed in, clutching Shun Yi's leg with a bright voice. "What a cute little girl." Chui Yongjian felt a twinge of envy. He had always wished for a daughter, but his wife had given him a son, which often frustrated him. "Brother Shun, this must be your daughter. What is her name?" "Uncle, my name is Yu, and I share my father's surname." "Such a well-behaved child." Brother Chui beamed, cradling the steaming basket in one arm while pulling out his phone. "Brother Shun, how much do I owe you? I can transfer it to you via WeChat." Shun Yi quickly waved his hand, stating, "This is complimentary. Primarily, I would like Brother Chui to taste it and provide some feedback." "No problem. I shall savor it thoroughly." Chui Yongjin replied, not one to be overly formal. He plucked a sunflower from the side and handed it to Yu. "Here, Uncle presents you with a sunflower." He noticed that Yu had been glancing in their direction intermittently. Yu looked up at Shun Yi, who gently patted her head and said, having taken Uncle's flower, "What do you have to say?" With joy, Yu accepted the sunflower and exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Chui." She continued, "I want to be shy. After I finish, I'll clean it and return it to you." "That would trouble you, Brother Chui," Shun Yi replied as he escorted Yu back to the shop, intending to deliver some buns to their other neighbors. Upon entering the flower shop, they encountered Chui Yongjian, who wore a broad smile, carrying a large steamer. His wife, Lu Yu, appeared somewhat annoyed. "Chui Yongjian, I slaved over a hot stove to prepare dinner, and you go out to buy buns?" Chui Yongjian quickly explained. "These are a gift from Brother Shin Yi next door, absolutely free. He opens his shop tomorrow and wanted us to try them and offer some suggestions." Lu Yu's demeanor softened slightly. "Dad, what's that?" "I want to eat." A boisterous child emerged. "Buns. Ugh, I despise buns," the little one retorted. "You little rascal. Eat or don't, it's your choice." The family of three gathered at the dining table. Chui Yongjian opened the steamer, revealing two delicate, translucent soup dumplings that quivered enticingly. Lu Yu expressed her surprise. "These dumplings are quite a sight." Indeed, they were exquisite. Brother Shin Yi's craftsmanship was commendable. "I shall have the first taste," he declared, biting into the dumpling's skin. An explosion of rich aroma wafted forth, rendering the three dishes and soup on the table colorless and unworthy of their company. The soup dumplings emerged as the undisputed rulers of the table, commanding attention and reverence. Carefully, he slurped the broth inside. "Wow." Chui Yongjian was momentarily taken aback. Was it an illusion? He smacked his lips and took another sip. "Goodness, this broth is remarkably fresh and delicious." He transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the dumplings with fervor as if elevated to a new realm of satisfaction. "This is heavenly." Lu Yu, influenced by his enthusiasm, swallowed hard. Noticing Chui Yongjian preparing to indulge in another dumpling, she couldn't help but swat his hand. "Enough. Let me have a taste too." Chui Yongjian chuckled sheepishly. "Dear, these dumplings are nothing special. Why not try the other buns?" Lu Yu shot him a glare. "Do you even hear yourself? With the way you were just devouring them, you looked like a starving ghost, practically swallowing your tongue. Step aside." Chui Yongjian realized he had no choice. Within the household, his wife held the highest authority, and he could only acquiesce. Chui Huashua, witnessing his father's enjoyment, became envious and exclaimed, "I want to eat too." Both parents responded simultaneously, "Go on, eat your dinner properly." As the couple relished the buns, they continually praised their deliciousness. Brother Shinyi's skills are truly exceptional. Tears of longing streamed down Chui Huashua's cheeks. "Wah, I want to eat too." After a struggle, Chui Huashua finally received a chive and egg bun, taking a bite with anticipation. The aroma of chives and eggs permeated the entire mouth. "Dad, these buns are absolutely delectable. 100 times better than those made by the chef at our elementary school cafeteria. I want more." It was only after Chui Huashua had a taste of the buns from the school cafeteria that he developed such a strong aversion to them. Were those truly buns? Taking a hearty bite, one could barely discern any meat filling. It was simply a steamed bun, particularly tough and dry, akin to a blade that could slice through the throat. It was impossible to swallow without water. However, Shin Yi utilized generous ingredients. The bun skin was of moderate thickness, and each bite was filled with ample stuffing, offering immense satisfaction. After a unanimous vote among the 3 family members, it was decided that Chui Yongjian should go buy more bonds. Upon returning to the store, Yu clamored about being hungry, yearning for another soup dumpling. Shen Yi hesitated to agree. Given his tall stature, even a single soup dumpling was likely to leave him feeling slightly full. Yu had already consumed 1 soup dumpling and most of a beef bun. Shen Yi felt no remorse for however many soup dumplings Yu wished to eat. Yet he worried about her possibly overindulging. Nonetheless, seeing Yu's pitiful expression as she sought more food stirred Shen Yi's compassion. "Oh, Yu, I bought you an ice cream. Would you prefer ice cream or a soup dumpling?" "Ice cream." Shen Yi chuckled. Now, there remained 1 soup dumpling, 5 beef buns, 6 pork buns, and 8 chive and egg buns. The supermarket across the street could also deliver some. Nearby, there was a barber shop, a fruit shop, and the breakfast shop at the corner. However, it was best to avoid that last one, as it might give the impression that he was challenging them. Chapter 6. The enthusiastic neighbors at the supermarket. The cashier girl took out her phone, preparing to order takeout. A glance caught her attention as someone entered. "Welcome." Her gaze shifted. "Oh, isn't that the handsome man who came by to buy iced tea earlier?" The supermarket experienced a moderate flow of customers throughout the day. Yet Wang Duo only remembered Shen Yi. He was getting closer. So handsome. Wang Duo's heart raced a bit. What is he holding? Noticing Wang Duo's unwavering gaze, Shen Yi felt somewhat uneasy. "Ahem, hello." "Oh, hello." Shen Yi pointed to the opposite side. "I am the manager of Shen's Catering. I brought this plastic food container to the counter. These are the buns I made this afternoon. I would like you to taste them and provide feedback. It's complimentary." Wang Duo quickly waved her hands. "Manager, please don't be so polite. Just call me Duo. I was just about to order takeout, so I'll have your buns for dinner, hee." Shen Yi smiled. "Thank you, Duo. You're welcome. What is your name, manager?" "My surname is Shun. You can call me Shen Yi." It felt a bit odd to address an older man by his first name, even if he was a handsome one. Wang Duo asked, "May I call you Manager Shen?" "Of course," Shen Yi replied. "Then Duo, you enjoy your meal. I'll deliver some buns to the other neighbors." As Shen Yi's figure disappeared from her sight, Wang Duo placed a hand over her heart and sat down, her cheeks flushed. If she knew that Shen Yi had a daughter, her heart would surely shatter. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. "Let us eat first. Manager Shun is quite handsome. The buns he makes must be delightful." As I opened the plastic food container, a plump soup dumpling trembled slightly. What a beautifully crafted soup dumpling. Shen Yi thoughtfully provided disposable chopsticks and a spoon. I gently pierced it and savored the broth. The rich aroma of pork mingled with the fragrance of scallions and ginger, filling my mouth with delight. This broth is exquisite. Within just a few bites, I devoured the entire dumpling. It was utterly delicious. Unfortunately, there was only one, so I decided to try the 3 other buns. The first was a chive and egg bun. Wang Duo isn't particularly fond of chives. Despite the wonderful taste, she only took a single bite. However, when it came to the beef and pork buns, she devoured them ravenously. The meat filling was incredibly fragrant and utterly delightful. Tomorrow morning, I must flaunt 3 of those soup dumplings. At the fruit shop, manager Li Wenjie was slicing watermelons, preparing to pack them for retail. He noticed a little girl standing at the entrance, gazing at him with wide eyes. Li Wenjie admitted he was utterly charmed. He lowered his rough voice, striving for a gentle tone. "Little sister, would you like to buy some fruit?" Yo-Yo shook her head. Li Wenjie cut a piece of watermelon and handed it to her, saying, "Here, have some. This season's watermelons are very sweet." Yo-Yo swallowed hard, extending her hands with a bag. "Uncle, my dad made these buns for you to eat." Li Wenjie smiled. "All right, Uncle can eat them, but you must also have some of Uncle's watermelon." Yo-Yo hesitated, then nodded. While enjoying the watermelon, she pointed towards Shenji restaurant in the distance. "Uncle, the buns my dad makes are really delicious. That's my dad's shop." Li Wenjie glanced over. It appeared to be a new establishment. "All right, Uncle understands. I will definitely visit tomorrow to support your father." "Thank you, Uncle." Yo-Yo gleefully ran back. Li Wenjie felt quite pleased as well. A moment later, wow, these buns are incredibly delicious. At the hair salon, the trendy stylist Tony Lu Guangyao was giving a handsome young man a foil perm. The young man was excited, exclaiming, "Boss, your skills are top-notch. I'll be the most stylish one when I step out." Just then, Shen Yi walked in. Lu Guangyao was startled. "Oh, what a handsome guy. Here for a haircut?" Little did he know, he would soon eat his words. "My apologies, young man. It seems tonight you'll have to settle for being the second most handsome. The young man glanced over. Tony is right. Shun-Yi waved his hand. I'm not here for a haircut. I'm the manager of Shinji Restaurant. After some conversation, he mentioned, I've got some buns over there. I'll let you try them later, but I'm quite particular about my tastes. Thanks, Lu Gu. Feeling quite pleased, Shun-Yi left. Once the young man's hair was properly wrapped in foil, Lu Guangyao began to style it with a machine. He picked up the food container and opened it. Wow, these buns look quite good. The young man, feeling a bit hungry, chimed in, Boss, let me have a taste. Shortly thereafter, wow, these buns are absolutely amazing. The young man nodded repeatedly. Tony's words rang true. Yu Yu sat in a chair near the door. Upon seeing Shun-Yi return, she eagerly exclaimed, Daddy, I gave the buns to the uncle at the fruit shop. Her face radiated a desire for praise. Shun-Yi smiled and replied, Yu Yu, you are wonderful. From now on, you can help your father look after the shop's business. Yu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean I won't have to go to kindergarten anymore? That is not possible, he responded. Disappointment washed over Yu Yu's face as she pondered when she might finally escape the endless sea of kindergarten. As Shun-Yi began to tidy up the kitchen utensils, Cui Yongjin entered, carrying a steamer. Yu Yu's here, he greeted. Brother Shin, do you have any buns left? Shin-Yi pointed to the utensils he was washing and replied with a hint of resignation. All the ingredients have been used up. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. By the way, Brother Cui, were the buns good? Cui Yongjian, initially a bit disheartened, immediately gave a thumbs up upon hearing Shun-Yi's words. Your buns are exceptional. Then, covering his mouth with his palm, he whispered, the breakfast shop at the intersection pales in comparison to yours. Shun-Yi sincerely thanked him. Cui Yongjian set down the steamer and inquired about the opening time for the next morning, clearly eager to be the first customer. Shin-Yi, uncertain, provided a vague estimate. Around 6 o'clock, I suppose. Cui Yongjian gestured affirmatively. All right, I'll head back now. Take care. After cleaning the kitchen, Shun-Yi wiped down every corner. Just then, another visitor arrived at the shop. It was Li Wenjie from the fruit store, carrying a watermelon. Upon seeing Yu Yu, he smiled and then turned to Shin-Yi. You must be Manager Shun. Your buns are truly remarkable. Shin-Yi expressed his gratitude sincerely. I felt bad for not paying for the bun I had. So I brought you this watermelon as a gift for your new business. I hope you don't mind. Shin-Yi quickly replied, Not at all. Thank you so much. Brotherly, don't mention it. What time do you open tomorrow? I'm going to be your first customer. Shin-Yi chuckled in disbelief, around 6 o'clock. All right. I'll take my leave now. Remember to chill the watermelon before eating. It'll taste better that way. Take care. Watching Li Wenjie's retreating figure, Shin-Yi contemplated the true essence of gastronomy. It transcended mere profit. He realized that he still had a long journey ahead on this culinary path. However, he had already taken the most challenging first step. Chapter 7. The unraveled Jiang Ruiyun Shun. He sensed that Wang Duo and Lu Guangyao would also visit the shop. So he waited a few extra minutes. He was correct. Both arrived simultaneously, following the same routine. They praised the buns profusely, inquired about the morning's opening time, and expressed their desire to be the first customers. Thus, the shop had achieved a 100 approval rate. Regardless of how business fared the next day, he would already have 4 customers. After they departed, Shun-Yi secured the glass door with a lock and lowered the rolling shutter with an iron hook. Holding the watermelon, he ascended to the second-floor rental flat with Yu Yu. Yu Yu adeptly turned on the television, lounging on the sofa to watch cartoons. Shun-Yi placed the watermelon in the refrigerator and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 6:30. He mentally calculated the time ahead. If the business opens at 6 tomorrow, he must rise around 3:30 in the morning to prepare materials at the farmer's market. If all goes smoothly, this will take approximately 40 minutes, bringing the time to 4:10. From kneading the dough to steaming the buns, even with utmost speed, it will require over an hour. Moreover, he needs to knead extra dough to reduce the subsequent proofing time. After that, he can produce a steamer full of buns in about 20 minutes. With the opening at 6, the timeline is rather tight. Rising at 3:30 means he should be in bed by 8 o'clock to ensure at least 7 hours of sleep for ample energy. Thus, he turns off the television. Yo-Yo, your father needs to wake up early tomorrow, so let's get you bathed now, and you can watch afterward. Yo-Yo's expression transforms from one of anticipation to dismay. But, this is only available for streaming now, Dad. Can we wash later? Her attempts at coaxing prove futile against Shun-Yi's resolute silence. Under his watchful gaze, Yo-Yo quietly climbs off the sofa. After half an hour of diligent effort, he finishes bathing her, drying her hair, and dressing her in a charming pink pajama adorned with Chopper's design. Shun-Yi completes his own wash in a fraction of the time, taking less than 10 minutes to don his green pajamas featuring Zoro. The animated series Yo-Yo delights and has ended, and they decide against watching anything else. The father and daughter lie on opposite sides of the bed. At 7:10, they still have an hour until bedtime. Shin-Yi takes out his tablet and searches for Yo-Yo's favorite cartoon, and they both watch it with great enjoyment. Inside a high-end Western restaurant, the opulent decor and elegant piano melodies envelop the atmosphere. Attentively dressed waitstaff provide personalized service to each esteemed patron. A pink Ferrari glides to a stop at the entrance. Upon seeing the license plate, a waiter strides over and leans down at the window. "Good evening, Miss Jiang." Jiang Ruyun is engaged in conversation with Jiang Ichuan and does not acknowledge him. The waiter maintains his smile, standing quietly to the side. "Brilliant. The gentleman your mother found for you tonight, Qin Tianyu, is quite remarkable, with assets exceeding 100 million, Jiang Ichuan says, patting Jiang Ruyun's hand with earnestness. "He is quite pleasant in appearance, not too old. You must seize this opportunity." Jiang Ruyun is taken aback, surprised by her mother's swift actions. She had only divorced Shun-Yi this morning. It makes her seem desperate for companionship. "I understand, Mom. Why don't you browse the nearby mall for a while?" Jiang Ruyun extends her keys toward the waiter, requesting, "Please park my car." Inside the restaurant, Jiang Ruyun's defenses crumble. The man her mother described as handsome and youthful is somewhat balding, with a dark complexion, small eyes, a broad nose, and a somewhat rotund figure, exuding an air of sleaziness. Notably, he is even shorter than she is. Overall, he might score a 6 out of 100. It is also worth mentioning that Jiang Ruyun has secretly rated Shun-Yi as well, not high, at 97 points, deducting 3 for his inability to earn. "Hello, Miss Jiang. I am Qin Tianyu." Facing the outstretched, pudgy hand, Jiang Ruyun gritted her teeth and engaged in a mental struggle before finally extending her own. "Hello." A playful scratch on her palm made Jiang Ruyun want to laugh in exasperation. How revolting. Every second spent here was a torment for her. Suddenly, she thought of Shun-Yi. If he were present, the handsome and beautiful couple would undoubtedly dazzle the crowd. Instead, she felt the gazes of everyone around her, as if they were judging her for being kept. Unable to endure the peculiar stares, Jiang Ruyun hastily concocted an excuse and fled in a flurry. Upon returning to her Ferrari, she exclaimed, "Mom, what kind of person did you find for me? He could practically be my father. If you like him so much, you should pursue him yourself." Jiang's mother quickly replied, "Oh dear Ruyun, don't be upset. If you're not satisfied, we can find someone else with your qualities." Those undesirable men would swarm like flies. Flattered by the praise, Jiang Ruyun's expression softened a bit. "All right, enough of this matchmaking for now. I need to handle company matters." Yes, let us head home." Upon arriving, she was greeted by the disarray of her house, which ignited her anger. "Shun-Yi Yuo?" She recalled that she and Shun-Yi were now divorced. "Mom, could you please tidy up the house? I'm exhausted and wish to rest." Jiang's mother protested. "You may be tired, but I'm even more so. I spent the entire afternoon helping you with blind dates, and my back is aching. You should clean up." Resigned, Jiang Ruyun took it upon herself to clean. Little did she know, household chores were quite taxing. After a full hour of effort, she finally managed to restore some order. Worn out and disregarding her appearance, she plopped down on the floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ichuan lounged with a face mask on, engrossed in television. Jiang Ruyun pondered, "Have I become a mere housekeeper? Wasn't it promised that good days were ahead? Why do I feel as if they have slipped away?" She retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and found herself uncontrollably wanting to check Shun-Yi's moments. Access denied. "Shun-Yi." Jiang Ruyun seethed. She sent him a message. "Yo-Yo, are you asleep?" Like a drop in the ocean, it stirred no ripples. "Reply quickly." There was no response. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she recalled how he used to reply in seconds. "Oh, we're divorced now. Daddy, can we watch one more episode?" Yo-Yo asked. "If little ones don't sleep by 9, the police will come for them." Yo-Yo immediately quieted down and lay still. Shin-Yi tucked her in, turned off the lights, and lay down himself. After a while, Yo-Yo inquired, "Daddy, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Shun-Yi had always gone to bed at 11. Now he was attempting to sleep 3 hours earlier. How could he possibly fall asleep? Yet, he forced himself to try. Moments later, Yo-Yo asked again, "Daddy, are you asleep?" "Not yet." "Yo-Yo, if you disturb others' sleep, the police will come for you." Yo-Yo fell silent, tightly pursing her lips. Just then, His phone vibrated with a glow. Shun-Yi glanced over. Oh, a message from Jiang Ruiyun. No need to worry then. I can continue sleeping. Setting the alarm on his mobile phone, he tucked it away in the drawer. Chapter 8. Shun Laoban. Were your ancestors chefs? Shun-Yi found himself ensnared in a dream. A stone bore down upon him, though it was not hard but rather soft, reminiscent of a warm water bottle. Yet, it was somewhat heavy, pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Water droplets incessantly dripped down, soaking his clothing. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Yu had somehow crawled onto his belly, her cherubic face turned to the side, drooling continuously. Shun-Yi rubbed his face and reached into the drawer for his phone, pressing the power button. The bright light caused him to squint. 3:09:50. Only 10 seconds remained until the alarm would sound. He promptly canceled the alarm and captured a silly photograph of the blissfully sleeping Yu, setting it as his lock screen. Carefully, he lifted Yu and placed her aside, tucked her in, and wiped away the drool. He then gently rose from his bed, yet he inadvertently stirred Yu awake. The little one, with sleepy eyes, let out a long yawn. Daddy, where are you going? Shun-Yi replied. Daddy is going to freshen up, and then to the farmer's market to buy some groceries. I want to go with you, but my body won't listen, she murmured. Shun-Yi chuckled. Yu, continue sleeping. I'll come back to wake you up at 6 when I open the shop. A child waking at 3 in the morning would not benefit from insufficient sleep for their growth. All right, Yu said, closing her eyes and drifting back into a deep slumber. Shun-Yi gently closed the door behind him and entered the bathroom to prepare for the day. Glancing in the mirror, he was pleasantly surprised to see his spirits high. His eyes sparkled with vitality, almost illuminating. Early to bed and early to rise. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. 10 minutes later, he completed his morning routine. Time read 3:24 as he descended the stairs. The streetlights still shone brightly, but the foot traffic and vehicles had decreased significantly, imparting a sense of desolation. Some floors of office buildings remained lit, indicating that a few were still burning the midnight oil. Shun-Yi reflected on the relentless struggle of life. He mounted his electric bicycle and set off towards the farmer's market. Upon arriving at the market, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness. Large trucks were unloading goods, and while some stalls remained vacant, most were bustling with activity. Shun-Yi made a beeline for the stall he visited yesterday, where the proprietor had seemed amiable. Good sir, what can I get for you? Please, 6 pounds of pork, the good quality, for making buns. Certainly. The vendor skillfully sliced the meat. After procuring the pork, Shun-Yi proceeded to purchase 3 pounds of beef, along with some scallions, chives, eggs, ginger, and garlic. Since he still had flour, he opted not to buy more. The total expenditure amounted to 323 yuan. He carried the various bags to his electric bicycle, which left little room for his feet. It seemed he would need to consider purchasing a car soon. Shun-Yi had obtained his driver's license during university. In the capital city, gasoline vehicles faced restrictions, while electric ones did not. Furthermore, charging was conveniently available downstairs, making it practical to drive within the city. He decided to ponder the idea for now. If business flourished, he would consider car shopping this weekend. Upon returning to his shop, he raised the roll-up door and unlocked it. Cradling the ingredients, he made his way to the kitchen, arranging everything neatly before beginning to knead the dough. Shun-Yi demonstrated remarkable proficiency, growing increasingly adept with each passing moment. The steamer consisted of 2 units, each boasting 8 tiers. A single tier could accommodate 6 soup dumplings or 10 assorted buns. Based on the evaluations from yesterday by Brother Chui and his companions, Shun-Yi resolved to prepare 6 tiers of soup dumplings, totaling 36, alongside 4 tiers of beef buns, amounting to 40, 4 tiers of pork buns, also 40, and 2 tiers of chive and egg buns, yielding 20. Should the number of customers increase later, he would adjust accordingly. Shun-Yi busied himself with unwavering focus, and time seemed to slip away swiftly. Before long, both steamers brimmed with buns, releasing a gentle plume of steam. Moreover, Shun-Yi discovered that the 2 steamers provided by the system were quite extraordinary. Once the buns were cooked, they would subtly remind him in his mind, and they would automatically adjust to the optimal temperature, ensuring the buns maintained their peak flavor. Outside, dawn began to break. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 5:55 a.m. Shun-Yi locked up the shop and returned to his rented room, where he roused Yu. The little girl sluggishly rose, rubbing her eyes. Throughout the process, Shun-Yi guided her, as if she were sleepwalking, eyes still closed as she washed up. 10 minutes later, Having completed her morning routine, Yu was finally somewhat awake. The father and daughter descended the stairs, only to find 4 individuals waiting at the shop entrance. The florist Cui Yongjian, Tony Lu Guangyao, fruit vendor Li Wenjia, and cashier Wang Duo. Good morning, Yu. Good morning, shop manager Shun. They greeted. Shun Yi smiled, returning the sentiment. Good morning, everyone, as he affectionately patted Yu's head. Good morning, uncles and aunties, she replied. Upon seeing Yu, Wang Duo's heart melted. What a lovely little girl, like a porcelain doll. Lu Guangyao could no longer contain himself. Shen Yi, hurry up and open the shop. My stomach is about to burst. Tony Lu's accent elicited laughter from the group. Shen Yi, however, remained serious. All right, please wait a moment. The buns should be ready. As he opened the shop door, everyone streamed inside. Cui Yongjin stated, Brother Shen Yi, I'd like 2 soup dumplings and 1 beef bun. Wang Duo raised her hand. Shop manager Shun, I'll take 3 soup dumplings. Li Wenjia and Lu Guangyao also placed their orders. Very well, please wait a moment. Shun Yi swiftly arranged the dishes on plates and presented them to the patrons. Thank you, shop manager Shun, they expressed. You're welcome, he replied as he began preparing breakfast for Yu and himself. Dad, I want to eat soup dumplings and beef buns, she requested. All right, he affirmed. Unable to wait any longer, Cui Yongjian picked up his chopsticks and began with the soup dumplings, adhering to their usual practice of biting into them to savor the broth. Ouch, hot. So delicious, he exclaimed, devouring them with gusto. Wang Duo transformed into an enthusiastic eater, engrossed in her meal. Li Wenjia and Lu Guangyao, who had missed the soup dumplings the previous day, were now admiring them. These soup dumplings are simply exquisite. Shen Yi, you've outdone yourself, Lu Guangyao remarked, prodding a dumpling with his chopsticks. So springy. He bit into the skin and slurped up the broth. What a flavor! Each bite was savored slowly, and tears welled up in Lu Guangyao's eyes. At 36 years of age, he reminisced about his childhood spent in the mountains, where his impoverished family often struggled to have enough to eat. At that time, his most fervent anticipation was the arrival of the new year. When his parents returned from working in distant lands, they would take him to the town to indulge in delicious treats. He could not quite recall the exact appearance of the small town, yet there was a dumpling shop where every individual, from within to outside, remained vividly etched in his memory. The elderly master chef, with his silver hair and upright posture, wore a warm smile. His ancestors had once served as imperial cooks. Though the emperor had long since passed by the time of this master, the culinary skills had been passed down through generations. The master chef's specialty was the soup dumplings, a taste that was simply exquisite. Regrettably, he had only savored them 3 times. Each occasion left him yearning for the next. However, when he returned to the town for the 4th year, the shop had changed hands. Upon inquiry, he learned that the master chef had departed from this world. He wept quietly for a long time and even crafted a tombstone for the master in the mountains, visiting annually to pay his respects. After that, he ventured out of the mountains, roaming far and wide, ultimately settling in the capital. He never again encountered soup dumplings as delightful as those. But today, Shen Laoban, is it true your ancestors were imperial cooks? Shen Yi asked. The other 3 turned their gazes toward Shen Yi, with Wang Duo looking particularly adoring. Yu raised her hand and inquired, Daddy, what is an imperial cook? It is someone who prepares meals for the emperor, Cui Yongjin explained helpfully. And who is the emperor? He was the most powerful person in the past, and everyone had to heed his words. Yu nodded, somewhat understanding. Oh. Shen Yi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. His grandfather was a carpenter, and his grandmother farmed at home. They could hardly be considered imperial cooks. His father was even less likely, being a civil servant in a small city who rarely set foot in the kitchen. His mother, a Chinese language teacher at a junior high school, was a decent cook, but her skills were akin to his own before he acquired systematic training. After a thorough explanation, Lu Guangyao finally believed it. Li Wenjia, having finished his meal, remarked, Director Shun, with your culinary skills, I wholeheartedly believe your ancestors were imperial cooks. Cui Yongjin chuckled. Indeed, today we have experienced what it is like to be emperors ourselves. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Chapter 9. The dumplings became the red thread of the matchmaker. Wang Duo let out a contented sigh, her face radiating happiness. A wonderful day commenced with the delectable soup dumplings from Shun's restaurant. She felt invigorated, albeit her stomach was slightly overfilled. Director Shun, how much do I owe you? Shun Yi patted his forehead, having forgotten to display the small blackboard. 3 soup dumplings cost 30 dragon coins. Wang Duo was taken aback. Wow, Director Shun, you sell these dumplings for only 10 dragon coins each. That is incredibly cheap. Well, even a haircut costs 35, one of the group remarked in surprise. Everyone was astonished. Given Director Shin's culinary prowess, 10 dragon coins for a soup dumpling was indeed a bargain. Not only was it inexpensive, but the price was practically a gift. Chui Yongjin praised, Brother Shun is a man of integrity. Then he added quietly, the breakfast shop at the corner also sells soup dumplings for 28 coins each. But compared to Brother Shenyi's, the taste is truly far inferior. Shenyi discerned that Brother Chui did not favor that breakfast establishment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it twice in the span of 2 days. But he chose not to speak of it, preferring to manage his own affairs. They have all resided here for quite some time and have dined at the nearby breakfast shop. The flavor is passable, yet it hardly justifies the price. Wang Duo paid using her phone, receiving 30 dragon coins via WeChat. The others followed suit, scanning to pay as well. The payment app registered another 25 dragon coins. Chui Yongjin remarked, by the way, my wife and son have been clamoring for food. Brother Shenyi, could you pack me 2 soup dumplings, 3 beef buns, and 3 chive and egg buns? Shenyi replied, certainly. Including what you are having, Brother Chui, that totals 56 dragon coins. All right, I've sent it over. WeChat confirmed the receipt of 56 dragon coins. The total income amounted to 136 dragon coins, recovering a third of the costs. The group bid farewell to Shun and rose to leave, as they still had work to attend to. Chui Yongjin also took the packed meals back to the flower shop. The store fell into a sudden quietude. Shenyi glanced at Yu, the little girl still engrossed in her soup dumplings. As he began to tidy the dining table, gazing at the stack of plates, he mused, I ought to purchase a dishwasher. Otherwise, with more customers, the task of washing dishes will be exhausting. After dropping Yu off at kindergarten, he planned to buy one. Nearby, there was a large comprehensive supermarket. At 6:30, it had been 10 minutes since Brother Chui and the others left, yet no customers had arrived. Yu sat on a small stool at the shop's entrance, nibbling on a strawberry. Just then, a road bicycle sped towards the shop, abruptly halting at the entrance, startling Yu and nearly causing her strawberry to fall. The rider was none other than the handsome young man from the previous night. His name was Wang Xiangrui. Clad in a blue and white school uniform emblazoned with the emblem of the First Experimental High School, a renowned institution nearby. Shenliangai, Manager Shun, are you in? Wang Xiangrui asked, his face flushed with embarrassment, nearly misled by Lu Tony. Shenyi stepped out to inquire, what do you need? Wang Xiangrui quickly responded, could you pack me 3 beef buns and 2 chive and egg buns? Hurry, I'm running late. Shenyi swiftly prepared the order and handed it to Wang Xiangrui. That will be 19 dragon coins. High school students are typically not permitted to bring phones, especially for diligent students, but Wang Xiangrui clearly did not adhere to that rule. He pulled out a Kunji 13 smartphone to pay via scan. WeChat confirmed the receipt of 19 dragon coins. He hung the plastic bag on his handlebars and pedaled away swiftly. Goodbye, Manager Shun. Farewell, Shenyi smiled. Reflecting on the high school years, the most beautiful phase of life, filled with Navi love and steadfast friendships, which become increasingly rare in university. Wang Xiangrui raced toward the school, bursting through the gates just as the security guard yelled in anger. Breathless, he ascended to the 5th floor and entered the classroom. The homeroom teacher had yet to arrive. Safe. His close friend teased from the doorway. Hey, Ruizi, that perm looks great on you. Wang Xiangrui chuckled. That's music to my ears. Here's a reward. He offered a beef bun. Thank you for the royal favor. I am eternally grateful, his friend replied, taking a hearty bite. The fragrant aroma of beef and scallions filled the air. Wow. Ruizi, where did you buy those divine buns? They are absolutely delectable. Wang Xiangrui chuckled silently. Returning to his seat, his unabashed best friend leaned over, hoping to snag one, only to be shooed away by Wang Xiangrui with a broom from the corner. In front of him sat the class beauty, her pure profile unadorned by makeup, yet captivating enough to be admired endlessly. With her high ponytail and slender silhouette, she was the cherished moonlight in his heart and the object of his affections. The perm he had prepared was his secret weapon. Isn't it said that high school romance hinders academic progress? Lu Sun once remarked that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet one can indeed balance love and learning. He gently poked the class beauty's back. Darling, allow me to show you a treasure. Her fair complexion flushed instantly as she turned to glare at Wang Xiangrui. Stop saying such nonsense. Wang Xiangrui raised his hands in surrender. All right. I won't say another word. Here, dear, try a bun. It's truly delicious. Xiao Rongyu rolled her eyes, well aware that Wang Xiangrui's mischievous nature was unyielding. I've already had breakfast. I'm not hungry. Wang Xiangrui clasped his hands together, pleading, please, just one taste. I specifically bought it for you. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly added, if you eat one, I promise not to bother you for the entire day. Truly, I couldn't be more sincere. Fine then. Wang Xiangrui immediately brightened. There's beef and chives with egg. Which one would you prefer? Beef, please. The chives have too strong a flavor. Receiving the bun, Xiao Rongyu took a gentle bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. This bun is amazing. She finished it swiftly, licking her lips, still craving more. Wang Xiangrui leaned in from behind. Delicious, right? Xiao Rongyu quickly covered her mouth, but nodded in affirmation. It's very good. Where did you buy it? Wang Xiangrui's expression turned bittersweet. I've been queuing since 4 in the morning, and I only got it by 6:30, all just for you to taste this bun. Xiao Rongyu replied earnestly, thank you. Wang Xiangrui smirked. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps a little reward would be in order? Only if it's not too excessive, she retorted. Wang Xiangrui swallowed hard, swiftly tearing off a corner of his textbook, scribbling a line, and passing it to Xiao Rongyu. He watched her reaction with bated breath. After a moment, she gently nodded. Wang Xiangrui's heart raced, feeling a rush of warmth flood his being. You agreed? Taking a deep breath, Wang Xiangrui sat down, unable to contain his elation. The note read, be my girlfriend for a day. Will I still get buns tomorrow? Wang Xiangrui pulled out a campus newspaper from the desk, laying it on the ground. He retrieved 3 gel pens, holding them with both hands. Kneeling on the newspaper, he bowed towards Fumin Road, silently proclaiming, Manager Shun, from this day forth, you are my benefactor. Little did Shun imagine that the buns he crafted would weave the threads of destiny. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered with a stern expression. Wang Xiangrui, what kind of absurd ritual are you performing? It's time for morning reading. Old teacher, get out and stand in the corner. Very well. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Chapter 10. These soup dumplings are crafted by a master. What? 10 yuan? Are you jesting? Let us rewind to the moment when Wang Xiangrui had just departed. Shun Yi arrived at the entrance of the shop and sat down alongside Yu Yu. Furrowing her brow, she expressed her concerns. Daddy, there are so few customers. Are we going to go bankrupt? Shun Yi was taken aback. You know about bankruptcy? Yu Yu replied with a hint of pride. I learned it from cartoons. Bankruptcy means we have no money left. We'll have to drink the northwest wind and live on the streets. Daddy, you should let me watch more cartoons so I can become smarter. Shun Yi was somewhat speechless, pondering how his daughter could be so fixated on the notion of drinking the northwest wind and living on the streets. Moreover, did she truly lack faith in his ability to earn? This realization tugged at his heartstrings. Naturally, he declined Yu Yu's latter request. Watching cartoons was permissible, but only in moderation. He believed that rather than spending hours in front of the television, it would be far more beneficial for Yu Yu to accompany him at the shop. Early exposure to the complexities of society and interaction with diverse individuals would foster her personal development. He wished to avoid the sight of Yu Yu glued to her phone, giggling mindlessly throughout the day. A girl should be vibrant, lively, and confident, qualities that cannot be cultivated through screens. His role was to guide her appropriately, providing her with a safe haven so she could live joyfully and without a care in the world. At that moment, an elderly woman with a basket of vegetables sauntered by, then paused to glance at the sign. You are the manager of Shun's restaurant, right? Shunyi replied, yes. I am the manager. Would you like to buy some dumplings? Yu Yu's eyes sparkled as she assumed a pitiful expression. Grandma, please buy a dumpling. Otherwise, Daddy will go bankrupt. And I'll have to drink the northwest wind. The elderly woman found Yu Yu's words amusing, yet struggled to stifle her laughter. Yu Yu, is it? All right then. Grandma will buy some dumplings. I haven't purchased breakfast for the family yet. Manager, what are the prices for the dumplings? Shin Yi gestured to a small blackboard nearby. They're all listed there. Please take a look. These prices are rather steep. Can't you lower them a bit? It seems the elderly ladies were all self-taught in the art of bargaining. Shin Yi smiled helplessly. I'm afraid I can't, ma'am. These prices are fixed. Seeing Yu Yu's sorrowful expression, her eyes brimming with tears as if she might cry at any moment, the elderly woman's heart softened. At her age, She was prone to sentimentality. She couldn't bear the thought of such a cute girl in tears. With determination, the elderly woman said, "Then I'll take a soup dumpling, along with 3 of each type of dumpling." "Very well, please hold on a moment." Shen-yi quickly packaged the order and handed it to the woman. "That'll be 37 long coins. Would you prefer to pay via scan code or cash?" "I don't understand that young people's gadgetry. I'll pay in cash." The elderly lady produced 37 long coins, foregoing any change. "Thank you. Take care." "Take care, Grandma." "Goodbye, Yu." After the elderly woman departed, Yu turned to Shen-yi. "Daddy, am I impressive or what?" Shen-yi gently caressed Yu's head, realizing that his daughter was indeed quite the spirited little girl. Yu had proven her prowess by assisting her father in business matters. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Auntie took the elevator back home. The old man had risen unusually early, not opting to indulge in further slumber. Wang Jianhua cast a glance at Xiaoying, inquiring if she had purchased any steamed buns. Xiaoying placed the buns on the table, stating, "You know you adore soup dumplings, so I bought you one." She continued, "You eat first. I will go rouse them from their slumber. The sun is already shining on their backs, and they are still asleep." Wang Jianhua stretched lazily before taking a seat. Indeed, he relished soup dumplings, yet ordinary ones could not satisfy his discerning palate. Given his wife's frugal nature, how much could she have spent? 10, or at most 8 yuan. Even that would require her to feel a pinch. What could one expect from dumplings at that price? He would have been better off purchasing a steamed bun with soy milk. As he opened the food container, a glistening soup dumpling graced his sight. Having once been a head chef in a hotel, Wang Jianhua possessed a keen eye for quality. Just by its appearance, he could tell it was crafted by a master. The flavor was bound to be exceptional. Wang Jianhua felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Today was not his birthday, was it? Could it be that his wife had undergone a transformation? Unlikely. Her nature was deeply ingrained. Oh no. Could it be that during my last medical checkup, I was diagnosed with a serious illness, and they conspired to deceive me? Perhaps they wished for me to experience joy in my final moments. Yes, it must be so. Sigh. Is the end of life truly looming before me? A pang of sorrow struck Wang Jianhua. He had only retired 2 years ago and had yet to savor the good life fully. Oh well, best to feign ignorance. He took a bite, and a rich aroma flooded his senses, filling his nostrils. This flavor was authentic, better than what that predecessor could produce. He savored each morsel, relishing the experience as if he were floating on clouds. Before he knew it, the soup dumpling had vanished. Alas, he craved more. Surely, the dumpling was too expensive for him to indulge in additional purchases. Here he was, nearing death, and his wife was still intent on saving money. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying hurriedly ushered her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson out of the house. "Xiaoying, this soup dumpling is truly delightful. How much did it cost?" Wang Jianhua sought to estimate how much longer he could expect to live based on its price. If it were under 100, he might have 3 to 5 months left. If over 100, then it seemed the Buddha would come to escort him to the afterlife within 2 weeks. This soup dumpling is rather pricey. Wang Jianhua clenched his fists, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. "I believe it was 10 yuan, yes. 10 yuan. The owner wouldn't budge on the price. 10 yuan? Wang Jianhua stared incredulously at Lu Xiaoying. "You mean to tell me such a premium dumpling is only 10 yuan? And you even haggled over it?" Lu Xiaoying looked bemused. "What of it? Even the finest dumpling is still just a bun. It could sell for 100 yuan. Wang Jianhua, disinterested in her response, pressed, "Quickly tell me, where's that shop?" "Oh, it's just down Fumin Road, not far." "Do you still want some?" "Of course," he retorted. "All right, since your legs are giving you trouble, I shall go buy some." Meanwhile, their son, looking utterly bewildered, pulled out a bun and began to eat. "Wow, the buns are absolutely exquisite, Mom. Buy more. We can have the extra for lunch." Seeing her son relish the buns, Lu Xiaoying was skeptical, wondering if they could truly be that delicious. She took a bun and had a taste. Without a second thought, she grabbed her bag and stepped out. Upon encountering a neighbor, who inquired, "Sister Xiaoying, where are you rushing off to?" "I'm off to buy buns," she replied. "Is there truly a need to hurry for that? Are they made by deities?" "You have no idea. I just bought some buns on Fumin Road," Lu Xiaoying explained. After a brief conversation, the neighbor extracted several keywords: Shen's restaurant, divine buns, affordable, delicious, and hurry before they run out. "Sister Xiaoying, wait for me." "Oh, I can't wait any longer. I'm off." Through this dissemination by the neighbor, Shen's restaurant gained fame throughout the Huimin community. A throng of eager women was on their way. Would Shun's restaurant withstand this overwhelming surge? Chapter 11. The arriving women, two programmers, sporting dark circles under their eyes, entered the restaurant. One was slightly balding, while the other had a receding hairline, yet both appeared relatively youthful. Shun-yi felt a pang of relief. Thankful he hadn't pursued a computer science degree. Welcome, they were greeted. The balding one placed his laptop bag on a nearby chair. Boss, 2 soup dumplings and 2 beef buns, please. The man with the receding hairline added, just like him, I'll have the same. Certainly, please wait a moment. As they waited, the two engaged in casual conversation. The man with the receding hairline sighed deeply. It's so frustrating. My boss handed me an old project, and the code is a complete mess, long and utterly foul. He lamented, I'm not even 30 and I'm already losing my hair. The balding one teased. With your hair situation, it hardly makes a difference. You might as well shave it all off. Don't reach out to me in the future, the man replied dryly. Oh no, my treat this time. Now that's more like it. The man touched his head again, looking troubled. Xiaolu, do you think I'll ever find a wife looking like this? Xiaolu replied, what wife? The bride price would wipe out all your earnings from these past few years. Indeed, the man, envious of Shun-yi's thick hair, couldn't he help but notice a cute little girl nearby, further intensifying his envy. How could one bypass marriage and directly acquire such an adorable daughter? Boss, is this your daughter? She's adorable. Shun-yi set the buns on the table. Thank you. She's my daughter, 5 years old this year. Yo-yo, say hello. Yo-yo chirped, hello, uncle. The two men gasped, feeling a pang as they realized how old they seemed. Yo-yo, can you call me brother? Yo-yo tilted her head and replied, hello, brother. For the sake of her father's business, she had to tell a little white lie. The two grown men felt their hearts melt. Xiaolu chuckled. She's too cute. I want to have a daughter one day. The man replied, aren't you the one who said you wouldn't marry? Are you expecting a miracle? Xiaolu scratched his head. I do have a girlfriend. She's the only one left in her family, so no bride price is needed. We're both working hard to save for a down payment on a house, planning to get married next year. Wanggu, you are getting married. I advise you against it. Don't contact me anymore. Please, Wanggu. I will no longer act pretentious. I will simply replicate and paste. Without you, I might face dismissal. Breakfast for a week. Wanggu remains unmoved. Xiaolu grits his teeth. 1 month. How embarrassing. Come, let us eat breakfast before it cools down. A month's worth of breakfast amounts to more than 2,000. For those programmers from big firms, it is merely a trifle. He picks up a soup dumpling. It is elastic, resilient, yet delicate. Quite impressive. Wanggu expresses surprise. Wow, boss, your culinary skills are remarkable. It resembles a crystal dumpling. Shun-yi chuckles. Just an ordinary dumpling. I suspect you are being pretentious, boss. He bites into the skin and savors the broth. The warm liquid, infused with the fragrance of pork, scallions, and ginger, is seasoned to perfection. Exquisite. He takes another bite. The chewy dough envelopes the juicy filling, bursting in his mouth. Wanggu immediately squints his eyes in delight. Wow, boss, this soup dumpling is truly delicious. Xiaolu, you must try it as well. Xiaolu also takes a taste of the dumpling. Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. The two of them soon indulge in a ravenous feast. Before long, they have devoured 2 soup dumplings and 4 beef dumplings. Their stomachs feel pleasantly warm. Truly satisfying. Xiaolu, still not full, requests, boss, please give me a pork dumpling and a chive and egg dumpling. I would like another soup dumpling as well. All right, just a moment. After finishing, the two lean back in their chairs, their faces expressing sheer enjoyment. Wanggu inquires, boss, do you only serve breakfast here? Shun-yi replies, we also serve lunch and dinner. Wanggu suggests, let us come here for lunch as well. Sounds good. Xiaolu takes out his phone. Boss, how much is it? I'll scan the code. The total is 76 long coins. There's a QR code on the table. Great, I've scanned it. Payment of 76 long coins received. Wanggu remarks, for dumplings this delicious, you charge too little, boss. The last time I traveled, I had a soup dumpling for 88 long coins, claiming to be a century-old establishment. Bah, it opened 5 years ago and pales in comparison to yours. Almost bridging the gap between Xiaolu and me. Xiaolu retorts, Wanggu, that's not fair. I have participated in national high-level computer competitions. Wanggu adopts a superior demeanor. Oh, that? I won first prize 3 times in college. How many have you won? Conversing with you is truly dull. Shun-yi observes, finding it quite amusing. This must be one of the joys of running a restaurant. Well then, boss, we must return to work. We'll come back for lunch. Alright, take care. Current earnings, 268 long coins. Only one step away from breaking even. The time is now 7:10. The kindergarten opens at 9. So Shun-E can only keep the shop open until 8:30. With some free time, Shun-E begins to prepare dumplings. The soup dumplings appear to be the best sellers, most favored by customers. He decides to steam all soup dumplings in half of the steamer, while the remaining half will hold beef and pork dumplings. The dough has been rested and will save a considerable amount of time. He is just about to roll out the dumpling skins. Lu Xiaoying hurried into the shop. Good day, Grandma. Ah, hello you. Manager Shun, do you still have baozi? Shun-E replied. Yes, we have plenty. Lu Xiaoying's face brightened with joy. Please pack me 5 of the soup dumplings and 5 of each other type of baozi. I want to be cooking lunch today. We'll feast on your baozi. Shun-E smiled. All right, just a moment. Once packed, he handed the bags to Lu Dinyang, stating, that will be 105 long coins. Lu Xiaoying took out the money and handed it to Shun-E. Here you go. Thank you. Lu Xiaoying smiled. Manager Shun, the flavor of your baozi is simply exquisite. My husband was so captivated by your soup dumplings that his eyes widened in delight. I must take my leave now. They are waiting at home for the baozi. Take care, he replied. On Fumin Street, there lies a small park. The scenery is delightful, adorned with 3 large willow trees providing shade, and a small pond inhabited by koi and goldfish, surrounded by numerous stone tables and benches for rest. Retired gentlemen often gather here. Some exercising on fitness equipment while others engage in chess, card games, tea drinking, and conversation, with a crowd gathering around. The elderly fear solitude, and gradually, this place has transformed into a haven for the local retirees. It bustles with life both in the morning and evening, particularly due to its proximity to Shun's restaurant. At this moment, a group of matrons approached with great enthusiasm. An elderly gentleman clad in a white tank top instantly became vigilant. Lu Chun, what are you all up to? You aren't planning to take over the territory for square dancing, are you? That simply cannot happen. Old buddies, be alert, level 1 alert. Understood. Once the matrons settle in and the music begins, tranquility is a rare commodity. Zhao Lichuan slowed her pace, casting a puzzled glance at the elderly men eyeing them with suspicion. Old Qin, I'm just heading over to buy some baozi. Old Qin remarked. You all are going to buy baozi? Indeed, Xiaoying mentioned a new restaurant over there selling the most delicious baozi. We're off to try some, she replied. Watching the matrons retreating, Old Qin stroked his beard. This could be interesting. Chapter 12. The baozi are sold out. Why am I still being set up on dates? Sisters, this is it. This place looks rather nice. The environment and cleanliness are commendable. A group of matrons entered, peering around. Shun-E promptly welcomed them. Welcome. The menu is on the small blackboard over there. Zhao Lichuan glanced into the kitchen, noting its cleanliness and tidiness. You've passed the first hurdle. Manager Shun, are your baozi truly as delicious as Xiaoying claims? Shun-E smiled. Please, have a taste. Actions speak louder than words. He retrieved baozi from the steamer, presenting 3 of each variety for the matrons to sample. All right, let us begin tasting, Zhao Lichuan declared, picking up a beef baozi and taking a bite. The warm beef, bursting with juices, along with the delicate aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic, instantly enveloped her palate, leaving her craving more. This baozi is delectable. Zhao Lichuan was astonished. What Xiaoying said was indeed true. The flavor was nearly divine. This thought was not misplaced. With his mastery of exceptional baozi techniques, every dumpling crafted by Shun-E was a pinnacle of culinary excellence. Moreover, the system has enhanced the texture of each bun by an impressive 30%. This is remarkable. In the realm of buns, Shun-E reigns as the undisputed king. Zhao Lichuan said, Manager Shun, please pack 4 of those soup buns for me, 10 beef buns, and another 10 chive and egg buns to take away. Just a moment. That will be a total of 110 dragon coins. Zhao Lichuan is clearly in tune with the trends of the times. All right, I will transfer it to you. The WeChat payment of 110 dragon coins has been received. The ladies at the back had also finished their buns, and the shop suddenly buzzed with excitement. Oh my, these buns are incredibly fragrant. I too wish to pack 3 soup buns, 8 pork buns, and 10 chive and egg buns. Payment received. Hey, why are you pushing? I was in line first. Stop your nonsense. I was the 3rd one in line. Step back. Step back. Oh dear. After all these years as sisters, you dare to pull this on me? I shall retaliate. The tension escalated, and it seemed a scuffle was imminent. Shun-E quickly intervened. Ladies, please do not rush. There are plenty of buns to go around. Upon hearing Shin Yi's words, the ladies calmed down, yet the atmosphere remained difficult to manage. Yo-Yo, shrinking in the corner, dared not utter a sound. The ladies were formidable. Indeed, a true force to be reckoned with. Shin Yi found himself both pained and amused. Eventually, only 2 ladies remained in the shop. Shin Yi realized that both steamers of buns had sold out. The ladies were anxious. Manager Shun, you promised there would be plenty of buns. Yes, indeed. Shin Yi, caught between laughter and tears, replied, I will start making them now. It will take approximately 20 minutes. Does that work for you? That is fine. We shall wait. For these buns, we would wait an hour if need be. Outside, an elderly man strolled in with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. It was Grandpa Chin Xiaodian. Many in the community were familiar with Grandpa Chin. When people think of him, they often recall his warm smile, gentle temperament, robust health, and his delightful sense of humor. He is regarded as the elder brother among the local old men. He takes responsibility for the group of elderly men, often leading them to various activities for seniors. Whenever a neighbor fell ill or needed financial assistance, he was always the first to step forward, offering both money and help. As a result, he earned deep respect from the other elderly men, and his words held more weight than anyone else's. However, few knew of his remarkable past. Grandpa Chin had served in the military during his youth, participating in numerous battles. He had faced eagles, kicked monkeys, and even extracted teeth from elephants. With countless achievements, he possessed a suitcase full of medals. Some perceptive individuals had recognized that Grandpa Chin's background was extraordinary. On one occasion, a local elderly man fell gravely ill and was on the brink of death. His family managed to gather 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, only for it to be stolen at the hospital. They reported it to the police, but to no avail. The crowd was too large to identify a suspect. As surgery loomed, the family was frantic, like ants on a hot pan. The elderly man remained stoic, saying, "This is my fate. Why cry?" Then Grandpa Chin arrived. Upon learning the details, he first covered the surgery costs, then made a phone call. The surgery was personally overseen by the hospital's director. 20 minutes later, the air was filled with the wailing of police sirens, and it was rumored that the military had also arrived. An hour later, the thief was apprehended. This incident further solidified Grandpa Chin's unparalleled status among the elderly. If this were a novel, Grandpa Chin would undoubtedly be the quintessential Special Forces hero. I digress. Oh, old Chin, you've come too, said one. Grandpa Chin chuckled, why wouldn't I? Well, you can come and go as you please, after all. Your legs are your own. How is old Lu faring? A sigh escaped from a nearby lady. Oh, he's the same, lying in a wheelchair, and lately, he seems to struggle with recognizing people. The doctor mentioned something about an Alzheimer's condition. In short, he has trouble with his memory. When you have the chance, bring him down here. We old folks can keep him company and take him out for a stroll. Staying cooped up at home isn't good. Perhaps a change of scenery will jog his memory. Thank you, old Chin, she added. Grandpa Chin waved his hand dismissively and walked towards the kitchen, where he observed Shun Yi skillfully crafting dumplings. Grandpa Chin squinted. This young man was remarkable. In less than 10 seconds, he had rolled out the dough and shaped a soup dumpling, deftly pinching 36 pleats, each identical. What was most astonishing was that every dumpling was nearly the same size and shape, some even identical. You possess quite the skill, young man. Where did you learn this? Shin Yi looked up and smiled. I figured it out at home. I certainly can't say it was taught by a system. That would surely startle you. Grandpa Chin replied, are you jesting? This technique surpasses that of even the old master I know, a bona fide state banquet chef, a luminary in the realm of culinary arts. Those who claim to be 5-star or even Michelin-starred chefs pale in comparison. He is trained since childhood, spent decades honing his craft, and yet can't match the quality of your dumplings. All right then, everyone has their secrets. I shan't pry, he conceded. Shin Yi asked, how much for each soup dumpling? 10 yuan. 10 yuan? Indeed, 10 yuan. Grandpa Chin fixed his gaze on Shin Yi, and after a pause, chuckled, good lad. With your presence, our neighborhood is in for a treat. Shin Yi smiled modestly. You flatter me, Grandpa. He returned to his dumpling making. Soon, 2 bamboo steamers filled with dumplings were ready to be steamed. At this stage, Shin Yi took a moment to rest. After washing his hands, he sat on a chair and beckoned to his daughter, Yu. Yu, let us see how well you do in math. Daddy, can we skip the quiz? 5 questions. If you answer 3 correctly, you'll have ice cream after school. Daddy, I'm ready. Grandpa Chin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the little girl, who was indeed quite charming. Yet, it was not surprising. With a father as handsome as Shun Yi, the daughter was bound to be delightful. Young man, do you manage this shop all by yourself? Shun Yi turned back. Yes. Grandpa Chin inquired. I foresee a prosperous future for your establishment. Why not invite your wife to assist you? Shun Yi shook his head. I just got divorced yesterday. Grandpa Chin expressed his condolences and then asked, but Yu is still so young. How did things come to this? Yu stepped forward. Mommy doesn't tea like Daddy. She thinks Daddy is useless and can't earn money. So she kicked me and Daddy out. Grandfather Chin was quite agitated. How could this be possible? Auntie was also indignant on behalf of Shun Yi. Manager Shun may not be exceptionally handsome, but with his skills, countless young ladies would surely pursue him. Another aunt's eyes sparkled with excitement. Manager Shun, what a coincidence. My niece is quite lovely and a university lecturer. I could introduce you to. Shun Yi responded. Why the sudden matchmaking? Chapter 13. Business booms. All the steam buns sell out. Shun Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. He politely declined the aunt's well-meaning offer. He had considered finding a stepmother for Yu, but at nearly 30, being an older man with a child, he felt it would only hinder the young lady. Seeing that the only patrons in the shop were himself and the two aunts, Grandfather Chin pondered for a moment. Young man, he began. You may call me Grandfather Chin, or simply Manager Shun, whichever you prefer. All right, Manager Shun, how many buns can you still make? Shun Yi estimated. I could probably manage another 4 baskets. He then jested. What's the matter, Grandfather? Are you planning to buy them all? Grandfather Chin stroked his beard and replied, Indeed, I might just do that. Do you believe me? Shun Yi naturally did not. However, unbeknownst to him, he was in the presence of the esteemed elder, Chin Xiaodian. With a mysterious smile, Grandfather Chin exited the shop, leaving Shun Yi somewhat bewildered. Grandfather Chin quickly made his way to a small park. Ahem, everyone, gather around. Coming. What's going on? 30 elderly gentlemen lined up in formation. Grandfather Chin waved. Target, Shinji Restaurant. Let's go. Wait for me, my dentures are missing. Shun Yi, feeling uneasy, stepped to the shop's entrance and was met with a large group of elderly men approaching with an intimidating air. For a brief moment, he considered shutting the shop and fleeing. These old men seemed amiable, yet he couldn't fathom why they would threaten his establishment over a mere jest. Moreover, this group of frail old men was a formidable force. If any accidents occurred, Shun Yi would be unable to compensate even after a decade of selling buns. Shun Yi was starting to panic. So, Manager Shun, I've brought the people, Grandfather Chin chuckled. Let us serve each one 2 soup dumplings, and put it on my tab. Oh dear, old Chin, you really shouldn't tea. Grandfather Chin playfully scolded. You old rascal, yet you are the first to dive in. Laughter erupted among the gentlemen. Shun Yi felt a wave of relief. It turned out they had simply come for the buns. Suddenly, a humorous image struck him. Help us, buns are not selling well. And soon the elderly men were placing orders in a frenzy. Although Shun Yi found the situation both amusing and heartwarming, he suspected that Grandfather Chin was merely trying to assist him, recognizing the difficulties of raising his daughter alone. Though unspoken, this kindness was something he would not forget. All right, please take your time and mind the steps. As mentioned earlier, the restaurant had a total of 10 tables, each accommodating 4 patrons, thus easily accommodating the 30 gentlemen. Onlookers outside, including workers passing by, became curious at the sight of so many elderly men entering Shinji Restaurant. People tend to be drawn by the crowd. Suddenly, a number of people gathered and entered the shop. Boss, 2 soup dumplings. I'll eat here. I've sent the payment. 20 dragon coins credited to your WeChat. I want 5 beef buns to go. 25 dragon coins credited to your payment account. Shun Yi was busily occupied. All right, please hold on for a moment. Yu was reluctantly conscripted as a little helper. Grandpa, here are your buns. Upon seeing such an adorable little one carrying buns, a group of elderly gentlemen softened, quickly rising to receive them. Oh dear, little girl, be careful not to burn yourself. The buns in the steamer diminished at a visible pace. Before long, 2 baskets of buns were sold out. One elder smacked his thigh. Wow, these buns are incredible. Lao Chin, these soup dumplings are truly something special. Grandpa Chin chided with a laugh. If they weren't special, would I bring you here to eat? All right, you old geezers, eat quickly. Don't occupy the seats for too long. It affects the shop's business. Later, I'll take you to the mall to enjoy the air conditioning. An elder raised his hand. Let's go to that fake lefo. There are free snacks and tea. Sounds good. I have no objections. Just remember to bring the go board. Fake Lefo, don't you all come over. Hearing this, Shun-Yi quickly poked his head out from the kitchen. No worries, Grandpa Chin. Take your time eating. Grandpa Chin smiled. Manager Shun, you keep busy. Don't mind us old folks. Indeed, Manager Shun, your skills are truly exceptional. After the elders finished eating, Grandpa Chin waved his hand grandly, paying with flair and receiving a chorus of compliments. He then took the old men out for a stroll to aid digestion. Though the elders had left, the number of customers in the shop increased instead of dwindling. All 10 tables were filled, and the additional chairs were occupied as well. There were even 3 groups sharing a table. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. The sounds of WeChat notifications and payment alerts filled the air, akin to celestial music lingering in one's ears. This must be the lifelong aspiration of restaurant owners. Yet Shun-Yi achieved it on his very first day. It beautifully illustrated the saying, good wine needs no bush. Shun-Yi steamed 2 more baskets of buns, taking the opportunity to wash the dishes amidst the hustle and bustle. Not long after the buns were ready, they were sold out again. A long queue gradually formed outside. Wow, these buns, I've discovered a hidden gem. Oh, the boss is so handsome. I was so engrossed in the buns. He truly is handsome, and his daughter is so adorable. This broth is exquisite. Boss, another soup dumpling. Please. As those in line witnessed the delight of the diners inside, they too became envious. The pork buns you ordered are sold out. May I substitute them with chive and egg buns? Sure. Boss, I've sent the payment. Shun-Yi busied himself until 8:20, at which point the long queue outside finally dissipated. He apologetically addressed the last few customers in the shop. I'm sorry, but we've sold out of buns. But boss, we've been waiting for half an hour. Exactly, my stomach is growling. Can't you make just a few more? Shun-Yi helplessly replied. We've run out of all the ingredients. Not a single one left. A certain individual was still unwilling to concede. Manager, will you be selling during lunchtime? Yes. From 11 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, and again from 5:40 in the evening until 7:30. Then I shall return at noon. With that, they departed, a sense of regret lingering among them. Shun-Yi let out a long sigh of relief. What a tiring day. Yet, the rewards have been tremendously gratifying. This morning's revenue amounted to 234 dragon coins. After deducting the costs of ingredients and utilities, a net profit exceeding 800 was achieved. It is simply hard to believe that this is solely the morning's earnings. If we include the afternoon and evening, it is estimated that the total could reach 7,000 or 8,000. Over a month, that translates to several hundred thousand. Such income would certainly be regarded as a high salary in the capital. As Shun-Yi gazed at Yu, the heavy burden that had long weighed on his heart finally lifted. In this high-cost metropolis, he now possessed the confidence to ensure that Yu could lead a carefree life. He could afford a car and even contemplate purchasing a home. However, he pondered whether it was necessary to hire a staff member, as the workload was becoming overwhelming. Shun-Yi slowly reflected on this. Yu, exhausted, was languidly sticking out her little tongue, reclining on 2 adjacent chairs. She had assisted Shun-Yi immensely today, although most of her time was spent carrying buns, only to have them swiftly claimed by eager customers, who would then shower her with compliments. What an adorable little girl. How old is she? May I pinch her cheeks? I wish to have a daughter as lovely as her. Some even took it to an extreme. Manager, my son is 5 years old. May I arrange a betrothal? I can offer a set of housing in the capital as a bride price. If you wish to avoid a mother-in-law, I can leave right now. This leaving was not what Shun-Yi had expected, and he was taken aback, promptly declining the proposal. He glanced at the time and noted it was nearly 8:30. A quick survey of the restaurant revealed a chaotic scene of tables and the kitchen in disarray. This was quite a headache. The matter of hiring staff needed to be addressed urgently. There was no time to tidy up. He had to take Yu to kindergarten. Yu, we must go. It's time for kindergarten. Upon hearing this, Yu looked up with a pitiful expression. Daddy, I'm too tired to stand. Can I ask Teacher Lu for leave? I'll carry you. Chapter 14. Mr. Chin, you will surely live a long life. Daddy, why must you go to kindergarten? Shun-Yi smiled and replied, because you are still young. All little friends must attend kindergarten. Yu nodded and inquired, so, when I grow up and become a big friend, I won't have to go to kindergarten anymore? Exactly. However, you will still need to attend primary school, middle school, high school, and university. Then, Daddy, how can I grow up faster? Yu's face was filled with anticipation. She was so small that she could barely reach the light switch. Shun-Yi thoughtfully pinched his chin and replied earnestly, "Eat a balanced diet, ensure adequate sleep, drink plenty of milk, engage in moderate exercise, and watch fewer cartoons and eat less ice cream." So, the price of growing up is so steep? Yu felt a touch of sadness. "Daddy, I will try to watch fewer cartoons then. And about ice cream." Yu jumped down from the chair and tugged at Shun-Yi's pant leg. "Daddy, let us hurry, we're going to be late." Shun-Yi smiled helplessly. Watching fewer cartoons was acceptable, but eating less ice cream was out of the question. This little girl truly was something else. "Have you completed your assignments?" Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Dad, what assignments?" Shun-Yi, holding his forehead in dismay, realized with horror that he had forgotten to inform his daughter about the task. Teacher Lu had already sent a message in the WeChat group, requesting parents to assist in writing a diary entry. However, he and Yu had spent an hour watching cartoons, hoping that everything would be all right. Shun-Yi chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing, let's go." Yu nodded and, gazing at the steamer, suddenly asked, "Dad, can I have dumplings for lunch? The food at kindergarten isn't tasty, is it?" Shun-Yi took her words seriously. If there was an issue with the kindergarten meals, he would need to investigate. Yu shook her head. "It's good, but it's not as delicious as the dumplings you make." Shun-Yi sighed with relief, as he had saved a few dumplings for himself. He planned to eat them later, as his workload was substantial, and he was quickly losing energy. "You can take a dumpling with you, but you must promise me to eat no more than one. And you must also eat the kindergarten food. Can you do that?" Yu nodded. "Okay. Can I share with the other kids?" Shun-Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Ask Teacher Lu. If she agrees, then it's fine." Oh. Shun-Yi went to the supermarket and purchased a thermal lunchbox, which, according to Duo, could keep food warm for about 5 hours. Although it was quite expensive at 188 dragon coins, he didn't mind the cost for his daughter. He packed 2 beef dumplings, 2 pork dumplings, and 1 chive and egg dumpling, but could not fit anything else. He placed the thermal lunchbox into Yu's pink backpack and closed the store door. Unlocking his electric scooter, he donned a yellow duck helmet for Yu, while he wore a larger version of the same. "Hold tight, Daddy's driving." Okay. After a 10-minute ride, Shun-Yi arrived at the kindergarten at 8:55. Teacher Lu was waiting at the entrance, looking somewhat anxious, occasionally rising on her toes to check. Yu's dad usually arrives by 8:40. "I hope nothing has happened." Upon seeing Shun-Yi, she sighed in relief and hurried over. Yu's dad. Shun-Yi lifted Yu out of the vehicle and apologized to Teacher Lu. "I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I was delayed at the shop today. Thank you for your patience." "It's quite all right. I'll take Yu inside. Thank you for your help." Teacher Lu took Yu's hand and led her into the kindergarten. Shun-Yi contemplated his next steps. He needed to buy a dishwasher, and his supply of takeaway boxes and plastic bags was running low, not to mention that he needed more ingredients. He turned the car around and headed towards a nearby faux Carrefour. At the faux Carrefour, Manager Wang was feeling quite troubled due to the influx of elderly patrons. Customers were akin to gods, but these elderly gentlemen were like the progenitors of deities. The supermarket needed foot traffic. Even if customers were merely browsing and not purchasing, just enjoying the air conditioning was acceptable, as it generated a lively atmosphere. However, these particular gentlemen were different. If any accidents occurred, the supermarket would be held responsible, and he, as the manager, would be out of a job. If someone were to capture the incident and post it on Douyin, it would be catastrophic. He would lose his livelihood and would be subjected to online harassment. What should he do? Old Qin was enjoying the air conditioning while on the phone. "Hello, Old Yi." "Old Qin, what made you think of calling me?" Qin, with peanuts in his mouth, chuckled. "Today I encountered a young fellow. Guess what? Come on, stop teasing. His soup dumplings are even tastier than yours." "Uft. Ha ha ha, Old Qin. Spill it. Are you envious of my culinary skills and trying to lure me over? Dream on." Qin, stroking his beard, replied, "Hey, you still don't believe me? When have I ever deceived you? Enough of that. You used to pull my leg like this. Anyway, I have a table of foreign guests today. They specifically requested me to take charge of the kitchen. Don't act smug. I've dined at state banquets before." Beep beep beep. He hung up on that old rascal. Qin, indignantly placing his phone down. Manager Wang approached with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Grandpa. You've won a prize as our supermarket's 10,000th customer. You can now enjoy complimentary fine tea and pastries, and you can bring as many friends as you wish." Qin joyfully responded, "Is there such a good thing? Count me in." The manager led the way, followed by a bunch of elderly gentlemen. As Shun-Yi entered the supermarket, he witnessed this scene. "Grandpa Qin, What brings you here? Qin chuckled. Isn't that Manager Shin? What a coincidence. The other gentleman also greeted him warmly. Manager Shun, what time does the store open for lunch? Those soup dumplings are quite tempting. Indeed, just the thought makes my mouth water, Shin Yi replied. It opens from 11 to 1, he added. Are you shopping, old man? I'm quite familiar with this supermarket. Let me show you around, Shin Yi said. I need to buy a dishwasher. Otherwise, I can't keep up with the chores. An elderly gentleman stepped forward. Manager Shun, we have one at home. It works splendidly. And it's on the second floor. Let me take you there. Shin Yi smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. No need to be polite. Manager, your hands are meant for cooking. Precious indeed. How could you wash dishes? Manager Wong observed quietly. This young man seems quite popular among the elderly gentlemen. Perhaps he could resolve this crisis of old men. With that thought, he quickly pulled Shin Yi aside. Young man, I'm in a bit of a bind. Shin Yi looked puzzled. What happened? After a discussion, Shin Yi learned that the manager wanted to offer a 50% discount to have Shun Yi escort the elderly gentleman away. Shin Yi took a step back, maintaining distance, and calmly said, I cannot agree to that, nor do I have the authority to make the gentleman leave. Manager Wong grew anxious. How about 40%? Please help me out. Shin Yi shook his head. I'm sorry, I am unable to assist. Manager, does what you said earlier still stand? Grandpa Qin approached with a grin, his ears sharp enough to catch their conversation. He looked at Shun Yi with satisfaction. This young man was truly commendable, but alas, his granddaughter was already married, otherwise. Manager Wong felt a bit awkward but, with thick skin, replied cheerfully, it stands. Then, give Manager Shin a 30% discount. And we want tea come here again. There are other supermarkets, and we could take a bus further away, he added. Manager Wong pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. No problem. Shin Yi quickly interjected, Grandpa Qin, that's not appropriate. Grandpa Qin patted his chest, it's perfectly fine. Manager Shun, choose the best ones later. Shin Yi contemplated for a moment, and, not wanting to reject, said, thank you. A warm feeling spread through him. Thank you, dear elder. But I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Approaching the twilight of life, I am still fortunate enough to savor such delectable soup dumplings. Mr. Qin, you remain quite vigorous. Surely, you are destined to live a long life. By the way, I am already 95. Chapter 15. Yo-Yo made the little ones cry. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Shun Yi offered an apologetic smile. Mr. Qin, I truly did not realize you were already 95. You appear to be merely 60. Can you believe it? Mr. Qin chuckled heartily, gesturing toward the other elderly gentleman nearby. You might think I'm merely escorting this group of old men, but in truth, I am supervising the little ones. There was a kernel of truth in his words. At 95, managing a group of 60 and 70-year-olds certainly felt akin to guiding children. Shin Yi couldn't help but laugh at Mr. Qin's amusing nature. Manager Wong quickly interjected. Young man, you're interested in purchasing a dishwasher, correct? Let us first explore the products. Certainly, Shun Yi replied. Mr. Qin, I shall join him now. Mr. Qin waved his hand dismissively. Off you go. Upon reaching the kitchenware section on the second floor, they were taken aback by the exorbitant prices of dishwashers. Even the most affordable ones were priced above 3,000. Although Manager Wong felt a pang in his wallet, he was still able to authorize discounts on 1 or 2 orders. It would necessitate some paperwork, but that was far preferable to the alternative of losing his job. Is this for residential or commercial use? Commercial. What about this model? Manager Wong began to elaborate enthusiastically. After some deliberation, Shun Yi decided on a commercial dishwasher priced at 8,000 dragon coins, manufactured by Meidi. It possessed the capability to wash 40 dishes, dozens of chopsticks, and a complete set of cookware in a single cycle. Its functions for cleaning, drying, and sanitizing were comprehensive. Each wash only required 10 minutes, rendering it exceedingly convenient and time-efficient. After applying a 30% discount, it was reduced to 2,400 dragon coins. Delivery and installation were complimentary. As Manager Wong waived the usual transportation and installation fees, Shun Yi then purchased some plastic bags and containers, estimating they would suffice for about 2 weeks. These items would also be delivered by the supermarket. After leaving his address, Shun Yi prepared to make a detour to the farmer's market to procure ingredients necessary for making dumplings for lunch. The time was now 9:20. At the farmer's market, Shun Yi headed straight for the shop he had visited previously. The proprietor, Zhu Yud, was a robust man with a gentle voice and an impressive memory. He could recall the names of all who had visited his stall. This was undoubtedly a key reason for his thriving business. Upon seeing Shun Yi, Zhu Yud greeted him with a smile. Ah, young Shun has returned. But wait, did you not just purchase a considerable amount this morning? Have you exhausted all that meat and vegetables so soon? Shun Yi replied with a grin. Boss Zhu, I have come to restock. Please give me 15 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of beef, and some green onions. Certainly, young Shun, just a moment. While Zhu Yud prepared the meat, Shun Yi inquired, Boss Zhu, would you be able to assist with delivery? If you require a substantial quantity, I can arrange for that. I typically sell this amount 3 times a day. Zhu Yud pondered for a moment. This was indeed a significant business opportunity. Delivery can be arranged. Shun Yi remarked, I require strict adherence to the timeline. The delivery must arrive by 5 in the morning, with the first service at 9:50 and the last by 4 in the afternoon. Is that feasible? He intended to open his establishment at 6:30, as waking at 3:30 proved to be quite taxing. Brother Shin, where's your shop? Number 14, Fumin Road. Shin's dining. Zhu Yud nodded. That poses no issue. It's not far from here. My wife has a tricycle for delivery, and given your substantial order, I shall waive the delivery fee. Shun Yi smiled. Thank you, Boss Zhu, but I insist on the finest quality for the meat and vegetables. A higher price is acceptable. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare to compromise for such a valued customer. The two then exchanged WeChat identifiers, facilitating future transactions. Shun Yi departed on his electric scooter. While Zhu Yud murmured, Shin's dining, his eyes suddenly brightening. He turned to his wife and asked, Did you visit Shun's dining this morning to purchase buns? Li Ruolin nodded. I did. Are there any left? I wish to sample them. Li Ruolin swallowed. I've finished them all. They were exquisite. And I can hardly believe they used our shop's meat. Zhu Yud pondered silently, as he seemed to vaguely grasp a business opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Shin's dining had begun to gain a reputation in the Fumin Road area. Upon returning to the shop, Shin Yi diligently followed his routine of kneading dough, allowing it to rise, and preparing fillings for the midday service. Shortly after, a medium-sized delivery truck from the supermarket pulled up outside. The driver called out, Boss, is this the dishwasher you ordered? Shin Yi hurried outside. Yes, that's mine. All right, please fill out this form with your name. After completing the form, 2 robust men leaped from the vehicle, panting as they unloaded the dishwasher and expertly carried it inside. Although the shop was modest in size, the kitchen had ample space to accommodate the new appliance. After more than 20 minutes of installation and testing, Shun Yi placed the morning's dishes into the dishwasher. The results were impressive, surpassing the cleanliness achieved by hand washing, and it saved considerable time. He then purchased beverages for the driver and the 2 workers as a gesture of gratitude. Thank you, boss. We shall take our leave now. Should any issues arise, feel free to call. It comes with a 1-year warranty and a 7-day unconditional return policy. All right, take care. Shin Yi busied himself for a while longer, ensuring that all preparations for the ingredients were complete. He then made buns, spending 10 minutes filling 2 steamers to capacity. He commenced tidying up the shop's interior. At 10:30, everything was pristine. Just as Shun Yi intended to sit down for a moment of respite with a drink, his phone rang. It was Teacher Lu. Hello, is this Daddy Yu? Yu got into a scuffle with another child at kindergarten. Could you come over? Shin Yi responded, Teacher Lu, is Yu all right? I will head over immediately. It's nothing serious. Yu is the one who made the other child cry. The details can be discussed when you arrive. Understood. I will be there shortly. Shun Yi opened WeChat and checked his personal account. Balance wallet, 105,600. Payment wallet, 87,652. That should suffice. My dear daughter, I hope you are gentle. Shun Yi promptly secured the shop door, hastily mounted his electric scooter, and sped away towards the high-tech park in the capital. At the headquarters of a colossal state-owned enterprise, in a spacious conference room adorned with a grand mahogany table, the managers from various departments and the presidents of multiple branches were gathered. One manager was presenting the performance report for the quarter. Mr. Yi, that concludes our department's report. Do you have any concerns? The manager, with a troubled expression, gazed at the middle-aged man seated in the prominent position, who was currently resting with his eyes closed. The performance has declined by 0.3 percentage points compared to the previous quarter. What is the reason for this? Mr. Yi, I am still investigating. If you haven't clarified the situation, why are we even holding this meeting? You may leave. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Today is a fine day. The temperature in the conference room plummeted to an icy chill. Who on earth forgot to silence their phone? Oh, it's Mr. Yi S. Then it's not an issue. Yi Xiangnan, with an impassive expression, answered the call. Dad, Ziqing got bullied at kindergarten, and the teacher called me. You need to come check on him. Why don't you go yourself? Hey, Dad, Ziqing is your grandson. Myself and Meichi are on vacation in Shiwei, so we can't return. Stop with the excuses. Very well, I shall resort to my trump card. Dad, my little sister has returned to the capital. Yi Xiangnan's lips quivered slightly. She sent me a message. As for Ziqing, I will take care of my own grandson. Enjoy your vacation. All right, I'm heading out now. I'll send you the number via WeChat. Chapter 16. This time, I must win you over in the Guang and residential complex. Room 304 on the 5th floor, a beautiful woman lay on her bed, her slender fingers deftly tapping away at the keyboard. With a furrowed brow, she pondered over a piece of writing about culinary delights. Yi Yiru was the epitome of a Jiangnan beauty, her delicate face adorned with a rosy hue, her expressive eyes captivating. And when she bit her pink lips, it felt as if she were piercing the hearts of those who beheld her. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, and her figure was exquisitely alluring, leaving any man who laid eyes on her utterly enchanted. Her short shorts revealed 2 long, fair legs, rhythmically kicking against the bed. This is too much, my mind is in turmoil. Yi Yiru buried her head in the pillow, rubbing against it, and emitting soft whimpering sounds. She had just returned to the capital yesterday, and the driving force behind her return was a man's post on social media. This man had recently divorced, and was accompanied by a charming 5-year-old. Shen-Yi, indeed, it was he. Yi Yiru had been overwhelmed with excitement at the time, even liking the post, but later felt a tinge of schadenfreude and rescinded her like. She immediately booked a flight back to the capital. In the preceding years, she had quarreled with her father and left the capital, traveling across the country and recording various culinary videos for online platforms, becoming a food blogger with a modest following. It had been a full 6 years since she last saw Shen-Yi. Had it not been for the incident that transpired on graduation night between Shen-Yi and Jiang Riyun, perhaps she would have successfully confessed her feelings by now. This time, I must win you over. Yi Yiru resolved with determination. What if he had a daughter? She could treat her as her own. Shen-Yi's child would indeed be hers. Moreover, Shen-Yi frequently shares adorable pictures of Yu on her social media. To be honest, she feels quite enamored. The idea of acquiring a charming and obedient daughter without enduring the trials of pregnancy and childbirth is simply blissful. Shen-Yi is always aware of her whereabouts, keeping a close watch, yet the thought of visiting her directly feels somewhat contrived. Is there a clever way for her to serendipitously encounter Shen-Yi? Suddenly, the phone rang. Yi Yiru picked it up and glanced at the screen, noticing an unfamiliar number. She promptly ended the call. On the other end, Yi Xiangnan's expression was grim. His subordinates huddled together like frightened quails, hesitant to speak. Let us disperse the meeting. Each department should verify their materials once more. We will reconvene tomorrow for a report meeting. The conference room quickly fell silent. Yi Xiangnan picked up the phone and dialed again. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Xiaolu, come in. A male secretary rushed in promptly. Give me your phone. Here you go, President Yi. Yi Xiangnan took a deep breath and dialed once more. This time, the call connected. Hello, is this Yiru? Please don't hang up. Yi Xiangnan rubbed his temples and gestured for Secretary Lu to leave. How did you obtain my number? Was it leaked by my brother? Yi Xiangnan coughed a couple of times. Indeed, he mentioned that we should have a good talk and mend our father-daughter relationship. There was a moment of silence between them. After a while, he spoke softly. Dear daughter, I won't pressure you anymore. Please come home. I miss you. Yi Xiangnan's voice was hoarse. Lacking the commanding authority he typically wielded over thousands in a vast enterprise, resembling more the longing of a lonely elder yearning for familial affection. The silence on the other end lingered. All right, I will come home for dinner tonight. Yi Xiangnan sighed in relief, feeling a surge of excitement. I will have Master Wang come over. You always loved his cooking. Do you remember? I do, Dad. Is there anything else? Only then did Yi Xiangnan recall his grandson. Oh, by the way, your nephew was bullied at kindergarten. Yiru, could you go check on him? Ziqing was bullied? Fine, I will go. I will have Xiao Lu pick you up. He is my secretary. Where are you now? Have him wait for me at the entrance of the Xinyuoding Hotel on Changhua Road. Okay. The call ended. Xiao Lu, coming. At the kindergarten, in the teacher's office, stood Yu, a charming little boy, and a chubby child who was still sobbing. The chubby boy was crying intermittently, while the little boy had reddened eyes, tears brimming but refusing to fall. Yu lowered her head, staring at her tiny feet. Teacher Lu squatted down gently, saying, Yu, can you tell me what happened? He took my bun. Yu began to recount the events that unfolded when she first arrived at the kindergarten. Teacher Lu led Yu into the classroom and approached the podium, smiling warmly. All right, children, it's time to submit your homework. Please line up and come up one by one. Yu glanced around. All the other children were taking out their homework from their backpacks, one by one submitting it. When it was Yu's turn, in a moment of hesitation, Yu finally produced her insulated lunchbox, declaring, Teacher Lu, this is my homework. Teacher Lu, with a look of curiosity, opened it to discover 5 steaming buns, their savory juices seeping into the dough, emanating a delightful aroma that was quite appetizing. A look of realization crossed Teacher Lu's face as she exclaimed, Ah, Yu, I comprehend your intention. Your diary is represented by the buns you made with your father. Rather than writing it down, you chose to create something tangible, correct? Yu affirmed with enthusiasm, Yes, teacher. Marvelous. Was this your idea? Teacher Lu inquired. After a brief moment of reflection, Yu nodded vigorously, acknowledging that it was indeed her suggestion to have buns, which she then brought along. Excellent. Here, allow me to reward you with a little red flower. Thank you, teacher. I would also like to offer you a bun. Well, I shall not refuse. Teacher Lu responded, curious about the different types of buns. Pointing to her lunchbox, Yu explained, This one is beef, this one is pork, and this one is chive and egg. May I try a beef bun? Teacher Lu asked. Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course. Teacher Lu did not expect the buns to be particularly delicious. Her intention was merely to foster a closer connection with her young students. However, upon taking a bite, she was astounded by their exquisite taste, far beyond her expectations. With her eyes sparkling, she devoured the bun in mere moments, glancing at the remaining ones, swallowing hard, but ultimately resisting the temptation to indulge further. It would not be proper to snatch buns from the children. Teacher, may I share these buns with my classmates? Teacher Lu nodded, certainly. In truth, she wished to keep them all for herself, yet the words remained unspoken. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps she could contact Yu's father to inquire if he could prepare more buns for tomorrow, regardless of the cost. The daily routine at kindergarten primarily revolved around play, engaging in various games, learning phonetics, basic arithmetic, and a few English words. On Friday afternoons, parent-child activities were organized. Yu gathered a few friends to play house, but this time, she opted to take on the role of the shopkeeper instead of a father. Xiaoduo, Xiaoya. You must call me shopkeeper Yu, understood? Understood, Yu. All right, let us commence the sale of buns. In a corner, a charming little boy, Yezi City, was secretly glancing at Yu while engrossed in a fairy tale book. How adorable. In chapter 17, Xiaoduo asked, Yu, are we making our buns out of Play-Doh? Yu, with a serious yet endearing expression, replied, You must call me shopkeeper Yu. Shopkeeper Yu, they echoed. Content with their response, Yu retrieved her insulated lunchbox. We have real buns. Come, Xiaoduo, use your money to buy one from me, and I shall give you a bun. Xiaoduo brandished a maple leaf. Shopkeeper Yu, I would like to buy a bun. Very well, please hold on a moment. This phrase was something Yu had learned from Shini. She handed over a bun, and as Xiaoduo took a bite, he exclaimed, Wow, Yu, this bun is delicious. With a proud expression, Yu exclaimed, These buns are made by my father. Xiaoduo, filled with admiration, replied, Your father is amazing. They taste even better than those made by the chef at my home. Seeing Xiaoya enjoying the buns, Xiaoya also desired to partake, pulling out a maple leaf and expressing her wish to buy a bun. What are you eating? I want some too. Just then, a plump little boy bumped into her, causing Xiaoya to fall to the ground, her eyes immediately filling with tears. Yu, feeling a surge of anger, shouted, Dazhuang, what are you doing? Upon noticing the buns, Dazhuang's greed was ignited. Give me those buns. I want to eat. Yu instinctively shrank back, clutching her insulated lunchbox protectively. No way. Apologize to Xiaoya first. Dazhuang, furious, was used to being the bossy one at home, expecting everyone to obey him. Hand it over, he yelled, swinging a fist towards Yu's head. Terrified, Yu shut her eyes, bracing for pain that never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yeziking kneeling on the ground, holding his nose. In that moment, Yu recalled scenes from animated shows where friends sacrificed themselves to protect the protagonist from the villain's attack. Memories of her father's taekwondo lessons surged back into clarity. With a wise demeanor, Shun Yi advised, Yu, step forward and throw a punch using your body's weight. All right, Daddy, she responded, iron fist strikes. Teacher, I have finished my story, she declared. Teacher Lu inquired, Xiaoduo, Xiaoya. Zicheng, is that how it happened? Both Xiaoduo and Xiaoya nodded in agreement. Lu, feeling a twinge of anger, had long been aware of Dazhuang's unpleasant nature. To snatch things directly and resort to violence when denied was unacceptable. However, she had no authority to punish him and could only call the parents for a discussion. The thought of it gave Lu a headache. Families capable of enrolling their children in this kindergarten were either affluent or aristocratic. Dazhuang's father was a wealthy man. Having made his fortune in pig farming, known for his volatile temperament, adorned with gold chains and tattoos, resembling a gangster. What a hassle, she lamented. At that moment, Shun Yi arrived at the kindergarten. Lu swiftly met him at the door and welcomed him inside. Upon seeing Yu Yu, Shun Yi crouched down to examine her closely. Yu Yu, are you hurt? Yu Yu shook her head and, with a pitiful expression, said, Daddy, I got into trouble. Will you still like me? Before Shun Yi arrived, Yu Yu had been quite brave, but upon seeing her father, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Shun Yi kissed her forehead and reassured her, how could I ever dislike you? Don't be afraid. If we are at fault, we will apologize and make amends. But if we haven't done anything wrong standing up, his smile vanished. Your father is not someone to be trifled with. Lu watched in awe, her heart racing. So handsome, so imposing. I have a husband. And my son is in high school. Yu Yu's father, Shun Yi, declared. This time, Yu Yu did nothing wrong. It was Dazhuang. Lu, her face flushed, quickly recounted the events. Shun Yi nodded solemnly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I will handle the matter from here. Lu admired him greatly, thinking to herself. Yu Yu is truly fortunate to have such a towering figure as her father. Yi Yiru arrived at the kindergarten before her father, Dazhuang. A luxurious Mercedes Maybach 650 glided into the premises, prompting the security guard to rush out and salute upon recognizing the license plate. Typically, he would hardly pay any mind to the teachers or parents, but this was a different matter. The principal had personally called to convey the utmost seriousness, akin to welcoming a revered elder, a person of great significance. Indeed, a true luminary. Miss, please proceed to the classroom. I shall take care of parking and join you shortly. Very well, thank you, Xiaolu. Not at all. Miss, it is I who should express my gratitude. I would prefer to keep my distance from President Yi. He is rather formidable. Upon entering the classroom, Yi Yiru spotted her little nephew and waved, Zicheng, come to Auntie. Auntie. Yi Zicheng rushed over, and Yi Yiru embraced him, offering comfort for a moment. MHM. Yi Yiru turned towards the voice, only to be momentarily paralyzed in shock. Shun Yi. Oh no, what do? I left home without any makeup. This is disastrous. Shun Yi smiled and said, Yiru, it's truly you. It has been a long while. Yi Yiru quickly composed herself. Shun Yi, it's been ages. Yuyo, greet Auntie Yi. Auntie Yi, hello. Hello, Yuyo. Shun Yi, your daughter is absolutely adorable. Just as the two were about to reminisce, a burly man strode in, adorned with a large gold chain and a dragon tattoo that extended over his shoulder. He exuded an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Shun Yi stepped forward, calmly stating, You must be Dazhuang's parent. Let us sit down and discuss matters. Wang Darong spat on the ground. Who are you to negotiate with me? Do you have any idea how much money I possess? Do you believe I want to incapacitate you? Wang Darong, you certainly carry an air of bravado, remarked Secretary Lu, entering with a stern expression. Wang Darong turned and cursed. You. He instantly switched to a sycophantic grin. Ah, Secretary Lu, what brings you here? Who are you planning to incapacitate? Wang Darong slapped his own face. Oh dear, I've spoken out of turn today. Secretary Lu, just consider it a slip of the tongue. Secretary Lu ignored him and turned to Yiru. Cousin, perhaps you should step outside to discuss matters with him. I wish to catch up with an old friend. Lu glanced at Shun Yi and winked at Yiru. Understood, cousin. Quite intriguing. Miss, are you perhaps he turned? Placing an arm around Wang Darong's shoulder, let us step outside to converse. Yiru gazed at Shun Yi, the man who once stirred her heart. Still exuded an undeniable charm. His newfound maturity and composure as a father only endeared him to her further. Shun Yi, I noticed your social media. You and Zhang Ruyan have indeed become quite close. Shun Yi chuckled resignedly. Yes, we've parted ways. If this continued, we would become adversaries. Yiru's heart fluttered with joy. So what are you doing now? I have opened a restaurant. Shun-yi spoke without shame, believing that no profession was inherently superior to another. Dedication and excellence were what truly mattered. Yi-Yiru sighed. Alas, I am currently unemployed. Shun-yi expressed his confusion. Yiru, with your excellent grades back then, how could you? Yi-Yiru pondered for a moment and replied, Oh, those days are behind me. Currently, I am engaged in social media, which brings in some income, albeit inconsistently. By the way, Shun-yi, might I work at your restaurant? Surprised by her sudden suggestion, she realized it was indeed the quickest way to deepen her bond with Shun-yi. In Chapter 18, he suggested, What if you expand the kindergarten's business? Pointing to himself, he appeared somewhat uncertain. You would come to my establishment? Yi-Yiru nodded eagerly, her face alight with hope. Is that possible? Shun-yi hesitated. It is possible, but working for me might be a bit taxing. That is all right. I do not fear hard work. Despite my slender frame, I possess considerable strength. As she spoke, Yi-Yiru playfully flexed her nearly non-existent biceps. After contemplating for a moment, Shun-yi did not give a direct answer, but inquired, Can't your cousin assist you in finding a job? It feels somewhat unfair to have such a stunning beauty as a waitress. Yi-Yiru felt a pang of anxiety, realizing she had overlooked this detail. Those who could secure a position at Shuanya Kindergarten were typically affluent. In the capital, helping someone find a job was remarkably straightforward, as every family had connections. What should I do? If I cannot conjure a credible reason, will Shun-yi suspect my motives are impure? Yi-Yiru's mind raced. I had a disagreement with my father, she said, secretly pinching her thigh, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He is a very traditional and stern individual, enforcing upon me pursuits I do not enjoy. Even matters as significant as marriage, decisions that affect one's lifelong happiness, he insists on controlling. I refused to comply and ran away. He froze my bank card and commanded my brother not to assist me, or he would face similar consequences. If it weren't for my close friends supporting me, I would have to bow my head and return. With tear-filled eyes, Yi-Yiru looked at Shun-yi and confessed, Shun-yi, I truly do not wish to spend my life with someone I do not love. This sentiment was heartfelt, yet she kept the latter part unspoken. I want to share my life with you. Shun-yi, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, quickly reassured her. Yiru, please do not cry. I will help you. Coincidentally, I am in need of a waitress at my establishment. What do you think? Absolutely. Yes. Yi-Yiru felt a surge of excitement within her. My acting skills are quite commendable. The notion of her bank card being frozen was unfathomable. Her father would never permit her to suffer. He subtly instructed her brother to continue providing for her. As for her close friend, she indeed existed and had also escaped from home, spending her days playing video games and streaming. The pressure to marry was genuine, as her grandfather had arranged a betrothal. But in this day and age, who still adhered to such traditions? She would never agree. She had met the prospective groom, tall, handsome, successful, and possessing a gentle demeanor. Her family was entirely satisfied with him. Yet, Yi-Yiru felt no affection for him. In her heart, Shun-yi remained an unresolved enigma. Shun-yi said, Yiru, I am offering you a monthly salary of 20,000 dragon coins. Is this acceptable? 20,000? Yi-Yiru felt a bit bewildered. A waitress earning such a salary was quite extraordinary. Although she had never faced financial hardships growing up, she was acutely aware of the current job market's difficulties and the meager wages that prevailed. One of her roommates, after graduating with a bachelor's degree, ended up with only 6,000 after deductions for social insurance and housing funds, and once rent and food expenses were accounted for, there was hardly anything left. This was still considered a decent situation. Another friend had not secured a job at all and had returned home to marry and start a family. Yi-Yiru shook her head. That salary is far too high. Given that you also have Yuyo to support, I would be content with 8,000 dragon coins. This was the first time Shun-yi encountered someone who actively negotiated a lower salary. He was momentarily amused and bewildered. Yiru, please do not misunderstand. My restaurant is doing quite well. Yi-Yiru was somewhat skeptical. She understood Shun-yi's character well enough to know he would not lie. Yet it seemed implausible for a small eatery to earn tens of thousands a month. If she were to receive a salary of 20,000, it seemed that Shun-yi would have to forfeit a significant portion of his profits. Could he even afford to support Yiyo? Yi-Yiru blinked and said, Let us discuss the salary later. I trust you won't take advantage of me. She affectionately patted her nephew's small head and pointed to Yuyo, smiling. Let us first resolve the immediate issue. I still haven't figured out what happened. Shun-yi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Yiru was even more beautiful than she had been 6 years prior. Is there something on my face? Yiru felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that she still held some appeal for Shunyi. Shunyi quickly realized his lapse and awkwardly rubbed his nose. No, nothing at all. He felt a twinge of frustration. He already had a child. He could not entertain any thoughts of Yiru beyond friendship, as they were merely old classmates. At that moment, Teacher Lu approached them, having observed their conversation. Ms. Yi, here is what transpired. He recounted the events once more. After listening, Yiru smiled and said, Zicheng, your aunt never expected you to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Aunt. Yi Zicheng's face flushed as he buried his head in Yiru's lap. Refusing to look up. All right, I won't tease you any longer. There's no need to be shy. Shun Yi found the situation amusing. His daughter was only 5 yet already had admirers. Yuyo, go and thank Brother Zicheng. Naturally, Yuyo was oblivious to matters of romance, being just a 5-year-old. She simply enjoyed watching cartoons, eating ice cream, and spending time with her father. As for Yi Zicheng, she regarded him as a good playmate. Someone with whom she could engage in imaginative games, but nothing more. If Zicheng knew her thoughts, he might be disheartened. Brother Zicheng, thank you. I'll bring you buns to eat tomorrow. Yi Zicheng's heart raced as he turned his head away, maintaining his aloof demeanor. You're welcome, he replied coolly. At that moment, Wang Darong and Secretary Lu entered. Cousin, I have reached an agreement with him. Thank you, cousin. Yi Yiru blinked. Secretary Lu was quite astute. She would recommend a salary increase for him when she returned to her father. Wang Darong, fuming, tugged at the ear of the chubby boy as he approached. You little rascal, apologize at once. Dad, why should I apologize? The chubby boy protested, glaring angrily at Yuyu. How dare you talk back? Wang Darong's hand came down sharply on the boy's backside, eliciting a loud wail. The more the child cried, the angrier Wang Darong became, and he struck harder. Shun Yi shook his head, noticing his palm being tightly clutched by a small hand. What's the matter, Yuyu? Yuyu swallowed nervously, looking up at Shun Yi. Daddy, if I misbehave, will you hit me? Shun Yi chuckled. Of course not. I would only penalize you by forbidding ice cream and cartoons. Then you might as well just hit me, Yuyu replied. Yiru was amused by the exchange between father and daughter, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Eventually, the chubby boy tearfully apologized, and Wang Darong requested to transfer to another class with Teacher Lu. This incident came to a close. Later, Teacher Lu shyly approached Shani. While Yiru watched warily. Yuyu's father, the buns you made are absolutely delightful. Could you bring some for me tomorrow when you drop Yiyu off? I'll pay for them. Shani smiled. Of course, but there's no need for payment. Just keep an eye on Yuyu for me. Teacher Lu quickly waved her hand. No, I must pay. By the way, Yuyu's father, have you considered expanding the kindergarten's offerings? The kindergarten's offerings? Yes. I believe the buns you make would be a hit with the teachers at the kindergarten. Knowing Shun Yi's recent divorce and financial challenges, she wished to lend a helping hand. Chapter 19. Guests waiting in line. Shun Yi pondered for a moment and found the idea viable. Teacher Lu, I will bring some buns over at noon. Teacher Lu's eyes brightened. She had thought she would have to wait until tomorrow to enjoy the buns. Just the thought of the fragrant beef and scallion filling, succulent and juicy, encased in a soft dough made her mouth water. That sounds wonderful. I'll make sure to promote them well. Shun Yi replied earnestly, thank you very much. Teacher Lu smiled, no need for thanks. To be honest, if your buns weren't so delicious, I wouldn't have suggested this. Shun Yi nodded, recognizing that one must be diligent and capable to seize opportunities. Many complain of lacking chances, but when opportunity knocks, do they possess the ability to grasp it? Yiru was curious about just how delectable Shun Yi's buns could be. Surely, they couldn't be superior to those crafted by the chefs at state banquets. Speaking of state banquets, she realized she was quite hungry. It had been a while since she had savored Chef Wang's dishes, and she felt a strong craving. Shun Yi remarked, well, I should head back now. Yiyu, remember to listen to your teacher. Got it, Daddy. Secretary Lu interjected. Then cousin, we should. Yiru quickly interrupted him. Cousin, you should take a taxi back. I just secured a job and will be heading to work soon. Secretary Lu replied, a taxi? Didn't you drive the Benz? Oh, Secretary Lu suddenly understood, casting a meaningful glance at Shun Yi. Then cousin, I shall take my leave. Yiru blinked her eyes and said, cousin, take care. Please increase Secretary Lu's salary once more. This remark illustrated that to attain the position of chief secretary, one must possess a remarkable acumen for reading others. Once Secretary Lu departed, Yi Yiru took Shen Yi's hand and exited the classroom. Yi Yu squinted her eyes, harboring a lingering suspicion that this beautiful sister harbored ulterior motives towards her father. Boss, I am ready to commence work immediately. Shen Yi replied with a smile. You may take a day to prepare. Returning tomorrow would suffice. The more days you work, the more salary you earn. Very well, let us return to the shop. All right, we shall take a taxi back. Shen Yi ran his fingers through his hair and flashed a charming smile. I have a car. Yi Yiru teased. Impressive, old classmate. You've purchased a vehicle. What brand is it? Yadi. Unable to contain herself, Yi Yiru burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Shen Yi pretended to be upset. What? Do you look down on your boss? Not at all. I merely wondered if the monthly salary you just mentioned was merely boasting. Shen Yi gave her an enigmatic smile. You'll discover if I was boasting at noon when we open the shop. Shen Yi led Yi Yiru to a small electric scooter. He sat in front and handed her a little yellow duck helmet, patting the back seat. Get on. The scooter began to sway. Yi Yiru's arm wrapped around Shen Yi's waist, providing a delightful sensation on his back, soft and warm. Shen Yi stiffened, his face slightly reddening. Cough, Yiru. You don't need to hold on so tightly. There's a backrest, you want to fall. What? Do you find my closeness bothersome? That's not what I meant. Oh dear, enough. Let's south, just drive. Yi Yiru leaned her cheek against Shen Yi's back, gently inhaling the faint scent of sweat, which was not unpleasant at all. Her hands were also rather mischievous. Wow, Shen Yi, your physique is exceptional. 8-pack abs and a well-defined chest. Shen Yi slammed the brakes, nearly losing control of the vehicle. After a stern reprimand to Yi Yiru, she finally calmed down. Meanwhile, a man in a Ferrari observed Shen Yi and Yi Yiru playfully flirting on a shabby electric scooter, their laughter echoing, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. Why would such a beautiful woman be interested in this impoverished fellow? Isn't a Ferrari more appealing? Is being handsome enough to do as one pleases? Glancing at the woman in the passenger seat, he suddenly found her less appealing, her heavy makeup somewhat repulsive. I'll take you home, he stated. The woman exclaimed, What's wrong, darling? Aren't we heading to the hotel? She clung to his arm. I've practiced several difficult poses. He shrugged her off, coolly replying, No need. I've suddenly realized you're not worthy of me. Shen Yi had never driven such a taxing vehicle. A 10-minute journey took an exhausting 20 minutes, during which he nearly crashed multiple times. Were it not for his adept driving skills, they would have had to make an unscheduled visit to the hospital. At last, they arrived at the shop, only to find a queue forming outside. Yet, it was only 10:40. The opening time was 11. Upon seeing Shen Yi return, a woman exclaimed, Manager Shen, you've finally come back. Hasten to open the establishment. My son consumed your delightful buns this morning and has expressed his desire for more, declaring he would forego lunch in favor of your exquisite offerings. The crowd chimed in unison. Indeed, Manager Shen, do open your store promptly. We have been waiting for half an hour already. Shen Yi reassured them. Please remain patient. We shall commence operations at 11 o'clock. No need to queue up in advance. A portly gentleman, bespectacled and rather assertive, interjected, Manager Shen, it seems you lack understanding. If we do not queue now, we shall be faced with a much longer wait later. Another voice echoed in agreement. Indeed, Manager Shen, your buns are simply delectable. What if they sell out before we get our hands on them? Yi Yiru was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Yi's business would thrive to such an extent. What manner of bun could compel patrons to arrive 20 minutes, or even half an hour, early to queue? An elderly lady, gazing at Yi Yiru, praised, Manager Shen. Is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. It's no wonder your daughter is so lovely. Several envious gentlemen could barely contain their jealousy, imagining if they had chakra, they would activate their Sharingan. Oh, how unfair. Handsome, successful, with a stunning wife and an adorable daughter. What a quintessential winner in life. Clearly, the news of Shen Yi's divorce had not yet spread widely, as the two elderly ladies nearby seemed to hold little sway in the local gossip network. Shen Yi quickly clarified, Dear lady, you are mistaken. This is my university classmate, here to assist me due to a shortage of staff. Instantly, the men's gazes ignited with fervor. Manager Shen is already married? Does this imply they might still have a chance? Long live Manager Shen, a man of virtue. Yet, Yi Yiru felt a tinge of disappointment. Shen Yi consistently maintained an inexplicable distance from her. Nevertheless, she resolved to break through this barrier. Humph. Shen Yi, beware. You cannot elude my grasp. However, The success of this endeavor hinges upon convincing Yuyo. I must devise a strategy to persuade her. Shun-e ushered Yiru into the shop and lowered the roll-up door. Yiru, crossing her arms, appeared apprehensive. Boss, what are you planning to do? Shin-e shot her an exasperated glance. It is not yet time to open. Therefore, we cannot let anyone in. He had come to fully comprehend Yiru's playful nature, somewhat mischievous and slightly risky, yet undeniably charming. Clearing his throat, he declared, I have a child now. I need to deliver some buns to the kindergarten. Can you manage the shop while I'm away? Of course, no problem. Yiru responded eagerly. Shin-e meticulously outlined various details, such as the prices of the buns, packaging methods, where to find utensils, and instructions for the dishwasher. He then prepared several buns, packaging them with precision. Soup dumplings, beef buns, pork buns, and chive and egg buns. All were carefully placed into 15 containers, filling 2 large plastic bags to the brim. He continued to wrap more buns, ensuring the steamer was completely filled. Yiru watched in astonishment at his deft and rapid technique. His skill was truly remarkable. Moreover, the profile of Shun-e when he focused was undeniably handsome. Yiru's gaze towards Shun-e brimmed with affection and admiration. This was the man she truly adored. That other suitor from her childhood was simply too effeminate. She undoubtedly favored the robust charm exuded by Shun-e. Chapter 20. The astonished Yiru. By the way, Yiru, if you're feeling hungry, you may indulge in some steamed buns to tide you over. We shall be occupied until 1 in the afternoon. Yiru quickly turned her head away, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she replied, Then I'll have a soup dumpling. Extracting a single soup dumpling with a utensil, she placed it on a plate. The dumpling, glistening and translucent, revealed the broth within, resembling a delicate crystal creation. Merely its appearance had already captivated Yiru's heart. As she bit into it, savoring the broth, she was taken aback by the exquisite flavor. So delicious. Yiru squinted her eyes in delight. Showcasing her refinement as a food blogger, beautiful phrases flooded her mind, distilled into 2 simple yet profound words. Oh my. This was simply too fragrant. Yiru cast aside the demure eating habits she had upheld for 20 years, taking large bites. The elastic dough encased a generous, juicy filling, bursting forth with rich aromas. The sweet fragrance of pork, the piquancy of scallions and ginger, perfectly balanced with saltiness. Each chew tantalized her taste buds. This soup dumpling was extraordinary. Yiru was astonished. This flavor surpassed that of a national banquet chef. She could assert with absolute certainty, Shin-e, did you truly make this dumpling? Shin-e's expression darkened as he turned slightly, revealing the dumplings he had prepared on the cutting board. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Yiru's cheeks flushed as she hastily added, I merely find it hard to believe that your dumpling tastes better than those crafted by a national banquet chef. Shun-e raised an eyebrow. Have you actually experienced a national banquet? Yiru's heart skipped a beat. How foolish of me to let that slip. Well, national banquet chefs don't only cook for national banquets, you know. It's merely an honorary title. Many high-end hotels pay a fortune to hire them. Although the dishes are costly, they are indeed delectable. Shin-e nodded. Oh, I see. Yiru exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding the revelation of her identity as a wealthy heiress. However, a twinge of unease lingered. All right, don't you have to head to the kindergarten? Hurry along. Shin-e nodded. If the dumplings run out, just ask the customers to wait a moment. Surely not. In just 20 minutes, 2 steamers of dumplings cannot possibly sell out. Yiru expressed her disbelief. Shin-e smiled enigmatically. You remain unaware of my prowess. He lifted the roll-up door, stepping out to announce to the customers that the shop was open before riding away. Instantly, patrons filed in, filling the entire dining establishment. Miss, I would like 5 soup dumplings and 10 beef buns to go. I've sent the payment. Miss, I'll take 3 beef buns and 5 chive and egg buns. Payment received. Yiru was taken aback by the frenzy. These customers were astonishingly enthusiastic. She had frequented bustling, trendy eateries before, but most of those patrons were merely seeking attention. Shin-e, however, certainly would not resort to such tactics. These customers were genuine. Please hold on a moment. I will be right there. Yiru busily flitted about in a state of mild panic. However, possessing an innate intelligence and having been a quick learner throughout her life, she swiftly adapted within mere minutes. The work progressed in an orderly fashion. Yet, to her dismay, she had to apologize. I'm terribly sorry, but we have sold out of buns. How could they be gone already? She lamented. Manager Shun, please hurry and prepare more buns. Didn't you say you would be open until 1 o'clock? Yiru quickly explained. Shin, he had to step out for an errand. We'll need to wait about 20 minutes. If you'd prefer, you could return later. Well, I suppose I shall wait here then. I can wait. Manager Shin's culinary skills are certainly worth the wait. My grandson will soon be done with school. Alas, I should send my husband to pick him up, lest I fail to procure any buns and face the scolding of my family. The shop was filled to capacity, causing Yiru to rub her face in exasperation. Shin, he does not deceive me. This business is truly thriving. In just over 10 minutes, the revenue approached a staggering 1,500 yuan, quite astonishing. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan hardly seemed substantial when considering merely 2 days' worth of earnings. Seizing the moment, Yiru began to tidy the dining tables, placing plates and chopsticks into the dishwasher, all the while anxiously awaiting Shun-E's return. After all, being scrutinized by a throng of hungry patrons was indeed a source of considerable psychological pressure. Meanwhile, Shun-E had arrived at the kindergarten. Teacher Lu, having received the message, awaited him at the entrance. Yuyo's father, she called out, I brought the buns for you. They're rather heavy, so please be careful. Teacher Lu, she inquired, how much do I owe you? I'll transfer the amount to you via WeChat shortly. Shin-E quickly waved his hand, saying, Teacher Lu, your help in promoting my business is already a great favor. I couldn't possibly accept payment. That won't do, Yuyo's father. I must pay you, she insisted. Shin-E pondered for a moment, then replied, how about considering this batch of buns as an advertisement fee? We can settle up next time. With that, he bid farewell to Teacher Lu, who smiled wryly as she watched him depart. Yuyo's father truly possesses impeccable character. Interacting with him is genuinely pleasant, akin to basking in the gentle warmth of spring. I must do my utmost to promote his business. The kindergarten housed over 120 children, with a total of 36 faculty members, including the principal and vice principal. This included homeroom teachers, life skills instructors, physical education teachers, and various subject educators, along with healthcare professionals. Security personnel, chefs, and gardeners were not counted among them. There were 4 classes each for the small, medium, and large groups, with an average of 10 children per class, each overseen by a homeroom teacher and a life skills instructor. Teacher Lu served as the homeroom teacher for Yuyo's class. The teachers' offices were collectively situated in a single building, with 2 teachers sharing each office. Teacher Lu entered the office to find the physical education teacher, Yu Qingqing, practicing yoga, her graceful form beautifully displayed. Typically, physical education classes were held in the afternoon at the gym, making this time ideal for her to be in the office. Lu Jia, what are you carrying? Teacher Lu smiled. Qingqing, you are in for a treat. Stop your yoga for a moment and come have a taste. With that, Teacher Lu revealed 2 boxes of buns and opened them. One of the boxes contained 2 succulent soup dumplings, while the other held 4 beef buns. Both individuals' eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. These soup dumplings were truly a feast for the eyes. They exchanged knowing smiles, each having the same thought. Teacher Lu scooped one soup dumpling with a plastic lid and handed disposable utensils to Yu Qingqing. Here, Qingqing, give it a try. These are made by Yu's father. The mention of Yu's father conjured a handsome face in Yu Qingqing's mind. I must savor this. Teacher Lu and Yu Qingqing began to eat together. The moment they bit into the dumpling's skin, the office was instantly filled with an intoxicating aroma. This broth is incredibly delicious. With each bite, they were captivated by the rich flavors. The 2 fell silent, quickly devouring the dumplings, only to be met with astonished expressions reflecting in each other's eyes. How can these soup dumplings be this divine? Teacher Lu was genuinely astonished by such exquisite taste, having thought that the beef buns were already exceptional. Little did he know, these soup dumplings were Yu's father's secret weapon. Yu's father is simply remarkable. His culinary skills could rival those of a 5-star hotel chef. Yu Qingqing gazed at him with admiration, wishing that Shun-E were single. Surely, even dishes prepared by a 5-star chef could not surpass the flavors crafted by Yu's father. Qingqing, would you like to enjoy these dumplings every day? Yu Qingqing nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Absolutely. Teacher Lu smiled knowingly. Then we must strive to persuade the 2 principals and other teachers. Sister Lu, I will follow your lead in whatever you decide. Chapter 21. Nonsense. Can we be careless about what the children eat? Teacher Lu leaned closer to Yu Qingqing's ear. Let us proceed like this, and then like that. Understand? Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up, This method was brilliant. She nodded. Got it, I'll go right away. Grabbing a plastic bag, Yu Qingqing hurriedly exited the office and knocked on the door of another office. This particular office belonged to two male teachers who were engrossed in a game. Come on. Seriously, I can't believe this guy. I'm impressed with you too. Ever since I teamed up with you, I've dropped from diamond to platinum status. Ding ding ding, Mr. Wong. Mr. Lee, may I come in? The two immediately shut off their phones and hid them away. But in the next moment, they realized it wasn't the principal's voice. It's been so long since I graduated high school. Why do I still have such a reflex? From the sound, it seemed to belong to the new female university student from a prestigious school. She was quite lovely. Mr. Wong quickly adjusted his attire and ran his fingers through his hair. Ahem, please come in. Yu Qingqing entered with a smile. I hope I'm not interrupting you. The two shook their heads vigorously. Not at all, not at all. Mr. Lee inquired. Is there something you need, teacher Yu? Yu Qingqing placed a takeout box on the desk. Could I ask you both to try these buns? Buns. Did you make them, teacher Yu? Yu Qingqing waved her hand. No, they were made by a parent of one of our students. They are absolutely delicious, and I'm certain you will love them. Oh, we thought they were the heartfelt creations of teacher Yu. Both men expressed a hint of disappointment. However, seeing the earnest expression on teacher Yu's face, they found it truly difficult to refuse. Teacher Wong opened the lunchbox, saying, Let me have a taste first. Yu Qingqing clasped her hands together, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, teacher Wong. Upon taking a bite, she discovered it was a beef bun. Suddenly, teacher Wong froze in place, his mouth still chewing incessantly. This is a bun. Teacher Lee swallowed hard, puzzled by teacher Wong's reaction. Is it particularly unpalatable? However, the bun looks quite appealing and smells delightful. To her astonishment, teacher Wong found the bun extraordinarily delicious. He finished the one in his hand in just 2 bites and eagerly reached for another. Within 10 seconds, he devoured 3 buns, and the plastic container held only 4. Seeing teacher Wong's relentless appetite, teacher Lee grew anxious and quickly pulled the container closer, exclaiming, Leave one for me. Yu Qingqing sighed in relief. Everything was progressing smoothly. Teacher Wong, teacher Lee, do you wish to enjoy these buns every day? Teacher Lee, with his cheeks puffed up like a squirrel's, replied, Absolutely. They are so fragrant. I could eat 3 meals a day. Teacher Wong nodded in agreement. Teacher Yu, the ones you are holding are all buns. Yu Qingqing affirmed with a nod. Could we get another box? I barely tasted the flavor. But you just had 3. She protested. Yu Qingqing shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry, teacher Wong. These need to be shared with the other teachers for tasting. Very well. Teacher Wong sighed like a salted fish without salt. Teacher Lee swallowed the last of his bun and hurriedly inquired, Where is this shop? I must go there after work. Yu Qingqing, with a twinkle in her eye, suggested, I have a better idea. If it works out, we can enjoy these buns in the kindergarten cafeteria from now on. Both men's eyes lit up, intrigued by this prospect. We must boast about these buns daily. Quickly, tell us how? We just need to do this and that. After listening, both teacher Wong and teacher Lee thumped their chests in unison, proclaiming, No problem. Meanwhile, teacher Lu was also making smooth progress. The two of them transformed into formidable warriors, their buns akin to the legendary green dragon crescent blade. They traversed through numerous offices, winning the loyalty of every teacher they met, ultimately reaching the principal's office. The principal, Ding Huanjun, a middle-aged man clad in a brownish-yellow suit, bore a resemblance to the kindergarten principal from Crayon Shinchan. He appeared somewhat stern but had a gentle disposition. At that moment, he was engrossed in processing documents, specifically those concerning donations from esteemed alumni's parents. Why is it that each day, someone donates money? The vice principal, Li Chongshan, chuckled. What's wrong? Are you displeased that people are donating? Not at all. It's just that there is so much money, I don't know how to spend it. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Principal, may I come in? Please, come in. Teacher Lu entered, greeting, Hello, principal, and you too, vice principal. Li Chongshan nodded with a smile. Teacher Lu, carry on with your work. I'm merely here to deliver a document. Teacher Lu placed a plastic container filled with soup buns on the principal's desk. Ding Huanjun inquired, puzzled. Teacher Lu, what is this? Teacher Lu replied with a smile. I would like you to taste a bun. Ding Huanjun, a cunning old fox, refrained from hastily opening the lunchbox. Instead, he smiled gently and remarked, Teacher Lu, you surely have more in mind than merely having me taste the buns. Teacher Lu nodded affirmatively. Director, I wish for the cafeteria to include these buns on the menu, and the other teachers concur. Ding Huanjin shook his head disapprovingly. Oh, Teacher Lu, we must not be careless regarding what the children consume. He felt a twinge of disappointment towards Teacher Lu, suspecting that the buns might have originated from Lu's family or a relative's establishment. Alas, how could one extend a corrupt hand towards innocent children? Some profits are simply not worth pursuing. Such actions violate the ethics of teaching. At that moment, a group of teachers suddenly appeared at the door, rushing inside. Director, we have all sampled the buns, and they are undoubtedly delicious, exclaimed one. Indeed, I've never tasted such delectable buns in my life. Li Chongshan, witnessing the scene, was taken aback and spontaneously chimed in. Old Ding, why not have a taste yourself? He still held a measure of trust in Teacher Lu's character. Ding Huanjin slammed the table in frustration. You are being utterly ridiculous. He glared at the buns before him, his anger mounting. Very well, I shall give them a try. If they are unsatisfactory, I will have to dock Teacher Lu's bonus and issue a formal reprimand. Such incidents must be strictly prohibited in our kindergarten. We shall not allow filthy money to tarnish our institution. He picked up a bun and took a bite, chewing slowly as everyone fell into a hushed silence, watching intently. It was the first time they had witnessed the director in such a rage. With an impassive expression, the director finished eating and surveyed the crowd, then slammed the table again. Nonsense. Why are we only discussing this now? Teacher Lu, tell me where this establishment is located. I shall investigate immediately. If the hygiene standards meet our requirements, I will sign a contract without delay. Teacher Lu, startled by the director's words, finally exhaled in relief. Director, you nearly frightened me to death. Ding Huanjin chuckled. I had intended to reprimand you thoroughly, but these buns are truly exceptional, deserving of my leniency. I have decided. From now on, our kindergarten will procure buns from this establishment, free of charge, as a benefit for all the teachers and children. After all, I have funds that I do not know how to spend. Oh, the director is so impressive. Another chimed in. I must confess, the director is indeed magnificent. Xiao Wang, your bonus for this month is gone. No, director, I was wrong. Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 22. We are not suitable. No, we are quite suitable. As Shun Yi returned to the shop, he was blissfully unaware of the monumental developments at the kindergarten. Upon seeing him, the once quiet establishment erupted with excitement. Cui Yongjin immediately stood up. Ah, Brother Shin, you have finally returned. Hurry and prepare the buns. Wang Duo complained. Manager Shun, if you do not come back soon, I shall resort to gnawing on the table. Shin Yi quickly reassured them. Everyone, please be patient. I will get to it right away. However, Lu Tony, ever shrewd, silently dashed to the front of the kitchen and formed a queue. Goodness, that rascal is quite clever. That second spot is mine. Do not compete with me, he thought. Are you all so bold as to vie with me, an old lady? Shun Yi squeezed into the kitchen, only to find Yiru crouched on the floor, looking up at him with an expression tinged with grievance. You finally returned. Do you have any idea what it feels like to be stared at by a crowd of famished diners for 20 minutes? I felt as though they were about to devour me, she lamented. Shun Yi scratched his head. I'm truly sorry. I will begin making dumplings right away. With utmost seriousness, Shun Yi washed his hands thoroughly. The dough had already risen, and the meat filling was prepped and chilling in the refrigerator. All that was left was to roll out the dough and wrap the dumplings. The queue of diners, growing increasingly impatient, decided to watch Shun Yi at work. Some even pulled out their phones to record videos. It must be said, witnessing Shun Yi make dumplings was a delight. His fluid movements were smoother than indulging in a piece of Dove chocolate. With a push and a pull, a small piece of dough transformed into a thin, elastic wrapper. A flick of his wrist sent the filling soaring onto the dough. The wrapper spun in his hands, embracing the filling as his fingers deftly pinched the pleats, completing the perfect soup dumpling in the blink of an eye. An elderly lady exclaimed, Manager Shun, your skills are truly remarkable. Mine never turn out this lovely. Do you have any secrets? Shun Yi smiled. Practice makes perfect. The lady replied, Manager Shun, are you under the impression that practice alone suffices? This technique is not something one can master simply through repetition. My mind has grasped it, but my hands will need another lifetime. Yiru silently observed Shun Yi from behind, a slight smile gracing her lips amidst the patron's praises. Soon enough, 2 steamers of dumplings were ready. Shun Yi and Yiru busied themselves as the sound of QR code payments chimed incessantly, akin to a never-ending revelry. Time flew by, and the ingredients were consumed just as swiftly. By 1 in the afternoon, Apart from the dumplings set aside for themselves, everything had been sold. Only about 10 customers remained in the shop, prompting Shun-Yi to express his apologies. As the shop quieted down, Shun-Yi and Yi Yiru tackled the cleaning together, then sat down in chairs, exchanging smiles. The midday revenue exceeded that of the morning. The total earnings reached 4,352, and combined with the morning's, nearly 8,000 long coins had been amassed. Shun-Yi couldn't help but feel exhilarated. By evening, he would have enough points for a lottery draw. He wondered what culinary delights he might win next. At that moment, a figure entered the shop. Yi Yiru rose and said, "I'm sorry, but we are closed." Ding Huanjun nodded in acknowledgement, said nothing, and walked straight into the kitchen for a glance. Quite nice. Clean and sanitary, he observed. Then his gaze fell upon the business license and various certifications displayed on the wall, relieving his previously anxious heart. "You must be Manager Shun," he remarked. To which Shun-Yi nodded. "Indeed, that's me." Ding Huanjun produced his business card. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ding Huanjun, the principal of Shuangye Kindergarten." Shun-Yi was taken aback, quickly rising to accept the card and shaking Ding Huanjun's hand. "Principal Ding, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask what brings you here?" "I'm here to discuss signing a contract with you." Shun-Yi's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that Teacher Lu had succeeded. The two then engaged in discussion, ultimately reaching a mutual agreement. Shun-Yi is required to provide the kindergarten with 50 soup dumplings, beef buns, pork buns, and chive egg buns each morning and noon for at least 3 days from Monday to Friday, amounting to a total of 2,100 dragon coins. Moreover, the affluent Ding Huanjun has decided to grant Shun-Yi an additional salary as an external chef for the kindergarten, which will be factored into the price of the buns. This sums up to 900 coins per day, totaling 3,000 dragon coins. Over the course of a month, excluding weekends, this would comfortably exceed 40 to 50,000 dragon coins. The timings will not clash with the shop's opening hours, allowing Shun-Yi a 20-minute window to prepare, albeit with a bit of extra effort. However, he is brimming with enthusiasm and undaunted by the hardships. The transportation will be managed by the kindergarten, as the principal intends to purchase a dedicated catering vehicle for deliveries. Principal Ding has already covered a week's payment of 9,000 dragon coins, with an additional 6,000 dragon coins if the full 5 days are completed. A notification chimed in Shun-Yi's mind. He had amassed 10,000 points and could now enter a lottery. Yet, he chose to dismiss it for the moment and first saw off Principal Ding. Initially, Principal Ding had offered a lucrative salary of 100,000 dragon coins per month to hire him as the dedicated chef for the kindergarten, but Shun-Yi declined. He believed he could earn 200,000, or perhaps even more in a month. While the kindergarten job might be less demanding, he preferred to manage his shop. Upon returning to the store, Yi Yiru had prepared the buns and was waiting for Shun-Yi to return so they could share a meal, although both had already had lunch. After 2 hours of activity, they were nearly ready for another bite. Yi Yiru waved him over, saying, Come, sit down. I'm starving." Shun-Yi chuckled. "Yiru, you can start eating." He then took a seat opposite her. Surprisingly, Yi Yiru pushed the plate to his right side and moved to sit beside him. "All right, let us eat." Shun-Yi, not one to be oblivious, was quite perceptive. He understood that Yi Yiru harbored feelings for him. After quietly finishing his soup dumplings and contemplating for a long while, he finally resolved to speak. "Yiru, we are not suited for each other." Yi Yiru's heart skipped a beat. She set down her chopsticks, feigning confusion. "What do you mean we're not suited?" Shun-Yi gazed calmly into her eyes. "You like me, but truly, we are incompatible. Rather than getting entangled, it is better to sever ties cleanly. It will hurt for a moment, but is ultimately for the best for both of us." Yi Yiru let out a small laugh. "Old classmate, how have you become so thick-skinned? I don't like you. You're not misunderstanding something from this morning, are you?" Shun-Yi continued to look at her steadily. Yi Yiru, feeling flustered, averted her gaze. "I'm full. I'll head back now. By the way, I'll take some dumplings back for my best friend." "You won't mind, right, boss?" Shun-Yi shook his head. "Not at all." With her head down, Yi Yiru entered the kitchen to pack the dumplings. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her hand. It was the tear she had shed. It dawned on her how painful it was to be rejected by someone she cherished. She had previously mocked the female protagonists in Korean dramas who cried over such rejections, thinking if it were her, she would simply move on to the next without a second thought. However, when such an event truly transpired in her life, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a secluded place to weep. "Yi Yiru, clutching a plastic bag, lowered her gaze as she exited the shop. Shun-yi remained seated, his back turned towards her. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded into the distance until it vanished completely, prompting Shun-yi to slowly clench his fists. He was uncertain whether the choice he had made was right or wrong, yet a hint of regret began to surface within him. He exhaled deeply, vigorously rubbing his face to suppress his emotions, before rising to close the shop and retreat to his rented room for a brief rest. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Yiru pressed her hands against the glass door, panting as she exclaimed, "Shun-yi, listen well, I will not give up. If you refuse to agree, I shall seek out Yu. Humph. I refuse to believe that Yu would want a stepmother and you still wouldn't consent." With that, she dashed away. Shun-yi stood there, momentarily stunned, watching her retreating figure until it disappeared from sight. After a long pause, he touched his face and realized he was smiling. Chapter 23, The Lottery. New culinary skills. Shun-yi secured the shop door and returned to his rented accommodation. The peak of summer enveloped the day in sweltering heat, turning the midday hours into an oppressive ordeal, with the cicadas outside seemingly silenced, likely succumbing to the heat. Shun-yi switched on the air conditioning, setting it to a cool 26 degrees, and brought in the standing fan from the living room to enhance the breeze. The room quickly became refreshing, yet his heart remained restless. Sigh. With this turmoil, he found himself at a loss for how to face Yiru that evening. It felt so awkward. Although he had married young and had a child, his experience in romance was virtually non-existent. Well, he decided to set that aside for now. Gazing at the ceiling, he silently recited, "System, I am here. Please assist me in tallying my current points." Detected daily revenue, 16,586 dragon coins, automatically converted into 16,586 points. The conditions for the lottery have been met once. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Shun-yi hesitated before clicking. Instead, he opted for a refreshing cold shower to calm his mind. Afterward, he searched for an image of Buddha on his phone and placed it on the table for a moment of reverence. "Buddha, grant me your blessings." "System, let us proceed with the lottery. Lottery in progress, please hold on." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine culinary skill for fish. The fish dishes you create will now be the most delectable in the world." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement. First Points Redemption Lottery. Reward, Divine Fried Rice Skill. Your fried rice will now be the most delicious in the world. Attention, any divine culinary skills obtained through the system lottery will receive a 30 enhancement in taste." Before Shun-yi could fully rejoice, 2 orbs of white light surged into his mind. A refreshing sensation washed over him, soothing the heat within. His consciousness expanded with countless culinary techniques pertaining to fish. Fresh, succulent fish were filleted, descaled, and gutted with precision before being plunged into boiling water, sizzling oil, or over charcoal flames, prepared through steaming, stir-frying, or grilling. Steam base, braised carp, grilled grass carp. After a full minute, Shun-yi had mastered these dishes completely. What an extraordinary gain. Shun-yi clenched his fists in triumph. It turns out that a seemingly simple dish of steamed sea bass carries profound significance. Firstly, the fish must be fresh and succulent, with an appropriate weight. This is the most critical step and demands the utmost discernment and experience from the chef. For the average person, selecting the finest fish from a seafood market is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps only the seasoned can identify the freshest catch. Often, the best fish are inconspicuous, like an uncut jade that could easily be overlooked. Only those with a keen eye can seize such treasures. However, for Shun-yi, this is no longer a challenge. His acuity surpasses that of fishermen with decades of experience. He has become the king of the sea, ruling over all fish as his subjects. With just a glance and a touch, any fish reveals its secrets to him, as if illuminated by a magical lens. Every detail becomes apparent. The spawning period, the origin, whether it is male or female, the firmness of the flesh, and the most suitable culinary applications. Furthermore, he can intuitively discern where to cut, how to remove the internal organs and bones without marred appearance, all of which manifest in vivid clarity within his mind. Next comes the method of cooking, the most challenging aspect that truly tests a chef's skills. It is essential to understand that each fish varies in weight, texture, and freshness. This is why the same chef may produce different textures in steamed, braised, or grilled fish. Yet, for Shun-yi, this is not a concern. He can instantly devise a unique cooking process for each fish, ensuring that the texture of the same species, prepared in the same manner, reaches its zenith. This is the most formidable aspect of his extraordinary culinary prowess. But the accolades do not end there. He also possesses remarkable skills in preparing fried rice. Although it may not rival his fish cooking techniques, adding another dish is certainly advantageous. Fried rice primarily consists of rice and eggs, a seemingly simple home-style dish that one might think requires little more than having hands to make. But is it truly that simple? To consider fried rice as merely cold rice mixed with an egg and stir-fried is utterly mistaken. Such a notion is a grave insult to fried rice. The key lies in the enticing aroma of the rice, its soft and bouncy texture, and the tenderness of the eggs. Achieving this requires meticulous attention to the steaming process of the rice, a foundational element of this culinary pyramid. If the base is unstable, the entire structure may collapse. How one selects the rice, the number of rinses, the precise water-to-rice ratio during steaming, the optimal cooking duration, and the ideal cooling temperature. All these nuances significantly influence the rice's texture. The rice produced by a master chef is plump, non-sticky, and gleaming with a lustrous sheen, each mouthful bursting with fragrant delight. In contrast, the rice you prepare may turn out hard and dry, unpalatable even to a dog. This is the power of detail. Finally, we arrive at the step of stir-frying the rice. This phase is even more critical. If the rice serves as the foundation of the pyramid, then this step determines the pyramid's magnificent appearance. The appearance may not be pleasing, yet what significance does a solid foundation hold if one possesses no skill? It is akin to dedicating a decade to mastering the basics, establishing a firm groundwork, yet lacking any martial prowess, resorting only to rudimentary techniques. How can one triumph over adversaries? However, with the assistance of divine techniques, Shin-Yi effortlessly mastered the art. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner excitement. In the afternoon, he planned to purchase a few perch to experiment with steaming them. As for fried rice, he intended to buy some high-quality Wuchang rice from the supermarket. Thus, he decided to take a brief rest, setting an alarm to sleep until 2 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Yi-Yiru returned to her rented apartment, somewhat dazed. Upon opening the door, she caught a glimpse of a figure rummaging through the kitchen, producing rustling sounds. It was her wild roommate, Han Xiaoming, a professional gaming live streamer, who was likely awakened by hunger after her nocturnal escapades. Yi-Yiru collapsed onto the sofa, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest. Her gaze fixed vacantly on the floor, her thoughts consumed by Shin-Yi. Han Xiaoming peeked out from the kitchen, her face lighting up with surprise. "Yiru, you're back. Did you bring me anything delicious?" "Uh-huh. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to let me starve at home." Han Xiaoming bounced out. Dressed simply in a top and pink shorts adorned with a character from a cartoon, her long, fair legs captivating. She picked up the bag, sniffing it. "It smells wonderful. Is this steamed buns?" Oblivious to Yi-Yiru's current state of despondency, she opened the food container. "Wow, Yiru. Did you find money on the way, or did you yield and decide to come home? These soup dumplings must cost 188, right?" Having tasted dumplings crafted by national banquet chefs, Han Xiaoming recognized the quality immediately. She touched them, finding them not too hot. Biting into the skin, she slurped the broth, which was slightly cooled, yet the aroma was perfectly encapsulated, released by the warmth of her mouth like a delayed fragrance bomb. Boom. Han Xiaoming closed her eyes, savoring it as if tasting a fine vintage wine. The flavors of scallions and pork, balanced with just the right amount of salt and a hint of spice, were exquisite. "Could you refrain from making such noises while eating?" Yi-Yiru remarked, yet Han Xiaoming paid her no mind, fixated solely on one thought, consuming the dumplings. She drained the broth, causing the dumpling to collapse. Taking a hefty bite, the cooling temperature rendered the skin more taut and elastic, presenting a distinctly different experience compared to when served steaming hot. Yet both experiences shared a singular trait: deliciousness. Unable to contain herself, Han Xiaoming stood on her tiptoes, slowly savoring each bite, as if she were in a culinary paradise. But in the next moment, the golden dream shattered as the last dumpling vanished. "Oh, why is there only one dumpling?" Han Xiaoming slumped down, despondent. This feeling was akin to the initial taste of forbidden fruit. The dopamine rush had yet to peak, while her rival had already surrendered. With a sense of resignation, I reluctantly picked up another bun to sample. These buns are quite delectable as well." Han Xiaoming, in high spirits, transformed into a famished wolf, employing both hands as she embarked on a frenzied eating spree. In less than 15 minutes, the 2 boxes of buns were consumed. Chapter 24. He responded. Han Xiaoming, with her round belly protruding, reclined on the couch. Glancing at Yi Yiru, who lay nearby, a mischievous thought sprang to her mind. In an instant, she leaned towards Yi Yiru, releasing a long, hearty belch. The belch resonated like a thunderous roar from the abyss. Delightful. Han Xiaoming dashed away but, after a moment, noticed that Yi Yiru had not pursued her. Turning back, she saw Yi Yiru with reddened eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks, a sight that tugged at Han Xiaoming's heartstrings. Alarmed, Han Xiaoming wondered if her belch had been particularly foul. Yiru, please don't cry. I'm sorry, darling. Tonight, I'll let you burp in my face too. Yi Yiru sniffed, silently turning away, presenting her back to Han Xiaoming. Woo-woo, returning here was a regrettable choice. Yiru, my dear, please forgive me. Han Xiaoming gently nudged Yi Yiru's back, blowing cool air against her ear and neck, while her hands tickled her friend. Come on, laugh a little. Yi Yiru stifled her laughter, her face flushing, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to retaliate against her mischievous friend. Softly, she said, Xiaoming, I just want to be alone for a bit. That's not acceptable. You must forgive me first. Yi Yiru, slightly exasperated, replied, I am not angry. Oh, but you are. Han Xiaoming insisted, continuing her relentless tickling assault. Yi Yiru gritted her teeth, reaching her limit. She seized Han Xiaoming's wrist. What are you doing? Han Xiaoming felt an overwhelming force pulling her forward, stumbling and kneeling on the ground. Panicked, she exclaimed, Wait, I was wrong. Yi Yiru, evidently unwilling to forgive, leveraged her knees against the couch and executed a shoulder throw, sending Han Xiaoming crashing onto the sofa. Bang! Dazed, Han Xiaoming lay sprawled on the couch. After a moment of confusion, she snapped back to reality. How dare you? Yiru, I am furious. Han Xiaoming sprang up, her fists colliding in a show of defiance. Huh, take this. She swiftly stepped back, raising her right leg high to form a standing split, then brought it down with force. Yi Yiru nimbly leaped aside, dodging just in time, and immediately began to taunt. Humph, Xiaoming, do you think your feeble skills could ever touch me? Oh, how infuriating. The two, both black belts in Taekwondo, immediately engaged in an intense sparring match in the living room. After a lengthy bout, they lay on the couch, breathless from exertion. After such a ruckus, they had worked up quite a sweat. Yi Yiru felt her spirits lifted significantly. Thank you, Xiaoming. You're welcome, Han Xiaoming replied, her expression turning to concern. Yiru, this is the first time I've seen you cry. What on earth happened? With her head bowed, Yi Yiru spoke softly. I have a friend. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully. In other words, you did not confess your feelings. Yet that man sensed your affection and preemptively rejected you. Yi Yiru nervously dug her toes into the sofa, her face flushed, and softly protested, It was my friend. Not me. Han Xiaoming rolled her eyes in disbelief, but replied, All right. It's not you, it's your friend. That man is divorced and has a 5-year-old child. Correct? Yi Yiru nodded yes. Yiru, how could your friend be interested in such a situation? Yi Yiru, blushing, acknowledged that having feelings for a married man was indeed a bit inappropriate. Wait, Shun Yi is already divorced. Therefore, pursuing him and seeking love is quite normal. With this thought, Yi Yiru proclaimed confidently, Why do you care so much? Just tell me if you have any ideas. My friend is meeting him this afternoon. Han Xiaoming shook her head and sighed. Yiru, perhaps you should advise your friend to let it go. No, absolutely not. Han Xiaoming was startled by Yi Yiru's intense reaction. All right, we want to give up. We must succeed, okay? After calming Yi Yiru down for a moment, Han Xiaoming suggested, Why not have your friend go to work directly tonight? Yi Yiru poked her right index finger with her left, murmuring, That 1T work, my friend is rather shy. Han Xiaoming continued to propose several ideas, all of which were promptly dismissed by Yi Yiru. This 1T work, that 1T work. Then why not just have him pick you up for work? Yi Yiru's eyes lit up as she glanced at Han Xiaoming, hesitating. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Han Xiaoming sighed in relief, sitting beside Yi Yiru, taking her hand, and earnestly said, Yiru, we are transforming passivity into initiative, leaving the awkwardness to him. What if he doesn't agree? Han Xiaoming pondered. This indeed posed a dilemma. If he doesn't agree, then you can pick up his daughter from school and go to the shop together. Based on your description of his character, he shouldn't scold you. Yi Yiru wholeheartedly agreed. Of course, he has a good temperament. Han Xiaoming distanced herself with a look of disdain. Ugh, women in love are truly disgusting. Right. How do you send a message? 26 keys, 9 grid, handwriting. All options are available. I meant what kind of content to send. Please don't treat me like a fool. You look quite foolish right now. Dingling, dingling. Shun-yi opened his eyes and turned off the alarm. He glanced at his phone and noticed a few unread messages on WeChat. Upon clicking to view, he saw, Shun-yi, can you come pick me up for work this afternoon? My electric bike is broken. The timestamp indicated it was sent 15 minutes ago. Shun-yi didn't think much and casually replied, sure. Meanwhile, 2 minutes earlier, Yiru anxiously stared at her phone, her finger incessantly refreshing the screen. However, Shun-yi had yet to respond, and to make matters worse, her phone indicated that he was online. Oh no, Yiru dropped her phone, burying her head in her knees. Woo, it's been 14 minutes and 23 seconds. P.S. ignoring me. Han Xiaoming seemed indifferent, even pleased by the turn of events. To be honest, she was not particularly keen on Yiru being involved with a divorced man with a child. The girl is usually quite astute. However, once ensnared by the trap of love, she becomes rather foolish, likely to be sold out, and still assist in counting the money. The waters are too deep for her to navigate. Han Xiaoming consoled her, saying, finding a three-legged frog is difficult. Three-legged men are hardly in abundance. Yiru, I must say, your betrothed seems rather splendid. Even I find myself salivating. My husband didn't even find me someone decent, so why not consider him? Yiru shook her head defiantly, exclaiming, I refuse to accept that. If I cannot be with him, I shall drag you back to your home. Han Xiaoming clutched her chest, lamenting, Yiru, I took you in out of kindness, treating you as my dearest friend, yet you repay my goodwill with malice. Those buns we just had were delicious, weren't they? Han Xiaoming swallowed, absolutely. They're even better than what old Yi makes. But why do you ask all of a sudden? Do you still wish to eat them? Recalling the delightful taste of the soup dumplings, Han Xiaoming eagerly nodded, of course. Let us have those dumplings tonight. Yiru beamed, those dumplings were made by him. Han Xiaoming, incredulous, exclaimed, what? Hurry, hand me your phone, I'll handle it. Han Xiaoming was anxious. Being dragged back home was inconsequential. After all, she could escape with her legs. However, missing out on those dumplings would be far worse than death. Given Yiru's personality, she would rather keep the shop's address to herself than divulge it to Han Xiaoming. Ding dong. The notification sound of WeChat echoed. Yiru quickly picked up her phone. Shun-yi, okay. Boom. He replied. Yiru was overwhelmed with joy. Springing up from the sofa and showering Han Xiaoming with kisses before abruptly pushing her away to respond to the message at lightning speed. Han Xiaoming, utterly speechless, wiped the drool from her face. How childish it was to behave like a high school girl in love at their age. Nevertheless, one couldn't help but wonder what kind of man could earn such esteem from Yiru. Or rather, what exceptional qualities must he possess to make Yiru, the cherished daughter of a colossal conglomerate, pursue him? Ding dong. Shun-yi, I'm coming to pick you up now. Yiru swiftly replied, okay. Tossing her phone aside, she dashed into her bedroom, opening a makeup case that had seen little use to prepare herself meticulously. Han Xiaoming called out from within, Yiru, could you not be so over the top? I can't help it. Never mind. I want to concern myself with you. Just remember to bring me some dumplings tonight. Understood. 20 minutes later, Shun-yi arrived at the entrance of an upscale community on his electric scooter, only to be halted by security. He had no choice but to message Yiru, asking her to meet him at the entrance. His feelings were somewhat mixed. He hadn't felt much while responding to her message, but now, standing there, the situation felt rather awkward. Should he greet her with a hello or a casual hi? Chapter 25. Are you jealous? Hey, buddy, waiting for someone? A sleek sports car rolled down its window beside him. A fashionable young man approached Shun-yi and inquired. Were it not for the ostentatious sports car and the man's deliberate display of his Rolex Submariner, this would have been an ordinary exchange. However, it was anything but. Shun-yi replied, I'm waiting for a friend. The man chuckled, I'm also waiting for my girlfriend. I bought her a flat here. What do you do? My friend? Shun-yi thought to himself, what a pretentious fool. He felt reluctant to engage, yet dismissing him would seem impolite, so he decided to humor the charade. Just running a small business, barely making ends meet. A flicker of disdain crossed the man's eyes as he adjusted his tie. Likely another high-end brand that Shun-yi failed to recognize. It seemed he was only showing off for the blind. Business is indeed tough these days, he continued. I returned from studying abroad, worked hard for a few years, and now I've amassed a fortune of several million. This car, a Lamborghini. You recognize it, right? If it weren't for the company image, I wouldn't dare to splurge on it. Costs several million. Otherwise, a Benz, BMW, or Audi would suffice. Wouldn't you agree? In a mere few sentences, he managed to flaunt his wealth 4 times. Shun-yi automatically tuned him out, merely nodding in agreement with a smile. Darling, I'm here. A heavily made-up woman emerged, clutching a handbag and strutting in high heels, her movements somewhat unsteady. She had an appealing figure, dressed appropriately for summer and light. Sheer fabrics that were cool and breezy, achieving a solid 7 out of 10. Upon noticing Shun-yi, she paused momentarily but quickly lost interest when she noticed the electric scooter he was riding. What good is handsomeness if one cannot drive? The man, still playing the gentleman, exited his car to open the door for her. Bro, I'll take my leave. A light, melodious voice interrupted. Shun-yi, sorry for the wait. Yi-Yiru jogged over. Breathless, a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead, indicating she must have rushed the entire way. Shun-yi was momentarily entranced. It was simply because Yi-Yiru resembled a snow lotus spirit emerging from an ink wash painting. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her bright eyes and pearly smile, framed by a delicate face, exuded an enchanting allure. Clad in a fitted, knee-length white dress that radiated purity and grace, paired with short, white-heeled sandals, she resembled a lofty mountain snow lotus, tranquil and elegant. What are you daydreaming about? Yi-Yiru waved a hand in front of Shun-yi's face. He snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. Ah, nothing. Just thought you looked exceptionally beautiful, so I couldn't help but look a bit longer. Really? Yi-Yiru's eyes sparkled with delight, and she felt a wave of relief. She had anticipated an awkward encounter. Unexpectedly, Shun-yi's compliment was so direct that it left her feeling slightly bashful. Shun-yi nodded earnestly. Yes, truly beautiful. He leaned forward slightly and said, let us get in the car. We should grab a few things first. Okay, Yi-Yiru said, adjusting her dress as she slid into the back seat without wrapping her arms around Shun-yi's waist, instead leaning gently against the back of the seat. Hey, gorgeous. The Lamborghini man approached again, while his girlfriend glared at him with gritted teeth. Yi-Yiru furrowed her brow, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay before she even spoke. The man, clearly taken aback by her demeanor, stammered, could I add you on WeChat? Don't get me wrong, my girlfriend lives here too. She expressed a desire to befriend you. To which his girlfriend retorted, stop talking nonsense. After a moment of contemplation, Yi-Yiru tilted her head and smiled. That's fine. Shun-yi straightened his back noticeably, and upon sensing this, Yi-Yiru's smile brightened. The man was left speechless, swallowing hard, utterly captivated by such a stunning woman. Should I scan your code, or will you scan mine? He asked, regaining his composure and excitedly tapping the QR code. Scan mine, please. The addition of friends was successful. Shun-yi inhaled deeply, barely able to contain his excitement. Ahem, Yiru. We must be on our way. Yi-Yiru feigned confusion. Is time really tight? Yes, quite tight. In truth, it was not. Then let us hurry. The absence of a familiar warm touch behind him left Shun-yi with a tinge of disappointment as he abruptly twisted the throttle, launching the electric scooter forward. Yi-Yiru gasped, her upper body propelled forward by an invisible force. A familiar warmth returned behind her. Where there is no opportunity, one must create it. Shun-yi's lips curled into a smile. I'm about to accelerate. Hold on tight. The Lamborghini owner remained rooted in place, resembling a statue of longing. Yiru, what a beautiful name. It was only when the scooter disappeared from view that he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Wow, what a catch. Such an exquisite beauty was truly a gem among gems. The women he had seen online, mass-produced by the 3 great evils, paled in comparison to her. They were akin to roadside weeds beside a blooming lotus in a summer pond, utterly incomparable. As for Shun-yi, he dismissed him entirely. Driving an old electric scooter could never rival his status. What a joke. Apologies, my friend, but you may as well find a corner to weep. Your woman will ultimately succumb to my wealth. As for the present, he chuckled, just a useful fling to enjoy and toss aside. After all, he had only paid the down payment for the house, and the property deed bore someone else's name. He could simply default and vanish when the time came. Excitedly, he clicked on Yi-Yiru's chat window, convinced he had found true love. If it were Yiru, marriage would not be out of the question. Decided, I shall pursue Yiru and never stray again. Yi-Yiru's profile picture featured a playful white kitten in a bathtub. The man grinned foolishly, such good taste. He composed a message and sent it. Hello, Yiru, I'm Yang Xiaoza. Do you also like cats? A red notification popped up. The user Xiao by Meow has activated friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request, and once verified, you may chat. Yang Xiaoza hurled his phone to the ground in frustration. Damn it. The clown is indeed myself. The small electric scooter meandered slowly along the non-motorized lane. A row of towering trees lined the roadside, their lush foliage shielding us from the sweltering rays of sunlight. Just moments ago, my electric vehicle encountered a glitch. I had merely nudged the throttle gently. Shun Yi explained, his face betraying no embarrassment. Yi Yiru, with one hand wrapped around Shun Yi's waist, chuckled softly. I didn't even ask, and yet you have already begun to explain yourself. I feared you might overthink it, he replied. Overthink what? Ahem, in any case. I am quite the serious person. Do not let your thoughts wander astray. Yi Yiru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serious, you say? You possess a rather dark heart. But I find that appealing. Yi Yiru chose not to dismantle Shun Yi's words. What is so funny? I suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote. Oh, after a brief pause, Shun Yi inquired. Yiru, why did you agree to add that person on WeChat? What, are you jealous? Not at all. How could I possibly be jealous? Your friendships are your prerogative. I merely believe that fellow is not of good character and worry you might be taken advantage of. The scent of jealousy wafted through the air. Yi Yiru smirked. It's simply because he is quite wealthy, with a flashy sports car. Riding shotgun must be exhilarating, don't you think? Shun Yi's expression darkened slightly. And that is the reason for your discontent? I must not become angry. I will, sooner or later, earn my own millions. Noticing Shun Yi's silence, Yi Yiru assumed he was upset and quickly added, actually, I deleted him right after adding. Yi Yiru released her hold on Shun Yi's waist, reaching into her bag to retrieve her phone. Here, see for yourself. Shun Yi did not turn his head, but cast a sidelong glance. Indeed deleted. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, lifting his spirits slightly. Suddenly, he felt the urge to race, yet this wretched scooter had a speed limit. Shun Yi remarked nonchalantly, I shall not concern myself with it. You may decide such matters for yourself without worrying about my feelings. Yi Yiru shot him a covert glare. Humph, you are clearly jealous. Yet, she relished this feeling of being cared for. Shun Yi felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks, abruptly twisting the throttle, causing the scooter to surge forward with a jolt. The familiar thrust and sensation returned, and Shun Yi smiled joyfully. Apologies, the electric vehicle has malfunctioned again. Shun Yi, you are doing this on purpose. Chapter 26. If I handle it myself, can it be free? Shun Yi transported Yi Yiru to the Faux Leclerc. Upon locating the parking area, he secured the vehicle. Yi Yiru queried in confusion, aren't we returning to the shop first? Shun Yi crouched down to secure the scooter with a sturdy lock, looking up to say, I plan to introduce 2 new dishes, so I came to purchase some ingredients. What dishes? Yi Yiru asked, her excitement palpable. As a food blogger, her greatest delight lay in savoring diverse cuisines. She intended to film a special episode focused on Shun Yi's soup dumplings to boost his popularity while fulfilling her own laid-back blogging schedule. Shun Yi replied with a smile, egg fried rice and steamed fish. Oh, not bad. Upon hearing these 2 dishes, Yi Yiru displayed a somewhat indifferent demeanor, for they were a tad too commonplace. After all, dumplings could require a bit more finesse. These 2 home-cooked dishes truly require no technical expertise. One merely needs to follow the recipe. Even if one were to present a visually stunning fried rice, how exquisite could it truly taste? Could it possibly resemble the resplendent fried rice depicted in anime? Yi Yiru had once savored fried rice prepared by the finest chefs in upscale restaurants. It looked appealing and was quite fragrant, yet ultimately, it was merely the friction between 2 simple ingredients. How much brilliance could this generate? Moreover, it was rather greasy, quickly becoming cloying after just a few bites. She wasn't particularly fond of it. As for steamed fish, its essence lies in the quality of the fish itself. Culinary skill merely serves as a backdrop. If the fish is of good quality, the steaming process will not yield disappointing results. Steaming, after all, can significantly showcase the inherent deliciousness of the ingredients. However, Shun Yi's modest establishment prioritizes affordability and flavor, which precludes the selection of more expensive fish, thereby compromising quality. Consequently, Yi Yiru held little expectation for these 2 dishes. If sales were lackluster, would Shun Yi feel disheartened? How might she console him? A kiss on the cheek? Might that be too forward? Yiru, what are you smiling about? Oh, nothing. Let us head upstairs. The 3rd floor housed the food section, which which was quite spacious, primarily selling a variety of fresh meats, fruits, vegetables, seafood, grains, snacks, and beverages. The grains section lay to the west, and to reach it, one had to traverse the seafood area. Entering the seafood section felt akin to stepping into an aquarium, with an array of elongated glass tanks and refrigerated displays showcasing an assortment of peculiar freshwater fish and seafood. In front of a 5-meter-long rectangular glass tank, Shin-Yi came to a halt. Oxygen bubbled continuously in the water as numerous bays swam about, some even floating upside down. Yi-Yiru watched with curiosity, having rarely encountered live ingredients. Shin-Yi, are you considering purchasing this fish for steaming? Shin-Yi nodded. Let me take a look first. Nearby, a water station featured a skilled worker assisting customers by selecting fish, expertly removing heads, scales, and entrails. The service cost 5 yuan per fish, which felt somewhat excessive, considering a 2-kilogram base was priced around 25 to 26 yuan. This charge accounted for 1/5 of the selling price. The worker exhibited impressive knife skills, his movements fluid, suggesting years of experience far superior to the average person's. Yet, Shun-Yi internally shook his head. The worker made several mistakes while scaling the fish. One was the excessive angle of the knife, leaving some hidden spots uncleaned. Additionally, he applied too much force, scraping away some of the fish flesh and thereby compromising its pristine appearance, which could detract from its visual appeal. You might argue that such details are trivial as long as the fish is edible, but for Shun-Yi, who had attained masterful culinary techniques in fish preparation, this method was akin to being bound and having his soles tickled, intolerable. Moreover, the worker had not completely cleaned the entrails. Remnants of blood remained. The black membrane inside the fish was not thoroughly scraped, and the fishy line was left intact. All of these oversights would significantly affect the texture of the fish. The fish was not deboned, a task deemed the most challenging, tedious, and time-consuming. Thus, it was understandable that it remained untouched. However, Shin-Yi found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. He resembled a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. Before him, a construction worker, while laying tiles, had mistakenly affixed white tiles in the spot designated for yellow ones. This was intolerable. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush over, push the worker aside, and take over the task. Yet, reason prevailed, restraining him. In summary, the worker's skill in handling fish hovered around a mere 6 out of 10, barely passing. In contrast, Shin-Yi, possessing godlike culinary expertise with fish, naturally achieved full marks. Before long, the worker had finished preparing the fish, packaged it for the customer, and then went to wash his hands. Noticing Shun-Yi's unwavering gaze, he smiled and asked, "Young man, are you interested in buying fish?" Shin-Yi pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "Do you charge for your fish preparation?" The worker chuckled. "You see, the fish I prepare is exceptionally clean. Top-notch here. Whether for soup, braising, or steaming, it's quite good, so 5 yuan is a reasonable fee. And if I prepare it myself, would it be free?" Shin-Yi inquired. The worker raised an eyebrow, questioning whether he was skeptical of Shun-Yi's skills or if he was merely trying to disrupt his business. With a sharp tone, he replied, "Humph. It can be arranged, but if you decide you don't want it after preparing, I want to refund your money. And don't take too long. I can't afford to be delayed." Several patrons nearby overheard the commotion and gathered around. Someone whispered, "What is happening? This handsome guy wants to prepare the fish himself, and doesn't he want to pay?" Another added, "He is reluctant to part with 5 yuan. But Lu's skills in fish preparation are quite impressive. I usually have my fish processed here." Yi-Yiru noticed the growing crowd and worried that Shun-Yi might lose face. She gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Are you really going to prepare the fish here?" Shin-Yi nodded. "Yes, the shop lacks the proper tools. I'll do it here." "All right, I believe in you." Yi-Yiru gave a thumbs up. Shin-Yi felt somewhat bewildered and turned to see the sudden influx of onlookers. Wow, why are there so many people all of a sudden? Lu, the worker, expressed his displeasure. "Young man, you heard what I said, right?" Shin-Yi nodded. "I did. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time." Hearing Shun-Yi consistently use polite language, Lu's expression softened. Although the young man was a bit audacious, he at least displayed good manners. If he struggled later, perhaps Lu could lend a hand. Shin-Yi asked, "Can I choose my own fish?" Lu replied, "Of course, it's customary for customers to select their fish. Just point out which one you want, and I'll catch it for you." Shun-Yi casually pointed, and Lu followed his gaze to a somewhat dazed base, stationary and bubbling at the surface, weighing a little over a pound, utterly unremarkable. However, in Shun's eyes, this base was a female, weighing 768 grams, nearly the ideal weight of 750 grams. This size of base boasts tender, succulent flesh, making it an exquisite ingredient. This particular fish is truly exceptional, with a fat content of approximately 43, surpassing its peers by nearly a percentage point. Not only does it boast superior nutritional value, but its texture is also remarkably tender and smooth, making it ideal for stewing or steaming. Master Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, why not choose another? This one appears almost lifeless, and I certainly don't wish to deceive you. Thank you, but I desire this one, came the firm reply from the young man. Master Lu took a deep breath, feeling somewhat exasperated by the youth's stubbornness. The surrounding patrons began to murmur amongst themselves, observing how the forthright Master Lu was being disregarded. Indeed, the youth of today seldom heed advice, obstinately pursuing their own will, they whispered. However, one must admit, the young man's girlfriend is quite striking. I noticed that long ago. Another chimed in. Yi Yiru felt a wave of irritation. What right did they have to judge Shani? Chapter 27. The Truth Revealed. This young man undoubtedly possesses skill. Master Lu skillfully netted the dazed fish, effortlessly extracting it along the tank's wall. If it had been any of the other fish, it would have been a far more challenging endeavor. They were all quite clever. An ordinary person would struggle repeatedly before even catching a glimpse of a fish's tail. Yet this dazed fish remained stationary, bubbling in place as the crisis approached. Master Lu found this amusing. How could anyone choose such a lethargic fish? A lack of vitality meant the fish's flesh would be devoid of elasticity, resulting in a flabby texture. This young man, handsome as he was, managed to win the heart of such a beautiful girlfriend. He could not be foolish. But why then? Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Master Lu. What if this young man was being intentional, deliberately selecting inferior fish to create a scene and tarnish my reputation? Indeed, it was a distinct possibility. Is this what they mean by a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind? I never anticipated that an ordinary fishmonger like myself would become the target of envy. Could it be that old Wang sent him? Master Lu discreetly glanced towards another fish stall nearby, where a bald, rotund man was cheerfully assisting customers. Chuckling to himself, Master Lu internally shook his head. Old Wang. Oh, Old Wang. I have encountered countless individuals in my lifetime, but today I misjudged you. I once thought you to be easygoing and kind, but it appears that was merely a fade. Your smile is utterly disingenuous. Having convinced himself that he had unraveled Old Wang's schemes, Master Lu's gaze shifted, becoming astute. Shaking the net containing the fish, he calmly stated, Young man, this fish truly leaves much to be desired. Shall I fetch you another? Yi Yiru observed the fish, which was merely gasping for air without any signs of activity, and began to find merit in Master Lu's words. She leaned closer to Shun-Yi and whispered, Shun-Yi, perhaps you should heed Master Lu's advice and select another. This fish does not seem promising. Shun-Yi felt a surge of frustration as his eyes met Master Lu's, which seemed to say, Your ruse has been unveiled. A sudden pang of realization struck him. Could it be? Was this fish a prized gem of the stall? Of course. Master Lu had been dealing with fish for decades. How could he possibly fail to recognize a good one? Perhaps it is intended for personal enjoyment or to bring back for family. It must be so. My apologies, Master Lu, but today I shall seize this opportunity. Shun-Yi spoke with unwavering conviction. Master Lu, I want this one. Very well. Master Lu gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the dazed fish into a small glass tank beside the fish station. Do you require more? Indeed, I do. I want this one, and that one. Shun-Yi pointed to a total of 9 fish, nearly filling the small glass tank to capacity. Master Lu, initially brimming with confidence, now seemed somewhat bewildered. This young man possesses an astute eye. Have I misjudged him? Is he not here to create a ruckus? For aside from the first dazed fish, he could discern no remarkable qualities in the others. The remaining 9 were undoubtedly the finest the tank had to offer. Such prowess is not common. It seems I have overthought the matter. Perhaps I have indulged too much in political dramas lately, leading me to entangle myself in unnecessary speculation. I should stick to watching SpongeBob with my grandson in the future. Master Lu, do you have any foam boxes and ice? Master Lu, regaining his composure, shook his head. I don't have foam boxes, but I do have a specialized freezer with a capacity of 30, which is more than sufficient for 10 fish. Ice is complimentary, but the freezer incurs a fee of 58 yuan. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. Master Lu turned to enter a small partition. Before long, he emerged carrying a sizable freezer, manageable enough to lift with one hand. Shun-Yi glanced inside. The bottom was already lined with a layer of ice. Once the fish were properly prepared, he could place them in the freezer immediately, preserving their freshness to the utmost extent. The texture would not deteriorate significantly. Shun-Yi mused, I shall purchase a quality fish filleting knife later, enabling me to handle live fish directly at the shop. This way, the fish would be freshly killed and prepared, ensuring the highest quality of flavor. A kitchen knife would suffice. But why settle for a mere branch to showcase one's skills when one could wield a dragon-slaying sword? Such an endeavor is both arduous and unrewarding. The crowd of patrons around them continued to swell. Newcomers, unaware of the unfolding events, gathered, drawn by the commotion, succumbing to typical herd mentality. Master Lu felt a surge of delight. More people would undoubtedly benefit his business. No wonder some merchants create spectacles, drawing attention through conflict to increase their visibility and traffic. Yet, too many people can also prove problematic, likely prompting security to intervene soon. Master Lu spoke up. Young man, I have prepared the freezer for you, and the tools are all set. Shall we proceed? Shun-Yi nodded. Yes, but I must trouble you with one more request, Master Lu. Master Lu raised an eyebrow with a smile. Speak freely. He noticed several individuals eyeing the fish, all potential customers. Moreover, they were drawn in by Shun-Yi. Thus, he regarded Shun-Yi with newfound favor. If more patrons arrived to purchase fish, he would gladly assist in managing the ensuing chaos. Indeed, one must extend a bit more tolerance towards the youth. I require some boiling hot water. Ideally, around 80 degrees would be perfect. Hot water? Not only Master Lu, but also Yiru and those around them were somewhat perplexed. What need is there for hot water to handle a mere fish? Master Lu inquired, Young man, what do you need hot water for? Are you planning to cook fish right here at my stall? Certainly not. Shun-Yi, with a swift motion, plunged his hand into the glass tank, his fingers darting like lightning to pierce the gills of a fish that was breathing with its mouth agape. He lifted it up. The sight made Master Lu's eyelids twitch and his heart race. Could this lad be trained? He should be more cautious with his words. A young man stared in disbelief. Wow, that technique for catching fish is incredibly fierce. Is this some sort of finger technique? When did he catch a fish? In the blink of an eye, he had seized the fish with astonishing speed and precision. It was a pity no one had recorded it on their phone. I have a daring idea. Shoo, keep it down. Shun-Yi glided his fingers over the fish's skin, showcasing the transparent mucus on his fingertips to those around him. Then elucidated. Blanching the cleaned fish in hot water effectively removes the mucus. Moreover, it is paramount for expelling the bacteria and trimethylamine oxide from the fish's surface, the latter being the root cause of the fishy odor. Master Lu furrowed his brow and asked, I understood the first part, but what is this trimethylamine you mentioned? Shun-Yi smiled and explained, it is merely a chemical compound that possesses a sweet flavor. However, when subjected to high temperatures or influenced by specific enzymes in the fish, it produces an unpleasant fishy smell. This is why fish, freshly caught, lacks any foul odor, but after being left for a while, it develops a strong fishy scent. The surrounding customers became animated upon hearing this. I can't believe processing a fish is so intricate. This young man isn't just boasting, is he? No, I checked. It truly exists, just as he described. Impressive, impressive. Yiru gazed at Shun-Yi with admiration. Her partner knows everything. He is simply magnificent. Shun-Yi grasped the fish and slapped it down onto the fish cleaning table. The fish, sensing its impending demise or feeling the absence of water and security, began to thrash violently, wildly flicking its tail. Shun-Yi smiled faintly, and with a gentle tap of his index finger on the fish's head, a miracle occurred. The fish seemed to be frozen in place, its tail rigid, utterly still. Were it not for the gills still rhythmically moving, one might assume the fish was already deceased. What is this sorcery? The onlookers craned their necks, eyes wide with disbelief. Shun-Yi was completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to his surroundings. With a firm slap of his right hand on the table, the entire fish cleaning station trembled. In the next moment, a fish cleaning knife, having spun thrice in the air, landed perfectly in his grasp. Lu, who was busy boiling water, spat out his drink in astonishment, his mouth agape, his small eyes filled with sheer shock. The truth is undeniable. This young man undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills. Did I inadvertently provoke him? Chapter 28. This is the martial prowess of the Dragon Kingdom. A miraculous display indeed. At this moment, Shun-Yi experiences a peculiar sensation as he grips the knife firmly. He realizes that his consciousness has transcended the mere tips of his fingers, extending along the handle and culminating at the blade's edge. It is as though this sharp, fish-scaling knife has become an extension of his own body, akin to a monkey's tail or the wings of a bird. With narrowed eyes, he identifies the optimal point to strike. With a swift motion, the blade descends. It glides effortlessly along the spine and the texture of the flesh, encountering no resistance as it meets the cutting board. In one decisive stroke, he cleanly severs the fish's throat and gills, leaving the spine delicately attached to the body. The reason it remains partially intact is to preserve the fish's exquisite form. As he lifts the knife, illuminated by the overhead incandescent light, it glimmers with a silvery sheen, devoid of any blood. Remarkably, all of this transpires in an instant. He inserts a small tube into the fish's gills to drain the blood. The fish, weighing over a pound, yields only a modest amount of blood, which is soon fully released. At this juncture, the procedure is entirely routine. Shun-Yi gently presses his index finger against the spine of the knife, the blade lightly descending near the gills. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Master Lu and the attentive eyes of Yi and the other onlookers, the blade moves. Swish. In a blink, everyone's vision blurs. The form of the knife becomes indistinct, transforming into a flickering silver light. It dances gracefully across the fish's body, at times heavy as a mountain, at others as delicate as a dragonfly kissing the surface of water. The scales, like drifting snowflakes, soar into the air before gently descending, never to return to the fish's body. It appears as though the trajectory of their descent has been meticulously orchestrated by a sophisticated algorithm. With a resounding clap of his palm against the fish board, Shun-Yi causes the entire fish to leap and flip in response to the vibration. It lands precisely where it had been before the flip. In an instant, the silver light flickers once more, and the scales again take flight. In less than 5 seconds, the scales on both sides are perfectly removed without harming the skin in the slightest. It is akin to a gentle maid liberating a beautiful princess from the confines of satin, revealing her purest essence. Bravo! Master Lu exclaims with genuine admiration. Unable to contain his applause, his eyes glisten with tears of excitement. He had not anticipated experiencing such a fervent thrill at his age. The technique of scaling fish has reached heights he could scarcely aspire to. The others, now coming to their senses, join in a cacophony of applause, their gazes ablaze with enthusiasm. Goodness, the dexterity of that knife. With just a couple of swift motions, the scales were entirely removed. Absolutely magnificent. A young boy exclaims excitedly, "Daddy, I want to learn how to scale fish too." To which his father responds with a hearty laugh, "Why not?" A bespectacled gentleman, stroking his chin, muses, "What was the principle behind that clap? How did the fish just take flight?" This seems to defy the laws of action and reaction. Newton's theories cannot contain this. Brother, the Dragon Kingdom is not governed by Newton. It belongs to his brother, the Remarkable. This surpasses my comprehension. Isn't such a maneuver typically confined to animated films? An expatriate, visibly exhilarated, captures the moment on his phone. He never anticipated that a simple trip to procure groceries would lead him to encounter a kung fu practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom. My friend from the Dragon Kingdom certainly did not deceive me. In this wondrous land, it appears that each individual is accompanied by a giant panda, and all possess martial prowess. I must upload this to YouTube for the world to witness. Unbeknownst to Shun-Yi, his knife skills and techniques have ignited fervent discussions among the audience, for he is wholly immersed in the ingredients before him. With a deft stroke, he slices the fish's abdomen, severing the connection between its innards and body. With a swift motion, he retrieves the entrails, which exit along with the flowing blood, and cleanses the dark membrane with a gentle scrape of his blade. Next comes the most challenging step, removing the fish bones. What Shun-Yi is about to undertake is even more arduous. He must extract the bones without fully cutting open the fish's belly, using a delicate knife to maneuver through the small opening and withdraw the skeleton intact. This transcends mere knife skills. It is an act of precision akin to a blindfolded surgical procedure. What is he attempting? Master Lu is somewhat perplexed, as are others around him. Only Yiru steadfastly believes in Shun-Yi. She is uncertain of his intentions, but is confident that he will achieve excellence. Shun-Yi selects a thinner, longer, and finer blade, inserting it through the previously made incision. His wrist quivers with concentration, yet the fish remains perfectly still, within the confines of the fish's abdomen. The slender blade twists and turns, swiftly executing the delicate task of filleting the flesh while adhering to the integrity of the meat's texture. After a brief interval, Shin-Yi, with a hint of regret, withdraws the blade. Someone cautiously inquires, did he fail? Shun-Yi remains silent, gently patting the fish's exterior, then inserts his fingers into the abdomen. He emerges triumphantly with an entire fish skeleton, devoid of any flesh clinging to it. A profound silence envelopes the room. With a sheepish smile, Shun-Yi remarks, I intended to complete this in 20 seconds, but exceeded by 5. Master Lu, nearly overwhelmed, strides over and, breathing heavily, asks, may I inspect the fish? Shun-Yi steps aside, please. Master Lu gingerly cradles the fish in both hands. So supple as if boneless. This represents the pinnacle of fish preparation. He never anticipated witnessing such a long-lost technique in his lifetime. He feels a sense of fulfillment. His words resonate like a stone dropped into a pond, creating ripples of excitement among the crowd. An elderly man, exhilarated, clenches his fists, exclaiming, goodness, goodness. Aside from our national treasures, I am at a loss for words. Inquiring out of ignorance, he asks, is this sorcery? No, replies another. This is surgery, a delicate procedure to extract the bones from a fish with a small incision in its abdomen. A young woman lamented, oh no. I was so engrossed in admiring the handsome guy that I forgot to record the video. Yiru cast a wary glance at her. Fear not. There's a foreigner over there recording, who speaks English to ask him for it. The foreigner was already leaping with excitement, yet his phone remained firmly in hand. To him, this feat resembled magic. Another individual, having just arrived, stood perplexed, adorned with 4 question marks atop his head. What on earth is happening? Is this a performance? How could anyone possibly separate fish bones from flesh in such a confined space? Instantly, he was bombarded with retorts. If you're unaware, refrain from speaking. A minute ago, that fish was still alive. Do tell me, how did the bones get stuffed into its mouth? Rendered speechless, the newcomer took a moment before exclaiming, incredible. Master Lu gently placed the fish onto the cutting board, entirely shedding his dismissive demeanor, and respectfully said, please, continue. In any profession, expertise commands respect, and at that moment, Shun-Yi stood before Master Lu as an imposing mountain, an undeniable force that demanded reverence. Shun-Yi nodded. The most challenging step had been successfully executed, and the subsequent tasks would be considerably simpler. Removing the blood and extracting the fishy line were also pivotal in eliminating the fishy odor. He then poured hot water over the fish skin repeatedly, using a knife to gently scrape away some dark substances. This was trimethylamine oxide. Finally, he rinsed it swiftly in cool water. Thus, the fish was expertly prepared. After undergoing the contrasting temperatures, the flesh would be firmer and more resilient, appearing unscathed. Shun-Yi lightly tapped the fish's head with his index finger, akin to pressing the power button on a phone. The fish stirred. Its gills slowly opened and closed as a reflex from the central nervous system, and its body began to tremble, with the tail occasionally flicking. It was dead, yet not entirely so. So the fish isn't completely dead, is it? One might say. The fish mused. In the seafood section, I just awakened. How could I not feel empty with only my brain left? The foreigner clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. In his eyes, Shun-Yi exuded an aura of mystique. He had previously encountered videos of others filleting fish, which he had found impressive and had even liked. Reflecting now, he could hardly bear to watch. It resembled a barbarian treating ingredients with crude brutality. He resolved to retract his like upon returning. As for Shun-Yi, he thought little of this minute-long masterpiece and casually tossed it into the freezer. Master Lu handled it with the care of a treasured possession, meticulously arranging it before swiftly adding some ice cubes, resembling a diligent apprentice eager to please. Chapter 29. I shall render you penniless. Then have you kneel and plead Yiru, with her right hand clenched into a fist and her thumb resting against her collarbone, gazed affectionately at the man before her. Shun-Yi's earnest demeanor while working was undeniably captivating. What, after all, could he possibly not master? Shun-Yi held a fish-scaling knife in his right hand, deftly performing intricate flourishes with the blade. His fingers alternated between gripping the tip and the handle, fluidly shifting angles as he cleansed the knife under the flowing water. Simultaneously, without a glance to the side, he extended his left hand and reached into a nearby glass tank. In the next moment, a bass leaped into the air, landing with a splash upon the countertop. If the fish possessed thoughts, it would surely be bewildered, questioning why it had been swimming peacefully only to suddenly find itself airborne. Master Lu's keen eyes caught the action. He astutely observed Shun Yi's fingers darting in at the moment the fish inhaled, piercing its gills with precision. And with a flick of the wrist, the fish soared upwards, much like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. This display was far more astonishing than the simple act of catching fish that preceded it. It was entirely reliant on instinct. Not only did one need to gauge the fish's position, but one also had to time the opening and closing of its gills perfectly, all accomplished without direct sight. This transcended mere technique. It was acrobatics, an artistic distillation of life skills and martial prowess. It dawned on Lu that the process of killing and preparing a fish could indeed be transformed into a captivating art form. His years of technical confidence were utterly shattered. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated. Even if he could not master Shun Yi's technique, he could at least broaden his horizons. After all, it would provide him with ample material to boast about to his grandchildren in the future. Back in my day, while I was at the supermarket scaling fish, a young fellow came along, and while Lu indulged in his daydreams, Shun Yi swiftly dispatched the fish, draining its blood, scaling it, removing the innards, scraping the black membrane, extracting the bones, and eliminating the fishy bloodline. His speed surpassed that of the previous fish, and onlookers timing him were astounded to find that this task had taken merely 50 seconds, 10 seconds faster than before. In no time at all, within just 9 minutes, all the remaining fish were processed. Lu meticulously arranged the fish in the freezer, generously layering them with ice before respectfully presenting them to Shun Yi. "Your fish," he said. Shun Yi was taken aback, hastily responding, "Master Lu, you need not be so formal. Simply call me Shun Yi. It's quite strange to be addressed as you by someone older." He had been so engrossed in the task that he had failed to notice Lu's change in demeanor. Lu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Having lived more than half my life and having killed countless fish, it is only now that I realize my skills barely scratch the surface. Master Shun, your technique is the finest I have ever encountered, bar none. For that alone, I feel compelled to honor you with the title of master." Applause erupted from the gathered crowd, their praises ringing out incessantly. Shun Yi felt his ears flush with warmth, goosebumps rising on his skin. He was the kind of person who felt uncomfortable being praised in public. Determined to leave, he inquired, "Master Lu, how much do I owe you for these fish?" Although they were in a supermarket, the fish stalls were privately managed, requiring only a stall management fee to the supermarket. Transactions could be completed at the stalls. Lu shook his head, "No payment required." Shun Yi responded, "No payment? How can that be?" Master Lu chuckled as he explained, "Today, watching Master Shun skillfully butcher the fish is akin to witnessing a mesmerizing performance. It is truly exhilarating. Consider the fish as my admission fee." Although Master Lu's reasoning was sound, Shun Yi felt compelled to decline. Paying for goods is a fundamental principle. One cannot simply accept something for free just because it has been offered. At the very least, Shun Yi, instilled with values from his upbringing, found it difficult to acquiesce. At that moment, others joined in the excitement. A middle-aged man called out, "Master Shun, may I purchase some fish here and request your assistance in processing them? I will pay you double the usual processing fee. How about 10 yuan per fish?" A beautiful young woman pushed him aside, waving a 100 yuan bill. "Handsome. I want 5 fish, and I will pay 20 for each." Even a wealthy businessman boldly declared, "Whatever the price of the fish, I will pay the same for processing. If double won't do, then let it be quadruple." An eager foreigner chimed in, "I want in 2. $20 for processing each fish." Shun Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Observing the situation, Master Lu had a sudden idea. "How about this, Master Shun? If you can spare half an hour to process the fish, I'll waive your fee entirely. Would that work?" Shun Yi genuinely did not need the money. Managing his own restaurant could easily yield 10,000 yuan in a day. Yet, witnessing the longing expressions of those around him left him in a quandary. Should he refuse? It was a difficult thing to utter. It was akin to 4 sweet-faced girls beseeching him for a favor, their eyes filled with yearning. Could one truly utter the words? "Sorry, I must go home." However, 30 minutes felt rather lengthy. By 4 o'clock, Boss Zhu would be delivering supplies to the restaurant. Although payment could be settled via WeChat, the goods would still need to be transported inside. Noticing Shun Yi's hesitation, Master Lu quickly suggested, 20 minutes will suffice. Just 20 minutes. He then added, with a hint of embarrassment, To be honest, watching you butcher the fish earlier left me wanting more. At my age, I have never begged anyone, but today, I sincerely request you to do it once more. The others echoed his sentiment. Yes, Master Shun, do it again. I'll even pay an admission fee to watch. Please, Master Shun, we implore you. Yi Yiru stepped forward, tugging at Shun Yi's sleeve, whispering, Shun-Yi, why not give in? It's just 20 minutes. At this juncture, Shun-Yi found himself in a predicament. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and said, All right then, Master Lu, I will lend you my station for 20 minutes. Is that acceptable? Master Lu's face lit up with joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Absolutely. As soon as the onlookers realized the arrangement was finalized, they exchanged glances. And in the next moment, everyone rushed forward, brandishing their phones to scan payment codes, shouting, Boss, I'll take 5 base. Scan it. Hey, don't steal my fish. I was here first for 3 base. Damn it, who just groped me? You greasy man, who would want to touch you? Master Lu hurriedly stepped in to assist with the fish. Which one would you like, sir? Just bring me 5. I won't be picky as long as Master Shin handles them. Very well. Soon, the first fish was caught and presented before Shin-Yi. In a flurry of flashing blades and shimmering silver, a sea base was impeccably prepared. Yi Yiru then produced a payment code and announced according to Shun-Yi's pricing. 10 yuan each, please do not overpay. Shun-Yi would not charge exorbitantly, yet he would not refuse the fruits of his labor. His skills were undoubtedly worth that price. Thus, one fish after another was swiftly processed, with the quantity in the tank visibly diminishing. Master Lu smiled broadly. Business had never been this good. Master Shin truly was a harbinger of fortune, though perhaps that sentiment was not entirely appropriate. In the meat section, Jiang Mu patted her daughter's arm. Why are so many people gathering over there? Jiang Ruiyun set down her sirloin steak and glanced over. How would I know? Let's go take a look. Jiang Mu tugged at her daughter's hand, leading her toward the commotion. Jiang Ruiyun sighed in exasperation. If you enjoy the spectacle, go by yourself. Why drag me along? Who said it was merely a spectacle? Isn't that the seafood section? Eating steak alone can be quite dull. Let's buy some fish. Fine. Jiang Ruiyun, too weary to argue with her mother, thought to herself that she didn't understand why her mother insisted on cooking when she had so many matters to attend to at work. Perhaps you should manage the supermarket yourself in the future. Hey, why are you getting upset? Is this how you speak to your mother? I'm only concerned about your health since I see you eating takeout every day, which is why I decided to cook for you. Jiang Ruiyun muttered under her breath in disdain. The food you make is hardly edible, and you've only been inspired by those cooking videos. Truth be told, she found herself missing the days when Shun-Yi cooked for her. Sweet corn rib soup, stir-fried beef, braised pork belly. Ugh, why was she even thinking of him? He was probably still searching for a job in the capital. Without her, he was nothing. Determined, Jiang Ruiyun resolved to visit Yu over the weekend. If Yu was not doing well, she would hire the best lawyer to reclaim custody. You dare to ignore my messages and even block me. I shall ensure you possess nothing and make you beg at my feet. With such thoughts, the corners of Jiang Ruiyun's mouth lifted, and her spirits brightened considerably. Chapter 30. Overflowing sense of security. Shun-Yi was busy preparing fish while Master Lu was catching them. Some customers, having received their expertly processed fish, did not leave, but rather stood back to watch. After all, Shun-Yi's work was truly exceptional. It was akin to watching a compulsive disorder being cured, utterly satisfying. Yi Yiru observed. Feeling somewhat bored, she wished to contribute. Although she lacked the skill to prepare fish, surely she could manage to catch them. Watching Master Lu's effortless success, she volunteered to give it a try. After a brief while, she understood the meaning behind Master Lu's amused gaze and returned to watch Shun-Yi at work. Shun-Yi was still processing fish, though he was no longer as absorbed as before. Having prepared over a dozen fish, he was now quite adept, effortlessly multitasking with ease. He keenly sensed that Yi Yiru appeared somewhat dejected, perhaps believing she was unable to assist him. By the way, Yiru, could I trouble you with a task? Yi Yiru looked up. Sure, what is it? Shun-Yi smiled. Could you please fetch a small bag of wuchang rice from the grain section over there? I fear time may be a bit tight later. Yi Yiru nodded. I'll go right now. I'll leave my phone here. Shun-Yi bowed his head, resuming his work. After a while, he finished attending to another customer's fish. Thank you, Master Shun. Hey, who are you? Why are you pushing me? A heavily made-up woman rudely squeezed her way through. Oh, isn't this Shun-Yi? It was Jiang Mu, Jiang Aichuan. She approached the water station, pinching her nose. Disdain etched across her face as she circled around. Why, after a few days, you've taken to killing fish. Seeing Shun Yi's misfortune since their separation brought Jiang Ryun immense satisfaction, akin to consuming 5 pounds of honey, lifting her previously gloomy spirits. Shin Yi found himself at a loss with his former mother-in-law, but patiently explained, I'm here to buy fish. Ding. A notification chimed on his phone. Shin Yi, is that your phone? What's the matter? Afraid to admit it? Embarrassed in front of me? Jiang Ryun looked at him with pity, convinced he was merely quibbling over a paltry sense of pride. Poor man. Without me, you are nothing. Shin Yi felt weary of further explanations. This mother-daughter duo simply wished to revel in his downfall. No matter how he elucidated, it would be akin to washing ink off his face, only to make it dirtier. Thus, he continued to attend to the fish. Master Lu, while engaged in fishing, noticed the unfolding drama and guessed the mother and daughter were acquainted with Shun Yi. However, the tone of their conversation was overtly mocking. He felt a surge of anger, but, as an outsider, refrained from intervening in Shun Yi's family matters. Jiang Ruyan, noticing Shun Yi's indifference, grew irate. How much can you earn doing such menial work each month? Shun Yi, let me remind you. Even though you took nothing when we divorced except for Yuyo's custody, should you lack the means to support her, I will hire a lawyer to reclaim that custody. Bang. Jiang Ruiyun was taken aback. Jiang Mu began to scold. What is wrong with you? Why are you making such a fuss? If you can't handle the truth, perhaps you should cover your ears. Shun Yi wiped his hands, ignoring Jiang Mu, and coldly regarded Jiang Ruiyun. I will take good care of Yuyo. You need not worry. Jiang Ruiyun gritted her teeth, eager to retort, when a voice interrupted. Shun Yi, I'm back. This rice is so heavy. Yiru set down the rice, blowing on her reddened hands. Thank you for your hard work, Yiru, Shun Yi said with a smile. Seeing Shun Yi treat this woman, who was even more beautiful than herself, with such warmth and affection, while he remained utterly indifferent to her, stirred a sense of jealousy within Jiang Rian. How could this be? He had once been so kind only to her. She pointed at Yiru and scolded. Well, Shun Yi, it hasn't been long since your divorce, and you're already so impatient to find a worthless person. Shun Yi retorted angrily. Jiang Ruiyun, mind your words. Yiru is my classmate. Jiang Ruiyun, filled with emotion, exclaimed, a university classmate, you say? Haven't you and her been entangled long before? A couple of scoundrels. Yiru stopped Shun Yi, who was about to explain, and gave him a look that said, let me handle this. Turning to Jiang Ruiyun with a smile, she said, you must be Jiang Ruiyun, right? Jiang Ruiyun snapped. Wretched woman, you dare to call my name? Yiru, unfazed, replied calmly. I've known Shun Yi since university. There's no need for you to use such filthy language to depict our relationship, for you are unworthy. Jiang Ruiyun mockingly pointed at herself. I'm unworthy? Yiru stepped in front of Jiang Ruiyun, looking down at her. Given that she was 175 centimeters tall, and Jiang Ruiyun was 168 centimeters. Yiru pointed at Jiang Ruiyun's chest, and said coolly, indeed, you are unworthy. Firstly, you and Shun Yi are already divorced. How he chooses to live his life and conduct his private affairs is none of your concern, and you have no right to interfere. Jiang Ruiyun clenched her fists in indignation. She wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words, merely glaring fiercely at Yiru, unwilling to lose in terms of presence. Noticing Jiang Ruiyun's behavior, Yiru's eyes sparkled with amusement as she continued, secondly, had it not been for that unfortunate incident, I would have confessed my feelings to Shun Yi upon graduating from university. Do you really think a man as exceptional as him would ever be yours? Lastly, she added, I must thank you. Jiang Ruiyun was taken aback. Thank me? Yiru smiled and said, of course, I owe you my gratitude. If you hadn't divorced Shun Yi, I wouldn't have this opportunity. I came back to the capital specifically because I knew about the divorce, and now I'm the one pursuing Shun Yi. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Shun Yi was momentarily breathless, coughing several times. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Yiru had returned only because of his divorce and was now pursuing him. Was this her confession? Or was she merely showcasing her intentions in public? Realizing this, Shun Yi took a deep breath, feigning calmness, his expression unchanged, though his toes were desperately digging into the insole of his shoes. How embarrassing. Jiang Ruiyun seemed to have heard the greatest joke, bending over to cover her mouth as she laughed. Shun Yi, exceptional, you say? She pointed at the fish stall with disdain, exclaiming loudly, look at what he is doing now. Killing fish. Engaging in such a despicable occupation. The stench of fish is utterly revolting. If you want him, then take him. It's laughable. The trash I discarded, you can cherish as a treasure. Yi Yiru's expression instantly turned icy. She was indifferent to Jiang Ruyun's insults. She wouldn't feel angered by a dog barking at her. But when it came to insults directed at Shun Yi, she warned, repeat that. At that moment, Yi Yiru was a stark contrast to the playful and charming girl from the morning spent teasing Shun Yi. One was the youthful and adorable neighbor girl, while the other was a domineering female executive wielding power. Jiang Ruyun was momentarily intimidated by Yi Yiru's imposing presence, rendered speechless. The imposing aura she had witnessed among those of higher standing was palpable. Every word and action could exert immense pressure on others. At that moment, Yi Yiru radiated such an impression. A voice suddenly admonished, "What is going on? Are you actually going to strike her?" Jiang Mu, filled with anger, rushed over. "You wretched creature! Step away from my daughter." In her frenzy, she snatched a small pair of scissors from the fish stall, intent on thrusting it toward Yi Yiru. Yi Yiru cast a sidelong glance, her left foot subtly lifting, her calf taut with potential energy, preparing to deliver a spinning kick aimed at Jiang Ichuan. Aiming for the head could prove difficult to control, and a miscalculated strike could lead to complications. Better to target the calf, she thought, rehearsing the move in her mind. However, before Jiang Ichuan's arm could fully swing, it was rendered immobile. A hand clutched her wrist, and with a forceful motion, the skin against bone produced a cracking sound. With another twist, Jiang Ichuan yelped in pain, relinquishing the scissors. They clattered to the ground. Bent over in agony, Jiang Ichuan's face turned pale. "Oh no, it's going to break. This hurts so much." Seeing that Shun Yi had yet to release her, she glared at him, furious. "You traitorous scoundrel! How dare you assist an outsider? Let me go, outsider." Shun Yi cast a cold glance at Jiang Ichuan, ignoring her. He first shielded Yi Yiru behind him, then flicked his wrist, liberating her. Perhaps he had exerted too much force, coupled with Jiang Ichuan's inattentiveness. She inadvertently stepped onto a puddle, losing her balance and stumbling backward, ultimately falling to the ground. Jiang Ichuan was momentarily dazed, but as the pain set in, she clutched her backside and cried out, "Help!" In broad daylight, a man is bullying an old woman. Jiang Ruyun stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. She had never anticipated that Shun Yi would resort to violence against her mother for Yi Yiru's sake. In her mind, Shun Yi was the epitome of patience. It was rare for him to even show irritation, let alone strike someone. This wretched woman, how could she merit such treatment? Jiang Ruyun's heart twisted with profound imbalance, spiraling into irrationality. Fury surged within her, prompting her to grasp Shun Yi's collar and tug violently, screaming, "Shun Yi, how could you push my mother for this vile woman?" Jiang Mu, joining in with exaggerated weeping, wailed, "Oh no, my leg is numb. Someone please help." At that moment, neither mother nor daughter noticed the indifference, even anger, etched on the faces of Master Lu and the onlookers. Chapter 31. "Father, someone is bullying me. How could such individuals exist? Utterly shameless." Master Shun, with his kindness, was being insulted as a waste, while they referred to such a beautiful young lady as a wretched creature, who granted them the audacity to wield a weapon against others. Jiang Mu and Jiang Ruyun had undeniably stirred the ire of the crowd. Any hope of receiving assistance from them was utterly misguided. They were met with disdain instead. Yi Yiru stood in shock, gazing blankly at Shun Yi's tall and sturdy silhouette, her mind a complete void, unable to contemplate anything further. The heart raced with a fervent thump, its sound resounding loudly. Shun Yi's hand was remarkably large, warm, and imbued with a sense of security. Is this what Xiaoming referred to as boyfriend power? It was overwhelming. What should I do? My face feels so hot, I might faint. Shun Yi grasped Jiang Ruyun's wrist, tugging at it, but she held on tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Shun Yi inhaled deeply and pulled forcefully, feeling a sharp sting. He was certain blood would flow, and he silently gasped at the sensation. Despite his anger, Shun Yi maintained his composure and said patiently, "Jiang Ruyun, please calm down. It was Aunt Jiang who intended to wield a pair of scissors to harm someone. I only intervened out of concern for her potential irrationality." Jiang Ruyun staggered backward, noticing the red ring encircling her wrist, completely dismissing Shun Yi's explanation. All she registered was Shun Yi's firm grip on her wrist and the pain from his forceful tugging. In a fit of desperation, she shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on me?" Shun Yi nearly laughed in disbelief at her audacity. He considered himself remarkably restrained. In the face of the scorn and insults hurled by this mother-daughter duo, he and T uttered a single curse. He was furious. Yet he refused to succumb to rage that could lead him to regret his actions. This is the Dragon Kingdom, a society governed by law. Not a fictional narrative where one acts impulsively, resulting in bloodshed and familial annihilation. He had many considerations to weigh: his younger sister Yu, his parents, and Yuru. Sacrificing his family's happiness for Jiang Ryun was simply not worth it. If necessary, he would resort to calling the authorities. The supermarket had surveillance. Jiang Ryun's actions could easily be classified as provoking trouble. Aunt Jiang's attempt to inflict harm was evident. Shen Yi calmly contemplated his strategies before glancing back. There he saw Yi Yuru's face, resembling a ripened apple, steam rising from her head, her body swaying precariously as if she might collapse at any moment. He quickly inquired, "Yuru, are you all right?" Yi Yuru felt disoriented, as if her mind had turned to mush. The world around her blurred, leaving only Shen Yi's face in sharp focus. Shen Yi shook her shoulders vigorously. Yi Yuru felt as if her very bones had been extracted, leaving her a puddle of softness. In desperation, Shen Yi supported her waist with one hand and pressed his thumb against her philtrum. Ouch! Yi Yuru instantly regained her senses. Covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes brimming with tears, she asked, "What are you doing, Shen Yi?" With a sigh of relief, Shen Yi responded, "I'm glad you're finally awake. I thought you might faint." He discreetly rubbed his fingers together, pondering how soft her lips were. Jiang Ruyan, witnessing Shen Yi and Yi Yuru engaging in playful banter, felt utterly disregarded. It seemed her scolding had been in vain. Anger coursed through her, making her tremble. Meanwhile, after crying out for help for some time, Aunt Jiang finally realized something was amiss when no one came to assist her. Why did the onlookers' gazes seem so fierce? The astute Jiang Ichuan pondered this and concluded that they must be incensed by Shen Yi's perceived overreach, feeling that he was bullying an elderly woman like herself. As for why no one came to her aid, having seen numerous humorous news reports, Jiang Ichuan understood all too well. They were likely afraid of being extorted for money. This realization made everything fall into place. Regrettably, they failed to understand me. With a heart as kind as mine, how could I possibly resort to extortion? Jiang Ichuan pondered, her emotions brewing, tears streaming down her face. Oh dear, my waist. Shen Yi, you scoundrel. Everyone, come look at me. What is this? Jiang Ichuan suddenly sprang up, frantically patting her chest. She bore no semblance of injury, which only drew more scornful glances from the onlookers. There, a palm-sized octopus clung tightly to Jiang Ichuan's garment. Sensing danger, it expelled a jet of ink. Who threw this octopus? Upon seeing this revolting creature with its writhing tentacles, Jiang Ichuan was utterly horrified and dared not touch it, trembling in fear. The suspect, Master Lu, chuckled while cradling the back of his head. "My apologies, madam." My hand slipped. Jiang Ichuan immediately grasped Jiang Ryun's hand, crying out, "Ryun, quickly, help me get it off." Jiang Ryun felt her face flush with embarrassment, mortified. Gritting her teeth, she attempted to grab it, but the octopus, although small, had an ample supply of ink. It discharged. My shirt." Jiang Ryun shrieked as she leaped up, the once vibrant blouse now marred by dark stains. Ink also splattered her hair, trickling down to mix with her heavily made-up face, rendering her a sight most unseemly. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at this comical scene. Serves them right. Master Lu executed his deed splendidly. Master Lu quickly retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. It was an accident." Indeed, it was an accident, yet I cannot fathom why a freshwater fish vendor would possess an octopus. Just look at her. Doesn't she resemble a clown? This mother and daughter are utterly repulsive. I nearly lost my lunch. How can that old woman, who supposedly has no feeling in her legs, leap about so joyfully? Despite their thick skins, the duo could only flee in disgrace, overwhelmed by the mockery surrounding them. As they ran, Jiang Ruyan turned back, hurling a fierce remark. "Shen Yi, just you wait. I will visit Yu this weekend." Shen Yi, holding Yi Yuru's hand, shared a knowing smile. In the next moment, feeling the warm, soft sensation in his grasp, Shen Yi instinctively released Yi Yuru's hand. "My apologies," he stammered. Yi Yuru feigned annoyance. "What, do you find my hands dirty?" Shen Yi's ears flushed crimson. "No, I was gutting fish and hadn't washed my hands yet." Yi Yuru covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Even as a father, he was still so easily embarrassed. With Jiang Riyun's unexpected assistance, their relationship progressed further. Shen Yi sincerely thanked Master Lu. "Thank you, Master Lu." Master Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, it was a mere trifling matter. I could no longer bear the sight of those two repulsive women." Shen Yi turned to the surrounding crowd, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all." "For what, Shen Yi?" "We did nothing," a voice replied. "That vile mother-daughter duo is truly terrifying. Thank goodness you divorced her, or else you'd face daily disgust." A young man thumped his chest in agreement. "Indeed, it frightens me to the point of not wanting to marry at all," a jovial elder remarked. "Are you sure it's not your lack of attractiveness that's hindering your ability to find a girlfriend? Brother, such words could easily earn you a beating." Following this, Shen Yi assisted in attending to the remaining customers' fish. Then, cradling a bag of rice and carrying a freezer, he bid farewell to Master Lu and departed alongside Yiru. Master Lu watched them fade from view, then turned around with a smile, preparing to tidy up before heading home. Business had been exceptionally good today, and he had even garnered a bedtime story for his grandson. He would modify it slightly and boast about it as his heroic tale. Ding! A notification indicated that 200 dragon coins had been credited to his WeChat. Master Lu froze mid-task, abruptly glancing back. After a moment of stunned silence, he shook his head and chuckled. This Master Shun truly. Upon exiting the supermarket, the cool air of the air conditioning dissipated, replaced by a searing wave of heat. Noticing that Shun Yi was continually adjusting the rice bag in his arms, Yiru couldn't help but offer, "Shen Yi, let me help you with the rice." Shen Yi replied with a smile, "No need, I can manage, it's quite light. Just hand it over." Yiru seized the rice bag, and Shen Yi chuckled, shaking his sore arms. Arriving at the parking lot, he placed the freezer on the footboard and stacked another bag of rice atop it, leaving no space for his feet. Shen Yi climbed into the car and nudged forward, "Get in." Yiru lifted her skirt and elegantly slid into the seat, wrapping an arm around Shen Yi's waist, her cheek resting against his back. All set. Shen Yi was astonished to find that he had grown accustomed to Yiru's embrace. It had barely been half a day since morning. Had he truly succumbed so swiftly? He wondered if Yiru liked Yiru. While Shen Yi was driving, Yiru discreetly took out her phone and opened WeChat. "Dad, someone is bullying me." She typed, "Don't cry, sweetheart. Tell Dad what happened." Came the reply from Yi Xiangnan. The corners of Yiru's mouth lifted as her fingers flew over the virtual keyboard. "Humph, Jiang Ruiyun, do you think you can bully Shen Yi and get away with it? Although you and your mother may not be committing a crime, it would be quite simple to have you visit the station for a little while, take a statement, enjoy some tea, and detain you for a day or two. I wonder what your expression will be when the police take you away. Perhaps I should have Xiao Lu capture that moment." Chapter 32, Bullying My Daughter? So stubborn? Ye's iron fist strikes. Yi Xiangnan felt a surge of joy. It was the first time in 6 years that his daughter sought his assistance. He was unaware of who had the audacity to bully his daughter, but he felt grateful to them. Without this incident, he wouldn't know what to discuss during dinner with her that evening. His amusing son was absent, and silence would surely ensue. Given his temper, he feared he might inadvertently upset his daughter. Nevertheless, gratitude aside, his iron fist would still fall. Secretary Lu was busy processing documents, occasionally glancing at the smiling Yi. Sensing that trouble was brewing, "Xiao Lu, here, Yizong." Yi Xiangnan glanced at the message sent by Yi Yiru and inquired, "Are you familiar with the company Yin Beauty?" Secretary Lu felt a wave of dismay wash over him. What obscure company is this? He had never heard of it. He could recall every company valued over $1 billion with remarkable clarity, yet this one remained a mystery. Just as he hesitated, Yi Xiangnan was about to reprimand him for further investigation when Secretary Lu's assistant, Zhang Meiqi, timidly raised her hand. "Mr. Yi, I know about it." Noticing she was merely a young girl, Yi Xiangnan's expression softened somewhat. "Go ahead." Zhang Meiqi clutched the documents tightly, as if they would bestow upon her a semblance of courage. "Mr. Yi, this is a beauty company that enjoys a moderate reputation in the capital. Many female employees have visited Yun Beauty Salon for treatments. Due to its commendable performance, it went public a year ago with a valuation of 50 million. Recently, it began constructing its third chain salon, but it seems the project has been stalled for half a month due to cash flow issues." Yi Xiangnan astutely seized upon the crucial point and cast a meaningful glance at Secretary Lu. "Xiao Lu, please investigate which bank is providing loans to this company. I believe it poses significant risks at present." Secretary Lu swiftly interpreted Mr. Ye's words. Irrespective of which bank it is, Instruct them to halt all loans to this company. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will take care of it immediately. After Secretary Liu departed, Yi Xiangnan regarded Zhang Meiqi with a gentle smile. You are new here. What is your name? Zhang Meiqi stood upright, her posture more disciplined than during military training in college. Yes, Mr. Yi, my name is Zhang Meiqi. I just graduated from university and am currently in my probationary period. Yi Xiangnan nodded. Xiaozhang, I have a task for you. Complete it, and I will promote you. Zhang Meiqi was momentarily taken aback by the prospect of promotion. Her mind flickered with scenes from urban dramas, her heart racing wildly. Oh no. Just a month into her job, was she to be subjected to her superior's hidden agenda? Oh, no, this was her superior's superior. Gathering her courage, she glanced up at Yi Xiangnan, finding him quite handsome. Though he was an older gentleman, he was a striking one, and undeniably affluent. Should she agree? Zhang Meiqi wrestled with her thoughts. Noticing her silence, Yi Xiangnan furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers on the desk, patiently awaiting her response. After a brief moment, having steeled herself, Zhang Meiqi raised her head, her face flushed. She set down the documents and approached Yi Xiangnan. Mr. Yi, I am ready. Yi Xiangnan sensed something was amiss with the young woman. Well, then, wait. Mr. Yi, may we move to the nearby lounge? I would prefer not to be in the office. Zhang Meiqi said this with her eyes closed. Come on, Mr. Yi. From today onward, was she to become Mr. Ye's lover? The thought was somewhat thrilling. Yi Xiangnan frowned. No need, it's not a secretive task. We can discuss it here in the office. Zhang Meiqi opened her eyes. Fear evident as she bit her lip. But what if someone comes in? Yi Xiangnan's dwindling patience evaporated. If you are unwilling, then go fetch Secretary Liu back to me. Zhang Meiqi hurriedly replied, I am willing, I am willing. Then, trembling, she asked, Mr. Yi, should you undress first, or shall I? It was then that Yi Xiangnan realized the misunderstanding. This girl assumed he intended to exploit her. Yi Xiangnan's expression darkened, being a man of integrity. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? Xiaozhang, what is the matter? After receiving a stern reprimand from Yi Xiangnan, Zhang Meiqi understood her misinterpretation. During subsequent task assignments, she kept her head down, her toes digging into the ground, wishing fervently to vanish from the world. Do you comprehend the tasks I assigned you? Yi Xiangnan lifted a cup of tea, blowing gently before taking a sip. Understood, Mr. Yi. Then go. Why are you still standing there? Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhang Meiqi fled the office, only to return moments later to close the door behind her. Oh dear, how will I face Mr. Yi in the future? Later, Zhang Meiqi arrived at the faux Carrefour near Fumin Road and dialed the phone number Mr. Yi had given her. Moments later, Manager Wang hurried down, handing her a tray. Subsequently, Zhang Meiqi transformed into a concerned citizen and resolutely reported to the nearby Public Security Bureau about an incident involving provocation and attempted assault. This matter garnered significant attention from the Bureau, with leaders personally attending to it, vowing to impose severe penalties and restore order to the capital. Jiang Ruyun and Jiang Aichuan tidied themselves up in the supermarket restroom before preparing to drive back. The events of the day had been exceedingly distressing. That detestable Shani. I will make you regret it. Ding ding ding, Jiang Aichuan reminded. Daughter, your phone is ringing. I know, my hearing isn't impaired. Jiang Ruyun answered the call impatiently. What is it? It's bad. President Jiang, Longxing has suddenly stated that our company's credit is poor and our operating conditions are unsatisfactory, thus freezing our loan. Jiang Ruyun felt as if struck by lightning. Panicking. How could this happen? Didn't we use the other 2 beauty salons as collateral? President Jiang, I inquired. And they said our beauty salon is a risky asset. It can be used for a loan, but the limit must be halved. Jiang Ruyun nearly choked on her anger, exclaiming, halved? Why don't they go rob someone? I said the same. And then what happened? He blocked me. Seeing Jiang Ruyun's complexion darken, Jiang Aichuan remained silent, understanding that her daughter was the source of her own bravado. I am heading to the company now. Have all shareholders and executives prepare for a meeting. Yes, President Jiang. After hanging up, Jiang Ruyun remained frozen in place for a long while. Jiang Aichuan cautiously spoke. Ruyun. Jiang Ruyun sniffed. Mom, I need to go to the company first. You can take a taxi back. Daughter, I will accompany you. Jiang Aichuan expressed her worry. It seemed that something was amiss at Ruyun's company. If it went bankrupt, how would she continue to enjoy her current high-quality life? This simply could not happen. The loan must indicate that the company was short on funds. Jiang Aichuan resolved to set Ruyun up on a blind date. This time, she would accept anyone. as long as they were wealthy. Chapter 33. Both of you must go. Jiang Riyun drove swiftly alongside Jiang Aichuan, arriving promptly at the base of a commercial office building. Yin Yin Beauty Company occupied half of the 5th floor, serving as the headquarters. In the corridor, the sharp sound of high heels echoed against the tiles. Jiang Ruyun's heart was tumultuous at that moment. The 3rd beauty salon, being constructed in a neighboring province, would become the largest and most well-equipped establishment in the Yun Yun Beauty series upon completion. During strategic discussions, she had fervently advocated for this direction, persuading all parties and investing her utmost effort and substantial funds. However, midway through construction, a sudden revelation of a funding shortfall struck like a thunderclap. If bank loan support could not be secured promptly, not only would the company's stock price plummet, but the direst outcome could lead to bankruptcy. She would then plummet from her lofty heights. Although it was a limited liability company, bankruptcy would have minimal repercussions for her. Yet, the gravest concern was that several properties under her name, including her current residence, had been mortgaged to the bank to secure loans for maintaining cash flow. The thought of a broken financial chain was beyond her imagination. Pushing open the door, she found the company's general manager and vice president seated at the head of the table, flanked by senior executives and shareholders. Upon seeing Jiang Ruyun, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Jiang Ruyun nodded, initially attributing the subdued atmosphere to the bank's cessation of loans. However, she was mistaken. "Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Ruyun?" 2 security personnel approached, inquiring earnestly. Jiang Ruyun furrowed her brow. "I am." "What is the matter?" One of the taller security personnel nodded. "That is correct. We have received a report from concerned citizens indicating that you were involved in disturbances at the fake Carrefour supermarket located at 268 Fumin Road at 3:40 p.m. today, which has caused a negative impact. We now possess conclusive evidence and require you to accompany us for a brief ideological education." Jiang Ruyun was taken aback. Having adhered to the law throughout her life and seldom encountering security personnel, the prospect of being taken to the security bureau was alarming. Though it was merely ideological education, it felt far more dreadful than the bank's withdrawal of loans. "You're speaking nonsense. I did nothing. I will not go with you." Another security officer produced a mobile phone and played a video showcasing Jiang Ruyun's actions at the fake Carrefour supermarket. "Miss Jiang, please remain calm. We have already inquired with several bystanders and supermarket staff regarding the incident, so our visit is backed by substantial evidence," stated the tall security officer. "Should Miss Jiang refuse to comply, we may have to resort to certain measures for enforcement. We hope you can act rationally." With that, he brandished a shiny silver handcuff. Jiang Ruyun was struck with terror, instinctively retreating. "Stay away from my daughter." Jiang's mother, filled with rage, shielded Jiang Ruyun behind her. "Daughter," she tilted her head defiantly. "If you wish to take my daughter, you must first step over my dead body." The tall security officer glanced at his phone, then at Jiang Aichuan, confirming without doubt. "You must be Ms. Jiang Aichuan, correct?" "Indeed. You are suspected of attempted assault with a deadly weapon, and the evidence against you is irrefutable. Consequently, you are to be detained for a period of 5 days, which means both you and your daughter must accompany us." The atmosphere instantly thickened, descending into an eerie silence. Jiang Aichuan was taken aback. Why was she being implicated as well? Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation as she forced a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, dear security officer. There must be some mistake. How could I be accused of such a thing? I am a law-abiding citizen." The tall security officer furrowed his brows, stating that attempted assault, albeit unsuccessful, is a serious matter in the capital. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that the order had come directly from the director. "We are here to execute a law enforcement duty, not to haggle as one would in a marketplace. Should you refuse to comply, we will be compelled to take necessary measures to enforce compliance." Jiang Aichuan was frightened and hastily pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills. "Officer, please take this small amount for tea. Let us just call it even, shall we?" The tall security officer's expression darkened with indignation as he retorted, "You are openly attempting to bribe a law enforcement officer, which only exacerbates your situation." Jiang Ruyun resigned herself to fate, saying, "Mom, put it away. I'll go with them. Can we avoid the handcuffs?" "Certainly," the officer replied. Seeing her daughter acquiesce, Jiang Aichuan sighed. "I will go with you as well. By the way, does this count as a voluntary surrender? Will it lead to a lighter punishment?" "It does not count, and it will not," the officer answered, producing handcuffs to restrain Jiang Aichuan. "Let us go." Jiang Aichuan gasped in shock. Why must you cuff me? Because you are a criminal suspect. And your movements must be restricted, came the response. Jiang Riyun and Jiang Aichuan were taken away, leaving the remaining executives and shareholders exchanging bewildered glances. Are we still holding the meeting? What nonsense. Let us go, came the unanimous response, and the crowd dispersed in haste. Shun Yi returned to the restaurant with Yi Yiru. Just as boss Zhu's wife, Li Rulin, arrived with a delivery. Manager Shun, I brought the lamb spine you requested. The total is 467. You can pay 460. Thank you. Li Jie, Shun Yi replied as he took out his phone to complete the payment. The transaction of 460 long coins was confirmed. Li Rulin did not rush to leave, but instead scrutinized Yi Yiru, exclaiming, "This young lady is truly stunning. Manager Shun is quite fortunate to have such a beautiful wife." Just as Shun Yi began to explain, Yi Yiru took his arm and sweetly smiled. "Thank you. Li Jie, you are quite youthful as well. With a little embellishment, you would undoubtedly look lovely." Li Rulin beamed with delight. "Oh my. You have such a sweet tongue. I am nearly 50, hardly young anymore. I've become an old woman." Yi Yiru blinked in astonishment. "I truly cannot tell at all." Li Rulin's smile widened. This young lady was simply charming. "By the way, Manager Shun, when will your restaurant open? My husband has been clamoring for food all afternoon." "We open at 5:40 in the evening," he replied. "Very well, I shall return then." Shun Yi smiled. "I'll save you a portion." Li Rulin quickly waved her hands. "Oh no, that is too generous. You've already helped me with the delivery and discounted the price. I must insist on saving it for you." "Very well then, I shall not be overly courteous." "Thank you, Manager Shun. You are welcome." Li Rulin drove away. Shun Yi glanced at Yi Yiru, who, feeling somewhat guilty, turned her head away. Shun Yi shook his head in resignation. "Let us move the items." The two worked together to carry the meat and vegetables inside. Shun Yi commenced the preparation of the buns, deftly and efficiently, soon completing 2 steamers. However, he encountered a dilemma. If the kindergarten sent a vehicle to collect them tomorrow, the promised 50 of each type of bun would be utterly insufficient. At the very least, an additional steamer was necessary. Moreover, the kindergarten would take the steamers along, returning them in the afternoon. This meant he needed to prepare 4 more steamers for adequate use. Fortunately, the stove had ample space, sufficient to accommodate 3 steamers. Yet, beyond that would be impractical, as he needed to reserve space for steaming fish, frying eggs and rice, and crafting various delicacies in the future. Shun Yi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 4:30. Time was of the essence. "Yiru, I have begun steaming the buns and rice, so you need not worry about that. However, I must go out to purchase additional steamers, or I won't have enough time to pick up Yu. Could you assist me by fetching her?" Yi Yiru's eyes brightened. She had been contemplating ways to strengthen her bond with Yu, and this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. "Sure. I will go right away. It's not yet time. You could leave around 4:55. I will just play at the kindergarten. I genuinely enjoy being around children. I initially intended to become a preschool teacher, but my father secretly altered my aspirations." Shun Yi nodded. "Very well. I will lend you my electric bike while I borrow the electric tricycle from Brother Chui next door. Go on, go on." Chapter 34. This girl is so understanding. I really like her. Watching Yi Yiru maneuver the electric bike with a mix of swerving and sudden stops, Shun Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, within 100 meters, she adapted and began to ride steadily, rapidly disappearing around the corner. Shun Yi breathed a sigh of relief, retracting his gaze as he entered Brother Chui's flower shop. "Brother Chui, are you busy?" Chui Yongjin looked up, spotting Shun Yi, and set aside the floral wreath he was working on with a smile. "What brings you here, Brother Shun?" "I would like to borrow the tricycle parked out front." "No problem. Feel free to take it." Chui Yongjin produced the keys and handed them to Shun Yi. "Thank you, Brother Chui. We are neighbors. No need for formality." Shun Yi smiled. "Then I shall let you return to your work. I will take my leave." Gripping the handle of the electric tricycle, Shun Yi increasingly felt the urge to purchase a vehicle of his own. Perhaps he would go look this weekend. He twisted the throttle. "Please be cautious while reversing. Please be cautious while reversing." In less than 10 minutes, Yi Yiru arrived at the kindergarten. The dozing security guard was startled awake by the horn, angrily pulling open the door to step outside. "Security brother, please open the gate. Outsiders are not allowed." As he watched Yi Yiru enter, the guard wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing she was the distinguished guest from earlier. He nearly jeopardized his job. Navigating with familiarity, Yi Yiru found the classroom where Yu was located and quietly peered through the window. Yu is playing with Zicheng. Very good, very good. Go for it, Zicheng. Could Aunt become Yu's mother? Perhaps it still depends on you. The door suddenly swung open, and Teacher Lu poked her head out. Miss Yi, what brings you here? Yi shuddered slightly and slowly stood up. Ahem, Teacher Lu, I came to see my nephew. Teacher Lu smiled and said, I will call Zicheng out. Yi grasped Teacher Lu's hand. Wait, Teacher Lu, may I enter the classroom? Of course, Teacher Lu thought to herself. Ordinarily, this would not be permitted. But Miss Yi is no ordinary person. Zicheng, your aunt has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yi Zicheng felt a wave of relief, quickly rising and racing towards Yi. Yu, holding a paintbrush, exclaimed, I haven't finished my painting yet. As she embraced her nephew, Yi finally noticed the several white dumplings drawn on Yi Zicheng's face. A comical sight that seemed to be the work of Yu. Yu, having seen Yi, felt a twinge of panic. Oh no, Aunt Zicheng has come. Daddy isn't here. And I might get scolded. Observing Yu standing there with a worried expression, her tiny hands gripping the paintbrush, was irresistibly endearing. Yiru's heart melted at how adorable she was. Waving at Yu, she smiled. Come here. Yu, I have something to tell you. Yu, looking cautious, did not approach. You may speak, sister, I will listen from here. Seeing the distance between them, Yiru felt a pang of disappointment. After all, this was only their second encounter. Surely, they would grow closer over time. Reassuring herself, Yiru felt a sense of comfort. Yu, if daddy is busy later, let your sister take you home, all right? Really? Yu seemed somewhat skeptical. At that moment, Teacher Lu glanced at her phone, reading a message from Shen Yi, and addressed Yu. It's true, Yu. Your father is unable to come. This lady Yu will take you home. Teacher Lu's words held considerable weight in Yu's mind. Yu nodded. Oh, okay. Yiru approached, crouched down to meet Yu's gaze, and gently smiled. May I pat your head, Yu? Afterwards, I will take you for ice cream. The mention of head pats and ice cream left Yu with no hesitation. Sure. The little one's head was round and warm, her hair smooth to the touch, making it delightful to caress. Yiru wore a smile of a doting aunt, utterly charmed by the adorable little girl. Sister, why are you pinching Yu's face? Yiru suddenly realized she was squeezing Yu's chubby cheeks, the sensation delightful. It felt so good, she almost wished to plant a kiss on those cheeks. Can I pinch a little more if you also get an ice cream? Okay, Yu thought to herself, recalling that just a few days ago, having ice cream was a rare treat, and now she could enjoy two in one day, merely for the price of a head pat or a cheek squeeze. This sister was so kind. Meanwhile, left to the side and ignored by his aunt, Yi Zicheng felt a tinge of jealousy. He too wanted to pat Yu's head and pinch her cheeks, but he had no ice cream to offer. How frustrating. After a few minutes, the school bell rang. Yu lay on the ground in despair, and only then did Yiru reluctantly pause her playful antics. After spending more than 10 minutes together, Yu and she no longer felt as estranged. They would buy some ice cream and snacks later, which would undoubtedly delight the little girl. All right, Yu, let us go, Yiru said, taking Yu's hand as they prepared to exit the classroom. Yi Zicheng hurried over, tugging at Yiru's skirt. Auntie, don't forget about me. Oh, Zicheng, how could I have almost forgotten you? Yiru chuckled apologetically, patting her head. She positioned both little ones on the footboard, using her legs to ensure they did not fall off. Yu clung to Yiru's leg, finding this mode of transport quite novel. Zicheng, with a look of disdain, refused to sit close to Yu, pushing himself to the other side. Although he appeared reluctant, inwardly he was overjoyed. Hold on tight, sister is going to drive now. Okay. Yiru drove the two little ones to a nearby large shopping mall, where an array of shops and eateries dazzled the eye with their vibrant neon lights, overwhelming the senses. The crowd was substantial, with many snack stalls boasting long lines. After parking the car and holding their hands, Yiru circled around a bit, inquiring with several security guards before finally locating a Häagen-Dazs store near the central overpass, where the queue was significantly shorter. As they stood in line, Yu gazed in astonishment at the radiant sign, confirming several times that this was indeed her dream dessert. She recalled a previous visit with Shun Yi to a nearby ice cream shop, where she had a cone. However, her heart was set on the Häagen-Dazs ice cream. The beautiful, multicolored scoops, the sweet aroma in the air, and the joyous expression of a child relishing ice cream lingered in her memory. Yet, she vividly remembered Shun Yi's pained expression upon glancing at the price list. Ultimately, to spare her father's feelings, She tearfully declined the Haagen-Dazs and insisted on going to the other shop. Yu gently tugged at Yiru's skirt. Sister, can we go to the shop next door for a cone? Yiru, slightly puzzled, asked, What is wrong, Yu? Don't you like the ice cream here? It's too expensive. When Dad bought it, he almost cried. Yu replied. I just had a bit of a frown, all right. Shun-Yi interjected. Yiru, recalling Shun-Yi's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. She affectionately patted Yu's little head. It's all right. Sister has plenty of money. And you can eat as much as you like. Yu shook her head. Dad always said not to order anything too expensive when someone else is treating. Yiru paused, astonished by the little girl's thoughtfulness. Oh, how I adore you. After a moment of contemplation, Yiru smiled mysteriously. Actually, Sister is a member of this store, so everything is quite affordable and one tea costs much at all. Yu's eyes brightened. Really? Of course it's true. Yiru assured her with a smile. Chapter 35. A step closer to becoming Yu's mother as Shun-Yi educated his daughter. The trio of one adult and two children strolled along, indulging in ice cream. The cold, sweet treat provided a delightful respite from the sweltering summer heat, refreshing their spirits. Yiru glanced down and inquired, Yu, is the ice cream delicious? Yu, licking her ice cream ball with her tiny tongue, mumbled, very good. Yiru's heart melted at the sight. Yu looked utterly adorable while savoring her ice cream. Do you want to have some more tomorrow? Yiru asked. Yu licked her lips and replied, yes. Then, she placed her hand on her forehead and sighed. But Daddy said I can only have ice cream every other day. A slight smile curled Yiru's lips. What a pity. Tomorrow, I can only take Zicheng to enjoy it. Yu quickly chimed in. I want to eat some too. Yiru raised an eyebrow, realizing the little girl was intrigued. She feigned a look of concern, but your daddy might not agree. If he finds out that I took you for ice cream today, he would surely scold me, and I'm quite afraid of him. Yu appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. After a moment's thought, she proposed, Then tomorrow, you can come pick me up and let Daddy watch the shop. That way he won't know. Yiru felt a surge of joy at Yu's suggestion, but hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Will your daddy agree? Yu shook her head. I don't know. With a smile, Yiru declared, I have a plan that could persuade your daddy. Would you like to hear it? Yes, Yu exclaimed. Meanwhile, Yi Zicheng stood aside, gazing at his aunt with a look of disdain. How infuriating. He longed to expose his aunt's scheme, yet feared the consequences. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. Riding in the car with Yu also seemed quite pleasant. Yes, very pleasant indeed. In the following 2 minutes, Yiru and Yu successfully aligned their strategies, becoming partners in their endeavor to win over Shun-Yi. Observing Yu's joyful smile, Yiru felt a swell of happiness. They were one step closer to her becoming Yu's mother. At that moment, Shun-Yi, while washing the steamer, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. He wondered who might be thinking of him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 5:20. Why hasn't Yiru returned yet? He pondered, recalling her questionable driving skills with a hint of worry. However, it often seemed that thoughts manifested into reality. Yiru arrived on her electric bike, parking it at the shop entrance. As she swung her leg off, 2 little cuties jumped down. Daddy, I'm back, Yu exclaimed, rushing in to plant a kiss on Shun-Yi's cheek. Daddy, you haven't shaved again, Yu complained, releasing him and rubbing her chubby face, which had been pricked by his stubble. Shun-Yi touched his cheek, acknowledging the presence of some stubble, which indeed felt prickly. He chuckled. I woke up too early today and forgot. Yiru parked her bike and brought Yi Zicheng inside. Boss, I brought my nephew to share a meal. Is that all right? Shun-Yi chuckled. Of course. But Yiru, you should just call me Shun-Yi from now on. Referring to me as boss feels rather odd. Yiru blinked and replied, all right then. Standing behind Shun-Yi, Yu received a signal and playfully shook his arm, saying, Daddy, can you promise me one thing? Shun-Yi squeezed a bit of dish soap into the steamer and began scrubbing it with a steel wool pad. Yu, go ahead and speak. Your father is listening. Yu leaned forward, bringing her little face closer to Shun-Yi, and sweetly urged, Daddy, just promise me first. Shun-Yi glanced at Yu and then at Yiru, who looked back at him with wide, innocent eyes and an open palm, exuding an air of innocence. Shun-Yi pinched a small bubble and placed it on Yu's nose. Chuckling, Yu, your father can promise you first, but that is only because we share a father-daughter bond, and I love you dearly. I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. However, Shun-Yi added with a hint of seriousness, such unreasonable requests should not be made of others, for that is simply not right. Yu tilted her head in confusion. Why is that wrong? Shin pondered for a moment, contemplating how to explain. Well, for instance, if your friend buys an ice cream, and you see it and wish to have some, instead of directly asking, you might say to your friend, promise me something first. If your friend agrees, and then you say you want to eat her ice cream, remember, your friend also cherishes that ice cream, having purchased it with all her pocket money. If she gives it to you, she will have to forego it. But should she refuse, she would feel guilty for breaking her promise to you. If you were that friend, would you feel comfortable? Yu shook her head, not comfortable. Shin then asked, so, do you still want your father to promise you first? Yu shook her head again. No, I don't want to make daddy sad. Shin kissed Yu's cheek and smiled. Yu, you are truly obedient. Now, tell daddy what it is you wish for. I will certainly agree. Yi quietly observed from the side, admiring Shun Yi's patience in educating Yu. Their father-daughter bond was enviably profound. She mused that had her own father possessed such patience in her youth, perhaps she would not have been so rebellious. Little did Yu realize that the focus would soon shift onto her. Yu said, Sister Yi said she wants to pick me up every afternoon after school so that daddy won't be so tired. Yu quickly responded, Yes, Shani. You have to prepare for your shop in the afternoon and pick up Yu. It must be exhausting. If I help by picking up Yu, you can open the shop earlier and close it sooner in the evening to rest. Shin Yi's immediate agreement took Yi by surprise. Then she noticed Shin Yi wink at her, and she understood. He was creating an opportunity for both her and Yu. How unexpected, she thought. Shin Yi, with those thick brows and bright eyes, is indeed drawn to me. Yi blinked and exchanged a knowing smile with him. This arrangement meant Yu could enjoy ice cream every day, Yi could nurture her bond with Yu, and Shun Yi could open his shop earlier. Truly a remarkable trifecta. Yezi City harbors a hint of envy. His parents frequently leave him in the care of his grandfather while they embark on global escapades. Alas, how irresponsible. Shin Yi meticulously cleans the steamer and places it in the back storage room to air dry. Glancing at the time, he notes it is 5:30. The buns have finished steaming, the rice is cooled, and the fish is nearly thawed. Time to open the shop. Shin Yi presses a button on the wall, illuminating the open sign beside the storefront. He then takes chalk and adds 2 new dishes to the small blackboard at the entrance. Steamed base, 45, egg fried rice, 12. The pricing is quite reasonable, even lower than that of some other establishments. Having completed these tasks, Shun Yi returns to the shop, ready to welcome customers. At the intersection, Old Man Sheen strolls leisurely, accompanied only by a few elderly gentlemen. The others have been summoned home by their wives for dinner. The remaining men decide to dine at Shun's eatery, as they have no spouses and their children are away striving for success, leaving them with little more than the table to gnaw on. Thus, they opt to gather together at a restaurant for both convenience and camaraderie. From a distance, Old Man Sheen spots the shop and remarks, Ah, Manager Shun has opened up. Let us go, old friends. Meanwhile, at another corner, Wang Xiangrui holds Xiao Rongyu's hand, animatedly introducing her to a nearby shop. Rongyu, that restaurant is just down this street. I was in such a rush this morning that I didn't get to order the soup dumplings. They're only 10 yuan, and I'm sure they're delicious. Xiao Rongyu nods with a smile. Following them are 2 friends, one of whom, the boisterous Fu Qinghai, exclaims, Hurry up, we still have to get back for evening study. The other, Li Ningning, looks exasperated. Rongyu, how could you agree to go with that guy? He is clearly a scoundrel. Li Ningning, have I ever wronged you? Xiao Rongyu retorts swiftly. Enough, Ningning, don't speak ill. Wang Xiangrui chuckles. You're the only one who stands up for me, Rongyu. You truly are a loyal partner. Xiao Rongyu rolls her eyes, not serious at all. Chapter 36, Steamed Base, Egg Fried Rice. This man is quite formidable. Old Man Sheen and his companions enter the restaurant and take a seat at a table near the door. Shin Yi greets them with a smile. Welcome, Old Man Sheen. Sheen nods, smiling in acknowledgement. Yi Yiru, having set aside her phone, approaches to serve them. Upon seeing Qin Xiaodian, she pauses in surprise. Grandpa Qin? Old Man Sheen appears puzzled. Xiaoro? What brings you here? Yi Yiru quickly responds. I'm working here for Shun Yi. Old Man Qin is taken aback. You're leaving your father's large company to work as a waitress in a restaurant? While Manager Shin seems amiable and likely offers good benefits, it surely pales in comparison to the comfort of working with Yi Xiangnan. Yet, this is Yi Yiru's own choice, though Old Man Qin does not comprehend it. He refrains from voicing further opinions. What would you like to eat, Grandpa Qin? Shun Yi has added 2 new dishes. Would you care to try them? Old Man Chin raises an eyebrow. New dishes? Yi Yiru nods. Steamed base and egg fried rice. Old Man Chin replies. Then I'll have 2 portions of the steamed base, 4 bowls of egg fried rice, 4 soup dumplings, and 4 chive and egg buns. That should suffice. Certainly. Grandpa Chin, please hold on a moment. Yi Yiru meticulously recorded the dishes and proceeded to the kitchen to convey the details to Shun Yi. Shun Yi retrieved 4 plates, artfully arranged the soup dumplings, and placed them by the window, after which Yi Yiru took them to Grandfather Chin and the others. The perch had thawed completely. Aside from the head and tail, only a few bones remained, leaving the rest as tender fish flesh. It required both hands to lift it carefully, lest it fall apart. Shun Yi selected 2 fish fillets, elegantly laying them on a rectangular plate. He then took scallions, ginger, and garlic, placing them on the cutting board, and finally minced them with a knife before transferring the aromatic mixture into a small bowl, adding a splash of cooking wine. Finally, he incorporated his specially crafted seasoning, stirring it thoroughly with chopsticks and setting it aside for later use. Next, Shun Yi extracted a small piece of lamb spine. Using a knife, he scraped off the lamb meat, chopping it into a fine paste and mixing it with the marrow he had extracted, pouring the amalgamation into the previously prepared bowl for another round of mixing. The essence of freshness lies within the words fish and lamb. Logically, combining these two would yield an unpalatable result, as one would not expect the fishy and gamey odors to harmonize. However, thanks to Shun Yi's meticulous preparation, over 90% of the fishy scent had been eliminated. Coupled with the scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine, the gamey aroma of the lamb was likewise significantly diminished. Yet, even with most of the scents removed, traces of the fishy and gamey flavors remained, still capable of affecting the overall palate. At this juncture, the significance of Shun Yi's secret seasoning became apparent. This proprietary blend, composed of various spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper, along with chicken essence, soy sauce, oyster sauce, rock sugar, and a medley of over a dozen other ingredients, was mixed in a precise proportion, heated in the microwave until solidified, then ground into a fine powder. Its initial aroma was subtly spicy, not particularly striking, yet moments later, it transformed into a rich, fragrant sweetness that captivated the senses. This secret seasoning was the quintessence of the dish, aptly described as the finishing touch that elevates the creation. Not only did it perfectly neutralize the residual fishy and gamey flavors, but it also enhanced the taste of the steamed perch to unprecedented heights, promising an exquisite flavor experience. Having completed these preparations, Shun Yi deftly opened the fish's belly with chopsticks and poured in the seasoning from the small bowl. He used a slender strip of scallion as a tie, securing it with a silver needle. He replicated the process with the second fish, completing the task in a mere 3 minutes. Lifting the lid of a steamer, he noticed that the water was already boiling vigorously. He placed the plate containing the perch inside and covered it, now needing to wait for precisely 8 minutes and 23 seconds. A second too soon would leave the fish undercooked, while a second too late would result in dry, unpalatable flesh. Though the impact might seem negligible, if perfection is attainable, why not strive for it? Next came the egg fried rice. Shun Yi scooped out 4 servings of rice from the rice cooker, gently touching it with his hand. 26. 2 degrees Celsius. A wave of surprise washed over him. This rice cooker was extraordinary. It had managed to cool the rice to the optimal temperature for making fried rice. At this temperature, the starch undergoes retrogradation, preventing the rice from becoming a soggy mass and instead ensuring each grain remains distinct and resilient, ideal for frying. He cracked 8 eggs into a bowl, whisking them together in preparation. Shun Yi heated the iron wok, pouring in an ample amount of peanut oil, allowing it to coat the surface before discarding the excess. This technique ensured that the egg fried rice would not stick to the pan. He then added another generous measure of peanut oil, waiting for it to reach a suitable temperature before introducing the rice, which met the hot oil with a delightful sizzle. As the rice warmed to the perfect temperature, Shun Yi swiftly added the egg mixture. The next step was crucial, the toss. This action would determine whether the fried rice would emerge as a golden delight or a bland, uneven hue. The egg mixture cascaded like a golden waterfall from the bowl. At the moment the egg touched the rice, Shun Yi's hands sprang into action. With a deft push, he propelled the iron wok forward and gave it a shake, causing the rice to rise in a magnificent display. In slow motion, it resembled a white wave that gracefully fell back, perfectly enveloping the descending egg mixture. With a flick of his wrist, the bowl in his right hand spun outward, landing on the countertop and stabilizing itself in an impressive display of balance. Grasping the spatula, Shun-Yi immediately immersed himself in the art of crafting the finest egg fried rice. The iron wok became an extension of his will, with each push and pull transforming the rice into frothy waves, tumbling in the confined space. It soared high and fell heavily, merging the rice and egg without a single grain escaping the confines of the wok. The flames beneath the wok roared fiercely as it danced back and forth above the heat. Notably, the wok only ever touched the outer layer of the flames, where the fuel was most exposed to oxygen, burning with the highest intensity. This allowed for the rapid coagulation of the egg mixture. Were an ordinary chef to attempt such a feat, their fried rice would surely bear the mark of failure. The egg mixture solidified swiftly, demanding precise timing and leaving no room for error. A moment's inattention could result in the egg quickly congealing into curds. Yet, Shun-Yi skillfully harnessed this very aspect. Under high temperatures, combined with his masterful tossing technique, the egg mixture enveloped each grain of rice more tightly, quickly, and evenly. This method locked in the rice's inherent fragrance while preventing overcooking that would render the eggs tough. 20 seconds later, the egg mixture had vanished, transformed into a golden crust that clung tightly to each grain of rice. Perfection. Shun-Yi mentally awarded himself full marks. The final touch was at hand, and this step required utmost precision. It was time to add salt. A well-measured pinch of salt would ensure that the dish would be impeccably seasoned. Many aspiring cooks often grapple with the concept of appropriate amount. What exactly constitutes appropriate? This is a perplexing question with no definitive answer. Each dish varies in quantity, necessitating different amounts of seasoning. Only through years of culinary experience can a chef intuitively estimate the general range of what constitutes an appropriate amount. Achieving perfection is challenging. However, for Shun-Yi, this was merely child's play. Open the salt jar and scoop out a small half-spoonful, precisely 8,243 grams. This is the optimal quantity of salt required for this exquisite fried rice. The crystalline white salt flakes descend like delicate snowflakes, swiftly dissolving in the high heat, merging seamlessly with the golden grains of fried rice. A small handful of chopped green onions is sprinkled in, followed by a couple of final stirs before extinguishing the flame, allowing the green onions to infuse the rice with a slightly tender texture, resulting in a refreshing taste. The divine fried rice is now complete. The glistening grains of rice, imbued with an almost tangible aroma, are utterly irresistible. Shun-Yi nodded in satisfaction. He used an iron ladle to serve equal portions into 4 bowls. Raising his head, he intended to call Yi-Ru over to collect them, but was startled instead, as a large crowd had gathered in front of the kitchen, observing him. Among them were Yi-Ru, Yu-Yu, Yi Zicheng, Grandpa Qin with his young companions, and 4 high school students in their uniforms. Shun-Yi felt a bit bewildered. What are you all doing here? Yu-Yu's eyes sparkled like tiny stars. Daddy is so amazing. He looks incredibly cool while frying rice. Grandpa Qin gave a thumbs up, chuckling. Just by the technique, this fried rice must taste exceptional. The presentation is the best I've ever seen. Wang Xiangrui nudged his close friend Fu Qinghai. How about that? Manager Shun is impressive, isn't he? The golden fried rice is incredible. Fu Qinghai still in awe? Nodded. Impressive, even better than my dad. Yi-Ru's gaze was filled with tenderness. Shun-Yi was so graceful while tossing the ladle and sprinkling salt. Yi Zicheng's small face was full of astonishment. This man is formidable. Xiao Rongyu appeared calm, yet her heart was in turmoil. She had not anticipated that such a remarkable chef would be hidden within a simple dining establishment. Her father's Manhwa Tower was in need of a top-tier chef to uphold its prestige, offering a salary of 2 million. She wondered if this manager would be interested. Perhaps it would be best to wait for more visits, build a rapport, and then inquire subtly. Her friendly Ningning, with a face full of admiration, clasped her cheeks. The manager is so handsome. Chapter 37, Shun-Yi. Someone is trying to steal you away. The steamed base is ready, and the aroma of the fried rice wafts through the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. An elderly gentleman swallowed hard and pointed at the portions of fried rice. Manager Shun, is that the order we placed? Shun-Yi nodded. Yes, sir. Please return to your seats. Yi-Ru, could you assist in serving it? Yi-Ru smiled, of course. At this moment, Wang Xiangrui and his companions finally noticed Yi-Ru. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her sparkling, Clear eyes radiated charm when she smiled, captivating everyone's attention. She resembled an ice mountain snow lotus, exuding a cool and elegant demeanor. The world around her seemed to pale in comparison, with only the shimmering golden fried rice managing to share the spotlight. Fu Qinghai was mesmerized, stammering, "Beautiful. May I ask if you have a boyfriend?" Yi Yiru tilted her head slightly. "Are you asking me?" Bang! This adorable gesture struck Fu Qinghai's heart like a powerful punch. Who could withstand such charm? Fu Qinghai swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Yi Yiru simply shook her head. Not yet. Fu Qinghai's heart raced as he cautiously inquired, "May I add you on WeChat?" Yi Yiru furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating a refusal. Yet this was a customer after all. What should she do? Casting a glance at Shen Yi, she noticed he was preoccupied with washing dishes, entirely oblivious to their conversation. Yi Yiru felt a surge of irritation. Shen Yi. What is it, Yiru? Shen Yi looked up, startled. Yi Yiru bit her lip. Someone is trying to steal you away. Don't you think you should say something? Coughing violently. Shen Yi took a moment to compose himself before innocently replying. What does that have to do with me? Yi Yiru glared at him. It has everything to do with you. Feeling guilty, Shen Yi averted his gaze and addressed Fu Qinghai. Well, this young man here, she doesn't engage in WeChat. At this point, Fu Qinghai could hardly be oblivious. It was evident that she was already taken. Crack! His heart shattered. Yi Yiru huffed with disdain and turned to deliver the egg-fried rice. Wang Xiangrui patted his friend's shoulder, infusing him with camaraderie as he consoled. Don't be disheartened. I'll treat you to a meal. Fu Qinghai, a resilient soul, quickly recovered from his disappointment. I want 2 beef buns and 2 bowls of egg-fried rice. Not a problem, Wang Xiangrui replied generously. An esteemed base as well. Wang Xiangrui waved his hand dismissively. Order whatever you like. And you, Rongyu. Please don't hold back. Tonight, the bill is on young Master Wang. However, he turned to Li Ningning, his expression darkening. By the way, Li Ningning, you need tea order. Li Ningning stamped her foot in anger, gritting her teeth. Wang Xiangrui, I'm not interested. I'll order for myself. Wang Xiangrui chuckled mischievously. I was just joking. Are you really not going to eat? I will. I'll eat you into bankruptcy. Xiao Rongyu, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. All right. Let us hurry and order. We have evening study at 6:30, and I'd rather not face the wrath of the homeroom teacher. The group involuntarily recalled the stern visage and booming voice of their teacher, swallowing hard. Once the 4 had placed their orders, they settled at a table beside Grandpa Chin and his companions. At that moment, Grandpa Chin prepared to savor the golden egg-fried rice. He scooped up a spoonful, blowing gently to dissipate the steam. The instant it graced his palate, a rich aroma enveloped his senses. As he chewed, he first experienced the tender softness of the egg, followed by the delightful chewiness of the rice grains, and finally a harmonious blend of subtle scallion fragrance and moderate saltiness. Grandpa Chin's eyes sparkled with delight. This egg-fried rice is truly exceptional. Not merely exceptional, it was nothing short of perfection. For someone as fastidious as Grandpa Chin to utter the words "not bad" was a remarkable feat. The egg-fried rice appeared glossy and enticing. Yet it was refreshingly light on the palate, not greasy in the least. With each bite, he relished the dish, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Before long, he had finished an entire bowl of egg-fried rice. This fried rice is simply divine. The only regret is that I didn't have a bowl of scallion soup to cleanse my palate. The other gentlemen devoured their portions with equal fervor, still yearning for more. One elder licked his bowl clean, unsatisfied, and slurped his spoon, exclaiming, "This egg-fried rice is the best I've ever had." At 12 yuan a bowl, it's a steal. Manager Shun is truly a man of substance. Old Master Chin expressed his agreement, remarking that Manager Shun's fried rice could easily grace the menu of any upscale restaurant, commanding a price of over 88. It is indeed a boon for our street that Manager Shun has chosen to establish his eatery here. I heard that Manager Shun is newly single. Should we not assist him in finding a suitable young lady? Yi Yiru perked up, her ears attuned to the conversation. Old Master Chin gestured towards her with a grin, saying, "We need not worry about that. Manager Shun already has someone who admires him." The other gentleman finally caught on, bursting into laughter. Yi Yiru felt her cheeks flush and stealthily made her way to the kitchen, pinching Shun Yi playfully. Shun Yi remarked, "Wang Xiangrui and the others are eavesdropping on the gossip." Li Ningning shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can such a handsome and skilled chef as Manager Shun be divorced? I can no longer believe in love." Wang Xiangrui scoffed. 17 years as a single dog. And I haven't even touched a man's hand. What do I know about love? Li Ningning shot him a glare. Wang Xiangrui. Their bickering was interrupted by a platter of dumplings. For translucent soup, dumplings wobbled enticingly on the dish. Fu Qinghai poked at one with his chopsticks, incredulous. How is this soup dumpling so thin yet resilient? It's 100 times more visually appealing than what my old man makes. I must take a photo to humble him. Fu Qinghai whipped out his phone to snap a picture. Meanwhile, the others could hardly contain their anticipation. After a day of rigorous study, their hunger was palpable, exacerbated by old Master Qin's mention of fried rice. Faced with such culinary delights, it was akin to an aging bachelor marrying a delicate beauty on their wedding night. There was no time to waste. Wang Xiangrui swiftly picked up a soup dumpling and took a hearty bite. The moment his tongue met the scalding broth, he yelped in surprise. Wow, that's hot. Yet, in the next instant, he was stunned, exhaling steam as he chewed and swallowed. What kind of divine soup dumpling is this? He quickly sat down, finishing the entire dumpling in mere bites. His cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding food. So delicious. Wang Xiangrui felt as though he could swallow his tongue along with it. Rongyu, you must try this. These soup dumplings are even better than the buns we had this morning. Xiao Rongyu nodded, her demeanor becoming more ladylike as she delicately bit into the skin, savoring the flavorful broth. What a delightful broth. She was too engrossed in her meal to mind the heat, letting out soft puffs of warm air. Seeing her friend relish the dumplings, Li Ningning followed suit. Oh my, these soup dumplings are exquisite. Wang Xiangrui, you truly stumbled upon a hidden gem with this place. Wang Xiangrui shot her a sidelong glance. We're eating. Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Also, you've been calling my name for nearly 2 years, and still haven't discovered the secret behind it? Li Ningning sneered. Puffed. It's just a name. Does it really bring good fortune? Wang Xiangrui chuckled. Well, it's not too shabby. My family was quite poor before I was born. But on my first day of life, they received over 1,000 in compensation from a relocation. On my first birthday, my father won a modest lottery prize of 500. There were other things as well. Did you hear? Xiao Rongyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Really? Don't listen to his boasting, Fu Qinghai remarked after sending a photo to his father, nodding at Li Ningning. It's true, I was born in the same hospital as Ruizi, and my family also underwent relocation. There was another peculiar incident. You all know my grades aren't particularly stellar, right? Li Ningning nodded. I was initially not expected to get into the first high school, but before the exam, Ruizi highlighted the key points for me. Strangely enough, they closely resembled the exam content. At that moment, I wondered if he had some inside information. I even gave him a beating, but he wouldn't confess. Li Ningning stared, utterly astonished. So impressive. Wang Xiangrui grinned confidently. Now you know my prowess. In a novel, I would be the protagonist. Li Ningning swallowed hard. Ruizi, please tell me the winning numbers for the next draw. Haha, back then you barely acknowledged me, and now you realize Ruizi is someone you cannot reach, he replied. Shun Yi naturally overheard the conversation among Wang Xiangrui and the others, feeling a bit ashamed. Why did he feel that his luck was the best? Yi Yiru, however, felt indifferent. After all, she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Shen Yi estimated the time and then lifted the lid of the steamer. The perch was already cooked. Due to thermal expansion, the fish skin was puffed up but intact. A subtle aroma of fish wafted through the air. Yiru, the steamed perch is ready, he announced. Chapter 38. Manager Shun is showing off his skills. Is this fish? No. This is an aromatic bomb. 2 plates of steamed perch were placed on the table, wisps of steam rising from the fish. Grandpa Qin and the others did not rush to pick up their chopsticks, but chose to observe. Grandpa Lu bent down, gently fanning the air and inhaling the scent. A delicate freshness, an ethereal sensation. There's no fishy smell. Hearing this, the other 2 grandfathers also took a whiff. Indeed, there was none. Oddly enough, while freshwater fish do not possess the strong fishy odor of sea fish, there is typically still a hint. Grandpa Wang, turning the plate, questioned, when I eat outside. Steamed fish is usually cut open from the belly and laid flat to steam, as this allows the flavors to infuse and the fish to remain tender. It seems Manager Shun has hardly done any preparation. Can it really taste good this way? Grandpa Qin remained silent, closely examining the fish, and soon noticed a clue. Look, part of the fish belly is sewn up with green onion strips. Following Grandpa Qin's lead, the other grandfathers also paid attention. Indeed, the fish belly was sewn up with segments of green onion, and at the end, it was tied in a bow. However, it was caught in the fish's gills, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Everyone was astonished. There's even a bow tied. Is he using the skill of a martial arts master on a kindergarten child? Manager Shun is impressive, Grandpa Wang exclaimed. These onion strips are so finely cut, pulling gently would snap them. Manager Shun, your technique is undeniable. I have truly gained new insights today. Old Lu chuckled. What a remarkable skill. It's a pity I missed the sewing process, but just from this handwork, one can tell how meticulous Manager Shun is in his cooking. I am certain this fish will taste exquisite. Old Li wholeheartedly agreed, indeed. From Manager Shun's soup-filled buns to his fried rice, has any dish ever let us down? Let us dig in. Old Chin, however, quickly gestured, let us eat together. Just then, Yiru jogged back, exclaiming, Grandpa Chin, please hold off on eating. What is the matter, Xiao? Is there something wrong with the fish? Yiru shook her head. No, I simply forgot to tell you how to eat it. Old Chin looked puzzled. What special method is there for eating fish? With soup buns, there is a technique to first savor the broth before indulging. But for steamed fish, can we not just dive in? Could it be that one should eat it by hand? Noticing Old Chin's confusion, Yiru smiled as she explained, this is no ordinary steamed fish. Have you noticed the scallion shreds? Old Chin nodded. I just saw them. What is special about the scallions? Instead of directly explaining, Yiru smiled mysteriously. You'll understand once you pull the scallion shreds apart with your chopsticks. Realization dawned on Old Chin as he pointed at the base. Could it be that the secret of this steamed fish lies within its belly? Yiru sighed, her expression slightly disappointed. I can't keep it from you, Grandpa Chin. Old Chin laughed heartily, recalling his past as a scout. If he weren't clever, he would have been reincarnated long ago. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious to see what secrets lie within the fish's belly. He picked up his chopsticks, grasping the end of the scallion bow, and gently tugged. The bow unfurled, and the scallion strand, stretched to its limit, snapped. One elder frowned. There's nothing remarkable about that. At that moment, freed from the restraints of the scallions, the fish's belly slowly opened. Boom! A rich, fragrant aroma surged forth explosively. From Old Chin's table to the entire restaurant, an unparalleled freshness permeated the air. This was no mere steamed fish. It was a flavor bomb enveloped in fish flesh. Freshness. The word echoed in everyone's minds. Yes, freshness. A simple steamed base could unleash such a delightful fragrance. Old Chin and his companions were left speechless. Is this truly steamed base? The aroma is simply divine. Old Lu touched the corner of his mouth, his fingertips warm and damp. He realized he was unable to control his salivation. The neighboring table, occupied by Wang Xiangrui and his companions, was equally stunned, their gazes fixed upon Old Chin's table. Instantly, their buns seemed to pale in comparison. Although the buns were delicious, this steamed base appeared even more enticing. Xiao Rongyu could not help but swallow hard. Having loved fish since childhood, she was overwhelmed by the exquisite presentation of this steamed base, and she could no longer resist. Waiter! Yiru, hearing her name called, snapped back to reality, still somewhat dazed by the intoxicating aroma that had just wafted into the air. What is it, little sister? Xiao Rongyu remarked. I would like a portion of steamed base. Thank you. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Yiru inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing aroma in the air, before reluctantly turning away. She resolved to persuade Shun-Yi to prepare several more. She intended to indulge herself. Wang Xiangrui quickly interjected, Wait, sister, I desire one too. Li Ningning raised her hand as well. Sister, I want one too. Fu Qinghai refrained from ordering, having already placed his request for a single fish. Considering the time, mine should be nearly ready. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the gazes of Wang Xiangrui and the others converging upon him. Haizi, brother. I have never asked you for anything, but this fish is unacceptable. Fu Qinghai hastily declined. Had he not been enticed by that irresistible fragrance, he might have agreed. But now he could not bear to part with it. A mere fish weighing just over a pound was hardly enough for him to show off. Li Ningming's eyes darted mischievously. Since you are unwilling, we shall not force you. Let us vote, shall we? Those in favor of sharing Qinghai's steamed base, please raise your hands. She raised her hand first. Wang Xiangrui followed suit, exclaiming, Haizi, once our fish arrives, we will compensate you, brother. I simply cannot withstand it any longer. My mouth is watering. This was no exaggeration. The steamed base seemed to enchant the senses, provoking an uncontrollable salivation. If one did not swallow, they would surely drool. Fu Qinghai felt as though he might bleed from frustration, casting a hopeful glance at the silent Xiao Rongyu. Rongyu, you must reason with them. Do not succumb to their whims. Xiao Rongyu also raised her hand, apologetically stating, once my portion of steamed base is ready, I will surely offer it to you. Fu Qinghai felt on the verge of tears. You band of robbers. Elder Qin cautiously picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The fish skin was firm, and the flesh was tender and glistening, exuding an alluring aroma. Upon tasting it, the fish was extraordinarily sweet, soft like silken tofu brimming with broth. A mere nibble caused it to dissolve completely, gliding smoothly down his throat. Truly, it melted in the mouth. Following the sweetness, a subtle spiciness awakened the taste buds, enhancing the desire for the next bite of fish. Elder Qin savored it with raised eyebrows, though he found it curious. Why do I detect a hint of lamb flavor? He smacked his lips. Indeed, there was. This fish was so tender, truly delightful. Elder Wang, while incessantly helping himself to the fish, could not stop praising it. It then dawned on Elder Qin that within mere seconds, half of the base had been devoured by these three elderly gentlemen. He alone was still savoring it slowly. What a loss. He admonished, can you not eat with a bit more decorum? You are all of a considerable age, and yet you behave so recklessly. The three elders were taken aback. Their usual dining manners involved savoring every bite, as age had rendered their digestive systems less efficient. Yet, this fish was simply too delicious to resist. Just as they were momentarily stunned, Elder Qin, with remarkable speed, swiftly transferred the remaining portion of fish to his bowl. Still, he tore off a generous chunk of flesh from another fish and savored it with delight. The other gentlemen soon realized that this was indeed Old Qin's cunning tactic to buy time. They angrily exclaimed, well, Old Qin, you sly fox. Stealing a bite while we were distracted. Chapter 39. This is a divine delicacy. My apologies, Qinghai, but I cannot part with this fish. The gentlemen exchanged glances, and in the next heartbeat, 3 pairs of chopsticks simultaneously lunged toward the remaining sea base. This piece is mine. Stop talking nonsense. Whoever grabs it first gets it. I touched the belly of the fish first. Let go. Do you have any evidence? I clearly touched it first. Old Qin hummed a merry tune while relishing the fish in his bowl. The piece he had snatched was from the belly of the fish. After devouring a morsel of fish meat, he discovered a delightful surprise hidden within the belly, a pink, glistening ball of minced meat, sizzling with oil. It was utterly appetizing. The rich aroma emanating from the meatball was intoxicating. Just gazing at it made Old Qin's mouth water uncontrollably. He carefully picked it up with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, a magnificent vision unfolded before him. The white waves crashed against the golden sands, accompanied by the refreshing sea breeze. Steamed sea bass with wings soared over the ocean, enveloped in a delicate golden mist of fragrance. Upon seeing him, they flocked toward him, merging into his being, elevating his very soul. The vision faded, and Old Qin returned to reality, only to find that the meatball had dissolved. His tongue quivered uncontrollably. This was a delicacy bestowed by the divine. The lingering, exquisite aroma in his mouth surged uncontrollably to his brain. Every cell in his body rejoiced, seemingly celebrating the tasting of such a delectable treat. However, upon turning the fish belly inside out, he found only some minced green onions, ginger, and garlic, leaving him greatly disappointed. After finishing the remaining fish meat, he set down his chopsticks, for the 2 plates were completely empty. One might think they had just been washed. Old Lu was momentarily stunned before exhaling slowly. That small ball of minced meat must have been lamb. Old Qin nodded in reminiscence. Yes, it seems they added a bit of lamb bone marrow as well. Old Lu remarked, this flavor is truly priceless. Old Qin shook his head, saying, I feel that Manager Shen has priced this too low. At 45 dragon coins. I would consider 145 dragon coins a bargain. The other 2 gentlemen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Manager Shun is a gentleman who values wealth earned rightly, allowing ordinary folks like us to savor such high-class cuisine. His integrity is beyond reproach. One word, splendid. At that moment, Old Wang leaned back in his chair. His gaze suddenly fixated on the plate. Why is this plate so clean? He wondered aloud. Did any of you encounter fish bones? Upon hearing this, Old Qin and the others were momentarily speechless, contemplating. Old Qin shook his head. Not at all. Old Li added, I didn't find any either. Uncle Lu expressed his disbelief. Could this possibly be a boneless fish? What boneless fish? Surely, Manager Shun must have removed the bones, someone retorted. But that is not right. The fish's belly isn't even cut open. How could he have done that? The crowd simultaneously recalled the small opening in the fish's belly, sewn shut with scallions. Their minds stirred by a wave of astonishment. Unable to contain himself, Grandpa Chin rushed to the kitchen and inquired, Manager Shun, how is it that this fish has no bones? Shin Yi, busy preparing fried rice, replied without a second thought, I removed the bones. Grandpa Chin clarified, no, I mean, how did you do it? The belly isn't even cut open. You didn't take them out through that small opening, did you? Indeed, Shin Yi confirmed. At that moment, Grandpa Chin felt an urge to curse. How could anyone accomplish such a feat? That small opening could barely fit 3.5 fingers. Inserting a knife would be a challenge. With a complex expression, Grandpa Chin could only utter 2 words, impressive. Once Shun Yi finished frying the rice and plated it, he smiled and said, it's just basic skill. Grandpa Chin responded, that's quite a display. May I watch you prepare fish tomorrow? Suddenly, Shun Yi remembered he hadn't purchased a fish filleting knife, all thanks to Jiang Ruyun. Sure, starting tomorrow, everything will be freshly killed. It will taste even better. Grandpa Chin chuckled, then I shall return. By the way, how much for this table? Noticing Grandpa Chin was about to treat again, the other 3 quickly approached. Old Chin, didn't we agree to take turns treating? You can't break the rules. After a moment of thought, Grandpa Chin did not refuse. Such is the nature of relationships. Mutual investment is essential for longevity, be it familial love, romantic love, or friendship. Yi Yiru brought over the steamed sea base ordered by Fu Qinghai and placed it on their table before returning. Grandpa Chin, your total comes to 178 dragon coins. Shun Yi quickly interjected, Grandpa Chin, this time it's on the house. You don't need to pay. Grandpa Chin furrowed his brow. Manager Shun, what's this? Shun Yi scratched his head. Thanks to your help with the dishwasher this morning, you saved me several thousand. How could I possibly charge you for your meal? Grandpa Chin grew displeased. Manager Shun, that's not right. I merely decided to give that manager a hard time. It just happened that you were there to benefit from it. You needn't waive our bill. We must pay. Shun Yi smiled wryly. Realizing that Grandpa Chin was rather stubborn, any attempt to show gratitude was met with refusal. How about a discount instead? He suggested. Grandpa Chin's mood brightened immediately. That works. Let us do an 88 discount. It sounds festive. Yi Yiru quickly calculated. The total comes to 156. 64. Grandpa Chin, you can just give 156. Uncle Lu pulled out his phone. Now it's my turn. Don't rush. Ding, the WeChat notification arrived. 156 dragon coins. Grandpa Chin waved his hand. All right then. Manager Shun, we shall take our leave. You all carry on. Take care, Grandpa Chin. Safe travels, Grandpa Chin. Yi Yiru escorted Grandpa Chin and his companions out. But upon turning back, she was startled. The steamed sea base that had just been served to Wang Xiangrue's table had disappeared. Oh, Wang Xiangrue was still chewing on the fish head. Fu Qinghai looked utterly defeated. You beasts, I only took 2 bites. Wang Xiangrue spat out a fishbone. Having savored the exquisite flavor of the fish, he found himself wavering. Such a delicacy. How could he possibly relinquish it to another? If it were to be shared with Rongyu, that would be one thing. But to offer it to the rough-hewn Hai-Zi felt akin to feeding a pig the finest delicacies, an utter waste. Fu Qinghai interjected, are you being polite, Hai-Zi? If not, perhaps I shall withhold my fish from you and instead treat you to an all-nighter at the internet CF tonight? The expression on Fu Qinghai's face shifted dramatically. That won't do. Xiao Rongyu, feeling a touch of embarrassment, spoke up. Qinghai, if you let me copy your homework, could you forego my fish? Li Ningning, with a sly smile, added, if they won't share, then neither will I. No matter how you kick up a fuss tonight. I shall pretend I saw nothing and forget your name. How does that sound? After all, she was the discipline committee member. Fu Qinghai began to panic. How can you all be so untrustworthy? The trio replied in unison, because this fish is simply too delicious. No way. Li Ningning shook her head. Since Qinghai is unwilling, we cannot force him. Fu Qinghai looked gratefully at her. The discipline committee member was indeed reasonable. Yet, in the next moment, Li Ningning revealed her malicious side. For the sake of fairness, let us conduct another vote among the 4 of us. I'll go first. All 3 raised their hands simultaneously. Fu Qinghai lamented. So this vote is solely aimed at me, is it? He turned away, clutching the back of his chair. Silently shedding tears. Our friendship has come to an end. Let us part ways. Your fish is ready. Enjoy it while it's hot. Yiru brought over 3 plates of fish and set them on the table. The 3 quickly claimed their respective plates. Wang Xiangrui, witnessing the sorrow on his best friend's face, felt a pang of sympathy. Hi Z, would you like the fish head and tail? Yes. Fu Qinghai turned around with lightning speed. Although they paled in comparison to the fish body, they were certainly better than nothing. Consequently, his plate was soon adorned with 3 fish heads and 3 tails. Chapter 40. Revenue exceeds 10,000. Humph, sneaking a peek at me in the kitchen. Shun Yi was washing his hands when he caught a glimpse of Yu Yu eyeing Wang Xiangrui's table with longing, her little hands wiping away drool incessantly. Shin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yu Yu, are you hungry? Yu Yu nodded earnestly. Daddy, I want to eat fish too. Yiru chimed in. I want some as well. Shun Yi replied with a smile. No problem. He then turned to the aloof little boy, Yi Ziqing. What about you? Little one? Yi Ziqing quickly nodded, his fondness for this unfamiliar man growing immensely. Oh dear, this uncle is so kind, unlike my aunt, who often forgets about me. Shun Yi mused. Then I must reserve 2 fish to ensure there is enough. With only 4 fish remaining, he could only sell 2. All right, I shall cook for you now. Daddy, will you eat with us? Shun Yi shook his head. Daddy will eat after closing the shop. Then I will wait until after closing too, Yu Yu insisted. Shun Yi smiled. It's all right. Yu Yu can eat first if you're hungry. There's no need to wait for Daddy. Yu Yu shook her head. No, Yu Yu wants to eat with Daddy. Yiru added with a smile. If Yu Yu isn't eating, then I won't either. Let us wait until we can all eat together after closing. Yi Ziqing chimed in. I want to eat too. I want to eat either. As the door swung open, 2 patrons with thinning hair entered, seeking a table to settle down. What a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Shen Yi instantly recognized the duo. They were the 2 programmers from earlier that morning, one slightly balding and the other sporting a receding hairline. Welcome. Shen Yi greeted them with a smile. Wang Donglai, the balding one, glanced at the 4 ravenously devouring their meals and inquired, Are you introducing new dishes, Manager Shen? He swallowed hard, entranced by the tantalizing aroma. Shen Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have steamed sea bass and egg fried rice. Lu Sheng inhaled deeply and remarked, The fish smells divine. Let's have a whole one. Along with 2 bowls of egg fried rice, and 2 of each type of bun. He then turned to Wang Donglai. Brother Wang, will this suffice? Wang Donglai nodded in agreement. That will be sufficient. If not, we can order more later. Manager Shun, please proceed with this. Understood, please hold on. With the arrival of these 2, yet another man was lured in by the enticing scent emanating from the restaurant. As Yiru tidied up Grandpa Chin's table, she greeted him. Good day, what would you like to order? Upon seeing Yiru, the man was taken aback. Her beauty was remarkable. He asked. I caught a whiff of the delectable aroma from afar. What dish is that? Yiru replied. That would be our new dish, steamed sea bass. Then I shall have 2, along with a bowl of egg fried rice, he requested. Yiru apologetically responded. I'm sorry, but we only have 1 fish left. Then just 1, and 2 pork buns as well. Of course, please wait a moment. The dishes for the 2 tables were soon prepared. As the scallions were pulled apart, Wang Donglai and Lu Sheng were astounded. The first bite of the fish left them in utter disbelief. Such divine fish meat, how delightful. However, upon the second bite, their astonishment turned to rivalry. Wang Donglai, gripping his chopsticks, clashed them against Lu Sheng's. The tension was palpable as both men clutched the edges of their chairs, engaging in a silent contest. Wang Donglai, with a forced smile, remarked, Little Lu, one must show deference to their seniors. Therefore, that piece of fish belly should rightfully belong to me. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Brother Wang, it is also the duty of seniors to care for their juniors. Hence, that piece should be mine. How infuriating. Have you not heard the story of Kong Rong yielding pears? You ought to learn from such noble conduct. Wang Donglai scoffed. I believe he simply does not enjoy pears to give them away. Release your grip. Not a chance. Wang Donglai unveiled his ultimate weapon. You have that. Lu Sheng silently withdrew his chopsticks. Wang Donglai laughed heartily. Haha, when I have a moment, I'll assist you with that. Lu Sheng resolved within himself that, to avoid being outmaneuvered by Brother Wang during their next fish meal, he must diligently enhance his programming skills. Thus began the rise of a renowned programmer, spurred by a single steamed sea bass. Soon, more patrons trickled into the establishment, some drawn by the aroma, others returning from earlier visits. Upon learning that the fish was no longer available, disappointment marred their expressions. Nevertheless, since they were already there, most resolved to dine in. The business within the establishment suddenly flourished, leaving Shun-Yi and Yi-Yiru busily occupied. One patron glanced at the small chalkboard and exclaimed, "I would like 2 soup dumplings and a serving of fried rice to eat here." Yi-Yiru quickly calculated in her mind. "All right, please hold on. That will be 32 dragon coins." "Great, I've sent it over." The patron confirmed, "Manager Shun, your dumplings are truly exquisite. My grandson has been clamoring for them all afternoon." "Sister, please pack me 5 of each kind." "Certainly, that will be." As another guest finished their fried rice, they were astonished. "Wow, what kind of divine fried rice is this? It's incredibly fragrant. I need 2 more bowls." A young lady marveled, "These soup dumplings are absolutely delightful. Though I'm on a diet, I simply cannot resist. Boss, please give me 3 more. I intend to indulge myself today." A worker, clutching a notebook, hastily requested, 5 beef dumplings and 2 chive and egg dumplings to go. "Please hurry. I'm on a tight schedule. Thank you." "Of course, that will be 50 dragon coins." Yi-Yiru's mind raced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had to remember each customer's order while calculating the corresponding prices. It was not merely a handful of patrons, but dozens. She moved swiftly between the dining area and the kitchen, hardly finding a moment to drink water. Despite the exhaustion, she reveled in the chaos, for it signified prosperous business and the prospect of significant earnings. Although she held little interest in wealth, she was deeply invested in Shun-Yi's success. The number of dumplings dwindled rapidly, compelling Shun-Yi to pause every 10 minutes to prepare more. The rice for the fried rice had already been steamed in 3 pots, yet it still proved insufficient, indicating nearly 100 bowls had been ordered. Yu and Yezi-chung served as good luck charms, occasionally attracting the attention of young women. As the sun set and night descended, the number of patrons finally began to wane. Yi-Yiru apologized to a few customers. "I'm terribly sorry, but we have exhausted our ingredients for today. I waited for half an hour only to hear that you were sold out. How disappointing." The famished customer departed regretfully. Yi-Yiru exhaled in relief, surveying the chaotic state of the establishment, feeling a twinge of headache. At that moment, Li Ruolin arrived on her electric tricycle. "Manager Shun, we have sold out of dumplings," she declared, her expression forlorn, explaining that the day's exceptional business had consumed all their time. Shun-Yi emerged holding a packed plastic bag, smiling. "I've saved some for you, 2 of each dumpling, along with 2 bowls of fried rice, all still warm." Li Ruolin was taken aback with delight. She had not expected him to remember. "I thought I would miss out. Thank you so much, Manager Shun." "No need for thanks. How much do I owe you?" "I'll send it over." Yi-Yiru quietly observed Shun-Yi, her eyes brimming with affection. Despite her exceptional memory, she had entirely forgotten about reserving dumplings for Li Ruolin earlier that afternoon. Yet Shun-Yi had remembered. This man truly treats everyone with sincere thoughtfulness. How endearing. After Li Ruolin departed, Shun-Yi and Yi-Yiru worked together to tidy up the shop. Shun-Yi, having accessed the system, discovered that the evening's revenue amounted to a total of 5,860 dragon coins, with profits exceeding 4,000 dragon coins. Excluding the deposit provided by Director Ding, the earnings for just this day have already surpassed 10,000. Even more importantly, he was eligible to draw a lottery again. The anticipation of what he might win filled Shun-Yi with excitement. After a moment of calm, he noticed Yi diligently wiping the dining table. Her expression was earnest, and her profile was strikingly beautiful. A strand of her dark hair fell casually, which she tucked behind her ear with a delicate finger. Shun-Yi gazed at her softly, while resolutely resolving in his heart, "Once I purchase a car and a house, I shall." "Dad, I'm so hungry." Shun-Yi turned around and said, "Dad will start cooking right away." Yi-Yiru smiled down playfully. "Humph, caught you sneaking glances at me. Shun-Yi, I've discovered your little secret." Chapter 41. Auntie likes Yu's dad. Should I tell grandfather? Masterful soy milk brewing techniques. The steamed fish is ready. Shun-Yi carried a platter of steamed fish to the dining table. Each person was served a bowl of egg fried rice, accompanied by a can of cola, soup dumplings, beef buns, pork buns, and chive and egg buns. The spread was quite lavish. Yi-Yiru, Yu, and Yi Zicheng could hardly contain their eagerness. With so much delectable food laid before them and their stomachs growling, the temptation was overwhelming, and they had already been surreptitiously swallowing their saliva. Yi-Yiru waved her hand. "Shun-Yi, quickly take a seat." Once seated, Shun-Yi smiled and said, "Everyone, let us dig in." Yi Yiru skillfully separated the green onion strands with her chopsticks, exclaiming, "It smells so good." She first served everyone a piece of fish, then took a bite herself. Her eyes sparkled as she praised, "MMM. So delicious. Shani, your culinary skills could grace a national banquet." Shani chuckled, "If you find it tasty, do indulge." He sampled a piece of fish himself and found it indeed delightful. Taking another bite of the fried rice, he noted its perfect texture and aroma. Yu scooped up fish and fried rice together with her spoon, filling her mouth adorably. "Dad, this fish is so delicious, and the fried rice is so fragrant." Yi Zicheng, usually aloof, nodded subtly, silently devouring the fried rice. Inside, he was exclaiming, "This is incredibly delicious." Everyone enjoyed their meal thoroughly. 20 minutes later, the table was cleared. Yi Yiru leaned back in her chair, teasing her nephew, "Zicheng, how come you're not picky anymore?" Yi Zicheng's face flushed slightly. He typically ate very little and had discerning tastes, only enjoying dishes crafted by a few skilled chefs at home. He generally detested greasy foods, yet this time he savored every last grain of fried rice. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he admitted, "This is just too delicious." Shin-Yi smiled. "If you like it, you're welcome to come over again tomorrow." "All right." Shin-Yi glanced at the time. It was already 7:40. "Yiru, it's getting late. Let me drive you home." Yi Yiru chuckled. "But you only have an electric scooter. How will you leave Yu home alone?" Shin-Yi replied, "That stings. Darn it, I must buy a car this weekend." As Shun-Yi fell silent, Yi Yiru covered her mouth with the back of her hand and chuckled. "I've called my friend to pick me up. You've worked hard all day, so you should rest well." Shun-Yi nodded in agreement. "All right. By the way, there's still a little baozi left. Would you like me to bring some for your friend?" Only then did Yi Yiru remember, tapping her forehead. "Oh right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Otherwise, that person would definitely tease me when I get back." Beep, beep, beep. A petite pink car halted at the entrance of the shop. The window rolled down, and a glamorous woman wearing sunglasses leaned out, calling inside, "Yi Yiru, hurry up and get in the car. I still have to live stream tonight." The four of them stepped outside. Yi Yiru opened the back door and hopped in with Yi Zicheng. Shun-Yi leisurely said, "See you tomorrow, Zicheng." Yi Zicheng replied, "Goodbye, uncle." Shin-Yi's expression darkened. Did he really seem that old? He suddenly felt reluctant to have this kid over for dinner. "Goodbye." Yiyo also waved obediently. "Goodbye, Sister Yi." "Goodbye, Brother Zicheng." Yi Zicheng blushed and turned his head. "Goodbye, Yiyo." The sedan slowly drove away, vanishing from sight. Shun-Yi secured the shop and returned to the rental apartment with Yiyo. In the car, Han Xiaoming teased, "Yiru, you have good taste. That uncle is quite handsome. Even I feel a bit stirred." "Uft. What uncle?" "Shun-Yi is only 28, still quite young. And you mustn't be smitten. He is mine." All right. Still a young hunk, okay?" Han Xiaoming's curiosity piqued. "Tell me, do you think you two will work out?" Yi Yiru responded uncertainly, "I think so." Han Xiaoming, taking advantage of a red light, turned around. "What do you mean by think? Does he have feelings for you?" Yi Yiru nodded. "He does." "That's good then. I mean, he's handsome, a great cook, and this shop must be quite profitable. He's got the whole package. Even though he's divorced and has a child, that little one is adorable. Definitely a plus. He must be quite popular, since not many women are paying attention. Yiru, you need to act fast." Listening to Han Xiaoming's analysis, Yi Yiru felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, with Shun-Yi being so exceptional, once the news of his divorce spread, countless women would surely be vying for his attention. But don't worry too much, Yiru. Given your qualities, you are already several leagues ahead of the competition. Other women, even if they had a chance, would find it quite slim, unable to rival you. Yi Yiru confidently straightened her posture, of course. Meanwhile, Yi Zicheng sat quietly in the corner, absorbing the shocking news. His aunt actually likes Yiyo's father. Should he tell Grandpa? In the rental apartment, after finishing their evening routines, the father and daughter laid down on the bed. Ding ding ding. Shun-Yi picked up his phone. It was a video call from his mother, Fong Ming. He answered. "Mom," he said. Fong Ming appeared worried. "Son, are you doing all right?" Shun-Yi smiled. "I'm doing well. You needn't worry. You've moved out now, right?" "Yes." Shun-Yi nodded and turned the camera to Yiyo. "Yiyo, say hello to Grandma." Yiyo sweetly called out, "Hello, Grandma." Fong Ming instantly brightened. Yiyo is so well behaved. Grandma and Grandpa will come to see you this weekend. Shun-Yi, Mom, what brings you and Dad here? It's just that we were worried about you. By the way, do you have enough money? I'll transfer you 20,000. You can use it for now. Shun-Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, I'm already an adult and can take care of myself. There's no need for the money. You and Dad should keep it for yourselves. A robust voice interjected from beside Fong Ming. It was Shun Yi's father, Shun Xiaoru. You haven't worked in these past few years. How much can you have? You've sent quite a bit back home. And your mother and I have saved it for you. Now it's come in handy. Fong Ming chimed in. Don't worry about us. Your father and I have managed our finances well. The cost of living in this small county is not high. And we've managed to save enough for your home down payment over the years. Shun Yi felt a surge of gratitude, yet he truly didn't need the money. Dad, Mom, I haven't had the chance to tell you. I've opened a restaurant. I can earn 10,000 a day. 10,000. Fong Ming was taken aback. Her monthly salary was just shy of 10,000, and that was before deductions for social insurance. But she knew her son would never lie. However, earning 10,000 in a single day seemed unbelievable. After living a mundane life for so many years, she couldn't fathom such earnings. Is the restaurant really that profitable? Many establishments in our small county have closed in recent years. Shun Yi chuckled. Indeed. To be precise, we made 22,000 in revenue today, with a profit of around 20,000. Tomorrow may be a bit less, but I'm sure I'll earn over 10,000. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Fong Ming finally released a breath of relief and said with a smile, That's wonderful. I knew our son was the best. Yu chimed in. Grandma, the buns that Dad makes are so delicious. You and Grandpa must come over this weekend to try them. Fong Ming beamed with joy. Okay. Grandma will definitely come. Shun Xiaoru glanced at his granddaughter. She was plump and adorable. Shun Yi asked, Where's my little sister? She's still in evening study. She should be back soon. Shun Yi nodded and then let out a long yawn. Fong Ming, looking at him with concern, said, All right. Son, earning so much money must have worn you out. You should rest. I'll hang up now. After the video call ended, Shun Yi checked the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He planned to open the store around 6:30 the next morning, so he didn't intend to wake up too early. Brother Zhu would deliver around 5, so he could get up around 4:45. He could afford to stay up a bit later tonight. Yu, let us watch some cartoons. While watching, Shun Yi internally called out to the system. System, please tally my current points. Current points, 12,446. You meet the requirements for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Pinching Yu's chubby face, Shun Yi silently thought, Draw lottery in progress. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for winning the supreme soy milk brewing technique. The soy milk you now produce is the finest in the world. Receiving a 30% taste enhancement from the system, Shun Yi felt delighted. This was precisely what his restaurant needed. Customers had complained about the lack of beverages multiple times. Chapter 42. Some retire to rest at 8, while others at the same hour diligently transcribed the 3-character classic. A radiant beam of white light enveloped Shun Yi's mind. Cool and soothing, alleviating the fatigue of his day. A vivid scene unfolded in his consciousness. A vast ocean of golden soybeans, permeated by their rich aroma. Each soybean, through a labyrinth of intricate processes, transformed into luscious and sweet soy milk. As the vision faded, Shun Yi had mastered the art of crafting divine soy milk. He marveled at the realization that the journey to create this elixir begins with the careful selection of ingredients. The soybeans must be plump and round. Their hue a striking gold, and they should yield to gentle pressure, neither too hard nor too soft. Although these soybeans command a premium price, their nutritional wealth and perfectly balanced moisture content render them irresistibly delectable. Next comes the essential step of soaking and peeling. This process is not merely important, it is crucial. The water temperature must be just right, and the timing precise, ensuring that no remnants of the skin remain. When executed flawlessly, the texture of the soy milk ascends to new heights. The subsequent step is to directly blend the soy milk. Wrong. It is vital to soak the beans in hot water for a brief period, a necessary measure to eliminate the enzymes that give rise to the undesirable bean odor. Moreover, the water temperature must not exceed 85 degrees. Boiling the soybeans is strictly forbidden. Properly treated, these soybeans yield soy milk devoid of any beaniness, leaving only the pure, sweet essence of the soy itself. Yet again, the next step of blending the soy milk is mistaken. Many fall into the misconception that crafting soy milk requires only soybeans and a dash of sugar, which they toss into the soy milk maker. This is a grave error. Have you ever witnessed the alchemical process utilize merely a single herb? It is only through the combination of various complementary ingredients alongside the primary component that true efficacy is achieved. Soybeans serve as the foundation of soy milk. Yet to attain an exquisite flavor, one must incorporate an array of accompaniments, such as millet, rice, or peanuts, to enhance its richness and fragrance. Exiting the system, Shun-Yi inhaled deeply. Tomorrow, he must rise early to procure a soy milk maker. He glanced at Yu, the little one, whose eyes were half closed, nodding off, clearly overcome by sleepiness. Shun-Yi affectionately stroked his daughter's head, set aside his tablet, and programmed his phone. After a moment's thought, he texted Yu, "Good night. Yu, it's time for bed." Yu squirmed, snuggling into Shun-Yi's embrace, murmuring, "Daddy, hold Yu while she sleeps." Shun-Yi smiled, "All right." While some are tucked in by 8:10, others, at the same hour, remain at the security bureau, laboriously copying the three-character classic. Jiang Riyun clutched her ballpoint pen, transcribing the text while reciting, "At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. The detestable Shun-Yi must be the one who reported me," she thought, gripping her pen tightly, wishing to pierce him with its tip. The officer tapped the desk. "Focus, there are still 5 more copies to go. Finish swiftly. I want to leave." "Understood." In contrast to Jiang Riyun, her mother, Jiang Ichuan, faced a more dire predicament. Slap. Jiang Ichuan was left bewildered by the sudden slap that caught her off guard. In the next moment, she erupted in fury, pointing at the middle-aged woman before her and exclaiming, "How dare you strike me, you wretched creature?" The woman responded with a disdainful snort, "Mind your tongue. I am merely assisting you." She gestured towards the most comfortable bed in the dormitory. "You are new here. According to the rules, you are to attend to Sister Hua's needs tonight, so be quick about it." "Attend to her needs? I don't know any Sister Hua. Tell her to get lost." Jiang Ichuan retorted with a haughty scoff. "Oh, who dares to order me around?" A burly woman, her face resembling a mass of flesh, approached Jiang Ichuan, towering over her by nearly 2 heads with a height of 6 feet. Sister Hua's Adam's apple bobbed as she spat a thick loogie, which landed squarely on Jiang Ichuan's face. "Old hag, are you the one who dared to tell me to leave?" Jiang Ichuan was momentarily stunned, even too frightened to wipe the phlegm from her visage. This was a woman who could make Tyson himself appear like a teddy bear. Jiang Ichuan had survived this long not merely by luck, but for a reason. Though she feared the strong and bullied the weak, she was adaptable. When faced with the feeble, she could insult them mercilessly. Yet, when confronted by the formidable, she would kneel and bow without hesitation. Her demeanor altered in an instant as she forced a charming smile. "Oh no, Sister Hua, I came here solely to serve you." She then stepped forward, rising on her toes to massage Sister Hua's shoulders. "Is this pressure to your liking?" Sister Hua grunted, "At least you know your place, old hag. My feet are itching tonight. You're in for a treat." With that, she plopped down onto the bed, extending her legs, prompting a sycophant to assist her in removing her shoes. The room was instantly engulfed by the nauseating stench of her rancid socks. Jiang Ichuan's lips twitched as she inquired, "Sister Hua, what treat do you mean?" Sister Hua smirked, pointing to her discolored toenails. "This." Jiang Ichuan inhaled deeply and fled. "Help me." But in the next instant, 2 women covered her mouth, forcefully pressing her face towards Sister Hua's foul feet. "Ah!" Jiang Riyun, who was diligently copying the 3-character classic, felt a jolt of unease, sensing that something terrible was afoot. Upon completing the final line, she shook her aching hands and addressed the security officer. "I've finished. Could you please check it?" The officer glanced briefly at her work, then tossed it into the trash. "That is sufficient. You've acknowledged your mistakes, I presume?" Jiang Riyun stiffly nodded. Had she known this would happen, she would have certainly avoided Shun-Yi that afternoon. "Officer, may I see my mother? I worry she might not adjust well in there." "Fine, but you have a maximum of 20 minutes. Inside a sealed room, Jiang Ichuan immediately grasped Jiang Riyun's hand, weeping profusely. "Riyun, please save me. I can't bear to stay here for another second." Jiang Riyun, exasperated, replied, "Mother, calm down. I have requested bail, but they refused. Just endure a few more days." "A few more days?" The memory of those suffocatingly foul feet overwhelmed Jiang Ichuan, and she erupted. "Ah." Jiang Riyun recoiled, shaking off her mother's grip. "Have you lost your mind? You just vomited on me." Jiang Riyun's face contorted in disgust as she lifted her soiled clothing, exclaiming, "This is revolting." Jiang Ichuan exhaled softly, realizing her wrongdoing, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm truly sorry, my daughter. I've been rather nauseating. You have no idea about the atmosphere in the dormitory." Jiang Riyun replied impatiently, "All right, enough. If you need something, speak to the security officer. I cannot assist you. I'm heading home for a shower. Panic surged within Jiang Aichuan as she grasped Jiang Riyun's hand tightly. Please don't leave. Stay with me for a while longer. Even a second away from that foul-smelling dormitory would be a relief. The security officer observed the poignant scene of maternal tenderness and filial piety in silence. Jiang Riyun took a deep breath, conceding, Fine, I'll stay for 20 minutes, but I must inform you that they only permit such brief meetings. Jiang Aichuan nodded vigorously, then retrieved a note from her clothing. My dear, I know you've been short on funds lately, and I've arranged a match for you. I've heard about a wealthy gentleman in the capital named Zhang. He is quite presentable and not at all unseemly. You should meet him and inquire if he might be able to assist in my situation. Jiang Ruyan hesitated, but the looming bankruptcy of her company rendered her unable to voice her refusal. Ultimately, she resolved to accept. I understand. The security officer was utterly taken aback, never imagining he would witness a detained mother seeking a suitor for her daughter within the precincts of the police station. This was indeed a surreal spectacle. Chapter 43. Interrupting Secretary Lu's Spellcasting. My daughter, why do you favor men who are already committed? Humming contentedly, Yi Yiru reclined in a grand bathtub, reveling in her plans to marry Shun Yi by the weekend. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at her, as if she had forgotten something important. Lost in thought, the warmth of the water began to weigh heavily on her eyelids, and fatigue enveloped her, leading her to succumb to slumber. In the upscale villa district along the great river in the capital, Villa Number 1 stood resplendent. Within its expansive dining room, a large round mahogany table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Yi Xiangnan sat alone at the head of the table, his demeanor somber. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Yi Xiangnan hung up the phone, redialing Secretary Lu. In a hotel suite, Secretary Lu removed his jacket and turned to his girlfriend with a charming smile. Darling, shall we prepare for an all-nighter? His girlfriend shot him an exasperated glance. Oh please, don't get all giddy at the sound of a phone call. Secretary Lu chuckled lightly. No one can pull me away tonight except for Mr. Yi. As far as I know, he should be enjoying a reunion dinner with his beloved daughter. That's good then. I'm on my way. The phone rang incessantly. Secretary Lu inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and scowled. Who dares to interrupt my spellcasting? I'm quite eager to discover the identity of this audacious individual. Glancing at the screen, Secretary Lu smiled broadly. Connecting at lightning speed, he feigned a flattering tone. Mr. Yi, how may I assist you? Xiao Lu, where's my daughter? Secretary Lu was perplexed. Isn't she dining with you? No, I inquired with her kindergarten teacher. She left with Zicheng after school, but hasn't returned home. Nor is she answering her phone. Secretary Lu recalled the handsome man he saw at noon, seemingly employed by Miss Yi. He conveyed all the information he had to Yi Xiangnan. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, the instruction came. Find that establishment for me, and see if Yiru is there. You have half an hour. Understood, Mr. Yi, Secretary Lu replied, setting down the phone. Feeling utterly dejected. Well, Mr. Yi had commanded it. He had no choice but to fulfill the task. As for a girlfriend, did $1 million salary and stock incentives truly matter? Stepping out of the hotel, Secretary Lu retrieved his phone and sent out a mass message. I won't be enjoying myself tonight, and neither will you. His secretary team responded promptly. Lu. Everyone, stay awake. Hurry out, I'm sending you the location. Those who arrive late or fail to show up will owe me a 10,000-word reflection. Gio. Got it, boss, I'm on my way. Chi. I'm nearby enjoying some barbecue en route. As he observed the replies flooding in, Secretary Lu attempted to call Yiru, but predictably, the call did not connect. Although unaware of Shun Yi's establishment's location, he would not flounder aimlessly. He decided to center his search around Xuanya Kindergarten and explore all nearby dining establishments. He had seen Shun Yi riding an electric scooter at noon. Those who could afford such a vehicle would likely reside in the vicinity for convenience. Moreover, a restaurant owner would not live far from their establishment. With this epiphany, Secretary Lu mentally congratulated his own intellect. While Secretary Lu and his team scoured the streets for Shun Yi's shop, Yi Yiru was abruptly pulled from the bathtub by Han Xiaoming. Han Xiaoming pressed firmly on Yi Yiru's philtrum and, relieved when she finally awakened, exclaimed, Goodness, Yiru. If I hadn't urgently needed the restroom, you might have drowned in the tub. Yi Yiru's face flushed. She hadn't anticipated dozing off for nearly an hour. Her body nearly waterlogged. I'm so sorry, I was just exhausted. Han Xiaoming, speechless, handed Yi Yiru her phone. I noticed your phone was dead, so I charged it for you. Here, take a look. Yi Yiru accepted the device, discovering over 100 missed calls and messages, with her WeChat buzzing with notifications. Most were from her father, Yi Xiangnan, with a few from her brother and sister-in-law, as well as a teacher from the kindergarten and one unfamiliar number. Overwhelmed, Yi Yiru quickly dressed and responded to the messages before dialing her father's number. Upon connection, a palpable sigh of relief emanated from the other end. Daughter, are you all right? I'm fine, sorry Dad, I dozed off while bathing. Is Zicheng with you? Yes, he is already asleep. Will you be coming home for dinner tonight? Yi Yiru began coughing violently, having completely forgotten her promise to her father that morning. Dad, I've already eaten. How about I come back tomorrow instead? Yi Xiangnan replied, as long as you've eaten, just bring Zicheng back to stay the night. Yi Yiru hesitated. I have work tomorrow. I need to rest early. Let us make it tomorrow. The restaurant server's father, Yi Xiangnan, felt quite troubled. He could not fathom that his daughter would choose to engage in such physical labor as a server. However, there must be a reason for this choice. Considering the words of Secretary Liu and his analysis, Yi Xiangnan surmised that his daughter had likely developed feelings for the store manager. Although he had previously vowed not to pressure Yi Yiru and to allow her the freedom to pursue love as she wished, the thought of her being enamored with another man, especially one who was already married and had children, left him feeling utterly exasperated. He sensed he might need a quick remedy for his distress, otherwise he might truly faint from the shock. Suppressing his emotions, he asked, Yiru, do you have someone you admire? Why are you asking this, Dad? Is it that manager Shin? Yi Yiru responded with irritation, feeling as if her cherished secret had been exposed. How do you know? Are you spying on me? Yi Xiangnan quickly clarified, I merely guessed. Yi Yiru, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, why not say you consulted a fortune teller instead? I know that Xiaoming will never say anything. She is the only one aware of my feelings for Shunyi. Did I inadvertently reveal this in my sleep? Yi Xiangnan felt quite helpless. Although he was angry, he genuinely did not wish to drive his daughter away. No. It was Secretary Liu who informed me that you liked Shin Yi, and he analyzed it for me. Please don't misunderstand, my dear. I was merely concerned for your well-being and wanted Secretary Liu to check on you. He mentioned it to me himself. Upon hearing her father's careful explanation, Yi Yiru felt a twinge of sadness. In the past, her father had always been domineering and possessive. Yet now, he seemed afraid of upsetting her and patiently offered explanations. In that moment, she remembered that Yi Xiangnan was already 62 years old. Her father was aging, and she realized how immature she still was. Dad, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you, she said, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Xiangnan sensed her tone and quickly replied, It's all right. I just want to discuss Shini with you. Yi Yiru nodded. Ask me anything you wish to know. Well, I just wanted to inquire, considering he is married and has children. Is it appropriate for you to involve yourself in this situation? Yi Xiangnan tactfully approached the subject, choosing to protect his daughter's dignity instead of bluntly stating, You would be acting as the other woman and disrupting someone else's family, which is quite unethical. Yi Yiru rolled her eyes, exasperated. Shen Yi is already divorced. Otherwise, why would I return to the capital? I certainly wouldn't want to be the other woman. Divorced? Yi Xiangnan paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he found it somewhat more palatable to accept. It was akin to living in a shared space with several others. When it became too warm, one might suggest opening a window. If the others disagreed, it would be impossible. However, if one first proposed removing the roof, the others might deem one insane. Yet, if one then settled for merely opening a window, the others would readily agree, provided the roof remained intact. Yi Xiangnan felt a similar sense of relief. Married with children? No, that won't do. Divorced? Well, that might be acceptable. Chapter 44. I wonder if Manager Shin takes apprentices? Father, I wish to recommend someone to you. Daughter, just know your boundaries. Also, you are not permitted to spend the night at his place. Do you understand? Yi Yiru felt somewhat speechless. I understand. That'll be all. I'm going to bed now. She hung up the phone. Yi Xiangnan sighed. He reluctantly accepted the identity of Yi Yiru's love interest. But that did not mean he would agree to their union. He resolved to take the time to discreetly investigate this prospective son-in-law. If his character proved lacking oomph, even if it meant incurring his daughter's resentment, he would not hesitate to intervene for her happiness. Yi Yiru lay in bed, staring dreamily at the ceiling. She had never truly considered spending the night with Shunyi. What would it feel like to be held by him as she slept? She imagined it, a warm chest, 8-pack abs, A faint blush crept onto Yi Yiru's cheeks as she buried her face in her hands, squirming on the bed. MMM, MMM, MMM. That would be delightful. Fu Qinghai returned home. Why are the lights off? He casually pressed the switch nearby, and the lights flickered to life. What the heck, old man? Why are you sitting here? Fu Dongfeng sat on the sofa, silently observing him. Waiting for you. Fu Qinghai was taken aback. Could you at least turn on the lights while waiting for me? You nearly scared me to death. Fu Dongfeng gestured to his seat beside him. Sit. Fu Qinghai sat down, tossing his backpack aside. What's the matter? Which shop did you get those soup dumplings from? Fumin Road, Shin's Catering. How about it? They look far better than what you make, and the taste is miles ahead of yours. Fu Dongfeng frowned. Although his son spoke the truth, he felt an inexplicable urge to reprimand him. Get lost. Fine, I'm leaving. Fu Dongfeng stroked his chin. So it's Shin's Catering, is it? I wonder if the owner is accepting apprentices. I should pay a visit sometime. Xiangrui, you can leave it here. Go back now. Wang Xiangrui nodded and suddenly leaned in to give Xiao Rongyu a quick peck before hastily departing. Rongyu, see you tomorrow. Xiao Rongyu touched her face, smiling and shaking her head as she watched Wang Xiangrui disappear from sight. Behind her, a Rolls-Royce approached slowly. The driver stepped out and opened the door. Miss, please get in. Once inside, Xiao Rongyu noticed a man seated in the back. Father, you're here too? Xiao Qingyang smiled, albeit with a forced and bitter expression. Father has been too preoccupied with managing Manhwa Tower these years and has neglected to show you affection. Xiao Rongyu lowered her head, remaining silent. Xiao Qingyang felt a pang of discomfort and sighed deeply. I have decided to sell Manhwa Tower. Xiao Rongyu, unable to believe her ears, looked up. Father, that is your labor of love. How can you sell it? After voicing his thoughts, Xiao Qingyang felt as if a burden had been lifted, and he felt considerably lighter. Although Manhwa Tower was profitable, it had never truly flourished in the culinary realm. His original intention was to create a premier dining establishment, not only in Longwa, but also in the world. Xiao Qingyang shook his head. Yet it remains unachievable. I have hired numerous state banquet chefs, but none have been capable of leading as head chef. Over the years, Manhwa Tower had gained a reputation in Longwa, yet on the global stage, it remained relatively obscure. Father sees no hope. Fortunately, the wealth he has accumulated over the years is sufficient to sustain our family's prosperous life. Thus, he has come to a resolution to sell the Manhwa building and abandon this desire, dedicating himself solely to accompanying you two and going nowhere else. Xia Rongyu gazes into Xia Qingyang's eyes and says, Father, I would like to recommend someone to you. In the realm of Longwa, as night descends, the sun blazes across the ocean on the other side. A 10-minute video is quietly brewing emotions on YouTube and the overseas version of Douyin, awaiting a complete explosion. The act of slacking off at work has become an ingrained virtue among workers worldwide. In the United States, at the headquarters of Tesla, within a programmer's office, a balding foreigner sits at his desk, his glasses reflecting the blue light of the computer screen, his fingers rapidly tapping away at the keyboard, occasionally breaking into a smile. You might think he is coding. You would be mistaken. WeChat chat interface. 9 o'clock, Stephen. Longwa friend, I rely on you for this mini program again. The price is the same as last time. Smile. Link. 11,234 930 received. Handsome Wang is online and taking orders. No problem. I will send it to you within 3 days at the latest. Stephen. Impressive. Longwa friend. Thumbs up. Smile. Handsome Wang is online and taking orders. Please don't use Chinese from now on. Sweat. Stephen closes the WeChat chat interface, stretches, and then languidly reclines in his office chair. Today's work is complete. He sighs. I have worked too hard. I actually completed half an hour of work today. Stephen picks up his phone and happens to see something on YouTube. Never mind. I shall reward myself with a bit of video scrolling. He puts on his headphones and clicks in. After a while, feeling disinterested, he exits. Next, he checks the overseas version of Douyin. The first video captures Stephen's attention. It features a lively and charming girl dancing energetically. Ah, quite nice, he muses. This is precisely the type of quality content that short video platforms should offer. He taps the heart icon and follows her account. After watching it several times, he slides to the next video. The title reads, I witnessed authentic Longwa Kung Fu at a supermarket in the imperial capital. Stephen shakes his head. Only those blissfully na-ve products of joyful education would believe that Longwa Kung Fu truly exists. It's merely a collection of fighting techniques. An ordinary boxer could easily defeat these so-called Kung Fu masters. Once, Stephen had believed in the authenticity of Longhua Kung Fu. However, after witnessing a self-proclaimed disciple of the Lightning Five Whip, Master Ma, being knocked out by a young man with a single punch, his childhood worldview crumbled. Since then, he has placed his faith solely in boxing. No matter how fanciful the display, a single punch will bring you down. If that fails, a swift kick will suffice. In Stephen's mind, this video is nothing more than clickbait, designed to draw attention and sensationalize. Yet, he does not swipe away. Instead, he chooses to continue watching, for he finds himself in a state of boredom. The video is long, spanning 10 minutes, but time is something Stephen possesses in abundance. The scene unfolds, revealing a man standing before a fish platform. He possessed strikingly defined features, with eyes that gleamed with sharpness. The goatee on his chin complemented his tousled, slightly chestnut-long hair, exuding an air of wild abandon. Furthermore, his tall stature and perfectly proportioned limbs rendered him akin to an international supermodel, presenting a visage that was both comfortable and pleasing to the eye. Stephen cast an admiring glance, nodding in approval. He appears so masculine, so ruggedly handsome, far surpassing the youthful charm of those from the Dragon Kingdom and Korea. It could be said that Shun Yi's mere appearance had already garnered the goodwill of the majority. Are we about to begin? Stephen mused, taking a sip of his coffee. In the next moment, Shun Yi's left hand reached towards a nearby fish tank. And to everyone's astonishment, a bass leapt into the air, flapping its tail before landing on the table. Uffed. Stephen, momentarily neglecting his dampened laptop, hurriedly rewound the video, scrutinizing it at a speed of 0.5x. Chapter 45. Mr. President, could it be that the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom truly exist? Tap, tap, tap. A civilian helicopter descended slowly onto the helipad atop the Tesla headquarters. Executives braving the strong winds approached. A middle-aged man in a black shirt disembarked. He was none other than the world's leading billionaire, Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla. Well, I think I'll stick to cars next time, Musk remarked. His calm assistant analyzed. If you were to switch to a car, your travel time would increase by more than threefold, not accounting for traffic delays. Musk shrugged. I was merely jesting. I suspect my dear pilot has military experience. An executive interjected. Mr. President, the conference room is ready. Shall we proceed? Musk ambled ahead, cheerfully stating, since I'm here, I might as well see how our employees are faring. The others exchanged glances, resigned to follow. After all, Musk was the boss. Inspections of employees would not entail a comprehensive tour of the entire building. That would be a waste of time and inefficient. A man who placed great emphasis on the value of time utilization, Musk would certainly not engage in such an endeavor. He randomly selected a floor, ensuring a brief visit, allowing employees little time to prepare, thus gaining the most genuine insight into their work conditions. Fortuitously, the office of the outsourcing magnate, Stephen, was located on this very floor. A senior executive responsible for program development introduced, this floor houses our programmers, who primarily develop autonomous driving software here. Musk nodded. The work environment is pleasant and quite tranquil. But everyone turned their gaze towards a nearby office. Musk raised an eyebrow. Whose office is this? The executive glanced over and chuckled. That belongs to Stephen Jansen, a highly responsible and capable senior programmer. He has resolved many critical challenges encountered in the development of the autonomous driving software, and he has done so exceptionally well. Musk smiled and nodded. We require talents like him who can stand on their own. Let us start with him. I am eager to meet him. Excited voices echoed from within the office. Amidst the gathering, the executive forced a smile, remarking, it is entirely normal to feel stressed while developing programs. Although we do not encourage such behavior in the office. Mark nodded awkwardly, acknowledging, indeed, extraordinary talents deserve extraordinary treatment. Let us proceed. With a sudden burst of confidence, the straightforward assistant, Ailey, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Mark quickly exclaimed, Ailey, close your eyes. Ailey, bewildered, queried why. It was then that everyone realized Stephen was merely engrossed in watching short videos on his phone, oblivious to their entrance, as he wore headphones and was thoroughly captivated. Mark shrugged. Perhaps we misunderstood. The executives behind him collectively sighed in relief. Ailey adjusted her glasses, pondering, should we remind him? Suddenly, Mark's playful spirit ignited. No. Let us remain silent and follow my lead. Stephen was now on his second viewing of the video. Unlike 10 minutes prior, he had now fully embraced the belief that the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom were indeed real. When a lively bass fish ceased its movement with a mere tap from Shun Yi, Stephen's skin prickled with goosebumps. Was this the immobilizing technique of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts? Mark furrowed his brow, resting his fist beneath his nose as he inhaled deeply. His instincts insisted that this absurdity rivaled his neural interface project. Ailey shook her head, calmly analyzing. The video must have been edited. I believe that individual employed a tool resembling a fine needle between his fingers, capable of disrupting the fish's nervous system in an instant, thus achieving such an effect. The executives behind them readily accepted her explanation. After all, could a gentle tap on the head truly render a fish motionless? It was utterly preposterous. One executive chuckled. No wonder she is the president's assistant. She instantly discerned this fellow's trickery. Another added, such deceptive videos aimed at the general public are merely a waste of time. President, is there truly any need for us to continue waiting? Mark shook his head, and although Ailey seemed poised to interject, he silenced her. Let us watch in silence. At that moment, the screen displayed Shun-Yi decisively dispatching the fish. Stephen exclaimed in excitement, "It's happening." The executives were left with no choice but to continue watching, pondering the allure of such sensational videos. How much money could they have earned in that time? Ailey too found herself perplexed. Wasn't he, the president, the one who despised such attention-seeking videos? In the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. For it was astonishingly swift, extravagantly impressive. The knife in Shun-Yi's hand seemed to come alive, deftly maneuvering across the fish's body with grace and agility. The blade flickered, shimmering like silver. Even through the screen, they could feel the sharpness of the edge. Scales scattered like confetti, yet the skin of the fish remained unscathed. But in the following moment, even Mark could not help but drop his jaw in awe. Bam! Although sound was absent, their minds conjured the noise automatically. With a swift clap of his left hand, Shun-Yi caused the table to tremble, and the perch astonishingly leapt into the air, performing several graceful flips before landing precisely back in its original position. Assistant Ailey stood in a daze, murmuring, "Are you jesting with me? Was such a feat truly achievable by a mere human?" Stephen clenched his fists in excitement, exclaiming, "How magnificent! This must be the 18 dragon-subduing palms." Mark, utterly flabbergasted, nodded in affirmation and gently applauded, simply astounding. The executives exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. Surely, they could no longer dismiss this as a mere trick. Yet, Assistant Ailey remained skeptical, regaining her composure. It must have involved some sort of contraption. Perhaps the fish was tethered with a string, and when he struck the table, it triggered a mechanism that hoisted the fish into the air. Yes, that must be it. The executive's eyes brightened. Indeed. Mark, somewhat speechless, pointed out, "Did you not notice the excited audience nearby? In front of so many witnesses. How could such a conspicuous act be executed unnoticed?" Silence enveloped the group, and Assistant Ailey found herself at a loss for words. Mark's observations were indisputable, indicating that they were indeed mistaken. This, in turn, affirmed that the man's action of making the fish soar and flip was genuine. Contemplating this, the crowd was left astounded. Assistant Ailey swallowed hard. "Mr. President, could it be that the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom are authentic?" Mark chuckled softly. In this ancient land with a history spanning 5 millennia, is it so strange for the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom to exist? At that moment, Stephen shrieked, "The main event is upon us." Chapter 46. I hold you in high esteem. I apologize for misunderstanding you. You may await the legal summons. Stephen's words snapped everyone back to reality. The earlier display had been enough to leave them dumbfounded. But now, with Stephen announcing that the main event was yet to come, it implied that what followed might be even more extraordinary. Assistant Ailey remarked, "He has switched knives." Mark nodded in agreement. "This knife is longer and thinner than the previous one. Wait, what is he about to do?" All eyes converged on the 5-inch screen. Shun-Yi's expression grew serious, which surprised Mark. After all, Shun-Yi had appeared quite relaxed earlier. This indicated that the forthcoming feat would be more challenging than the last. Mark felt his heartbeat accelerate, an involuntary smile creeping across his face. What an intriguing young man. Typically, he only experienced such tension when his own rockets exploded. Come now, let me witness what further surprises you have in store. Shun-Yi plunged the knife into the small incision in the fish's belly. With deft movements, he thrust forward and drew back, his wrist twisting skillfully, yet the knife remained steady, devoid of even the slightest tremor, like a finely tuned machine. The fish remained still, leaving Mark baffled. What was he up to? In the next moment, Shun-Yi provided the answer. Slowly withdrawing the knife, He gently tapped the fish's body, then inserted 2 fingers within, extracting the entire fish skeleton. Silence fell. In that fleeting moment, a sense of surrealism enveloped the onlookers, as if they were caught in a dream. Yet, Stephen's piercing scream jolted them back to reality. How magnificent! This must be the enchanting magic of the East. Assistant Lily's lips trembled in disbelief. How can a fish possess so many bones? And how could they be so flawlessly extracted? Indeed, it must have been meticulously prepared in advance. He must have prearranged the fish bones. She faltered, for she suddenly recalled that mere seconds ago, this fish was still alive. The idea of inserting the bones of one fish into the body of another living fish seemed even more fantastical. Marcus inhaled deeply, choosing not to witness any further, and instead approached Stephen, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, brother." Stephen, startled, jumped slightly and turned to see who it was. The face seemed familiar. He felt he had seen it before. Goodness, isn't that my boss's boss's boss? In a flurry, Stephen stood up, hastily putting down his phone, stammering, "I was just exhausted from coding and needed a brief respite." Marcus chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder. "I understand. I harbor no ill will. In fact, I learned from your superior that you are an exceptionally talented and diligent employee, and I hold you in high regard." Stephen exhaled in relief. "Thank you. Actually, I consider you my idol. No, I am your fan. I have always looked up to you as a role model, which has been my driving force in overcoming challenges." Marcus shrugged, smiling. "It is my honor." Ding. The computer screen illuminated as it came to life. Having no lock screen set, it directly displayed the WeChat chat interface. Handsome Wong is online and accepting orders. Link 16. Handsome Wong is online and accepting orders. The program is complete. Please review it. If all is well, kindly transfer the final payment to the same account as last time. Smile. In recent years, Marcus had diligently studied the customs and language of the Dragon Kingdom to penetrate its market. Thus, with a mere glance, he quickly grasped what this exceptional employee, Stephen, had done. He had outsourced his work to individuals from another company and even across borders. Fixing a penetrating gaze upon Stephen, he declared, "I believe I require an explanation." "Mr. Stephen." Cold sweat dripped from Stephen's brow, yet he knew he must concoct a plausible excuse. Otherwise, he could face dire consequences for divulging company secrets. His mind raced. "Actually, he is my university classmate. We are collaborating on developing a small program. I admire you, Mr. Marcus, and aspire to follow your trajectory into entrepreneurship." Stephen himself was convinced by this narrative. His passion ignited as he clenched his fist emphatically. "Indeed, I too wish to realize my dreams and establish a remarkable enterprise like Tesla." Marcus exhaled in relief. "I see now. It appears I have misjudged you. Please accept my apologies." Stephen quickly waved his hand. "No worries at all." Marcus nodded, just as Stephen thought he had successfully navigated the situation. Musk stepped forward, gliding the mouse and clicking on the link, smiling as he said, "I am quite intrigued by your program. If possible, I would like to be the first angel investor on your path to realizing your dreams." Coughing violently, Stephen attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The link opened and began loading. Musk observed the code regarding autonomous driving software. From a young age, he had been capable of coding and creating games independently. It was impossible to deceive a boss with a background in programming. Musk remarked calmly, "Mr. Stephen, I believe I require another explanation from you." Stephen felt his mind racing faster than ever before. Within just 2 seconds, he concocted a plausible excuse. After all, this concerned his freedom for the coming years, even decades. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Musk, my friend has always admired Tesla as a remarkable enterprise. Before officially embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, he wished to work here to gain experience." Stephen's expression turned serious. "However, I am a very serious and strict person and would never allow someone lacking capability to enter Tesla, even if he were my closest friend. Therefore, I posed a challenge to him. If he could solve it, I would recommend him to my superior. This programming task related to autonomous driving is my test for him." Stephen chuckled. "It seems he has passed." Musk sighed with relief. "I apologize, Stephen. I misunderstood you. Please accept my apologies." Stephen quickly waved his hands. "It's all right." Musk nodded, and just when Stephen thought he had evaded the situation again, Musk placed his hands on the keyboard and smiled. "I have reviewed the code he wrote. It is exceptional. Tesla would not refuse such talent. So I have decided to personally invite him." Stephen felt like crying. He was about to protest, but it was too late. Musk adeptly typed in Chinese, "Hello. I am Elon Musk. I am very satisfied with the code you have written and, on behalf of Tesla, I formally extend an invitation for you to join us. Wang Dong, who was busy slurping instant noodles, glanced at the message and instantly became furious. He bit through the noodles and typed quickly, "Cool Wang online, what nonsense is this, Musk? I am still Chuan Zhengwo. Are you trying to dodge payment? I suggest you send me the final payment quickly, otherwise I will hack your computer." Musk replied, "I am truly Musk. I am currently using an employee's account to chat with you. If you do not believe me, we can video chat. Cool Wang online. I guess Steven's outsourcing of code has been exposed, right? Lucky me, I won't be taking that money anymore. Don't think you can gather evidence of my appearance through video. This account is temporary, and I will deactivate it now. Goodbye." After reading this, Musk's expression darkened. "Mr. Steven, I think it is time for you to leave." Steven shuddered. "Also, expect a court summons at home." Chapter 47. Shen Yi's Fury, Yu Yu's Disappearance. An awkward nightmare the once great outsourcing mogul thus fell. Steven walked away, lost and dejected. Musk suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about the origin of that video. His assistant, Ellie, adjusted her glasses and remarked, "I noticed it too. The video's creator is Mike from the Dragon Kingdom. Would you like me to reach out to him?" Musk's face brightened with joy. "That would be splendid. Ideally, I would like to obtain the contact information of the young man featured in the video. I plan to visit the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom soon to discuss the construction of a Tesla super factory with high-ranking officials. And I would also like to meet this intriguing young fellow." As time progressed, this 10-minute video became an absolute sensation on Douyin, garnering millions of likes and being shared by countless accounts multiple times. Suddenly, the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom surged into the trending topics. In the comments section of a particular account sharing the video, a heated discussion was unfolding. Lee Dogpy exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Are you sure this isn't staged?" Grasping the opportunity, another commenter noted, "It's well known that videos like this are not fabricated, so it must be genuine." Whose custom windows and doors chimed in. "I have a master at my local market who has been filleting fish for decades, and while his skills are remarkable, they're not nearly as outrageous as what's shown in this video." The invincible Tyrannosaurus remarked, "The fish scale removal was indeed astonishing. I can't deny that. While I can tolerate the fish flying with a slap on the table, the extraction of the bones in such a short time is beyond ludicrous. With so many fish bones, how could one possibly extract them all so swiftly?" Explosive Stir Fry responded, "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't, alright?" Surgeon Wang Zheng stated, "Theoretically, it is possible, but it's exceedingly challenging, especially considering the young man in the video accomplished it without visual guidance. This transcends mere fish filleting. It resembles a blindfolded surgical procedure, and I can only say it's utterly impressive." Rural Sweetheart remarked, "Am I the only one who noticed how handsome the young man is?" Little Cutie added, "He looks so tough. Does he have a Douyin account?" Struggling programmer Lu commented, "Isn't that Director Shin?" Riding a donkey up a tree asked, "Do you know him?" Struggling programmer Lu replied, "He's the manager of a restaurant. I can vouch for the buns he makes. They are undoubtedly the most delicious in the world. And the steamed base he prepares is beyond exquisite, so good it feels like one could swallow their own tongue." Elder Wang from the Chaoyang community responded, "The most delicious in the world? That seems a bit exaggerated. Where's this restaurant? I would like to try it." Struggling programmer Lu insisted, "It's not an exaggeration. It's located at 14 Fumin Road, Yuhua District. If you don't believe me, go check it out. The prices are incredibly reasonable. Just a few bucks each." Watermelon Only Eats P commented, "So wonderful. Tears, I just need to walk 200 kilometers to taste it." Elder Wang from the Chaoyang community added, "Brother, I just followed you. Please share a video when you go." In the psychiatric hospital, Director Li remarked, "The Elder Wang from Chaoyin has been suffering from constipation for 30 years. Shortly thereafter, the comment section was filled with responses from users, including one from Elder Wang himself. "Rest assured, my home is not far from here. I shall go and sample it tomorrow. And I will share a video for everyone to see. Friends who are interested can follow me." In a rented room, a middle-aged man finished typing these words and stretched lazily. His name was Wang Wenfeng, an unsuccessful web novelist. He gazed at the surge of followers on his account, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Despite having shared videos detailing his months of experience in web writing and live streaming his writing sessions daily, he had only managed to attract a little over 50 followers, many of whom were fellow struggling authors. Yet, in a matter of seconds, his follower count had exceeded 300 and continued to rise, with private messages reaching an astonishing 99. Wang Wenfeng felt a flicker of opportunity. If he could harness this newfound popularity and successfully transition into a food exploration influencer, perhaps he could escape the drudgery of daily writing. After all, managing 3 web novels simultaneously, with a daily output of 12,000 words, while also attempting to indulge in luxury meals costing thousands, was utterly exhausting and hardly rewarding. He contemplated drafting his promotional content ahead of time. This opportunity was not likely to be exclusive to him. After all, the restaurant in question was the talk of the town, and everyone would want to take a bite. Wang Wenfeng's intuition proved correct. Those internet celebrities who had carved out their domains online, boasting hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers, were keenly aware of this development. They were swiftly gathering information about Shun Yi and, upon discovering the existence of Shun's restaurant through various channels, those within the capital began preparations, while others who were outside had already purchased tickets and were making their way to the city overnight. As this video caused a stir online, Shun Yi was blissfully asleep, entirely unaware of his burgeoning fame. Time passed swiftly, and he experienced a dreamless night. When his alarm rang, Shun Yi adeptly turned it off at exactly 4 o'clock. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, silently counted to 3, and sprang from his bed. A quick glance at the side of the bed revealed emptiness. Yo-yo? The sudden absence of her presence dispelled all remnants of sleep. He hastily leapt from the bed and checked the door, which remained securely locked. A wave of relief washed over him. This meant Yo-yo was still somewhere in the room. Shun Yi turned on the light and began to search meticulously. Not in the wardrobe, nor beneath the bed. As his heart sank, he pondered where she could have gone. Yo-yo. He pulled aside the curtains. But she was still nowhere to be found. The room was small, and he had searched every conceivable spot. Where else could Yo-yo be? Shun Yi forced himself to remain calm, holding his breath as he scanned the room. As his gaze swept over the gaps between the bed and the walls, a thought crossed his mind. Could she have slipped into the crevice? Climbing onto the bed, he peered down, and there she was, indeed wedged into the gap. Her tiny pink nose rhythmically inhaling and exhaling as she slept soundly. Shun Yi was amused and first took a photograph with his phone. He then lifted Yu from the crevice, brushed off the dust and cobwebs from her, gently placed her on the bed, and tucked her in. He planted a soft kiss on her forehead. Yu, still in a daze, struggled to open her eyes. Daddy, Yu had a nightmare. Shun Yi, filled with concern, reassured her. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Yu nodded and recounted. I dreamed of a cockroach monster that kept roaring and then kicked me into a valley. After which I couldn't move. Shun Yi felt a bit awkward. Could that cockroach monster be him? Does it still hurt, Yu? Yu touched her belly and seemed to feel a slight pain. How strange. Daddy, why do I feel pain even in my dreams? Shun Yi diverted his gaze. This Daddy isn't sure. He then playfully urged, you should sleep quickly. Children who wake up before 6 o'clock don't grow tall. Yu promptly shut her eyes tightly. Shun Yi sighed with relief. Was his sleeping posture really that poor? Reflecting on it, he recalled several instances when Jiang Ruyun woke up with bloodshot eyes. Her gaze icy as if she wished to strangle him. He once thought it was merely her morning grumpiness. Now, he had unraveled the mystery. Chapter 48. Contact information for the 10,000 moldy knives in the restroom. A sharply defined and handsome face was reflected in the mirror. With slightly sunken eye sockets that exuded both steadiness and sharpness, bright and clear eyes, and a prominent nose, Shun Yi looked exceptionally dashing. He used a razor to shave the stubble along his cheeks, confirming the smoothness with his fingers before tidying up his goatee slightly, rinsing off the foam from his face. The cold tap water invigorated him. He casually gathered his long hair at the back and secured it with a rubber band, creating a relaxed yet stylish appearance. He tousled a few strands of hair at his forehead, curling them momentarily before releasing them, causing his bangs to bounce lightly. With his grooming complete, Shun Yi stepped out of the restroom and opened his wardrobe. As expected, it was rather empty, containing only a few shirts and pairs of jeans, along with some seldom used down jackets and long johns. He randomly picked a nearly faded white shirt adorned with a small floral pattern and a pair of jeans. Despite being inexpensive, the ensemble on Shun Yi gave off an aura of high fashion, making him appear quite dapper. Descending to the lower floor, he felt the chill of the night air in the capital, accompanied by a mournful breeze that made him rub his arms. The night sky was densely clouded, obscuring the moon, but thankfully the street lamps remained lit. Under the dim yellow light, Shun Yi's silhouette on the electric bike stretched infinitely. He arrived at a large supermarket, Fake Lefeu, which operated 24 hours a day. Although there were few customers at night, a small number of staff diligently maintained their posts. Shun-Yi was quite familiar with the place and headed straight for the second floor's appliance section. In the commercial appliance area, a young inventory clerk sat behind the counter, drowsily fighting off sleep. Her eyes, not fully open, were barely holding on as she struggled to keep them from closing entirely. Perhaps her refusal to nod off was her last display of stubbornness. A sudden thud startled her awake. One of her eyes, stuck shut with discharge, opened only halfway, presenting a rather comical sight. Shun-Yi gently suppressed a smile, addressing her. "Hello, I would like to select a commercial soy milk machine. Do you have any recommendations?" Upon seeing Shun-Yi's face, the young clerk blushed and hurriedly wiped her eyes. Yes, we do." After a careful selection process, Shun-Yi ultimately chose a commercial soy milk machine manufactured by Meidi, priced at 750 dragon coins after a discount. With a capacity of 50 liters, it could produce approximately 250 cups of soy milk, assuming each cup was 200 milliliters. The store offered free delivery, and Shun-Yi opted for the expedited service, paying an additional 80 coins. After leaving his address and phone number, he planned to head to the third floor to purchase soybeans and some supplementary ingredients. After a moment of internal struggle, the young clerk called out to Shun-Yi, May I ask if you have a girlfriend?" Shun-Yi paused for a second, and the first thought that crossed his mind was not whether he did or did not, but rather of Yi Yiru. He smiled and replied, "I even have a daughter." The clerk, feeling a twinge of disappointment, thought to herself, "Just when I finally felt a spark, you tell me you have a child? How infuriating." Watching Shun-Yi's retreating figure, her sleepiness vanished, and she slumped onto the table, feeling a mix of envy for his unseen wife. The thought only fueled her irritation. "Curse you both to divorce quickly." Upon reaching the third floor, Shun-Yi made his way directly to the grains and legumes section. As he passed the seafood area, he spotted Master Lu, who was in the midst of filling a fish tank. "Good morning, Master Lu," Shun-Yi called out. Lu turned and smiled. "Ah, Master Shun. Good morning. Are you here to buy fish?" Shun-Yi waved his hand. "Not just yet. Can I place a reservation? Others may not be allowed, but of course." "You can, Master Shun." "Thank you, Master Lu." "Not at all. By the way, are you still processing fish for me?" Shun-Yi shook his head. "I prefer to buy them live and kill them at the shop for freshness." Lu felt a tinge of regret, as Shun-Yi's presence at his stall was akin to a golden endorsement, drawing customers in droves. However, if Shun-Yi was unwilling, there was no point in insisting. Lu sighed with a hint of disappointment. "All right, Master Shun, let me know which ones you'd like, and I'll set them aside for you. I might need a larger quantity, around 30 fish." Lu's face brightened instantly. "Of course. This batch just arrived this morning. They're exceptionally fresh." There were easily over 100 fish in the large tank, with more not yet in plastic containers, totaling over 200. Even with Shun-Yi's keen eyesight, it took him 5 minutes to select. As Lu scooped the fish, he remarked, "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable, Master Shun. You've caught the best ones." Shun-Yi chuckled. "How much do I owe you? I'll pay now and come by around 10 to pick them up. There are a total of 645 dragon coins. Master Shun, please refrain from coming over. Simply provide an address, and I shall deliver it personally." Shun-Yi took out his phone and made the payment. "WeChat has credited 645 dragon coins. Thank you, Master Lu. The address is 14, Fumin Road, Shun's Catering." Master Lu nodded and then suddenly realized. "Shun's Catering?" Shun-Yi affirmed. "Yes. Is there a problem with the delivery?" Master Lu quickly waved his hand. "No, of course. You are the store manager, Shin?" "Yes, that is what the customers call me." Master Lu smacked his thigh and laughed. "What a coincidence. When I returned home yesterday, my wife bought some buns, and they were from your establishment. The flavor was truly exquisite." He continued, praising, "I have never tasted such delicious buns in my life. My whole family was fighting over them. Even my picky grandson, can you believe it? He devoured 3 buns and insisted on eating more despite being stuffed." Shun-Yi smiled and nodded. "I'm glad you all enjoyed them. For a chef, the praise and fondness of diners are the greatest motivation to persevere." Just as Shun-Yi bid farewell to Master Lu and prepared to purchase soybeans, a foreigner rushed over, grasping Shun-Yi's hand with excitement. "I finally found you." Shun-Yi observed the robust foreigner with thick brows and large eyes, and discreetly took a step back. "Apologies, I was overly excited." The foreigner quickly released Shun-Yi's hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mike, and my Chinese name is Wang Defa, bestowed by my best friend from Manhwa." You may call me whichever name you prefer. Well, he must be quite the best friend. It takes a special bond to choose such a name. What brings you to me? Wang Defa produced his phone, opened the overseas version of Douyin, and repeatedly bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. I was so excited yesterday that I forgot to ask for your consent before posting the video of you filleting fish online. If you're uncomfortable with it, I can delete it right away. Shun Yi saw the staggering 200,000 likes and tens of thousands of comments, astonished yet somewhat perplexed. It was merely a video of filleting a few fish. Was it really that significant? Although Shun Yi usually did not frequent Douyin, he understood that he might have gained some notoriety. He was not one to seek fame. With his catering business, he had no need to rely on internet earnings. If this were to disrupt his daily life, it would be a loss indeed. He simply wished to lead a tranquil life with his family. Nothing more. However, the video had been shared hundreds of times. Even if the original were deleted, it would likely have little effect. Shun Yi shook his head. No need for that. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Wang Defa quickly interjected. Actually, there is one more thing. Could I have your contact information? Shun Yi did not refuse, certainly. After exchanging WeChat details, Shun Yi departed, leaving Wang Defa elated, jumping with joy. This was a golden opportunity. Just for a contact. Indeed. He was a global top-tier tycoon, generous in his dealings. If Shun Yi were to realize his worth, he would likely be astounded for quite some time. Chapter 49. Manager Shun's Unconventional Practices. How delicious could these steamed buns truly be? According to conventional wisdom, the ratio of soybeans to water in a cup of soy milk is typically 1:12. However, the soy milk that Shun Yi intended to prepare was not merely a simple beverage. It would include an array of supplementary ingredients such as millet and peanuts. Thus, the ratio of soybeans to water could not adhere to the standard of 1:12. Shun Yi procured a total of 10 kilograms of soybeans, alongside 3 kilograms each of millet and peanuts, as well as various sweeteners like white and brown sugar, culminating in an expenditure of 125 dragon coins. This would yield enough to produce 3 barrels of soy milk, with each barrel containing 50 cups, and each cup measuring 200 milliliters. He could potentially sell 750 cups of soy milk. Priced at 3 dragon coins per cup, should he sell out completely, the net profit could exceed 2,000 dragon coins. An astonishing profit margin of 18 times, surpassing even that of the steamed buns. Of course, it would be unrealistic to expect all the soy milk to sell. Yet a profit of 1,500 dragon coins seemed easily attainable. Subsequently, Shun Yi acquired 40 ceramic cups and a set of fish filleting knives, nearly filling the footboard of his electric scooter. This prompted him to ponder the necessity of purchasing a vehicle without delay. Upon returning to the shop, it was already 4:45 p.m. Just as Shun Yi had arranged his items, Li Ruolin arrived with the delivery. Today, Shun Yi had ordered an even greater quantity of ingredients than the previous day, as he also had to supply a batch of buns to a kindergarten. Li Ruolin assisted in unloading the goods. Manager Shun, the total comes to 543 dragon coins, but you can give me 540. Shun Yi nodded with a smile. All right. Thank you, sisterly. The payment of 540 dragon coins was successfully transferred. Li Ruolin praised. Manager Shun, your buns are simply exquisite. This morning, my husband Zhu woke up with his pillow soaked from drooling, claiming he dreamt of nothing but buns last night. Shun Yi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Ruolin mounted her bicycle. Well then, Manager Shun, I'll take my leave. I'll come back to buy some buns when the shop opens. Take care. I'll set some aside for you, Shun Yi replied. Li Ruolin beamed, finding it truly delightful to do business with someone like Manager Shun. I am immensely grateful to you, Manager Shun. Not at all, he responded. Back in the shop, Shun Yi first washed the large soybeans, millet, and peanuts several times before soaking the soybeans in warm water to facilitate skinning. Next came the preparation of the buns. Having honed his skills through the making of over 2,000 buns the previous day, Shun Yi had become increasingly adept, kneading the dough, allowing it to rest, preparing the filling, and rolling out the dough. His speed had improved markedly compared to yesterday. During this time, the delivery truck from Faux Leclerc supermarket arrived with the soy milk machine, and the staff assisted with the installation. By 5:20 p.m., all 3 large steamers were filled with buns, prompting Shun Yi to commence the preparation of the soy milk. The soybeans, having been soaked in warm water, were easily skinned. A gentle rub with his fingers caused the skins to slip away, floating to the surface. He discarded the water along with the skins and continued to soak the soybeans in 85-degree hot water to eliminate any raw bean odor. With the preparatory tasks complete, he meticulously added the soybeans, millet, peanuts, iced sugar, white sugar, brown sugar, and a generous amount of water into the soy milk machine according to precise ratios. He then pressed the switch, allowing the machine to operate autonomously in cooking the soy milk. Having just finished his tasks, a van pulled up outside the shop. A man wearing a cap entered, introducing himself. Manager Shun, I've come from Shuangya Kindergarten to pick up the buns. Shun Yi promptly approached him. Greetings. May I know your name? My surname is Li Rongfei. Just call me Brotherly, he replied. Brotherly glanced into the kitchen. Are the buns ready? Shin Yi peeked inside and confirmed, they are done. Brotherly stepped forward. Then I shall take them. Wait a moment, Brotherly, Shin Yi called out, quickly retrieving a thick pair of gloves from the storage box and handing them to him. They are quite hot. Please wear these while carrying them. Li Rongfei hesitated for a moment. Then, looking at Shun Yi earnestly, said, Thank you. Not at all, Shun Yi replied, donning a pair of gloves himself. Assisting Li Rongfei in transferring the buns to the van. The interior of the vehicle had been modified for excellent insulation, capable of preserving the bun's flavor for several hours at their optimal taste. After Li Rongfei closed the rear door of the van, he took a breath and smiled. Thank you so much, Manager Shun. This steamer is too heavy for me to manage alone. Shun Yi smiled back, no trouble at all, as the van slowly drove away. Shun Yi returned to the shop, closing the door behind him. He lifted the steamer onto the stove and continued preparing buns. Since the dough had already risen, it took less than half an hour to steam 3 large baskets of buns. After washing his hands, Shun Yi glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6:20. Noticing the time, he ascended the side stairs of the shop to wake up Yu, assisting her with her morning routine. The father and daughter then descended to the shop to enjoy breakfast together. Outside the shop, Wang Xiangrui halted his bicycle. Noticing the tightly shut door and the sign stating that business commenced at 7. Oh no, has Manager Shin changed the hours? At experimental high school, classes began at 7, leaving him little time to buy breakfast. Wang Xiangrui was reluctant to be late, yet even more so to risk losing his girlfriend. After all, he had promised Xiao Rongyu that if he brought buns once, she would be his girlfriend for a day. With no other options, he resigned himself to waiting. He secured his bicycle and sat on the steps, contemplating how to persuade his teacher later. After a while, Li Ningning and several high school girls approached, chatting animatedly. I must tell you, this shop's buns are absolutely delicious, especially that steamed fish. I can't take it anymore. My mouth is watering. A girl wearing a bow reminded, Ningning. Isn't that the shop that isn't open yet? Li Ningning's expression froze as she turned to see her least favorite person, Wang Xiangrui. However, that was not the main issue. The pressing concern was, why hadn't team manager Shin opened the shop yet? Li Ningning dashed to the entrance, scrutinizing it closely and confirming multiple times that indeed, it was set to open at 7. Instantly, her spirit drooped. Bending over with her hands hanging limply, she lamented. How will I get through today without manager Shin's buns? A bespectacled girl timidly suggested, Ningning, why don't we eat at the school cafeteria instead? Otherwise, we might not make it in time. Li Ningning turned around and exclaimed, no way. The food there is fit for dogs. Then, she excitedly pulled the bespectacled girl and exclaimed, after savoring such delectable delicacies, can you still stomach something as vile as dog excrement? Wang Xiangrui gagged in disgust, retorting, ugh. Li Ningning, could you refrain from being so revolting this early in the morning? Li Ningning coldly huffed and inquired, Wang Xiangrui, what business is it of yours? What are you doing here? Wang Xiangrui, rendered speechless, replied, Isn't it obvious? What else could possibly compel me to endure the roar of the old lion, if not the buns from Manager Shun? The girls behind Li Ningning were filled with curiosity. Could these buns truly be that delectable? To be frank, they were somewhat skeptical. However, the exaggerated reactions of Li Ningning and Wang Xiangrui left them perplexed. The girl with the bow glanced at her watch and tugged at Li Ningning. Ningning, it's nearly 6:40. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Li Ningning shook her head. You all go ahead. After saying this, she seated herself beside Wang Xiangrui, stating, I'll wait here. A few girls contemplated persuading her, especially since Li Ningning was the discipline committee member. Being late would entail harsher penalties. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Ruizi, you're here too? Goodness. Manager Shun, how could you be so ungracious? Even at this hour, the shop isn't open yet. Wang Xiangrui chuckled and patted the steps beside him. Come over. I've saved you a spot. Fu Qinghai also took a seat. Observing the unwavering determination of the three, the curiosity of the girls reached a peak. Just how delicious could these buns be? Chapter 50. Manager Shin's nonchalant attitude versus your creepy behavior. Ding dong. The soy milk is ready. Shin gently patted Yo-Yo's head. Yo-Yo, take your time eating. Daddy will go pour you some soy milk. Yo-Yo licked the corner of her mouth, brimming with sauce, and declared, Daddy, I don't want soy milk. Can I have cola instead? You want to drink it? Wah wah wah. But Daddy's soy milk is so awful. Shun recalled his past culinary misadventures. During his first attempt, he had erred by adding too many soybeans. The resulting soy milk was thicker than rice porridge, accompanied by a pungent bean odor and devoid of sugar. A single sip was enough to be a choking experience. Embarrassed, Shun reassured, that was in the past. People always improve. Just look at how much better the buns I make are now. So the soy milk must be delightful as well. Yo-Yo nodded, albeit with skepticism. The soy milk machine had a faucet-like device at its lower end, allowing for easy dispensing. Shin took a small bowl and filled it slightly. The soy milk emitted a delicate steam, its color a bright, pale yellow, smooth and refined. Bringing it close to his nose, a rich and indescribable aroma wafted into his nostrils, followed by a refreshing sweetness. In Shin Yi's mind, both the appearance and fragrance had already met his expectations. However, the most crucial aspect remained, the taste and texture. This was the definitive factor determining the quality of the soy milk. Blowing away the steam, he took a gentle sip. The tip of his tongue felt a slight warmth, followed closely by an unimaginable sweetness. The texture was as smooth as silk, bursting forth with a rich and full-bodied flavor. The fragrant essence of soybeans, the rich depth of millet, the sweet allure of peanuts, and the harmonious blend of white and brown sugars come together flawlessly, evoking an unparalleled deliciousness. As it glides down the throat, a wave of warmth envelopes the body and mind, leaving behind the unique aroma of soybeans that lingers delightfully. It is exquisite, truly delightful. Shun bestows a perfect score upon this cup of soy milk, affirming its status as a divine concoction enhanced by a 30% boost in flavor. Finishing the soy milk brings an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It is so fragrant, rich, and silky smooth. Shin feels utterly at ease, confident that this soy milk has no rivals in this world. If there is a contender, it can only be the second batch he creates. Using a clean small bowl, he fills it 8 parts full with soy milk and places a spoon beside it, setting it in front of Yu. Without any prompting from Shin Yu is irresistibly drawn closer by the ethereal aroma. Wow, Daddy, this soy milk smells amazing. Shin responds with a smile, scoop it with the spoon, let it cool, and then enjoy. At that moment, he hears a commotion outside the shop. On the steps, 5 individuals are seated neatly. Hey, Ruizi, did you see that trending video of Douyin last night? Fu Qinghai nudges Wang Xiangrui. Yes. My whole family watched it together several times. It left my dad speechless. Wang Xiangrui replies excitedly, rising to throw a few playful punches in the air. I never imagined Manager Shin would be so impressive. Could he really be as skilled as the comments suggest? Li Ningning furrows her brow. What are you all talking about? Manager Shin can't possibly be skilled in martial arts. Wang Xiangrui scoffs. Of course, you wouldn't know about the village internet. The girl with glasses timidly interjects. Could Manager Shin be the owner of Shinji Restaurant? Exactly. Isn't he handsome? Wang Xiangrui chuckles. The girl with the bow frequently nods. So handsome. Seeing Manager Shin makes me suddenly less fond of Kuan Kuan. Fu Qinghai adds with a smile. Manager Shin looks even more handsome in person than in the video. He then scratches the back of his head, reflecting, honestly, I think I should grow a wolf tail too. It looks so stylish. Wang Xiangrui hastily retorts, come on. Manager Shin has a long face and a great figure. A wolf tail suits him, while yours would just look sleazy. Ruizi, say nothing. We'll meet at the junkyard tonight to settle it once and for all, he declares, causing several girls to burst into laughter. Li Ningning looks seriously at Fu Qinghai. Actually, if you grow a wolf tail, what about it? Doesn't it suit me? Fu Qinghai exclaims eagerly. Li Ningning shakes her head. Let us just leave it at that. Just then, the sound of the rolling shutter door being lifted echoes. Shin pushes the door open and greets everyone with a smile. We're open for business. The girl with the bow tugs at Li Ningning's sleeve, dreamily exclaiming, Ningning. He is really so handsome. The girl with glasses blushes slightly, lowering her head in silence. Li Ningning sighs in exasperation. Why is everyone so infatuated with appearances? Is it impossible to resist a handsome face? Unlike them, She holds little interest in men. She prefers the taste of fish with a fragrant sauce. Hee hee. Yo-Yo licked the small bowl clean and raised her hand, saying, Daddy, I would like to drink more. Crack, crack. Li Ningning turned around, sensing she had heard two sounds resembling heart-shattering. Shunyi smiled. All right, Daddy will serve you shortly. He then turned to Wang Xiangrui and the others. What would you like to eat? Wang Xiangrui quickly replied, 2 soup dumplings, 5 beef buns, and 5 pork buns, to go. Shunyi nodded. Fu Qinghai added, Store manager Shun, I would like 1 soup dumpling, 2 beef buns, and a chive and egg bun, also to go. Very well, Shunyi said. Looking at the remaining 3, what about you? What would you like? Li Ningning noticed a nearby iron bucket and inquired, Store manager Shun, is this soy milk? Shunyi nodded. Indeed, would you like to try some? Yes, I'll have a cup of soy milk, 1 soup dumpling, and 2 beef buns, please. Wang Xiangrui's eyes brightened. Soy milk? Store manager Shun, I'd like 2 cups as well. Can they be packaged? Of course, Shunyi replied. Fu Qinghai raised his hand. I'll have a cup too. The girl in the bow hesitated for a moment. I'll have the same as Ningning. The girl with glasses said, me too. All right. Please wait a moment. Shunyi swiftly prepared the packages while Wang Xiangrui and the others scanned the QR code on the small blackboard to make their payments. Wang Xiangrui shook his phone. Store manager Shun, the payment has been sent. Fu Qinghai added, I've scanned it too. Store manager Shun, please check. WeChat payment received. Ningning, you can pay for us now, and we will reimburse you when we get home tonight. Li Ningning nodded. No problem. Let me see how much it is. 69. WeChat payment received. Shunyi smiled. All right, I've received it. Thank you. Soon, he had everything packed up, buns and soy milk. Wang Xiangrui grabbed the plastic bag and dashed out. Goodbye, store manager Shun. I'll come back this afternoon. Fu Qinghai followed closely. Me too. Goodbye, store manager. Li Ningning and the 2 girls realized time was running short, so they hurriedly bid farewell and left. Take care, Shunyi mused, stroking his chin. The store opens at 7, and the students might be late, but if I open earlier, I must rise earlier as well. Waking up early is truly a struggle. This is just summer. In winter, lying in a warm bed makes it even harder to rise. Is there a way to achieve both? A method allowing students to enjoy breakfast without tardiness while I can sleep in? Perhaps forming a WeChat group for reservations? I could prepare in advance, saving some time. However, the student group is still small. Perhaps I should wait until the numbers increase before considering it. At that moment, Grandpa Chin and 3 others entered. Good morning, store manager Shun. Chapter 51. Is the soy milk so inexpensive? Store manager Shun, are you confused? Please bring a portion for the teacher tomorrow. Shunyi welcomed Grandpa Chin and his companions to sit. What would you all like to eat? Grandpa Chin replied. For steamed base and 4 bowls of egg fried rice. Shunyi apologized. Grandpa Chin, we are only serving buns and soy milk for breakfast at the moment. Soy milk? Grandpa Chin raised an eyebrow, chuckling. I just mentioned it yesterday without having a taste. Store manager Shin, you've arranged it for today. Shunyi chuckled. Would you care for a taste? It's quite delightful. Elder Chin nodded in agreement. Then let us start with 4 cups of soy milk. And 4 of each type of bun, please. Certainly. Just a moment, Shunyi replied. He first served a bowl of soy milk to each of the 4, then proceeded to prepare the buns. Elder Chin gazed at the soy milk, exclaiming in wonder, it looks splendid. Elder Wang leaned in to catch a whiff. His eyes lighting up, The aroma is enticing. I shall have the first sip. Elder Lu, unable to contain his eagerness, scooped up a spoonful, blew gently to cool it, and took a sip. What is this? Elder Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. The soy milk enveloped his palate with an exquisite, silky smoothness. Never before had he tasted such a fragrant and sweet soy milk. Delicious. Without concern for the heat, Elder Lu raised the bowl to his lips, blowing gently to disperse the steam, then gulped it down eagerly. In a mere 10 seconds, he drained the entire 200-milliliter bowl. What a delight! Wiping his mouth, he felt it was still insufficient. He called out to Shunyi, Manager Shun, bring me another bowl of soy milk. Shunyi returned with the buns in hand. All right. Just a moment. The 3 elders exchanged glances and decided to take a sip as well. This soy milk is fabulous. Elder Wang smacked his lips. The texture is so smooth, it's truly refreshing. Elder Li lamented, if only there were some youtiao to accompany it, it would be a perfect match. Come now. Those youtiao from outside could hardly do justice to this bowl of soy milk, Elder Chin retorted. He then turned to Shunyi. How much for a bowl of this soy milk? 3 yuan, came the reply. The 4 were taken aback. Such a delectable soy milk, and it costs merely 3 yuan? Elder Qin could no longer restrain himself. Wait, Manager Shun, do you not wish to make a profit? Why sell it so cheaply? Elder Lu, filled with exasperation, lamented. With such exquisite soy milk, it should be at least 7 or 8 yuan. Manager Shun, you must be out of your mind. Elder Wang shook his head. This price does not do this soy milk justice. Even 10 yuan would have people clamoring for it. Shun Yi was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the elders would be dissatisfied with the low price of the soy milk, encouraging him instead to raise it. I assure you, gentlemen, I am still making a profit. In fact, it's a substantial margin. Elder Li regarded Shun Yi with admiration. Manager Shun, you are truly a man of integrity. Not many possess such conscience in these times. Shun Yi felt a bit bashful. You flatter me, gentlemen. Please enjoy while it's hot. I shall fetch more soy milk for you. Elder Qin beamed, feeling increasingly fond of Manager Shun. Alas, his granddaughter was already married. Were it not for that, he would have done everything possible to make Shun Yi his grandson-in-law. Divorced? That's a blessing. If he and T divorced, who would have the opportunity? Does he have children? Little Yu Yu is so adorable and sensible. Who wouldn't he love her? What a pity, that rascal Yi Xiangnan has struck gold. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Recently, he had sought his assistance in networking with higher-ups. Should he perhaps put a stop to that rascal? Now, tell me, why were you late? The old teacher inquired calmly from his office, addressing the 3 individuals before him. Li Ningning secretly cursed Wang Xiangrui and Fu Qinghai. How infuriating, relying on their bicycles. They sped away. Tonight, I shall purchase one myself. The discipline committee member, you may proceed first. Li Ningning lowered her head and timidly explained. We went to buy breakfast and lost track of time. The head teacher scoffed. Breakfast? Is breakfast more important than studying? Is it worth your and you 3 being 20 minutes late? The 3 of them shrank back, resembling quails, too frightened to utter a sound. He angrily slammed the desk, stood up, and circled around them. 20 minutes. How many words could you have memorized in that time? How many poems could you have learned? Are you confident about getting into a prestigious university? Li Ningning felt somewhat speechless. Her grades only fell behind the top student, Xiao Rongyu. A prestigious university? Perhaps Tsinghua or Dina could be attainable with hard work. However, it was clearly unwise to provoke the head teacher at this moment. The 3 of them muttered timidly, no? The head teacher sighed. I am doing this for your own good. You have only 1 year left before the college entrance examination. Every second counts. Understood. The head teacher nodded and inquired. Will you be late again tomorrow? Li Ningning gulped. I will try not to be late. Try. The head teacher approached her. Does that mean you will be buying breakfast again tomorrow? Li Ningning kept her head down. Yes. Although she could not see the head teacher's dark expression, she sensed his anger escalating rapidly. How outrageous. Li Ningning, do you wish to drive me to madness? Enough talk. I will confiscate your breakfast, and furthermore, have your parents come in this afternoon. Head teacher, may I bring you a portion from the cafeteria? Can you please not confiscate mine? Boom. The head teacher trembled with rage. He could no longer contain himself. No. Place it on my desk immediately. Li Ningning, with a sorrowful expression, shakily retrieved a lunchbox from her backpack. Inside were 2 beef buns. She felt fortunate that Manager Shun had packaged them separately, otherwise, they would be lost. The head teacher snorted. I am curious to see what kind of bun is worth you being late. He opened the lunchbox. The head teacher was momentarily surprised. Oh, these buns look appealing and smell quite fragrant. However, that alone is insufficient. He picked up a bun and took a bite, savoring it slowly. Wow, is this a bun? This bun is incredibly delicious. The head teacher discreetly finished one and then reached for another. Li Ningning watched, her heart bleeding. Those were her buns. After finishing the buns, the head teacher fell silent for a moment. The air became thick with tension. Ningning, what is it, head teacher? Please bring me a portion tomorrow. The curious glances from the bow-tied girl and the bespectacled girl were about to explode. How delicious could these buns be to soften the temperament of the notoriously strict and obstinate head teacher? Li Ningning naturally discerned the implication in the head teacher's words. But what if she were late? The head teacher adjusted his glasses. What lateness? Assisting the head teacher is not considered tardiness, is it? Even if Principal Zhang were present, you would still be justified. Moreover, Ningning, considering your commendable academic performance, a mere 10 to 20 minutes absence from morning study is hardly significant, wouldn't you agree? Li Ningning silently scoffed, recalling how you had just expressed otherwise. Indeed, the youth is teachable. The old teacher smiled with satisfaction and turned to the other two girls. Zitong, Cindy, where are your breakfasts? You must submit them as well. Wang Zitong and Jiang Cindy replied without hesitation. We accompanied Ning Ning, but did not purchase anything, intending to eat at school instead. A blatant lie. The two girls could only shed silent tears as they surrendered their beef buns. Chapter 52. Long live Manager Shun. A flirt and then a dash. The breakfast shop's crisis as the homeroom teacher. It was certainly inappropriate for the old teacher to forcibly seize the students' breakfasts. Thus, he generously offered them double the price for the buns. In his view, these buns were astonishingly inexpensive. Initially, he presumed Li Ning Ning was merely too shy to disclose the actual price. After repeatedly confirming with her and even checking the WeChat transaction records, he finally believed it. It turned out there existed such explosively cost-effective delicacies in this world. Now he understood the most meaningful way to spend 5 yuan in life, purchasing these beef buns. Li Ning Ning and her companions returned to the classroom in a daze. The sounds of studying had ceased. It was now break time. The three gathered together, producing the remaining soup, dumplings, and soy milk. Li Ning Ning sighed. It's all gone cold. Let us have a sip of the soy milk first. She inserted a straw and took a hearty gulp. To her astonishment, what divine soy milk is this? This soy milk is absolutely delightful. Although it lacks the rich aroma of being hot, it is far more refreshing and sweet when consumed. Zitong, Cindy, you both must try it. Wang Zitong and Jiang Cindy eagerly inserted their straws and took a sip. It's truly exquisite. It's sweeter and more fragrant than any soy milk I've ever tasted. What astonished the trio most was that this soy milk was priced at a mere 3 yuan. Li Ning Ning exclaimed, "Long live Manager Shun." The others in the class cast incredulous glances at the discipline committee member, questioning her sanity. However, to their surprise, others joined in the cheer. Wang Xiangrui and Fu Qinghai also shouted, "Long live Manager Shun." Xiao Rongyu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, whispering like a mosquito, "Long live Manager Shun." A simple cup of soy milk can transcend the limits of ingredients, shattering barriers and reaching heights unattainable by other chefs. Without a doubt, Manager Shun is an exceptionally skilled cook. Such brilliance should not be obscured in a small dining establishment. He ought to soar across the seas like a dragon, or stand proud in the heavens like a phoenix. Manhwa Tower is the ideal sanctuary for Manager Shun. She reaffirmed her resolve. No matter what, she must persuade Manager Shun to join Manhwa Tower. This is her father's only opportunity to realize his dream. When an individual performs an unreasonable act, people may perceive them as foolish, leading to embarrassment. However, when many individuals engage in such an unreasonable act together, the situation becomes intriguingly amusing. People begin to reflect, feeling as though they are the ones out of sync with their current environment. Presently, the classmates in the classroom are enveloped by this sentiment. Those seated closest to Li Ning Ning catch a whiff of an irresistible aroma. "Ning Ning, what are you eating? It looks absolutely delicious." A slightly plump girl swallows hard. The implication behind her words is clear. "I wish to savor it too. Do share." Li Ning Ning smiles faintly, resembling a cruel temptress. It looks delectable, but it tastes even more exquisite. Then, before their eyes, she devours the soup dumplings in 2 or 3 bites, her cheeks puffed out as she chews, displaying an expression of utmost delight. Joy, however, is fleeting. If one were to define a time frame for Li Ning Ning and her companions, it spans from the moment they take their first bite of the dumpling to the instant they swallow it. Wang Zitong and Jiang Cindy are taken aback, feeling as though their past decade has been squandered. Why is it so delicious? These affordable divine dumplings, and I only discover them today. All the dumplings they had previously tasted pale in comparison and do not merit a place in their memories. From this day forth, this particular soup dumpling has redefined their understanding of what a true soup dumpling should be. Wang Zitong exclaims with excitement, "Ning Ning, let us go enjoy more dumplings at Manager Shun's this afternoon." Li Ning Ning laughs heartily. "Of course. After having Manager Shun's dumplings, I feel invigorated for the entire day. I'm determined to complete 10 sets of exercises today." The rest of the class finally comprehends why Li Ning Ning and her friends praise Manager Shun so highly. Is this dumpling really that remarkable? Apologies, Shun-yi, I overslept. Yiru enters the shop, her hair tousled, accompanied by Yi Zicheng. Shun-yi chuckles, "No worries. You two can have breakfast first." Yiru nods and heads to the kitchen to fetch dumplings. As she passes by Shun-yi, she suddenly freezes in place. A warm sensation enveloping her head, a feeling akin to having her soul drawn out, so pleasurable that she instinctively shrinks her neck. Shun-Yi gently smooths her tousled hair. It's a bit unruly, but now it's fine. He turns to continue making dumplings. In the brief half-hour prior, over 80% of 3 steaming baskets of dumplings had already been sold. Even the soy milk in the machine had run out, prompting the preparation of a second batch. The patrons' reactions were such that they almost wished to cradle the soy milk machine and drink from it directly, each consuming at least 2 cups. One customer even emptied their thermos to fill it with soy milk to take away. Yiru's lips part slightly as she exhales warm breath, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That infuriating Shen-Yi, teasing me, and then running off. She lowers her head, tenderly touching her own head, daydreaming of the scene where Shun-Yi holds her close, ruffling her hair, and smiles foolishly. Yiru, what are you grinning about? Shen-Yi feels somewhat perplexed. He turns to Yiru, who is removing a layer of the steamer to prepare for the dumplings. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes her waist. Hiss. Shun-Yi grimaces, rubbing his waist innocently. Yiru, why are you pinching me for no reason? Yiru lets out a cold huff, offering no reply, and turns to retrieve the dumplings. Near the kitchen, a solitary soul shed tears of envy and resentment. How could those flaunting their affections be so blissful? The dashing couples indulging in displays of love bore an even graver sin. Between 7 and 8 o'clock, the breakfast establishments typically experienced their peak business hours. Consequently, the Shinji restaurant was filled to capacity, with a lengthy queue snaking outside. It is important to note that these patrons were not mere influencers paid to promote the venue. They were genuine customers ready to part with their hard-earned money. According to the law of conservation of energy, as the clientele at Shinji restaurant increased, the number of patrons at the neighboring breakfast shop would inevitably decrease. This establishment, which had thrived for a decade and dominated the breakfast trade on the first half of Fumin Road, now found itself on the brink of a significant crisis. The manager, Feng Dagon, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance, donned a white chef's uniform that made him resemble a butcher. At that moment, he gazed at the empty tables and chairs within his restaurant, lost in contemplation. Why, on a day when the occupancy rate typically exceeded 50%, were there only a scant few customers present? He understood that failure to discern the cause could spell disaster for his breakfast shop. Just then, Feng Dagon noticed one of his waitstaff devouring a bun with an insatiable appetite, oil glistening on her face. She appeared as if she had never tasted food before. He was certain this bun did not originate from his establishment. Firstly, its appearance was distinct. Secondly, he was well aware of the flavor of his own buns, delicious, yet incapable of eliciting such a look of sheer bliss. The culprit seemed to be identified. A sudden chill coursed through Feng Dagon, from the soles of his feet to the nape of his neck. Shaoli, where did you buy that bun? Boss, it's from right here. Shaoli pointed at the Shinji restaurant. Feng Dagon was utterly taken aback. The queue extended from the restaurant's entrance, stretching over 40 meters. In his daze, he watched customers approach, chatting and laughing as they joined the line. He had only witnessed such booming business in his dreams. Yet today, the scene before him confirmed the reality of it all. His envious eyes brimmed with bloodshot hues. Just how much profit could be amassed? This should have been his clientele, now snatched away by another. Humph. I shall see what kind of bun could entice customers to willingly wait 10 to 20 minutes in line. Feng Dagon bypassed the lengthy queue and strode directly into the establishment. Queuing? Earning money off me, and yet expecting me to stand in line? If I don't smash your shop, it would be a testament to my restraint. Nearby patrons were displeased, voicing their discontent. Who do you think you are? Cutting in line. Is there no sense of morality? Feng Dagon spat at the feet of one critic. To hell with you. I'm cutting in line. What of it? His fierce demeanor radiated a warning, inscribed on his face as if to say, you wouldn't dare cross me. The patrons fell silent. Cutting in line was one thing, but confronting such a rogue with principles of decency was a futile endeavor. As for resorting to violence, please, this is a society governed by law. Shen-Yi, noticing the commotion at the entrance, set down the dough he was kneading and stepped out of the kitchen. Feng Dagon sneered, are you the manager? Shen-Yi nodded. I am. Sir, please queue properly. Feng Dagon brandished a few large red bills in front of Shen-Yi, saying, here, I'll give you 300. Can I cut in line? Shen-Yi shook his head. I do not engage in business that allows for line cutting, regardless of the amount offered. Feng Dagon, irate, retorted, you don't want the money. Do you know how many buns 300 could buy you? Shen-Yi replied, I do. And I kindly ask you to go to the back of the line. Taking a deep breath, Feng Dagon insisted, Just pack a few buns for me. It won't take much time. I'll give you 500. How about that? Shun Yi resolutely shook his head. That is not acceptable. Please return to the back of the line. The other customers could no longer contain themselves and began to praise. Well done, Manager Shun. I support you. We cannot allow such people to cut in line. Is having money that impressive? Manager Shun want to do business with you. How shameless. Just leave. Feng Dagon's face flushed with anger as he turned away, muttering, selling buns? I'll make sure you can't sell them. 10 yuan soup buns? I'll sell them for 4. 5 yuan beef buns? I'll sell them for 2. Just wait. I am confident I can put you out of business. Feng Dagon was quite pleased with his plan for price undercutting, believing that after a week of this, Shun Yi would be begging him for mercy. After all, with his substantial wealth, he could afford to give away buns for a week without a care. However, Feng Dagon overlooked a crucial factor, the quality of the buns. Had he tasted the buns made by Shun Yi, he would never have conceived such a foolish strategy. Returning to his shop, he observed only a handful of customers. Feng Dagon ground his teeth in frustration. Shaoli, what is wrong, boss? Feng Dagon pointed to the corner where yesterday's leftover buns lay uncleaned in the steamer. You and Xiao Zhang heat these buns up, load them onto the cart, and sell them at that restaurant's entrance. He thought to himself, what a perfect opportunity for waste utilization. Shaoli had tasted Shun Yi's buns and wanted to dissuade Feng Dagon, warning him not to underestimate the situation. Yet, recalling his 5,000 yuan salary and the occasional insults from Feng Dagon, he found himself unable to voice his concerns. Do as you wish. If the shop goes under, I'll just find another job. They heated the buns, and the two of them pushed the cart to the entrance of Shun's restaurant. With a loudspeaker blaring, they announced, attention everyone. Today a special at the breakfast shop. Soup buns for only 4 yuan. Beef buns for just 2 yuan. Buy 1 soup bun and receive a chive bun for free. Feng Dagon, feeling uneasy, followed at a distance, convinced of his impending victory. In the past, there had been other breakfast shops in the vicinity, but he had managed to drive them out using similar tactics. Even if the price undercutting failed to eliminate his competitor, he had other means at his disposal. Who dared to earn money under his very nose? Feng Dagon's strategy was working. The sound of the loudspeaker attracted customers who were still in line. After waiting for so long, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Some patrons considered purchasing a few buns to satisfy their cravings, reasoning that the price was so reasonable it wouldn't be a loss. After all, they could always enjoy Manager Shun's buns another day. One customer approached. I'll have 2 soup dumplings, and I believe that comes with 2 chive buns, correct? Shaoli maintained a stoic expression, his patience wearing thin. Yes, that will be 8 yuan in total. The customer felt a pang of annoyance. How could one conduct business with such arrogance, as if they owed him money? Nevertheless, the buns were indeed inexpensive, so he bit his tongue. But any thought of returning as a customer vanished. I'll have a soup dumpling and 2 beef buns. The line of customers gradually swelled towards this direction. Soon, the 2 steamers on the cart were completely sold out. Seeing that his strategy of selling off leftover food waste had effortlessly reclaimed customers from Shun Yi, Feng Dagon felt quite pleased. Serves you right. How dare you cut in line? Regret it now, huh? The loudspeaker blared, and naturally, Shun Yi overheard. Yi Yiru was furious. How can they do this? Running a business right in front of our shop. It's utterly despicable. Shun Yi chuckled. Yiru, don't be upset. It's their right to do business wherever they please. We should just focus on doing our own well. The patrons, while enjoying their buns and soy milk, reassured him, Manager Shun, rest assured, even if they offered them for free, I wouldn't touch them. Same here. Cui Yongjin chuckled, Brother Shun, don't worry. Just watch. Given the owner's usual behavior at the daily breakfast shop, it won't be long before customers are demanding refunds. Shun Yi smiled, but remained silent. Cui Yongjin had a knack for reading people accurately. One customer unwrapped a soup dumpling, feeling it was quite warm. Though its appearance didn't quite match the quality of Manager Shin's creations, it seemed acceptable. The taste should be similar, right? He took a bite and found the dumpling rather tough and dry. Forget about the broth. Even the meat filling appeared devoid of any moisture. Was this a soup dumpling? It was clearly a leftover bun stuffed with a piece of salted meat, and the flavor was off, yielding a stale sensation. After a couple of chews, he could barely swallow and had no choice but to spit it into the bag. Damn it, what a disappointment. Let us try this chive and egg bun instead. He took a bite. Ugh, what the hell? He was incensed and stormed up to Shaoli, demanding, these buns taste off, they're stale. Other customers who had eaten began to voice their complaints as well. A man in a red coat raised his fist and exclaimed with fervor, "Refund, Geneva style." This unscrupulous owner dares to sell stale buns. It's utterly revolting. Seeing the situation escalate, Feng Dagon hurried forward, shouting angrily, "What do you mean stale? This is pickled cabbage flavor. Want a refund? Not a chance. The money's in the till. Are you expecting him to spit it back? No way. Unless the sun rises in the west." However, Feng Dagon evidently forgot that his initial intention was to engage in a price-slashing clearance. Chapter 54. The ancestor's unyielding command. Feng Dagon hastily fled with the cart. Despite his brazen and audacious demeanor, being surrounded by a throng of individuals hurling insults did instill a modicum of trepidation within him. However, during his attempt to break free, his trousers were torn by a figure clad in red. Upon returning to the establishment, Feng Dagon settled into a chair, reflecting on his actions. He realized that utilizing spoiled buns for sale was akin to digging his own grave. He struck the table with a fist, lamenting, "Oh, how foolish I have been." Solely focused on waste repurposing, little Zhang, the sycophantic assistant, approached and remarked, "Boss, there are hardly any customers left in the shop." Enraged, Feng Dagon retorted, "Do I lack vision? Do I need your reminders?" He then commanded, "Xiao Li, go procure some buns. I wish to conduct an analysis." Xiao Li, expressionless, complied, understood. After queuing for half an hour, Xiao Li finally acquired the buns. Upon returning, Feng Dagon eagerly retrieved the takeaway box from the bag. He opened it to reveal a soup dumpling, its skin thin and translucent, revealing the rich broth and meat filling within. Could a soup dumpling truly be crafted to such perfection? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Feng Dagon would have found it utterly unbelievable. As a seasoned chef himself, he understood the remarkable skill required to create such a delicacy. Yet, he remained obstinate, refusing to concede verbally. What good was it to look exquisite? He bit into the skin, savoring the broth. The rich, fragrant liquid surged within his mouth, delighting his taste buds. Stunned, he took another bite, frozen in place, his mouth mechanically chewing. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is exquisite." Feng Dagon grasped the reality. A queue stretching over 40 meters was a testament to genuine prowess. He felt a pang of envy, more so jealousy. Why was it that after years of crafting buns, he found himself outdone by a mere youth? The world seemed profoundly unjust. As he continued to eat, his astonishment grew. A sudden thought sparked in his mind. Could he acquire the recipe? Feng Dagon deemed it a feasible notion. But how to proceed? Coercion and threats were out of the question. That left only the option of purchasing the recipe. Resolute, he decided that no matter the cost, he must obtain this coveted formula. His mind began to wander, envisioning a future where, armed with the recipe, his business flourished, customers showered him with praise. And he humbly smiled in response. The more he imagined, the more exhilarated he became. He believed that with this singular skill, he could amass enough wealth within a few years to buy a home in the capital. Without delay, he set out. As Feng Dagon hurriedly exited the shop, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances before picking up their phones to pass the time. "Hey, waiter, bring me a cup of soy milk." The soy milk machine sat nearby, so they helped themselves. Once more, Feng Dagon arrived at the entrance of Shinji restaurant. This time, he refrained from cutting in line, choosing instead to queue patiently. He had no desire to jeopardize this opportunity. Observing the lengthy line, Feng Dagon no longer felt envy. He envisioned a future where he too would have such a following. After waiting for half an hour, he finally stepped through the door of the establishment. Fortunately, the previous patrons had finished their meal and departed. Otherwise, he might have been berated while waiting in line. However, those guests could hardly have anticipated that Feng Dagon would be so brazen. Upon seeing Feng Dagon, Yi Yiru, despite her simmering anger, approached him and inquired, "Hello, what would you like to eat?" A flicker of greed flashed in Feng Dagon's eyes, but he skillfully concealed it, responding with a sycophantic smile, "Sister, I'm not here to purchase anything. May I have a word with Manager Shin?" Shin Yi emerged, casually asking, "What do you need?" Feng Dagon, a seasoned figure well-versed in the ways of the world, knew that as long as there was an interest at stake, one moment he could be the mortal enemy sworn to vengeance, and the next, a brother sharing a drink in camaraderie. He exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Shun, you truly are a handsome fellow." Then, bowing his head with a feigned look of contrition, he continued, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I should not have cut in line, and I am here specifically to express my regret." Seeing Feng Dagon's attempt at an apology, Shun Yi replied with a smile, It's quite all right. We are all neighbors here. How should I address you? A cunning glint sparkled in the corner of Feng Dagon's eye. A young man, challenging me? Yi Yiru remained vigilant, sensing that Feng Dagon was no good. Such a person could easily stab you in the back while wearing a smile. Indeed, we are all neighbors. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Right, Brother Shin? Shin Yi nodded. Feng Dagon grinned. My name is Feng Dagon. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Feng. Well then, Brother Feng, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I must return to my tasks. Feng Dagon feigned hesitation. Brother Shun, I actually have a request. What is it? I shall assist you as much as I can. You see, I had the pleasure of tasting the buns you made, and they were truly exquisite. I, Feng Dagon, have never encountered such delicious buns before. His praise was sincere. No one could lie in the face of exquisite cuisine, for the body speaks the truth. Shin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, nodding, thank you, but there is still room for improvement. Feng Dagon rubbed his hands together and chuckled. As the saying goes, one learns throughout their life. Would Brother Shin be willing to teach me? He thumped his chest. Rest assured, once I learn, I promise I will not compete with you. I can swear to that. Noticing Shun Yi's silence, Feng Dagon hurriedly added, to be frank, my breakfast shop is about to be transferred. Life in the capital has become far too arduous. I wish to return to my hometown to develop, and thus, I seek to learn some skills from Brother Shin to ensure I can establish myself there. Feng Dagon thought to himself, humph, once I master this, I'll ruin your shop within a week. If all else fails, I can pay for it. Yiru, watching anxiously, realized that Feng Dagon had come solely for the buns. No, Shin Yi, you absolutely must not agree. Shin Yi, with a resigned smile, replied, I'm sorry. Brother Feng, but this technique is a family heirloom, passed down through generations. My ancestors have decreed that it must not be taught to outsiders. If I were to teach you, I would be a disgrace to my lineage, and how could I face my ancestors thereafter? With a sigh, Feng Dagon exclaimed, Brother Shun, you are mistaken. We are in the 21st century. Superstitions of the past are no longer acceptable. He patted his chest, declaring, if you share this with me, Brother Feng will ensure it flourishes. Surely, your ancestors would not blame you. Rather, they would commend you for your progressive spirit. Shun Yi shook his head, replying, that won't do. I can only proceed if my ancestors personally instruct me. Otherwise, I cannot take such a leap. Feng Dagon felt a surge of frustration. Your ancestors have long since disintegrated into atoms. How could they possibly convey anything to you? Yi Yiru, catching on, couldn't help but smirk, hastily lowering her head to conceal her amusement. Shin Yi, who appeared quite earnest, turned out to be quite the trickster, presenting his ruse with utmost seriousness. How mischievous. If he dares to fool me again, just wait. Chapter 55. I shall ruin his shop. Only Manager Shun can salvage the kindergarten parent-child event. Feng Dagon was not one to back down for such an absurd reason. Brother Shun, I will be frank. 50,000 yuan for you to teach me how to make those soup dumplings. I cannot teach you, Shun Yi replied truthfully. The intricacies of kneading the dough, letting it rest, mixing the filling, rolling the wrappers, and wrapping the dumplings fundamentally determine their quality. Shin Yi's skills were nothing short of divine. Mastery of such techniques cannot be acquired merely through willingness and effort, even with Shin Yi's guidance. Without a decade or two of diligent practice, one would barely glimpse the brilliance of his craft. Moreover, the critical factor was the 30% flavor enhancement granted by the system, which created an astonishing disparity between his dumplings and those of the world. Thus, Shin Yi could confidently assert that there are only two kinds of soup dumplings in this world, those made by him and those that are not. No one could replicate his creations. Feng Dagon was furious, yet he restrained himself. At this juncture, further contention left no room for negotiation. Very well, Brother Shun. Name your price, and I shall agree. You won't be able to learn, Shun Yi retorted. How can you say that when you haven't even taught me? No need to teach. I am certain you cannot learn. At that moment, Feng Dagon realized that this young rascal had been mocking him all along. With that in mind, he dropped the facade, pointing a finger at Shin Yi's face. I shall state my final offer, 100,000. If you disagree, I will walk away. But the consequences will be yours to bear. I cannot teach you, Shin Yi reiterated. Feng Dagon departed without leaving any harsh words. Concerned, Cui Yongjin remarked, Manager Shun. Feng Dagon is no pushover. Many restaurants in this vicinity have been driven to ruin by him. I hear he has connections in the food regulatory department. If they start inspecting your establishment frequently, business will become untenable. Shun-yi nodded gravely. Thank you for the warning, Brother Chui. This indeed poses a significant problem. Nevertheless, the hygiene within her establishment has consistently been exemplary, and the ingredients are of the freshest and finest quality, leaving no cause for concern. Yi bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her heart raced with anticipation. This is an opportunity, a chance for her relationship with Shun-yi to flourish. The Food Supervision Bureau has connections? The director is a close friend of her father, who frequents their gatherings. No matter how solid those connections may be, can they rival hers? Oh, the thought of playing the damsel in distress to rescue a hero is exhilarating. Upon returning to the daily breakfast shop, Feng Dagon, in a fit of rage, seized a glass and smashed it against the floor. The glass shattered into countless pieces, yet his anger remained unabated. You scoundrel, I want to ruin your shop. I'll just write my name backward. At this moment, Xiao Li, overhearing, realized the unscrupulous owner was about to resort to underhanded tactics. Accidentally, he activated his phone's recording function. As for his motives, they stemmed simply from the fact that manager Shun's buns were not only affordable, but also delectable. He couldn't bear to see such a fine establishment fall into Feng Dagon's clutches. Fear not, Manager Shin. Even if I lose this job, I will assist you. Feng Dagon rummaged through his contacts, finally locating a number. He dialed. Hello, is this Jiangzi? Hey, Brother Jin, what brings you to contact me today? A cruel glint flashed in Feng Dagon's eyes. There's an oblivious fool obstructing my view, and I need you to help me ruin his shop. As per our usual arrangement. Lately, my hands have felt a bit dry. How about 20,000? I have a few henchmen at my disposal. Feng Dagon cursed under his breath at the shameless individual. Fine, I want to be stingy. 50,000. Deal. By the way, I'll brief you on the details. But don't seek me out when you arrive. I'll arrange for someone else to assist you. Understood, Feng Dagon meticulously outlined his instructions. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, using the pretense of sweeping, discreetly recorded every word. As the clock struck 8:40, the shop had grown quiet, with only a few scattered patrons remaining. Yo-Yo, remember to listen to your teachers at school. I will, Daddy. Yo-Yo nodded obediently. Shun-yi planted a kiss on her forehead. Off you go. Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, Yo-Yo. Shun-yi turned to Yi-Ru with a gentle smile. Drive safely. Yi-Ru responded with a cheerful gesture. Rest assured. Watching the electric bike disappear around the corner, Shun-yi returned to the shop. Finally, I've found you, Manager Shun. At the daycare cafeteria, the usual routine of teachers sampling various breakfast items from different food stations had transformed. Today, they all congregated at the newly established employee welfare window. At the forefront stood Ding Huanjun, the principal, who had brazenly cut in line, followed closely by the vice principal. Behind them were the eagerly awaiting teachers. This sudden shift not only astonished the kitchen staff at the daycare, but also left other employees baffled. However, it quickly became clear that the cause was the 3 tiers of buns. The cafeteria lady glanced at the temperature and announced, "You may place your orders now." Director Ding promptly replied, 2 soup dumplings, 1 beef bun, and 1 chive and egg bun. Certainly, coming right up, she responded. Thank you. With a tray in hand, Director Ding made his way to the dining table. Just as he sat down, the vice director approached. Oldly, please take a seat. Li Chongming sat down, his face clouded with worry. Noticing his distress, Director Ding inquired with a smile, what troubles you? Ah, Li Chongming shook his head. Isn't it the parent-child activity this Friday afternoon? Some parents are complaining that this event is a waste of time and lacks significance, even petitioning for its cancellation. What do you think we should do? Director Ding's expression grew serious. The parent-child activity was an essential project at Shuangya Kindergarten, designed to cultivate the bond between children and their parents. However, despite its long-standing implementation, the turnout remained awkwardly low. Many parents simply did not attend, and those who did showed little enthusiasm. The crux of the issue lay in the outdated games offered. Although Director Ding had vigorously introduced new activities upon his appointment, there had been no noticeable improvement. He nodded. I will find a solution. Let us have breakfast first. I'm not really in the mood, Li Chongming admitted. Having overindulged the previous day and declined the buns delivered by Shani, after savoring a soup dumpling. However, all his worries and frustrations dissipated in an instant. These buns are simply exquisite. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Old Ding, I have an idea. What idea? Director Ding asked. Li Chongming smiled, pointing at the soup dumpling. To successfully implement this, You must first persuade Manager Shen. He then shared his thoughts with Ding Huanjin. Ding Huanjin clapped his hands in delight. What a brilliant idea. But will Manager Shen agree? Li Chongming rubbed his fingers together, grinning. We can throw money at it. A splendid plan. While Ding Huanjin and Li Chongming discussed their strategy, chaos erupted at the welfare window. Old Wang, I've never asked you for anything in my life. Please save the last soup dumpling for me. Old Lu, I'm sorry, but I absolutely must have this dumpling. The chefs stood collectively astonished. What could possibly make these usually refined educators abandon their dignity to scramble for dumplings? Chapter 56. It's dripping with saliva. Do you still want it? Hearing his name called, Shun Yi turned around. Are you Yuru's cousin? Secretary Lu momentarily lost his words, but quickly regained composure. Indeed, I am Yuru's cousin. He glanced into the shop and asked, Is Manager Shun available? Is Yuru here? Shun Yi shook his head. A chill swept through Secretary Lu and his entourage. Yuru has gone to the kindergarten. She should return shortly. Secretary Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his team collectively exhaled. Zhang Meiqi weakly remarked, Boss, I'm so hungry. Shall we eat breakfast here? Secretary Lu nodded. Let us eat here. It's on me. In unison, the group cheered, Long live the boss. They split into 2 tables to sit down. Secretary Lu said, Manager Shun, please serve 10 of each type of bun and a cup of soy milk for each person. Understood, please wait a moment. While waiting, Secretary Lu's phone rang. Upon seeing it was President Yi, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to inform her of the good news regarding Miss Ye's discovery. President Yi, I have great news. Miss Yi has been found. On the other end, Yi Xiangnan paused for a moment. Did I not tell you last night that Yuru had already been located? Since he was on speakerphone and close by, everyone could hear clearly. A heavy silence fell upon the group. President Yi, you didn't mention it. Secretary Lu lamented. I spent the entire night searching with my team to locate Manager Shin's shop. Well done. You can take them to claim a service fee of 2,000 yuan later. Charge it to my personal account. Okay, thank you, President Yi. After hanging up, Secretary Lu winked at everyone. They cheered, Long live the boss. A little hardship brings in 2,000 yuan. Indeed, the crying child gets the milk. Shun Yi brought over the buns and soy milk, smiling, Cousin Yuru. Is there something you need to discuss with her? Just call me Lu Yong, Manager Shun, Secretary Lu replied with a grin. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that Yuru's phone was unreachable last night, and her father was quite anxious, so he asked us to find her. Shun Yi nodded. All right, Lu Ge, you all enjoy your meal first. All right, Manager Shun, you carry on with your work. During their conversation, Lu Yong carefully observed Shun Yi. Quite the handsome fellow. This hairstyle is rather stylish, too. As for his character and other traits, Lu Yong had yet to discern. Observing Shun Yi was also one of the tasks assigned to him by President Yi. Returning to the moment, Lu Yong noticed everyone was looking at him, and the buns remained untouched. Hey, why haven't you all started eating? Zhang Meiqi chuckled. Boss, you eat first. Lu Yong waved his hand, smiling kindly. Oh, there's no need for such formalities when dining with me. Please, everyone, dig in. With that, he picked up a soup dumpling. The dumpling looked quite appealing. Food with high aesthetic value can, to some extent, deceive the brain and enhance the perceived taste. He bit into the skin, sucking in the broth. The scalding juice pricked his tongue, but was soon followed by an explosion of exquisite flavor. Delicious. Lu Yong's eyes lit up, and he took a hearty bite. Savory. The fragrant, oily meat filling was bursting with delicious broth, perfectly complemented by the tender, chewy skin. Each chew extracted the aroma, delivering a delightful assault on the taste buds. It was an unparalleled experience of pleasure and satisfaction. Simply unbeatable. So good. In Lu Yong's mind, Shun Yi gained another merit, his culinary skills. No wonder Yi Yuru was fond of Shun Yi. If he were a woman, he would likely fall for Shun Yi as well. Handsome, skilled in the kitchen, and capable of earning money. What woman wouldn't be enamored? Oh, right. His ex-wife didn't appreciate him. What a pity. After finishing a soup dumpling, Secretary Lu let out a satisfied sigh, only to be astonished to discover, wow, how did you all eat so quickly? The buns on the dining table were unexpectedly devoured in a remarkably short span of time. Zhang Meiqi, her cheeks stuffed with one like a hamster hoarding food, clutched another in each hand. Every so often, she would take a hearty sip of soy milk, her expression one of sheer delight, reminiscent of something truly indulgent. The others were similarly engrossed, as if they had not eaten in ages. After swallowing a soup dumpling, Zhang Meiqi exclaimed, "These buns are absolutely delicious. This sentiment echoed among all present. Indeed, a treasure of a shop. Lu Yong found himself speechless, however. Witnessing the joy on everyone's faces rendered the meal he had treated them to meaningful. He chuckled, "Everyone, please pace yourselves. If it's not enough, I will order more." Turning to manager Shun, he added, 10 more of each type of bun. "Alas, we have none left," Shun replied apologetically. In truth, a few remained. But those were reserved for Aunt Li, and some were intended for his own enjoyment. "Zhang Meiqi, I hereby command you, in the name of your superior, to hand over the buns you hold." Zhang Meiqi paused for a second, quickly licking the 2 buns she had, gazing at Lu Yong with innocent eyes. "Boss, they've already been moistened with saliva. Do you still want them?" Lu Yong inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "No." He then glanced at the others. To his surprise, they all followed suit, each licking their buns. "Boss, they have saliva on them now. How can we eat them?" Lu Yong, exasperated, took a large gulp of soy milk. Delicious. His irritation vanished in an instant. "Manager Shun, bring me 10 more cups of soy milk." "Certainly, please hold on." Shun brought the soy milk and then took a seat. As closing time approached, if there was still one last table of customers, he could not hasten the cleaning process, as it might subconsciously urge them to finish quickly and leave. Everyone was stuffed, their bellies round and full, faces aglow with satisfaction. The fatigue of the night seemed to dissolve in the bliss brought forth by the sumptuous meal. Lu Yong slouched in his chair, letting out a satisfied burp, savoring the rich aroma of soy. "Manager Shun, your soy milk is exquisite. Please pack 3 cups for me to enjoy at work later." "Of course. I want some too. Add 1 for me." Ultimately, everyone packed 3 cups of soy milk to take away. Lu Yong took out his phone to pay, receiving a flurry of compliments. And with a buoyant spirit, he departed with the group. Not long after Lu Yong and the others left, Aunt Li arrived, and Shun offered her the reserved buns. Shortly after, Yiru returned on her bicycle. The two tidied up the shop together before settling into chairs to rest. "Here, wipe your sweat." Shun handed Yiru a tissue. "Thank you," she replied, gently dabbing the fragrant perspiration from her forehead. Her flawless, fair complexion was kissed by a gentle blush from her quickened heartbeat, resembling a ripe peach, utterly tempting. Her enchanting eyes, arched brows, delicate nose, and rosy lips were captivating, a sight one could never tire of. Shun found himself momentarily entranced, lost in admiration before he regained his composure. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she inquired, "Yiru, do you drink soybean milk?" "Yes," she replied. "I would also like some. Could you kindly serve me a bowl as well? Shouldn't you be the one to fetch it for me?" Shun-Yi responded, bewildered. "Why, your acting is quite commendable," she teased, clenching her fist and feigning ferocity. "Typically, the one who makes the request goes to retrieve it, right? Hurry up. I won't go. If you don't, I shall retaliate." Shun-Yi chuckled confidently. "I have studied Taekwondo. You know, Yiru, don't overestimate your abilities." Half a minute later, he relented. All right, release me. I shall go." Rubbing his arm, he went to serve the soybean milk. He didn't mind a confrontation. He simply preferred not to engage with a woman. Indeed. Yiru rubbed her palms together, wearing a dreamy smile. Shun-Yi's abs feel truly delightful. She leaned closer, inhaling the scent. "Ah, it smells wonderful." Chapter 57. Why not learn from those who simply relax online and let me take care of you quietly? "Drink up." Shun-Yi set down the soybean milk and took a seat. Yiru propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at him. "What are you staring at?" Shun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Yiru huffed, tilting her chin upward. "What? It's permissible for you to sneak glances at me, yet I cannot gaze at you?" Coughing awkwardly, Shun-Yi, maintaining a calm facade, replied earnestly, "Who is sneaking a look at you? Don't speak nonsense." Yiru raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I have a witness. Yiyo told me." "Yiyo?" Shun-Yi was taken aback. In just a day, had they become so familiar? They were even exchanging whispers behind his back. "The little cotton-padded jacket has a leak." "Indeed, can you guess what Yiyo said?" "What did she say?" Shun-Yi was somewhat intrigued. Yiru pouted, mimicking Yiyo's manner of speaking. "Sister Yi, Daddy always secretly gazes at you when you're not paying attention. He must like you. Why not let Yiyo call you mommy?" The first part was truthful. Yiyo had indeed mentioned it earlier that morning. The latter half was her own fabrication, intended to tease Shun-Yi. Yet he believed her. After a moment of silence, he gazed into Yiru's eyes and said earnestly, "Yiru, I do not plan on remarrying anytime soon." Yiru felt a slight heaviness in her chest, growing somewhat agitated. "Why?" Don't you like me? Shin-Yi felt slightly embarrassed. Yiru was far too direct. Couldn't she be a little more subtle? No. Then you do like me, right? Shin-Yi tilted his head, nodding gently, yes. Yiru grasped Shin-Yi's hand, pressing his palm against her cheek. He instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet found himself unable to do so. Ouch! This woman is surprisingly strong. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Yiru's face flushed slightly. If you like me, why not agree? Yuyo will certainly approve. What reservations do you have? Yiru spoke, her tone betraying no hint of insecurity. Yuyo will undoubtedly agree in the future. Why is Yiru's face so soft and yet so warm? Shin-Yi's hand remained relaxed, hesitant to exert any force. Yiru's warm breath gently caressed his palm, creating a tingling sensation that stirred his heart. Taking a deep breath, Shin-Yi said, I've recently been thinking about. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and quickly withdrew his hand, a shiver running down his spine. Yiru stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, so salty. Recalling the warmth and softness of his palm, Shin-Yi gulped. Who could withstand that? What were you saying? As he settled back in his seat, Shin-Yi continued. I've been planning to earn some money, buy a car, and then a house. Once I'm fully established in the capital, we can. Yiru's eyes lit up with excitement. You said it. If you don't marry me then, I will absolutely hold you accountable. Shin-Yi nodded earnestly, yes. With the promise secured, Yiru wore a triumphant expression, chuckling. All right then, I won't pretend anymore. In fact, I'm quite wealthy, Shin-Yi. I can arrange for the car and the house. Let us go get our marriage certificate now. What? Shin-Yi looked utterly bewildered. Yiru reiterated, I said, I'll buy you a car and a house. Let us go get the certificate now. Shin-Yi replied helplessly, Yiru, I want to use your money. I want to earn it through my own efforts. Since marrying Jiang Ruiyun, Shin-Yi had harbored a lingering concern. As a traditional man, he felt uncomfortable being supported by a woman, akin to an eagle trapped in a cage, reliant on others for sustenance. Although he never expressed it, his actions, like taking on delivery jobs whenever he had free time, revealed his dissatisfaction. He yearned to prove himself. He aspired to earn enough to support a family, providing shelter and protection for his wife and daughter. Yiru, perplexed, remarked, Isn't my money your money? What's the issue? Your daughter has a rebellious spirit. Shin-Yi stammered. In short, it just won't do. Yiru slumped over the table, lamenting, Housing in the capital is so expensive. I'll end up as a worn-out woman. Shin-Yi smiled confidently. That won't happen. I can earn 10,000 a day. Yiru shot him a skeptical glance. 10,000 a day amounts to 3.65 million a year. Good houses in the capital cost over 10 million. How long will it take to save that up? Shin-Yi awkwardly replied. I didn't say full payment. I'm talking about a down payment. Yiru blinked. I'll cover half of it then. Seeing Shin-Yi hesitate, Yiru immediately took his hand and coaxed him. Is that all right? Eventually, Shin-Yi succumbed and nodded. Fine. Yiru stretched her fingers, her graceful silhouette perfectly showcased. How delightful. Shin-Yi observed as she leaned on the table. Standing up, my father knows a real estate developer. Let us ask him for a significant discount. We should buy it now. Yiru, could you refrain from thinking about such dubious schemes? Shin-Yi questioned. Yiru snorted. What dubious schemes? I'm merely helping you save money. Why not take a cue from those who leisurely let others support them? I simply do not wish for you to take care of it. Shin-Yi said with a sense of helplessness. In any case, I must choose the house myself. You must not use connections to obtain discounts. It would be unwise to waste your father's goodwill. Yiru was exasperated, wondering why Shin-Yi had to be so obstinate. I shan't talk to you anymore. I shall return. She turned to leave, deliberately slowing her pace at the door, yet Shin-Yi remained unresponsive. Her irritation flared again. Shin-Yi, what is it? Yiru, half amused and half annoyed, remarked. So, when I say I want to talk to you, you choose to ignore me as well? Shin-Yi replied. Yiru, hands on her hips, insisted, take me back. Why are you still dawdling? All right, I shall escort you, Shin-Yi said, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his back. This woman's thoughts were utterly perplexing. If she wanted a ride, why not simply ask? Regarding this matter, it is rather straightforward. I have not had much interaction, hence I hesitate to draw any hasty conclusions. Overall, Manager Shun has left a favorable impression on me. Lu Yong concluded, observing Yi Xiangnan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. By the way, Yi, I brought you a cup of soy milk. From Shun's restaurant? Indeed, it is quite delightful. Yi Xiangnan opened his eyes and gestured to the table. Bring it to me. I wish to taste it. Liu Yong inserted a straw and handed it to Yi Xiangnan, who regarded the unremarkable plastic cup of soy milk with curiosity. He gently sipped and savored the flavor. Yi Xiangnan was astonished. This is soy milk. He gulped it down in a matter of seconds, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face. After a moment, he slowly remarked, this soy milk is indeed exceptional. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wait, put down that bag. Liu Yong's smile was more sorrowful than joyful. Yi, this is mine. Should I let it go? Yes, let it go. Yi Xiangnan nodded in satisfaction. You may go. Chapter 58. Shen Yi, that was my first kiss. Come up. Shen Yi shifted forward slightly. Yi Yiru did not adopt a ladle-like posture as before. Instead, she swung her leg over and settled onto Shen Yi, wrapping her arms around his firm, straight back. His physique was toned, exuding warmth and vitality. His abdominal muscles were distinctly defined, with a pleasing firmness to the touch. Yi Yiru pressed her face against Shen Yi's back, inhaling his scent. He bore a faint aroma of lime mixed with perspiration, but most intoxicating was the underlying musk, which left her a bit entranced. Shen Yi, slightly speechless, said Yiru, could you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly drive this way. With her eyes closed, Yi Yiru replied, this is how couples ride on an electric scooter. Wait, when did I become your boyfriend? Yi Yiru released her hold and tapped her forehead. My apologies for the miscommunication. You are, in fact, my fiancé now. Coughing slightly, Shen Yi turned to gaze at Yi Yiru in shock. When did I become your fiancé? You promised that once you purchased a house, you would marry me. Isn't that akin to our engagement? After pondering for a moment, Shen Yi realized that her reasoning held some truth. Yet, why did it feel so amiss? Engagements typically involve a meeting between our families, followed by an engagement banquet where we exchange tokens of our commitment, do they not? Yi Yiru responded nonchalantly, expressing that such formalities were overly cumbersome and could be omitted without issue. Shen Yi shook his head in disapproval, asserting that it would be impolite to forego such traditions. At the very least, they should meet her parents. The thought of confronting Yi Xiangnan sent a wave of anxiety through Yi Yiru as she envisioned their meeting. Absolutely not. Despite Yi Xiangnan's initial approval of her relationship with Shen Yi, she knew he would not take her marriage lightly. Based on her understanding of Yi Xiangnan, if he deemed Shen Yi unworthy, he would prefer her to live a life of solitude rather than allow her to marry him. This urgency propelled Yi Yiru to desire a swift marriage certificate, ideally leading to intimacy, thus ensuring that even if Yi Xiangnan disapproved, he would have no choice but to accept her situation. However, should Shen Yi meet Yi Xiangnan, the stakes would rise dramatically. As the president of a colossal conglomerate overseeing the livelihoods of countless individuals, he wielded immense influence in the capital. If he desired to remove Shen Yi from her life, it would be an effortless task. No, she resolutely rejected the idea. Shen Yi, perplexed, inquired why it was unreasonable to meet their parents before their impending nuptials. Feeling guilty, Yi Yiru replied that her father had declared she should take charge of her marriage and pursue those she loved without his input. As Shen Yi opened his mouth to respond, Yi Yiru suddenly leaned in, pressing her cool, soft lips against his, silencing him. He was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist. Yi Yiru's face was close enough for him to notice the delicate fuzz on her skin and to inhale her subtle, pleasant fragrance. Her eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes slightly trembling. Shen Yi could sense her nervousness. Her breath became heated and erratic. Their contact was not a passionate embrace, but rather a fleeting brush, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Moments later, Yi Yiru quickly pushed him away, bowing her head in embarrassment, her face likely as red as a ripe apple. Shen Yi swallowed hard, brushing his lips with his fingers, wanting to speak, but at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Shall we head back now?" Yi Yiru buried her face in his shoulder, eventually managing to murmur an affirmative. Shen Yi forcefully suppressed his own agitation, twisting the throttle as their electric vehicle began to move slowly. Throughout the journey, an awkward silence enveloped them. Time seemed to blur, and before Shen Yi knew it, they had arrived at Yi Yiru's home. "We're here," he announced, but Yi Yiru clung to him, unwilling to let go. He patiently waited, subconsciously wishing for the moment to stretch indefinitely. "Shen Yi, that was my first kiss," she finally confessed. Shen Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet he felt an inexplicable joy swelling within him. In earnest, he replied, "I will take responsibility." Yi Yiru could not help but let out a laugh. her fingers lightly tracing circles on Shun Yi's back as she teased. You possess such a strong sense of responsibility? A mere kiss demands accountability? Have you uttered such words to many girls? Shun Yi recognized this as a trap, a question laden with peril. Of course not. I have only said this to you. Yi Yiru huffed coldly. That is for the best. She released Shun Yi's hand and alighted from the vehicle. All right, you may head back. I shall come over at noon. Shun Yi quickly turned around, revving the engine and speeding away. Observing his frantic retreat, Yi Yiru could not suppress another laugh. Fool. Han Xiaoming watched from the balcony above, her scalp tingling from the display. She nearly lost her composure, contemplating the idea of seeking a boyfriend. Curse those who are living their best lives. Yi Yiru. I am starving. Hurry up. Excuse me. Could you tell me where Shun's restaurant is? Li Wenjie sliced open a watermelon, holding a toothpick between his teeth. He turned to see a young man. Just down this street. Keep walking straight. Wang Wenfeng nodded eagerly. Thank you, brother. No need for formality. Have a piece of watermelon. Li Wenjie swiftly cut a slice and handed it to Wang Wenfeng. Wang Wenfeng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother. He could not help but marvel at how kind the people here were. His social anxiety began to dissipate. Li Wenjie chuckled. Manager Shin's culinary skills are top-notch. You must have heard that from someone else. Indeed, I heard about it online. Oh, Manager Shun has even become an internet sensation? Wang Wenfeng produced his phone. Yes, that video of Manager Shun on Douyin has gone viral. Li Wenjie watched as Wang Wenfeng opened the video, his mind becoming increasingly disordered. Wow, Manager Shun is so impressive. A master among us, and he is my neighbor. Li Wenjie resolved to witness Shun Yi filleting fish in person, thinking, that is simply too cool. Shun Yi returned to the restaurant on his bike. In the parking space next to the establishment, a van was parked. Master Lu leaned against the van, smoking a cigarette. Shun Yi quickly parked his bike and approached. Master Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Master Lu chuckled. No worries. I just arrived. See. I haven't even taken a couple of puffs yet. Shun Yi had become immune to Master Lu's respectful address. That's good. Snuffing out his cigarette, Master Lu opened the van's trunk. Chapter 59. Manager Shin, could you perform a fish filleting demonstration for us? The trunk had been converted into a small cold storage unit, housing 5 plastic boxes, each containing 6 live bass, still wriggling energetically. Come lend a hand. The 2 men first moved the boxes down and then carried them into the restaurant. At the back of the kitchen, there was a medium-sized glass tank. Shun Yi had previously found it to be an inconvenience, but now it was quite useful. The tank was clean and equipped with a small aerator. He filled it with water and poured all the bass into it, creating a splash as they floundered about. 30 bass in the tank felt a bit cramped. Occasionally, calamities befall the fish. You bump into my rear while I nudge your gills. Nevertheless, our companionship remains quite delightful. After all, by noon, we are brothers who have weathered the same trials. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but Shun Yi has an inkling that the vitality of the bass has intensified. Perhaps this fish tank possesses some concealed attribute. Master Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, observing the fish leaping joyfully without any signs of distress. He turned to Shun Yi and said, Very well, Master Shun, I shall take my leave now. Wait, Master Lu, have a bowl of soybean milk before you go. Oh dear, how can I impose? Master Lu complained as he pulled up a chair, showing no signs of embarrassment. The soybean milk machine still held the morning stock. Shun Yi ladled out a bowl, inspecting its quality. Everything appeared perfect. Temperature, color, and aroma all at their finest. Here, Master Lu, give it a try. Upon tasting the soybean milk, Master Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. This is exquisite. I never imagined you could excel even in making soybean milk, Master Shun. You're too kind. There's plenty more if you wish. Oh, I couldn't possibly, Master Lu said, quickly finishing his bowl and ladling another. He repeated this 4 times, thoroughly enjoying himself until he could hardly hold anymore. He placed a hand on his stomach and declared, What a treat. Master Shun, your soybean milk is utterly addictive. If my stomach weren't so full, I would surely drink more. Shun chuckled. If you truly enjoy it, take some home with you. Oh no. It's perfectly fine here. I'll drink as much as my stomach can handle, but to take it away without paying would be quite unreasonable. Yet, if pressed to pay, Master Lu likely would refuse. Thus, the best course of action was to decline. Master Lu, now past 60, understood this simple principle of social interaction quite well. I must take my leave, Master Shun. I still have fish to attend to. Very well, Master Lu. Take care. Not long after Master Lu departed, a young man entered. Holding his phone, it was Wang Wenfeng. Shen Yi remarked, "I apologize, but we are currently closed. We open at 11:30 for lunch." Seeing Shen Yi, Wang Wenfeng became flustered. Stammering, hello, Manager Shun, my name is Wang Wenfeng. I'm 23 years old, and I am a web novelist. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hello, I'm Shen Yi, 28 years old, and I am a chef. Only then did Wang Wenfeng realize his blunder, his face flushing with embarrassment. Who introduces themselves in such a manner? Having spent too much time indoors and away from social interactions, he struggled with even the simplest greetings. Meanwhile, the dozens of viewers in the live stream could not help but laugh at the scene unfolding before them. A plump catfish commented, "This is hilarious. Manager Shun is so amusing." Another chimed in, "Manager Shun is so handsome and humorous." A rural little wife added, "So handsome, I can hardly contain myself." The security team S. Wang remarked, "Attention upstairs, this is the comments section, not a breeding ground." The return of the Dragon King. Host, please prompt Manager Shun to demonstrate fish slaughtering. At that moment, Wang Wenfeng completely forgot that he was live streaming and instinctively tucked his phone back into his pocket. The viewers in the live chat were momentarily bewildered. You were streaming so well, and now you've put your phone in your pocket? Manager Shun, I learned about you through that Douyin video. I hope you don't mind my impudent visit, Wang Wenfeng said. Shen Yi smiled. Not at all. Guests are always welcome. Wang Wenfeng, Manager Shun, could you perform a fish slaughtering for us? I am willing to pay. Oh, why did I say us? Damn, I forgot I'm still live. Wang Wenfeng hurriedly retrieved his phone, apologizing with an embarrassed smile. Dear viewers, I sincerely apologize. I got a bit too excited and forgot. Shun Yi then realized that this was merely a misunderstanding and not a supernatural occurrence. A comment appeared. Host, put on black stockings and dance on a pole, and we shall forgive you. Instantly, dozens of similar comments flooded in. Wang Wenfeng, feeling apologetic, asked, Manager Shun, is it permissible to stream here? If not, I can just record a video. Shen Yi, unfazed, replied, that's fine. Wang Wenfeng eagerly looked at Shen Yi. Could you perform a fish slaughtering, Manager Shen? The comments section exploded with enthusiastic affirmations. Seeing this, Wang Wenfeng quickly turned his phone screen towards Shen Yi. Manager Shun, look, the viewers are eager to see. I can pay 10 times the price of the ingredients. Shen Yi chuckled lightly. There is no need for tenfold payment. Since the viewers wish to see, I shall show them a trick. Although it was not yet business hours, some flexibility could be afforded. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Most importantly, Shen Yi saw a reflection of his younger self in Wang Wenfeng, shy and somewhat introverted. He knew that a refusal would surely hurt him. Nice, Wang Wenfeng exclaimed excitedly. He was the first host to seamlessly connect with Shen Yi's popularity, and the benefits were evident. His assumptions were validated. Once Shen Yi agreed, viewers immediately began inviting friends. The live stream's popularity soared like a rocket, with the number of online viewers surpassing 10,000 in a remarkably short time and continuing to rise. Yang Imo, a staff member responsible for overseeing the live streaming department at Douyin, was perplexed. How did a new account stream suddenly become so popular? The unusual surge piqued his curiosity. Yang Imo promptly utilized his access to switch to the live stream page. Isn't this just an ordinary small restaurant? As Yang Imo pondered, he spotted Shen Yi and gasped, wait, isn't this the big shot who practices martial arts? Videos that garner a certain level of popularity are meticulously scrutinized by those involved to prevent the inclusion of inappropriate content, such as violence or explicit material. Coincidentally, Yang Imo had been responsible for the cross-review of Shen Yi's fish slaughtering video the previous night. The video's popularity had not waned and remained trending. According to protocol, he was obligated to report this matter to his superiors. Currently, Douyin is in dire need of exceptional hosts who are indispensable in their respective fields. Chapter 60, My Husband is Too Handsome. Supervisor. Yang Mo's shout startled everyone in the office. Supervisor Tan Jun, holding a cup of hot coffee, trembled, spilling the drink into his lap. Oh no. He leapt from his chair, the coffee splattered due to inertia, causing him further distress. Damn, that is scalding. His hand instinctively released the cup, which was a wedding anniversary gift from his wife, shattering upon hitting the floor. His heart shattered too. Now, he was suffering both physical pain and emotional turmoil. Upon returning home, he might even face domestic strife. Yang Imo, Tan Jun, with a dark expression, approached Yang Imo, fists clenched and body trembling. It was evident from his gaze that the supervisor was exceedingly furious, and the consequences would be dire. The others silently mourned for Yang Mo's supervisor. Good news. Yang Mo feigned ignorance of Tanjun's furious demeanor and forced an excited tone, stating, "The man who trended last night has gone live." Who? The big shot who catches fish. Tanjun inhaled sharply, not from shock, but because the pain from his recently scalded hand had begun to throb. "Let me see." Yang Mo stepped aside, making way. Other colleagues, curious, paused their work and gathered around. Shun Yi entered the kitchen, followed closely by Wang Wenfeng. He aimed his phone at Shun Yi and the glass tank. "Dear viewers, Manager Shun is about to start catching fish, so pay close attention." The tank was only as tall as Shun Yi's waist, allowing him to easily reach in with a slight bend. Shun Yi smiled at the camera. "I'll demonstrate just once, so watch carefully." The base in the tank swam merrily, unaware of the imminent peril. In the next moment, Shun Yi's right hand darted swiftly into the water. The speed was so remarkable that even the phone's camera struggled to capture it. The onlookers saw only a fleeting blur and heard a splash as Shun Yi's hand emerged. A base now rested in his grasp, its gills pierced by his fingers. Perhaps due to the suddenness, the base momentarily forgot to struggle. It was only after a heartbeat that it began to thrash violently. Shun Yi showcased his catch, chuckling. "Have you all learned? The key lies in speed and accuracy, as well as timing the fish's gill movement. It's quite simple. With regular practice, anyone can master it." In the live stream's comment section, a plump catfish commented, "I'm so moved. Manager Shin thinks we can learn this." "Tears, tears," Wang Matzi remarked. "This redefines the word simple." Long Wang returned, "Is this the secret technique? I want to learn too." Security team member Wang commented, "Divine technique, seamless and unseen. This is clearly the two-finger Zen. The rabbit only grazes on the grass near its burrow. My husband is incredibly handsome. The rabbit only grazes on the grass near its burrow, sends love. The country's little darling. This is my husband. Everyone upstairs, please take note. The country's little darling sends romantic fireworks." Wang Wenfeng was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the comments surged into the hundreds, with hearts being showered in abundance. Gifts worth dozens, even hundreds of dollars, were plentiful. In less than a minute, the earnings soared into the thousands. Is this what live streaming is like? Truly remarkable. Wang Wenfeng swallowed hard. No wonder so many people are eager to become streamers. However, what he did not realize was that for some small streamers, such earnings, even for a brief moment, were but an unattainable dream. The key to all of this lay with Shun Yi. Shun Yi, oblivious to the comments, remained unaware of the multitude of gifts being showered upon him. He approached the water station, slapping the perch onto the counter. The perch thrashed its tail in a desperate attempt to escape its fate. Yet, regrettably, it was destined to become a dish that would leave diners raving. Shun Yi curled his index finger and lightly tapped the perch's head with his knuckle. The perch seemed to play dead, rendered immobile. Wang Wenfeng was left speechless. Although he had witnessed Shun Yi's miraculous skills in last night's video, the shock of witnessing it up close was exponentially more intense than that experienced through a screen. The live stream erupted into excitement. Those who had previously doubted the authenticity of the video could no longer remain seated. Surely, live streaming could not be fake as well. "I apologize for my earlier skepticism. Manager Shun is phenomenal. Wah, wah, wah. My mother asked why I was kneeling to watch, so I broke her leg to make her kneel with me. Family, did I do the right thing? Absolutely right. A grand show of filial piety. Coach, I want to learn too. Coach, learn? I wish to learn as well. Yo, this must be some kind of immobilization technique. If I learn it, hee hee hee. Damn it, what are you trying to do upstairs? Count me in." Now we begin to fillet the fish. Everyone, pay close attention. Wang Wenfeng brought the camera closer, careful not to shake it, even holding his breath. Shun Yi brought down the knife, cleanly severing 2/3 of the fish's head, allowing it to bleed out and be rinsed clean. "It's coming," Wang Wenfeng alerted. The audience in the live stream held their breath, with comments dwindling as they focused intently. The most impressive part was about to commence. Shun Yi dexterously manipulated the knife, performing a dazzling flourish, smiling as he said, "Everyone, watch closely. The movements might be a bit swift." Goodness, swift was an understatement. From the moment the blade touched the fish's body to the flying scales shimmering in the air, in less than 3 seconds, one side of the fish was completely cleaned of scales. The motions flowed as smoothly as silk, surpassing even the experience of savoring fine chocolate. The visual spectacle reached its peak. The excitement in the live stream surged again, with the number of viewers surpassing 50,000. Having never killed a fish before, one might wonder if scaling it is truly as simple as it seems. However, one should attempt it themselves to understand the intricacies involved. Fish scales often lift and obstruct the knife, rendering the process anything but smooth, especially within a limited time frame. Indeed, I am experienced in fish preparation, and I suspect what I am witnessing resembles a science fiction film. The knife skills displayed are astonishing. Moreover, one cannot help but laud manager Shun's prowess. My husband appears remarkably handsome. As a rural darling, I send forth gifts, and I am enamored. Might my husband share his contact information? A youthful widow, at the age of 18, sends gifts ceaselessly, ranging from the most modest hearts to the extravagant carnival, reflecting a spectrum of wealth. Wang Wenfeng is utterly flabbergasted. Are people today so affluent, or is it merely my own impoverished state? With a resounding clap of his palm against the cutting board, Shun Yi summoned forth a powerful force that sent the base soaring into the air, causing crystalline scales to flutter like snowflakes, while the distant clinking of utensils resonated melodically. The base spun gracefully before landing perfectly, aligning seamlessly with its previous position. Such skill is unparalleled. The live broadcast exploded with excitement, reaching unprecedented heights. 2 minutes prior, Zhang Daxian, boasting millions of followers, was embroiled in a live stream of a game called Deadly Agriculture. Yet, he was on the brink of madness, tormented by the absurd matchmaking. As his own character was swiftly eliminated by an adversary, the other heroes on his side met their demise as well. Zhang Daxian frantically pressed the voice-to-text button, pleading for mercy. Please, give me a chance. Yet, opportunities were non-existent. In the face of adversity, the outcome was dire, and the crystal shattered under relentless attack from enemy heroes, while 2 others mocked him from the fountain. Slumped in his chair, Zhang Daxian scratched his long hair in despair. His face contorted in agony. The chat exploded with comments, capturing the moment. In the midst of a beauty collapse, departments swiftly took screenshots, and the show's effect is maximized. Fear not. Though you may falter, I shall not mock you, unless I cannot help myself, haha. After mulling over the comments, Zhang Daxian chuckled at his own misfortune, self-deprecatingly asking, who else has endured 10 consecutive defeats? Can any other streamer boast of such a morning? Goodness. The tone is akin to celebrating a 10-game victory. How shameless. After engaging with his audience for a while, Zhang Daxian was ready to sign off and rest. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, a flood of comments surged forth. Hurry, Daxian, go watch the live stream on Douyin. The fish-scaling man has arrived. Quickly, I can feel the goosebumps rising. Zhang Daxian opened Douyin and searched directly. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to decline. All right, let us watch the live stream for another half an hour. Thus, the achievement was fulfilled. I am in the live room, observing the streamer. Where are you? Hurry up. Manager Shun is about to start filleting the fish. Zhang Daxian opened Douyin and projected the screen onto his computer, allowing the audience to watch together. Upon entering the live room, he noticed it was already bustling with viewers. How impressive! As Zhang Daxian stepped in, he witnessed Shun Yi effortlessly launching a perch into the air with a single hand. Extraordinary! The audience, upon seeing the grand entrance of Daxian, erupted in excitement. Isn't that Zhang Daxian? Even Zhang Daxian has joined. Manager Shun is incredible. What a treat. Immediately, Zhang Daxian sent 66 carnival gifts, a sum that could amount to over 100,000 yuan. This action propelled him to the top of the leaderboard like a rocket. It seemed that Daxian's lavishness ignited the audience's fervor, leading them to shower gifts generously. Various extravagant presents soared through the virtual space. Wang Wenfeng felt a wave of fear. For the first time, he found himself intimidated by wealth. A young man from a rural background had amassed several 100,000 yuan in a brief span, something he had never dared to imagine before. He swallowed hard, realizing that this fortune was not his to claim. It was the viewers who gifted it due to Manager Shun. Yet, it was an astounding amount. How many ordinary individuals encounter such sums in their lifetime? Faced with such a dilemma, he was torn. Should he keep it a secret or disclose it to Manager Shun? The conflict drove him nearly to madness. Though impoverished, he had not faced much hardship, rendering him still somewhat innocent. Give all the money to Manager Shun. Making this decision left Wang Wenfeng feeling physically weak, yet his spirit soared with relief. Shun Yi swiftly scraped the scales off the other side of the fish, then cut open the belly to remove the entrails. This led to the moment of utmost anticipation. Attention, high energy ahead. This is not a drill, I repeat. This is not a drill. Brothers, let us flood the screen with awesome. My husband is so handsome. Zhang Daxian straightened up, attentively observing. Shun Yi smiled at the camera. The upcoming maneuver may be somewhat challenging. This is something you might not easily replicate. Be more confident, Manager Shun. Remove the might. I'm in tears, previously. Simple was redefined, now it's a bit. Is this a bit referring to the multiverse? Manager Shun, don't show off. Hurry up, darling. We can't wait any longer. Shun Yi switched to a slender knife, gently inserting it into the fish's belly. His wrist trembled slightly, but the blade was expertly separating flesh from bone. The entire audience held their breath, watching intently. After a suspenseful 20 seconds, Shun Yi withdrew the knife, gave a gentle tap with his palm, and then, under the watchful eyes of all, he deftly extracted an entire fish skeleton, devoid of any flesh. It has exploded, igniting completely, the equivalent of 100 trillion episodes of Boruto. My knees buckled uncontrollably. The person upstairs is only kneeling now? I had already surrendered. My grandfather, despite his frail legs, was pulled from his wheelchair to kneel alongside me. Are you a devil? Regardless, Manager Shun is remarkable. My dear, I love you. I can no longer wait. I'll book a flight to see Manager Shun right now. Zhang Daxian's mouth hung agape in astonishment. Wow, this is truly extraordinary. Another 66 gifts came pouring in. The live stream room was instantly flooded with another wave of gifts. The total gift revenue surpassed 1 million in no time. The number of likes exceeded 50 million. The heat soared to unprecedented heights, instantly placing it at the top. In the Douyin streaming regulatory office, Tan Zhun excitedly waved his fists. So impressive. However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding why Yang Mo had called him over. It was to sign with Shun Yi. There are many Douyin streamers, and while numerous big names boast tens of millions of fans, few are irreplaceable, if any at all. Take the e-commerce streamer Weiya, who brought in tens of billions in sales in a year. She faded away just as quickly. Yet, the large cake left behind was devoured cleanly by other streamers supported by Douyin. With their hundreds of millions of viewers, they could effortlessly create stars. From Zhang Tongxue to Lu Gunghong, and then to Dongfang Zhenxuan. Their explosive rise and the surge to millions of fans, although greatly influenced by their own efforts, exceptional content, the value they bring to the platform, and their alignment with contemporary societal values, would not have been possible without Douyin's traffic support. No matter how strong one might be. Without it, they would remain in the shadows. And now, an irreplaceable, highly competitive individual has emerged, Shun Yi. This opportunity must be seized. The Douyin super administrator has entered the live stream. The audience was left in shock. When did Douyin have a super administrator? This seems truly official. Manager Shun is incredible. Even Zhang Daxian was bewildered. He had never received such treatment. Douyin super admin. Hello, Manager Shun. I would like to discuss the signing matters with you, if possible. Wow. This level of prestige has skyrocketed. I've never seen Douyin's officials approach someone for a signing in a live stream before. Hee, it seems the official is also envious. After all, with someone as impressive as Manager Shun, which streaming platform wouldn't want to sign him? I can only express my admiration. My husband is amazing. Wang Wenfeng quickly handed his phone to Shun Yi. Manager Shun, the Douyin super administrator wants to sign with you. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. Sign? He shook his head. I refuse. Chapter 62, an 8 million salary? I refuse. And then he detonated the live stream once more. Yi Yiru, your man has become famous. Hurry out to watch the Douyin live stream. Han Xiaoming shouted towards the bathroom. The sound of running water soon ceased. Moments later, Yi Yiru, wrapped in a bath towel, dashed out. What happened to Shun Yi? Yi Yiru asked, her face etched with concern. Her long hair, still damp, cascaded over her shoulders. Her already fair and luminous skin, under the warmth of the water, took on a delicate rosy hue. Han Xiaoming could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Yiru, your skin is absolutely flawless. Have you experienced a second growth spurt? Let me take a look. In her eagerness, she reached out playfully. Be serious. Yi Yiru shot her a disapproving glance, swatting away Han Xiaoming's wandering hands. Quickly tell me, what is going on with Shun Yi? Here, take a look, Han Xiaoming said, handing her the phone. Yi Yiru, momentarily bewildered, asked, why has Shun Yi started live streaming? Han Xiaoming shrugged. How would I know? If I hadn't been scrolling through Douyin while eating buns, I wouldn't have discovered it. At that moment, Yi Yiru's focus was solely on the 6-inch screen. Her gaze softened as she cradled her face in one hand, blushing. Shen Yi looks so good on camera. He is incredibly handsome. Han Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Could you possibly refrain from swooning? Humph, that's none of your business. Yi Yiru replied, finding a place to sit. Han Xiaoming immediately leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Yi Yiru's shoulders as they watched together. To be fair, I do think your man is quite dashing, Han Xiaoming remarked. Yi Yiru, with a wary expression, responded, Xiaoming, what are you trying to do? Shen Yi is mine. Am I not allowed to compliment him? Yi Yiru huffed. No, you should hurry up and get married. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. I only ran away to avoid my parents' marriage pressure, and now I'm being pressured by you too? This is unbearable. You should pack your things and move out. Huh, you don't want to eat buns anymore? Han Xiaoming teased, knowing that Shen Yi was her weak spot. Han Xiaoming shook her head. A serious expression on her face. What buns? I'm not interested at all. That was just a joke. After all these years of sisterhood, how could I bear to let you end up on the streets? Cut it out and watch the live stream. Got it. A little while later, Han Xiaoming suddenly shrieked. What the heck? Douyin has super moderators? She was puzzled. Does Douyin even have that? Your man's status is quite impressive if he can attract official personnel. Yi Yiru beamed with pride. Isn't it only natural for someone as exceptional as Shen Yi? But really, is your man going to sign a contract to become a streamer? What will happen to the restaurant? Han Xiaoming was unconcerned with Shen Yi's career. Her sole focus was on whether she could continue enjoying buns. If not, she must intervene. Yi Yiru was about to shake her head in uncertainty when, in the video, Shen Yi stated firmly, I refuse. Not only were Yi Yiru and Han Xiaoming bewildered, but the audience in the live stream, as well as Douyin's officials, were equally confounded. Even Yi Xiangnan, who was idly passing time in the office, was taken aback. How could he refuse? Yi Xiangnan, perplexed, turned to Lu Yong. If you were in his position, would you refuse? Lu Yong pondered for a moment. If I were manager Shen, I would likely accept. After all, streaming can be quite lucrative, and running a restaurant is exhausting. Yi Xiangnan nodded pensively. Returning to Shen Yi's restaurant, he affirmed, I refuse. As those words left his lips, the entire live stream seemed to freeze in place. However, the comments fell silent for just a few seconds before erupting like a volcano. Wow, manager Shen is incredible. He actually turned down the official Douyin offer. He rejected a job that pays at least $1 million a year just like that? Could it be that manager Shen is unaware of how lucrative live streaming can be? Douyin moderators, you need to enlighten him. Indeed, is it possible that Shen Yi does not realize the financial potential of live broadcasting? This possibility quickly restored the confidence of the Douyin officials. The Douyin moderator said, Hello, manager Shen, you may wish to review our sincerity before making a decision. Here it comes, the official financial prowess. Let me start with a figure, $2 million a year. How much do you underestimate manager Shen? The Douyin officials chuckled quietly, recognizing that the audience was still too naive to comprehend the wealth that Douyin possesses. The Douyin officials declared, we have decided to offer you an annual salary of $8 million. All you need to do is broadcast for 4 hours each day and assist us whenever necessary. The gift distribution will be 28% for you and 72% for us. These terms will be clearly stated in the contract. They asked, manager Shen, would this arrangement be acceptable to you? Wow, Douyin is amazing. Wah, small streamers are crying online. If you give me 100,000, I will gladly agree. Douyin, look at me. I only need 50,000. Goodness, can you really see cabbage? Fine, I will settle for just 1,000. In a rented room, Han Xiaoming felt a tinge of envy. Although she was not short on money, she enjoyed earning it. 8 million. I worked tirelessly for a month. And if I'm lucky, I might earn around 100,000, all while addressing the audience as my esteemed guests. Meanwhile, your man is lounging at home while money rains down from the heavens. Yi Yiru laughed. Only 8 million? I expected them to offer 10 million. In the office, Lu Yong coughed violently. 8 million. That's his salary for 10 years. How terrifying. Yi Xiangnan frowned. Do you think he will accept? Lu Yong nodded confidently. Of course. Who would turn down money? Besides, the conditions are so favorable. If it were me, I would already be calling them father. Yi Xiangnan replied. I suddenly feel that this kid is somewhat unworthy of being the Secretary General. Indeed, everyone believed that Shen Yi would agree. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Shen Yi smiled, and said, "First, I would like to thank the Douyin officials for their gracious invitation. To be honest, I am somewhat flattered." However, he paused. "Please allow me to decline." Decline? The crowd was taken aback. How could one reject such favorable terms? The Douyin officials quickly responded, "If Manager Shun finds the annual salary unsatisfactory, we can send staff for a face-to-face discussion. We assure you that the amount will please you." "It is not a matter of money." Shun Yi gently stroked the table, his eyes gleaming. "I simply wish to manage this restaurant well, create a variety of delicious dishes, bring joy to diners, earn a modest income, and live a simple, happy life with my family." Shun Yi then smiled and said, "Moreover, I must inform everyone that this live broadcast is both my first and last. Should there be another opportunity, I shall decline." The chat room buzzed with confusion. "Why?" Wang Wenfeng swallowed hard, pressing for an explanation. "Shun, why? Why?" Shun Yi contemplated, stroking his chin. "I fear I may not withstand the allure." Wang Wenfeng murmured, "Allure?" Shun Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am no saint, merely an ordinary person. I cannot remain indifferent to wealth, for human desire knows no bounds. Today, I accepted an annual salary of 8 million. Tomorrow, I might bow for 10 million. I cannot predict the lengths to which I might go to satiate my ever-expanding cravings. But it is likely to lead to regret." With a serene smile directed at the camera, he continued, "Since I am aware of the consequences and see no resolution, it is best to curb such temptations from the outset." The chatroom erupted. Chapter 63. The Tycoon of Manhwa Tower? The super-rich young Master Wang? No one anticipated Shun Yi would refuse. This was a staggering annual salary of 8 million, merely 4 hours of streaming each day, with a generous 28 share of gifts. The remuneration was so lavish that any streamer would be envious, perhaps even jealous. Even top-tier streamers, like Zhang Daxian, couldn't he help but be astonished. He pondered deeply. If an invitation as sincere as this from Douyin were extended to him, he could scarcely utter the word refuse. It was evident that by simply agreeing, Shun Yi could instantly ascend to a level of status that ordinary individuals could only dream of. With a mere nod, he could effortlessly transcend the societal barriers that most ordinary people struggle to overcome throughout their lives. Yet, in the face of such an irresistible offer, Shun Yi declined without hesitation. Out of concern for losing control over his desires, he chose to eliminate them before they could even arise. It was akin to a substantial sum of cash laid before you, accessible at will, only serving to amplify your desires without any other consequence. Would you take it? Accepting it could provide a lifetime of wealth. Perhaps most would dismiss the consequences with a casual smile, thinking, "What is the harm? As long as you don't force me to consume 10 tons of excrement, I do feel anxious holding on to this money." But Shun Yi refused. He stated he was no saint, merely an ordinary man. Yet, can the average individual truly reach such a level of philosophical insight? In today's society, where material desires flourish, such individuals are scarce, indeed. Thus, Shun Yi's character shines even more brightly, marked by its rarity and elegance. In the chatroom, the viewers engaged in fervent discussions. 8 million a year, and he turned it down? Goodness, just contemplating it makes my heart bleed. Shun Yi must be confused. To be fair, I truly admire Shun Yi's vision. How many here could achieve that? I certainly cannot. Neither can I. That is a fortune. Shun Yi is incredible. My husband is so handsome. But it's a pity that Shun Yi won't be streaming anymore. Indeed, I suddenly find that other streamers I once enjoyed have become rather dull. Nothing compares to watching Manager Shun skillfully fillet fish. Everyone is encouraging Manager Shun, suggesting he should go live at least once a month. A flurry of persuasive comments swiftly fills the entire screen. In a rental apartment, Yi Yiru excitedly bounces with Han Xiaoming in her arms, her gaze fixed on Shun Yi. "Did you see that, Xiaoming?" Shun Yi turned them down. "Oh my goodness. He looked so handsome while doing it." Han Xiaoming, speechless, responds, "Handsome, handsome, handsome. Absolutely stunning. This is pure honesty." In the office, Lu Yong continues to lament. "Manager Shun has reached a height I may never attain in my lifetime. 8 million. If he were given that, he'd immediately fire President Yi." Of course, such thoughts are merely fleeting indulgences. Yi Xiangnan remained silent. Initially, he held a rather unfavorable opinion of Shun Yi due to his divorce. Regardless of the reasons, in his eyes, a divorced man with a child is an unsuitable son-in-law. However, he now realizes that rigidly adhering to his preconceived notions is a grave error. Such a mindset risks missing out on invaluable treasures. He is now exceedingly curious and eager to meet Shin-Yi. But such a meeting must occur when Yi Yuru is absent. Xiaolu, what is it? Yi Xiangnan inquires. I have a task for you, and it is imperative that you execute it flawlessly. Understood, President Yi. Please, go ahead. Unbeknownst to him, he has subconsciously begun to regard Shun-Yi as his son-in-law, the only candidate. Only a man of such caliber could bring happiness to his daughter, and only such a man would allow him to entrust her with peace of mind. Douyin's moderator laments. It is unfortunate that we could not establish a partnership with you. Manager Shun, should you reconsider in the future, please feel free to reach out via official channels. Our terms remain unchanged, and we sincerely hope you will prioritize our Douyin platform. Note, the Douyin moderator has left the live stream. Wow, Douyin's management is exceedingly generous towards Manager Shun, exclaimed a small streamer, rolling around in envy. Manager Shun is phenomenal. In the regulatory office, the disappointment is palpable after Shun-Yi's refusal. Tianjin shakes his head regretfully. What a pity. Had Manager Shun agreed, combined with Douyin's scale, we could easily have crafted a billion-level super streamer. It's worth noting that currently, there are only 2 accounts in Longwa with over 100 million followers, the authoritative Longwa Daily and Longwa News. No other accounts boast such a following. If we could nurture one more, the impact would be tremendous, providing substantial assistance for Douyin to capture a larger market share. Yet, all this dissipates with Shun-Yi's refusal. Suddenly, Yang Imo muses, Supervisor, it seems Manager Shun has yet to register a Douyin account. Shin-Yi gazes at the comments urging him to reconsider, smiling quietly to himself. Turning around, he spoke to himself, the main ingredients are ready. I will now prepare a steam base. Next, I will gather the supplementary ingredients. For those viewers eager to learn, pay close attention to every step that follows. He declined the numerous kind invitations to stay. Yet, deep down, Shun-Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Therefore, the method for preparing this steam base would serve as a gift to the audience. However, Shun-Yi clearly underestimated the disparity between individuals. At times, this gap can be even wider than that between humans and dogs. Many things cannot simply be taught on the assumption that others will grasp them. It turns out Manager Shun is making steamed base. I often prepare this dish as well. It's quite simple. Isn't making steamed base just a matter of having hands? Is there really a need to learn? As a chef, while Manager Shun may excel at killing fish, I believe I have more authority when it comes to preparing steamed fish. Haha. Wow. Is the renowned chef from Manhwa Tower up there? Haha, indeed. Impressive. A big shot from Manhwa Tower has appeared. Manhwa Tower? ISNT that the ultra-luxurious hotel where the most basic private room costs 28,888? Exactly. That's just the most ordinary room. There are even pricier ones. The price for the higher tier rooms easily reaches 6 figures, unless you have some connections. Don't even think about dining there. As for the top tier rooms, I'm not entirely sure, but surely they are reserved for elite individuals and national banquet chefs. I've dined in the top tier bronze and silver rooms. Indeed, they feature national banquet chefs, and the flavors are exceptional. Oddly though, the sole top tier gold room has remained vacant. Wow, that golden avatar, ISNT that the son of a wealthy family, Wang Gongzi? Impressive. I'm such a country bumpkin that I've never even heard of him. Thanks to Wang Gongzi, we poor folks are getting an eye-opener. In a luxurious villa in the capital, Wang Gongzi was toying with a crystal goblet, amusedly observing the flattering comments about him on his phone. He felt as if he was reveling in an overwhelming display of pretentiousness. Chapter 64. This lad knows how to show off, and he is handsome too, reminiscent of my youth. At the banks of Luoyua Lake, situated in the heart of the capital, lies the most expansive private lake garden. The crystalline, oval-shaped lake is adorned with numerous small islands of various shapes. Above them rise pavilions and towers, artificial hills and waterfalls, interspersed with a variety of vibrant flowers and lush trees. The islands are connected by ancient, grand stone bridges. In the center of the lake stands the largest island, encircled by towering, verdant ancient willows. At the heart of the island rests a magnificent 5-story building. Its structure narrows at the top and widens at the base, exuding a sense of ancient gravitas. The main framework is crafted from precious mahogany, complemented by luxurious decorations. The eaves curve elegantly, with intricately carved beams and a wooden sculpture of a golden dragon coiling above the structure. The dragon's claws grasp a marble crescent moon adorning the roof, its eyes gleaming with vitality, while the dragon's head roars triumphantly towards the heavens. Radiant red glazed tiles are neatly laid across each eave, shimmering under the sunlight, showcasing opulence in all its glory. Two majestic stone lions, each standing 4 meters tall, assertively guard the grand entrance of the resplendent rosewood doors. Beneath the eaves of the second floor hangs a large and opulent gilded plaque, as if crafted by a master calligrapher wielding a vermilion brush, inscribing 3 radiant characters, Manhwa Tower. It is as if a celestial palace has descended upon the capital. The first floor boasts a spacious hall adorned with 24 grand redwood tables. 3 tables are grouped together at each corner, totaling 8 corners, meticulously arranged throughout the hall. Elegant silk curtains, adorned with intricate carvings, create a sense of separation, while at the center lies an exquisite guzheng, radiating grace and beauty. At this moment, the opening hour has yet to arrive, and the staff, particularly the 8 chefs responsible for the first floor, find themselves leisurely passing the time. In the chef's private lounge, Zhang Weiming reclines languidly on the sofa, engrossed in a live broadcast. Indeed, he is the very chef from Manhwa Tower whose comments are being shared in the streaming room. Though he is merely a chef with a bronze nameplate on the first floor, lacking the prestige to command a private dining room, his culinary skills could easily surpass those of 99% of his peers. His specialty, steamed fish, is the foundation of his confidence to critique others. As for Manager Shun, he is merely a small-time restaurateur who relies on a few flashy tricks to attract attention. True chefs must let their culinary prowess speak for itself. Zhang Weiming scoffs, resolute in his decision. Once Shun E's steamed base is prepared, he will undoubtedly offer his critique. I am a chef of Manhwa Tower. To receive my evaluation is a stroke of fortune. Now, let us begin by taking scallions, ginger, and garlic, chopping them into a paste-like consistency. Shun E retrieves a suitable amount of these ingredients from the designated cabinet and places them on the countertop. First, he crushes the garlic and ginger to facilitate the chopping process. With a resounding crack, the garlic and ginger are prepared, and the scallions are finely sliced before being combined. With both hands gripping the knife, Shun E begins to chop rapidly. In a mere 5 seconds, the scallions, ginger, and garlic are transformed into a delicate paste, perfectly blended. In the live broadcast, wow, those knife skills are impressive. Absolutely amazing. I've never seen anyone chop garlic, ginger, and scallions into a paste without a food processor. Alright, this step has completely intimidated me. Bro, didn't you see the comment above? A food processor is allowed. So, does that mean Manager Sean is a human food processor? Humorous, Zhang Weiming's expression turns serious. Though reluctant to concede, he must admit that Shun Yi's knife skills far exceed his own, while he too can chop the ingredients. Achieving such finesse in under 5 seconds is impossible for him. It would take at least a minute or more. How intriguing. With a swift motion, Shun Yi scrapes the paste onto the blade of the knife, clearing the countertop in an instant. He then deftly slides the paste into a bowl. Now, let us add the cooking wine. In the live broadcast, I know this one. Pounding the table, just twist the cap and pour it in. Thank you, kind soul. Without your guidance, I would have been utterly lost. Finally, something I can do. I'm already taking notes. As Zhang Daxian gazed at the barrage of comments, a sly smile crept across his lips. I can do that too. While a typical person would first twist off the bottle cap and then tilt the bottle to pour the cooking wine, is Shun Yi a typical person? Clearly not. With a deft grip on the kitchen knife in his right hand, he executed a swift horizontal slash. The cap of the cooking wine, previously resting aside, was struck by the swiftly gliding blade, causing it to spin open at an astonishing speed. Following this, it soared upwards from the bottle's mouth. As Shun Yi flicked his wrist, his 2 fingers expertly snatched the bottle. A quick shake of his wrist, followed by a clever pull of his arm, sent the cooking wine cascading out with the force of inertia. Shun Yi had long been prepared. With his left hand cradling a bowl, he deftly maneuvered it in midair, perfectly capturing every drop of the spilled wine. Then, by rotating the bowl to release the force, not a single drop splattered. He casually placed the cooking wine down, just as the cap fell perfectly back into place on the bottle's mouth. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, complemented by Shun Yi's handsome profile and flowing hair. It was nothing short of graceful, exuding charisma and charm. The visual spectacle was explosive. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone was rendered speechless. What they had anticipated to be a simple, mundane action turned out to be a dazzling display of Shun Yi's extraordinary flair. He had transformed the act into a grand performance, showcasing his prowess in an astonishing manner. The live stream chat erupted like a volcano primed to burst. Is this even possible? I'm tingling all over from being shown up. Goodness, he's so handsome. I've got goosebumps. My husband is so handsome. I'm utterly smitten. Why does my face feel swollen? Ouch. Turns out I've just been slapped in the face. Manager Shun has redefined the act of pouring cooking wine. Wah, I'm just a little useless. I can't even pour cooking wine. It's all right. None of us can. Let's all be a bunch of amateurs together. Zhang Weiming, sprawled on a recliner, suddenly sprang up. Is this acrobatics? He felt a pang of envy that nearly tore his heart as he thought, how infuriatingly handsome. Who even considers themselves a chef anymore? They should just perform at the circus. Calm down, calm down. It's merely a trivial skill. The real essence lies in the taste of the dishes. After reassuring himself, Zhang Weiming regained his confidence. He was indeed doing well. In a rental apartment. Yi Yiru squealed excitedly, shaking Han Xiaoming's hand. Xiaoming, look. My husband is so handsome. Han Xiaoming rolled her eyes in response. So now he's not even Shun Yi anymore, just husband? Humph. He will be my husband sooner or later. What's wrong with calling him that in advance? Yi Yiru retorted, gazing affectionately at the screen. In the office, Yi Xiangnan, who was sipping water, nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Lu Yong hurriedly patted his back. Yi Xiangnan lifted his hand. I'm fine. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. His son-in-law had such remarkable skills? No. He wasn't even a son-in-law yet. Lost in thought, he mimicked Shun Yi's actions, gripping a pen and gesturing towards a nearby cup of water. Indeed, it was impressive. He mused. If only I had known this trick back then, Yi Yiru's mother would have been mine already. This lad is quite the show-off, and good-looking too. Reminiscent of my younger self. Pondering this, Yi Xiangnan's fondness for Shun Yi surged by 20 points. Achievement unlocked. Strategizing to win over the father-in-law from behind the screen. Chapter 65. I, Zhang Weiming, humbly express my gratitude to my esteemed mentor for imparting this recipe. I am profoundly appreciative. Crack. The high-stemmed glass shattered into countless pieces upon hitting the ground. Young Master Wang's eyes widened, his mouth agape, staring at the screen for a prolonged moment before swallowing hard. Incredible. He sprang from the sofa, fists clenched, feeling an exhilarating rush coursing through him. This technique, if applied to wooing women, he envisioned the scene, amidst the clamor of a lively gathering, all eyes upon him, under dim lights. A waiter presenting a bottle of 82 Lafite. As the cork was about to be pulled, he would smile subtly, interjecting with an elegant remark in English, allow me. Then, picking up a chopstick, he would declare, forgive my clumsiness. With a deft flick of his right hand, the cork from the 82 Lafite would soar gracefully into the air. After pouring a glass, he would return the bottle to its place, the cork snugly sealing the top. The crowd would erupt in cheers. Young Master Wang is amazing. His female companion would drape her arm around his shoulder, her gaze filled with astonishment. You're incredible. My goodness, who could resist such a lure? I must learn this. I must seek Shin the shopkeeper as my mentor. In Zhang Daxian's live stream, the audience was in fits of laughter. The entire screen was filled with comments. I can do that too. Come on, Daxian, show us a trick. Haha, I can't breathe. Daxian's expression just now made me question my life. Who would have thought Shin the shopkeeper could pull this off? Just adding some cooking wine could look so suave. It's remarkable. Shin the shopkeeper is phenomenal. Now I have two husbands. One is Shin the shopkeeper, and the other is also Shin the shopkeeper. Puff. I'm dying of laughter. I thought you were going to say Zhang Daxian. Zhang Daxian was momentarily dumbfounded. After a few seconds, he hesitantly clicked on the carnival. Making a payment. 66, humbly presented. Unbeknownst to Shin Yi, this action would soon ignite a frenzy of nationwide imitation on Douyin. A phenomenon that could only be described as madcap. Yet, none could replicate his suave charm. Shin Yi set down the bowl and retrieved a transparent glass jar from the cabinet, filled with a reddish-brown powder. As he twisted off the cap, Wang Wenfeng was enveloped by the most exquisite aroma he had ever encountered. Shin the shopkeeper, this smells divine, he exclaimed, greedily inhaling and swallowing hard. This powder seemed delectable even if used as a shoehorn. Shin Yi brought the glass jar closer to the camera, explaining, this is a special seasoning I created for this steamed base, crafted from premium chicken, duck, and lamb bones, ground into powder, then infused with star anise and cinnamon. Shin Yi elaborated for 3 minutes on the seasoning recipe, which encompassed bones from 3 different animals, a myriad of spices, and several condiments. through a complex process. It was simmered into a paste, heated and dried, then ground into powder before finally taking shape. Most individuals found themselves perplexed. Wasn't this merely a commonplace steamed fish? Did it truly necessitate such complexity? Zhang Wei was evidently among the minority. At that moment, he had long since retracted any disdain he held for Shun Yi, fervently jotting down notes. A master. Shun Yi was undoubtedly a master. After meticulously transcribing and cross-referencing, ensuring no detail was overlooked, Zhang Wei exhaled in relief. If only he had possessed such memory during his school days, he would not merely be a chef today, but perhaps a high-tech researcher. This recipe was extraordinarily impressive. Deep within, Zhang Wei began to admire Shun Yi. The generous sharing of a spice formula of this caliber was akin to a saint imparting wisdom. The golden path lay before him. Acquiring such a recipe would undoubtedly elevate his culinary skills to an entirely new echelon, a statement not made lightly. He found himself utterly enamored with Shun Yi. Had he developed this recipe on his own, he would have secured it in the highest grade safe, revealing not a word until his dying breath. Contemplating this, Zhang Wei promptly left a comment in the Douyin livestream. Chef Zhang of Manhwa Tower, I, Zhang Wei, humbly kneel in gratitude to my esteemed teacher for imparting this formula, eternally appreciative. The livestream erupted in excitement. What is happening? Why is Chef Zhang kneeling in thanks? Is this recipe truly remarkable? Haha. As a chef, I can't merely say this recipe is impressive. It's celestial, akin to riding a rocket. To put it succinctly, with this recipe, the deliciousness of any dish you prepare escalates to a higher tier. Not just that. It's as if you wield modern seasonings like chicken essence while traversing back to ancient times to cook. Even if you can only stir-fry potatoes, you could cook for the emperor and dabble as a royal chef. Do you understand? Wow, that's incredible. I, Li Zhongwei, humbly kneel in gratitude to my esteemed teacher for imparting this formula, eternally appreciative. I too. Suddenly, dozens of chefs flooded the livestream, all expressing their gratitude to Shun Yi. Perhaps for Shun Yi, this was merely one among countless recipes. Yet for them, it was an invaluable treasure. In ancient times, one might expect such a closely guarded secret to be shared only through a master-student bond, deserving of profound reverence, even to the extent of calling one's teacher father. Wang Wenfeng was utterly astonished, realizing just how formidable Shun Yi truly was. However, Shun Yi looked on in confusion. How could this seemingly ordinary recipe he had casually selected evoke such gratitude and reverence from these chefs? If he were to present something even slightly superior, wouldn't they be bowing and offering incense? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Perhaps it was wise to refrain from ostentation in the future. Though he did not consider himself pretentious, merely sharing his culinary experiences, Shun Yi smiled gently. Fellow colleagues, you overstate my contribution. There is truly no need for such gestures. Now, let us return to cooking. He poured a suitable amount of his secret spice blend into a small bowl. Taking fresh lamb spine, he cracked it open, extracted the marrow, poured it into the bowl, and mixed it thoroughly with all the seasonings. Next, he filled the fish's belly with this mixture and sealed it securely. After completing the tasks, Shun Yi took a scallion and struck it against the countertop, gripping a knife in his right hand. With a swift motion, a silver flash glinted as a delicate strand of scallion, as fine as a hair, separated. He retrieved a silver needle and began to stitch. Shun Yi's fingers danced nimbly, the needle piercing the fish's belly back and forth. In a final flourish, all the exposed scallion strands vanished into the fish's flesh, tying a beautiful bow. He patted the fish's belly and smiled at the camera, saying, "Now that the ingredients are ready, we can begin steaming. Those who have learned can type a 1 for me to see." The live stream seemed to freeze in time. After a moment, someone cautiously commented, 1. Hey upstairs. You should order the billion. Tell me which step you learned, and I'll call you brother. I learned how to tie the bow. Shun, the shopkeeper. I really can't manage this little dish. Crying. Now I understand why Shun, the shopkeeper, handled the fish this way at the beginning. It was to seal the belly in the end. Right. Sealing it makes it less likely to fall apart. Brilliant. Indeed, it is clever, but do you possess such skill? Just this step alone has already stumped them. What can they make? I hereby declare that I am giving up on learning how to prepare steamed perch. Not because I can't learn, but simply because I don't want to cook. Since you've said that, I won't learn either. If none of you are learning, then why should I bother? 199 Shun Yi looked at the comments, utterly amused. In the book circle, there are photos of the 3 protagonists. I kindly ask those who see this to give a 5-star review. Handsome, beautiful. Readers, humble author, Chapter 66. Master Shun, I wish to be your apprentice. Sorry, I must decline. Is it true that I taught in vain? Shun Yi felt somewhat speechless. Yet, upon further reflection, it was understandable that ordinary people would struggle to grasp the divine culinary techniques of fish bestowed by the system. Just then, in the live stream, a certain Wong, known for his wealth, sent out, Carnival 666. Shopkeeper Shun, I wish to become your apprentice. Wow, 666 carnivals. Goodness, how much is that? For those who VE attended elementary school? Less than 2 million, I suppose. Not bad. Ugh, why do my teeth feel broken? Oh, it turns out I'm grinding my teeth out of envy. How tragic. Young Master Wong is impressive. Fireworks. Fireworks, becoming an apprentice? Isn't that apprentice fee a bit extravagant? Amidst the fervent discussions, young Master Wong sent another 666 carnivals. The lavish virtual display exploded in the live stream, nearly becoming chaotic. Young Master Wong, Master Shun, I genuinely wish to be your apprentice. This is a humble offering for your team money, with the apprenticeship fee to be negotiated separately. Bowing team money? Please forgive this impoverished soul who has never seen such extravagance. For million for team money. I ask everyone present, is there anyone else? Young Master Wong is impressive. Will Shopkeeper Shin agree? Of course, who would turn down money? However, did not Manager Shin just decline the generous annual salary of 8 million from Doing Papa? Indeed, it becomes a complex situation. I sense that Manager Shin may refuse. Should he turn it down, it would indeed be entertaining. Such an immense gift, although requiring a division with the platform, would leave him with less than 2 million. Nevertheless, it still startled Zhang Daxian. This is the essence of true wealth, the genuine affluent. He toils tirelessly in his broadcasts, earning merely tens of millions a year. In one go, he has given away 1/10 of his annual income. The finger that had been poised to compete for the top spot at the carnival instinctively recoiled. Competing with young Master Wong for the top ranking? He might as well go to sleep. Manager Shun, young Master Wong has gifted 4 million and wishes to become your disciple. Wong Wenfeng, having barely adjusted his mindset, felt his emotions erupt once more at young Master Wong's substantial gift. To stream for Manager Shun without a solid psychological fortitude is indeed a strain on the heart. Become a disciple? Shun Yi, while steaming the sea base, was momentarily bewildered upon hearing Wong Wenfeng's words. Why would someone suddenly wish to become his disciple? And for 4 million? Shun Yi shook his head. I apologize, but I currently have no intentions of accepting disciples. He turned to Wong Wenfeng. Wenfeng, is it possible to return the gift from young Master Wong? Huh. Wong Wenfeng was astonished. Return it? Is there truly someone who would return money once gifted? This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing in my life. I have gained new insights today. Manager Shun is remarkable. Shun Yi chuckled. After all, I have not agreed to his request, so how can I accept his money? It would weigh heavily on my conscience. Upon hearing Shun Yi's words, young Master Wong grew anxious. His requests had never been denied before. Throughout his life, it had always been this way. Even if initially rejected, the relentless flow of cash would ultimately compel compliance. 4 million was insufficient. Then let it be 8 million. With the wealth of Wong, he sent, Carnival 888, Master Shun, I sincerely wish to become your disciple. You need not return the money. I, Wong, will never reclaim what I have given. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. Wenfeng, please disable the gift-giving feature. Wong Wenfeng immediately understood. Manager Shun was concerned that young Master Wong might continue to shower gifts. He hastily replied, oh, understood. Young Master Wong had just recharged his account with 5 million and intended to continue bombarding with gifts during the carnival. To his astonishment, a notification appeared stating that the streamer had disabled the gift-giving feature. He was left dumbfounded. The audience in the live stream was equally stunned. My goodness, I am at a loss for words. Manager Shun is impressive. He truly rejected young Master Wong. This amount of money is far easier to earn than Douyin's 8 million annual salary. This is instant gratification. Manager Shun is confused. He even disabled the paid gift-giving feature. This maneuver is audacious. Manager Shun, the lifelong rival of young Master Wong. Young Master Wong, if there's anything that money cannot solve, then use more money. Manager Shun, what did you say? Young Master Wong, nothing, just a passing remark. Shun Yi addressed the camera. Young Master Wong, if you master this steamed sea base, I will reconsider the matter of accepting disciples. Young Master Wang was left in a state of confusion. It is precisely because one finds it difficult to learn that they seek a mentor. Yet, Shun Yi has directly prohibited his sole weapon, money, rendering him unable to employ his financial influence. What to do now? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Young Master Wang, wouldn't it be more straightforward for you to decline me outright rather than subject me to such humiliation? Is anyone willing to wager? I bet young Master Wang absolutely cannot accomplish it. No need to wager, you have already won. However, why has young Master Wang, a wealthy scion, suddenly expressed a desire to become a chef? Who knows? Perhaps he is simply seeking to indulge in role-playing. Indeed, the world of the affluent is truly unique. In a rented room, Yi Yiru covers her mouth, laughing incessantly. Shen Yi is too mischievous. That fellow Wang Kai Rue has never even touched a live fish. How could he possibly prepare steamed sea bass? Just imagining Wang Kai Rue's darkened face and incredulous expression is enough to evoke laughter. Han Xiaoming is already rolling on the ground with laughter. Ha ha ha, my stomach. Today, Wang Kai Rue has truly witnessed what it means to have no interest in money. In the office, Yi Xiangnan points at the screen, smiling as he praises Lu Yong. Look at my son-in-law. No, look at this lad Shen Yi. He is truly remarkable. Wang Kai Rue has had it easy since birth, spoiled by wealth. Having Shen Yi keep him in check seems quite beneficial. That old Wang fellow would likely be quite pleased, wouldn't he? Lu Yong nods. Manager Shen's mindset is indeed impressive. I am in awe. The affluent Wang comments. Manager Shen, I truly cannot learn this. If you activate the gift donation feature, I promise I won't frivolously send gifts anymore. Shameless. You simply wish to continue sending gifts. In my lifetime, I have never seen someone actively pleading with a streamer to accept gifts. Manager Shun is incredible. Shen Yi chuckles, but remains silent. Sometimes, earning too much money can become a burden. Wang Wenfeng glances at the total gift donations, amounting to 4 million, already half deducted by the platform. This means the total donations are nearly 10 million. Terrifying indeed. He takes a deep breath and states, Manager Shun, the total revenue from this live stream is 4 million. Please provide me with your bank account number so I can withdraw and transfer it to you. Transfer to me for what? Shun Yi replies with a smile. You conducted the live stream. The money earned belongs to you. There is no need to transfer it to me. What? Wang Wenfeng is taken aback. This is 4 million. Shun Yi is truly. Well, alright. Manager Shen has just rejected the 8 million from Douyin's father and 6 million from young Master Wang. Thus, it is reasonable for him to decline my modest 440,000. Wait. Wang Wenfeng hastily says, Manager Shun, these gifts were given because of you. The audience sent them, and I cannot accept them. Shen Yi looks at Wang Wenfeng appreciatively. He truly has a keen eye for people, resembling himself. After some thought, Shen Yi smiles. If you feel uncomfortable accepting them, then donate them to a charitable organization. The live stream chat explodes once more. Chapter 67. Douyin's official account pulls Manager Shun to activate a Douyin account. Donate to a charitable organization? The audience in the live stream was utterly bewildered. What has blinded my eyes? It turned out to be the dazzling golden light emanating from Manager Shun. Manager Shun's vision has truly expanded. Is this live stream meant for someone like me? While Ma Baba claims to have no interest in money, I find that hard to believe. However, if Manager Shun were to say such a thing, I would undoubtedly trust him. To donate over 4 million like Manager Shun has done is something even some entrepreneurs would struggle to accomplish. If it were anyone else, I might suspect they were merely putting on a show or crafting a persona to earn more in the future, but not Manager Shun. For this is his final live stream. Oh, how I will miss Manager Shun's broadcasts. I cannot bear to imagine a future devoid of his live streams. I must persuade him to continue, even if just once a week. Count me in. I too must advocate for him. The comments in the live stream quickly spiraled into a frenzy, as viewers rallied to persuade Shen Yi. In the rented room, Yi Yiru's eyes were filled with adoration for Shen Yi. He was the man she cherished above all. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Shen Yi. If Yi Xiangnan dares to intervene, he shall sever our father-daughter bond. In the office, Yi Xiangnan's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. After previously rejecting an 8 million offer from Douyin and Wang Kurui's apprenticeship fee, his admiration for Shun Yi had already soared. Yet now, to see someone so calmly and generously donate money to a charitable organization was truly commendable. What a fine son-in-law. I recognized that look in his eyes. He is the man of my dreams. He resolved that if Yi Yiru were to break up with Shun Yi eventually, He would do everything in his power to unite them in matrimony. Such an extraordinary man deserved nothing less than Yi Yiru. The Douyin moderator has entered the room. Huh? What? Douyin Dad has returned with a vengeance? Is he still holding out hope? Douyin Dad, keep at it. You must persuade Manager Shun to sign the contract. Once upon a time, Liu Bei sought Zhuge Liang thrice. Could today see Douyin inviting Manager Shun just as fervently? Douyin moderator. Greetings, Manager Shun. We have detected that you have yet to register for a Douyin account. Would you like assistance in creating one? Is this for such a trivial matter that a moderator was sent to notify me? Surely, Manager Shin must be the first person ever to be prompted by the Douyin moderator to register an account. How impressive. It feels oddly reminiscent of being pressured by a senior in college to register a telecom card. Manager Shin's status is truly elevated. I ask, who else could compare? Before Shun Yi could respond, the Douyin moderator eagerly revealed the grand offer. If you, Manager Shun, commit to exclusively publishing short videos on the Douyin platform for the coming year, we will donate the entirety of the revenue from this live stream to charitable causes. Shin Yi pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. All right, I agree. How could he have consented so readily? This left the Douyin officials utterly astonished, as they had anticipated another refusal from Shun Yi. Nonetheless, his agreement was undoubtedly a positive development. Although the exclusive usage right granted to store manager Shun was limited to just 1 year, it was still exceedingly valuable. The Douyin super administrator expressed gratitude, stating, "Thank you, store manager Shun, for your contributions to charitable endeavors. Future funding will be entirely transparent and open to scrutiny. We welcome you and our audience to verify." The comments erupted. Incredible. Douyin has truly persuaded store manager Shun. Ha ha ha. Although we won't have store manager Shun's live broadcasts anymore, short videos will still be delightful. Don't hold me back. I want to be store manager Shun's very first fan. You must be dreaming. Store manager Shun's first fan is undoubtedly me. Shun Yi shook his head with a chuckle. The sensation of being appreciated was rather pleasant. Perhaps it was time to adopt a different outlook on life. To avoid confining oneself to a particular corner of existence. Stepping out might unveil a whole new world. Turning to Wang Wenfeng, Shun Yi smiled. Wenfeng, I entrust my first short video to you. What? Wang Wenfeng instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Entrust it to him? But he didn't know how to edit videos. What if he messed it up? He stammered, store manager Shun, I might not do well. How about? With a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Shun Yi said earnestly, you can do this. Of course, I won't take advantage of you. This fish is a complimentary gift for you. Wang Wenfeng looked at Shun Yi with gratitude. Thank you. No one, not even his parents, had ever placed such trust in him. Yet here was store manager Shun, assigning him the crucial task of producing the very first short video. He could almost envision the encouragement and 5-star reviews left by his first reader when he penned his first unsuccessful novel. This stirred a passionate resolve within him, evoking deep emotion. Back then, in gratitude to his readers, he had stayed up late that night, typing out 10,000 words, eventually falling asleep at his keyboard. He was determined to excel. He would return home and swiftly acquire the knowledge needed for video editing. He could not betray store manager Shun's trust. Shun Yi chuckled lightly. You're welcome. He turned to glance at the steamer. The steamed fish is ready. Please take a seat. I'll bring it over to you. Wang Wenfeng hurriedly stepped forward. Store manager Shun, I can do it myself. It's not customary for guests to serve themselves. Just sit down, Shun Yi insisted. All right. Wang Wenfeng obediently chose a table and set up his phone on a stand, aligning the camera to face himself. Dear viewers, the host will now begin tasting the steamed base prepared by store manager Shun. Quick. I've already cooked instant noodles and am just waiting to see you enjoy the dish. I can't wait to discover the flavor of the steamed fish made by store manager Shun. Haha, I'm in the capital. I'll take a cab over by noon. Wah, here I am in the treasure island, shedding tears of envy. I want to go eat too. Shun Yi placed the plate on the table and reminded, when eating, make sure to untie the bow with your chopsticks first. Oh, understood. Wang Wenfeng carefully moved the plate of steamed base beneath the camera. Visually, the base appeared remarkably intact, its skin unmarred. Were it not for the ethereal white steam wafting from its body, one might have easily been convinced it was still alive. Wang Wenfeng delicately untied the bow with his chopsticks. The scallions nestled in the fish's belly could not withstand the tugging and began to rupture. Boom. This was a flavor bomb, releasing an explosion of exquisite aroma in an instant, conjuring visions of a golden culinary paradise. It's so fragrant, manager Shun. Why does the fish exude such a delectable scent once the scallions are disturbed? Wang Wenfeng swallowed hard, nearly succumbing to the temptation. This fish possessed an enchanting allure, akin to a goddess of gastronomy whispering seductively in his ear, urging him to indulge. Manager Shun, hands on his hips, elucidated, first and foremost. It is the mastery of spices and seasonings. Moreover, the fish's pristine condition perfectly encapsulates the essence of lamb and its marrow, locking in both richness and fragrance. Through the steaming process, the inherent freshness of the fish harmonizes beautifully. Finally, our secret blend of spices elevates the aroma to unprecedented heights, permeating every morsel of the fish. Wang Wenfeng, though somewhat bewildered, felt an inexplicable awe. Chapter 68. A successful live broadcast comes to an end, until we meet again on distant roads. Wang Wenfeng lifted a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The taut skin clung to the flesh, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. The tender, glistening fish meat radiated an irresistible allure. The sensation returned. His salivary glands erupted, and every taste bud yearned for a taste of this delicacy. As he placed the fish in his mouth and gently bit down, it yielded effortlessly, reminiscent of tender tofu saturated with rich, savory broth. Within his mouth, an unparalleled freshness mingled with intense fragrance, transforming into a tidal wave of aromatic delight. It relentlessly surged against his senses, leaving him utterly captivated. Wang Wenfeng was astounded. Manager Shun, this fish is simply divine. He exclaimed to the camera, "Dear viewers, I have never tasted such exquisite fish. It is utterly delectable." Without hesitating, he dove into his meal with abandon. In less than a minute, he had devoured most of the 1.5-pound fish. As he neared the end, his gaze fell upon the pink morsel nestled within the fish's belly, sizzling and exuding oil. He eagerly used his chopsticks to retrieve it, placing it into a spoon before bringing it to his lips. Boom. He stood in stunned silence, his mind momentarily blank. This was an extraordinarily flavorful lamb marrow dumpling. Retaining the lamb's inherent freshness and the marrow's velvety richness, it was neither gamey nor greasy, merely delightful. Infused with the essence of scallions, ginger, and garlic, it had a hint of spiciness that accentuated its texture. Most exquisitely, it bore a unique and profoundly mystical aroma, akin to a lit fuse igniting a carefully stacked charge of explosives. Boom. It detonated in his mouth. Tears glistened at the corners of Wang Wenfeng's eyes. It was simply delectable. This was the epitome of culinary excellence. No dish he had ever tasted could possibly compare to the exquisite steamed sea bass before him. Even to evaluate it alongside other meals would be an affront to this extraordinary dish. He hastily finished the remaining fish, exhaling deeply, and earnestly addressed the camera. "Dear viewers, trust me, if you do not experience Director Shin's steamed sea bass at least once in this lifetime, you will undoubtedly regret it." In the live broadcast room, I can't help but drool. The host's expression is pure bliss. I am genuinely curious about the flavor. By the way, if it's this delicious, it must be quite pricey, right? Of course. With Chef Shin's exceptional skills, can it really be just 188? Considering those almost magical preparation and cooking techniques, who do you think would scoff at 188? Wang Wenfeng glanced at the comments and noticed the viewers were debating the price of the steamed sea bass. He too felt a sense of curiosity. "Director Shun, how much is this dish?" Shun Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I'll treat you. No need to pay." No. Wang Wenfeng quickly waved his hands, adding, "Some viewers are curious and want to know the price." Shun Yi scratched his chin. "It's a bit pricey, 45 yuan. Uffed. What?" Wang Wenfeng's face was a mask of disbelief. "Director Shun, this fish is so delicious and required such effort to prepare, yet you're selling it for just 45 yuan? Shun Yi nodded. "Yes, is that too expensive? However, I cannot lower the price further." Wang Wenfeng hastily waved his hands, eager to clarify. "No, Director Shun. I meant to say that this price is far too low." The audience in the live room was utterly flabbergasted. 45 yuan. Are you telling me that after such masterful preparation, it's only 45 yuan? Are you running a charity? Why not just give it away for free? I must be hearing things. 45 yuan is unbelievably cheap. Wah, this price is so humble and conscientious. I've decided I must buy a plane ticket to the capital to taste this. Director Shun has redefined the term a bit pricey. My local spicy fish place sells a fish with hardly any meat for 75 yuan. By comparison, Director Shin's dish is practically a gift. Don't hold me back. I'm buying it all. If only there were more chefs like Director Shun in the world. My husband is amazing. Too bad we can't send gifts. Exactly. This is the first time I've felt such a strong urge to send gifts. I just topped up over 100 yuan. But who knew Director Shun had disabled it? So frustrating. Wang Karue sprayed his soda in disbelief. Such an exquisite delicacy, and it's only 45 yuan? What had he been spending tens of thousands, or even millions on at the Manhwa building? Realizing this, he felt utterly foolish. Yi Xiangnan was equally astonished. Shen Yi possessed such exceptional culinary skills, yet chose not to capitalize on them for profit. Instead, he set a low price, making fine dining accessible to the common folk. This exemplified a chef with true integrity. Even he couldn't help but admire such a mindset. Hero must marry him. Let us set the dowry. A publicly listed company valued at 500 million possesses 80% of its shares, 2 opulent villas, and 3,000 acres of farmland. As for luxury vehicles, I am uncertain of my son-in-law's preferences. Thus, I shall simply present him with a bank card, allowing him the liberty to purchase whatever he desires. Regarding the betrothal gift, a modest sum of 50,000 will suffice. Upon finishing the steamed base, Wang Wenfeng realized that this live broadcast was nearing its conclusion. Douyin, in a considerate gesture, had assisted Shun Yi in registering a special account with a unique Douyin tag. All that was required was to scan and download Douyin, followed by registration. Wang Wenfeng felt a lingering desire for more. Had it not been for his sense of propriety, he would have certainly ordered another steamed base to indulge his appetite. However, given that it was not yet business hours for Manager Shun, he refrained from intruding on her rest. Moreover, he needed to return to edit the video promptly, so as to produce Manager Shin's inaugural short video on Douyin, fulfilling her expectations. Addressing the camera, Wang Wenfeng stated, "Well, dear viewers, this concludes our live session. I shall allow Manager Shun to say a few words." Shun Yi took the phone, and for the first time, the audience could see her face clearly. "Oh my, I hadn't noticed before. Manager Shun is quite handsome, truly deserving of being my husband. That hairstyle is fabulous. I must try it myself." Shun Yi chuckled. This live broadcast has come to a satisfactory close. Our paths may diverge for now, but we shall meet again. Goodbye, Manager Shun. Wah, I won't be able to see Manager Shun's live broadcasts anymore. But I will watch every one of your short videos. On this first day of Manager Shun's absence, I already miss her. Darling, please don't go. Stream a little longer so I can see your face more. Let us not be too infatuated here, although Manager Shun is indeed quite charming. With a smile, Shun Yi clicked to end the broadcast and returned the phone to Wang Wenfeng. With utmost seriousness, Wang Wenfeng remarked, "Manager Shun, I shall take my leave now. I will work swiftly to create the short video." Shun Yi nodded. "Thank you for your efforts. You are always welcome to join us for a meal." Wang Wenfeng eagerly replied, "I will come by at noon." Shun Yi, amused, responded, "All right." Once Wang Wenfeng departed, the shop fell silent. Shun Yi began to tidy the kitchenware and wipe the tables. After a while, Li Ruolin arrived with a tricycle delivering goods. "Manager Shun, that will be 456 yuan. Let us settle at 450. Shun Yi smiled. "Thank you very much." He retrieved his phone to make the payment. WeChat transfer of 450 yuan completed. Li Ruolin nodded. "Very well, Manager Shun, I shall take my leave now." "Wait. Auntie, allow me to fetch you some soybean milk for your family." Shun Yi jogged inside, using disposable plastic cups to fill 4 or 5 cups of soybean milk. Placing them in a plastic bag, he hurried back out. "Here you go, Aunt Li. Please take care." Li Ruolin laughed. "Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Thank you, Manager Shun." Deep down, she thought, Manager Shun truly knows how to treat people well. Interacting with her is so pleasant, and this little gesture feels so rewarding. Don't mention it. Take care on your way. Chapter 69, Registering a Douyin Account. Exclusive Certification. "Brother, I have arrived." Shun Yi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, 9:10. The establishment would open at 11:30, leaving him with a mere 2 hours. However, the kindergarten's lunch cart would arrive promptly around 10 to collect the buns. Time was of the essence. Shun Yi began by kneading the dough, allowing it to rest, while simultaneously soaking the soybeans in preparation for making soy milk. He also set the rice to steam, intended for the forthcoming fried rice. Once these tasks were completed, the dough had sufficiently risen, and he proceeded to craft the buns. Time flew by swiftly, and after nearly an hour of diligent work, the buns and rice were ready, and the soy milk had been brewed. Shun Yi stretched lazily and yawned. He opened the small storage compartment, pulled out a folding lounge chair, and reclined comfortably, crossing his legs. Outside, beneath a grand tree, lay a scruffy stray dog, presumably a Shiba Inu, albeit with a hint of mixed lineage, bearing some resemblance to a Chinese rural dog. The absence of a collar or tag suggested it had been abandoned by its owner. Shun-Yi held little interest in the dog, merely casting a fleeting glance before retrieving his phone. He opened the App Store and downloaded Douyin. After entering his personal information and registering an account, he filled in the exclusive invitation code. Please choose a username. What should it be? Shun-Yi pondered for a moment, deciding on Shun's dining establishment. With the account successfully registered, the profile picture was an endearing snapshot of Yo-Yo drooling in her sleep. Below the avatar, a golden square border enclosed a line of purple text. Douyin exclusive certification, highly prestigious. Most importantly, no other account had ever attained this since Douyin's inception. Shun-Yi was the first and, at present, the sole holder. To his astonishment, the moment the account was created, dozens of followers appeared, rapidly multiplying in number. Yet, the works section remained empty. Excited fans, brimming with energy and nowhere to direct it, began bombarding him with private messages, nearly reaching 99 in an instant. Shun-Yi contemplated responding, but, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages, opted to disable the private messaging feature. In an instant, tranquility returned. Free from the irritating red notifications and jarring alerts, Shun-Yi felt much more at ease. Upon checking the work section, it appeared he could upload photos. After some thought, he opened his phone's gallery and selected a few amusing snapshots of Yo-Yo from the thousands he possessed. One depicted her asleep on his belly, her cherubic face drooling. Another captured her wedged between the bed and wall, and a third was a selfie from 5 months prior, featuring him holding Yo-Yo at the amusement park, her front teeth having fallen out, both of them beaming with joy. 3 photos sufficed. He clicked upload, tossed his phone aside, and squinted, ready for a brief nap. On the Douyin platform, a notification flashed. The Shun's dining establishment you follow has uploaded a new video. Click to view. Instantly, numerous fans eagerly clicked. Redirected to Shun-Yi's creations. 3 images, each sliding every 5 seconds. No music, no title, no introduction. If others were to publish this, it would be deemed a subpar. 3 no video, hardly worth the time to view. Yet, when it is released by Shun-Yi, the significance transforms entirely. The number of likes soars. Affectionate hearts abound. And the comments surge. In the comments section, is this the daughter of Manager Shin? How utterly adorable. My inner youth is awakened. Manager Shun, are you tempting us to conceive daughters in the future? Very well, I succumb to your allure. Hee, little one. May I ask what color of burlap you prefer? Of course, it's Shidanli, a reputable brand, reliable and trustworthy. A gathering place for male university students, beginning the virtual raising of daughters. I have arrived. Add 1 more to the Godfather count. I too shall join. Add 2 more to the Godfather count. 99. If I could have a daughter like that, I would undoubtedly pamper her to the heavens. What an adorable human child. Heart, blonde. Old Shun, is it safe for me to park here? The next morning. Daughter, Dad, where's my boyfriend? Manager Shun, buried in the back mountain, it might not be cool yet. Uft. Ha ha ha. Is the person above a devil? However, if it were me, that blonde would have been taken to the crematorium that night, paying extra for priority. The way the cute child drools is simply too adorable. It struck a chord deep within me. Heart, the one where she fell between the bed seams, unable to contain herself, is so amusing. Manager Shun is truly mischievous. Even taking photos first. That one with the missing front tooth is the funniest, and Manager Shun is incredibly handsome. My husband is so handsome. Heart, flirty, how can I skip the steps of marriage and childbirth to have such an adorable daughter? Marry Manager Shun, and that will suffice. Isn't that inappropriate? Oh, you truly have thoughts on this. Just think, what if it succeeds? The fans in the comments section are utterly enchanted by Yu. Each one wishes to snatch her away to be their own daughter. If Shun-Yi were to learn of this, he would likely regret it and delete the work. At the breakfast shop, there are no customers, only Shaoli wearily cleaning. Suddenly, a tattooed thug with a fierce face enters, followed by 2 dubious youths. 1 blonde and 1 redhead. Seeing them, Shaoli trembles in fear. He recognizes these 3. He hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. He must quickly inform Manager Shun. The leader, a man with a buzz cut, chewing betel nut, loudly proclaimed, Gezi, I have arrived. Within moments, Feng Dajing emerges. Xiangzi, you move quite swiftly. Xiangzi casually spits out red saliva, grinning. Gezi, whatever you command, I shall execute with efficiency. In truth, it is merely due to a lack of funds. He has yet to notice Feng Dajing's darkened expression. Did I not instruct you to refrain from seeking me out, but rather to contact me via phone, you foolish pig? The trio is momentarily stunned. Did you ever say that? Feng Dajing sighs in exasperation. Oh, forget it. Come in with me. I shall speak to you in person. He glanced sideways and caught sight of Shaoli. After a moment's contemplation, he thought, Shaoli. Startled, Shaoli trembled, fearing he had been caught eavesdropping. He steeled himself and, with a puzzled expression, asked, What is it, boss? Feng Dagon cast a meaningful glance at him and smiled. Nothing much. The store seems clean enough. Please tidy up the break room. Shaoli sighed with relief, evidently having escaped exposure. He nodded, Sure, boss. Grasping a broom and dustpan, he entered the break room. Feng Dagon shook his head. Chong, go and knock him out. We can't let him cause trouble before the plan is executed. Chong grinned. Leave it to me. As he walked away, he called to his comrades. Brothers, let us start with an appetizer. Upon entering the break room, Shaoli immediately sensed something was amiss. He spun around abruptly, only to have a rag thrust against his mouth and nose. A strong, pungent odor invaded his nostrils, and his vision began to blur as he slipped into unconsciousness. Within moments, his eyelids fluttered shut, and his body grew limp. Chong tossed him onto the floor and secured him with a rope. Clapping his hands, he declared, All right, now let us pay a visit to Manager Shun. The two henchmen exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. Another business was about to fall. They were without work and lacked a stable home. Having grown up devoid of familial love and affection, they harbored a deep resentment for those who lived in happiness. They relished witnessing the despair on the faces of shop owners, the tears and fear in the eyes of their wives and daughters. In those moments, they found their greatest joy. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. Let us destroy it all. Yet, what they failed to realize was that this time, they were about to encounter the hardest stone they had ever faced. Chapter 70. Feng Dagon's scheme. Father, you have arrived, Feng Dagon said as he stepped in. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Li on the floor, a hint of concern crossing his face. You should have controlled the dosage, right? Chong approached, chuckling. Brother Jen, do you doubt my capabilities? I am well practiced in this matter. He will be fine. He'll surely awaken in 3 to 4 hours, and won't he remember anything that happened before he fainted. When the time comes, you can just tell him he overexerted himself and fainted from working too hard. A little red envelope, and he'll surely believe it. Upon hearing this, Feng Dagon felt reassured. His greatest fear was that Lu Chong would be too heavy-handed, potentially causing serious harm. Lu Chong was a loner, self-sufficient, but he still had a family to support. With your assurance, I can rest easy, Chong, Feng Dagon said, retrieving 2 small packets from his pocket and handing them to Lu Chong. Lu Chong raised an eyebrow and accepted them with a smile, holding them to his nose for a whiff. How did you know I indulge in such substances, Brother Jen? Lu Chong was shaken, erupting into a violent cough. After a moment, he shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? This is not that kind of powder. I am an upstanding person. How could I possibly engage with such things? Lu Chong was dumbfounded. Then what is this for? I'm not ill. I don't need medication. Smiled mysteriously. This is merely a case of an upset stomach. Before you cause a ruckus, take a bit of this. Even if you end up in the hospital, the doctors won't detect anything. Just claim it was the dumplings from his shop that caused the issue. Such irrefutable evidence will ensure he compensates you and shuts down his establishment. Lu Huaqiang suddenly understood. Giving a thumbs up, you are truly devious, Brother Jen. This is what I call strategy. Indeed, strategy, he agreed. As long as you pay, everything you say is right. Lu Huaqiang handed the packet of medicine to his 2 subordinates, having no intention of consuming it himself. Here, this miraculous potion is now in your hands. Use it wisely. One of the subordinates, Hong Mao, hesitated, saying, Wait a minute, Changgu, what if this medicine is unclear and it leads to someone else's demise? I'm not a reckless fool. Do you think I would consume it without a second thought? Do I not care for my reputation as a subordinate? Lu Huaqiang glared fiercely at Hong Mao, demanding, Will you take it or not? Quickly interjecting, Feng Dagon stopped Lu Huaqiang. Hey, Xiangzi, don't resort to violence. If it weren't for you, I would have broken his legs for his insolence. Calm down. Let me have a word with these 2 brothers. Feng Dagon produced 2 thick envelopes, slapping them into Huang Mao's palm. This is your deposit. Once the plan succeeds, further rewards will follow. Huang Mao touched the envelopes, instantly understanding. Confirmed, the medicine is fine. Huang Mao, covering his mouth, remarked, when money speaks, success is assured. The two agreed, ready to deliver the finest performance. Satisfied, Feng Dagan nodded and continued to Lu Huaqiang. I will also enlist a colleague from the Food Safety Bureau to assist you. Adapt as the situation unfolds. Clear? Rest assured. After everyone departed, the incapacitated Xiao Li slightly opened his eyes, cursing under his breath, "You think you can toy with me using drugs?" As the cloth covered his mouth and nose, he held his breath. Struggling, he managed to check his pocket. His phone remained, to ensure he missed no vital information. The recording function had been left on. This meant that the recent conspiracy devised by Feng Dagan and others was now documented. They think they can gain followers and munch on peanuts, huh? Xiao Li grumbled. But now, bound, how could he break free? Deep in thought, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a fruit knife on the table. At Shen's restaurant, the clock struck 10. Shen Yi was gently awakened by Li Rongfei. Shen Yi opened his eyes. "Li Gu, you've arrived." Li Rongfei apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Manager Shen. It's no trouble at all. Come, let me help you carry these up." The two men transported 3 large steamers to the back of the car and returned the 3 steamers sent in the morning back to the restaurant. "All right, Manager Shen. I'm off. Wait, Li Gu, let me fetch you some soy milk." Li Rongfei quickly waved his hand. "No need to trouble yourself, Manager Shen. It's no trouble at all." Shen Yi packed 3 cups of soy milk and handed them to Li Rongfei. "Thank you, Manager Shen." Li Rongfei smiled brightly, feeling warm-hearted in the company of such a kind person. "You're welcome. Take care." Okay. The van gradually drove away, and as it paused at the traffic light after crossing the intersection, Li Rongfei casually inserted a straw into his cup and took a sip. Wow, what divine soy milk is this? It tastes absolutely exquisite. Upon returning to the shop, Shen Yi first wiped down the steamer meticulously. He then dedicated some time to prepare the buns, ensuring they were properly wrapped before placing them in the steamer. Having been abruptly awakened, he now felt entirely alert. So he took a moment to tally the morning's earnings. A total of 342 yuan. The net profit was approximately 700 yuan, which was quite commendable. After a brief moment of joy, Shen Yi opened Douyin, eager to see if his first creation had garnered any views. Although he was already somewhat aware of the outcome, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Upon checking the work section, he was astonished to find 670,000 likes, 1,000,000 views, and over 20,000 comments. Remarkably, this was achieved in less than half an hour. Even some of the top-tier accounts couldn't boast such formidable statistics. He then glanced at his follower count. 780,000. The growth rate was astonishingly meteoric, and with each refresh, he gained hundreds or even thousands of new followers. Looking through the comments, Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The netizens were quite cheeky. Particularly, one comment from a user with yellow hair read, "Old Shun, is it safe for my ghost fire to park below?" The likes on that comment were nearly rivaling those of his work. There were thousands of replies underneath. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. If Yu were to bring back a guy with yellow hair, he would certainly have objections. Yet, merely considering it made him nearly want to take up arms. However, he had always shielded Yu well, indulging her with plenty. On a material level, he had consistently instilled in Yu a sound understanding of money. This was evident when she worried about his wallet becoming thin and hesitated to buy expensive ice cream, showcasing his successful upbringing. Unlike other children who might throw tantrums if denied what they wanted, Yu exhibited restraint. On a spiritual level, he led by example, instilling in her the right values. Every year, he took Yu on trips across the country, broadening her horizons and enhancing her knowledge. In addition, he subtly imparted various life lessons in a manner that was easy for her to grasp and patiently corrected her mistakes. Moreover, whenever he had the chance, he would personally teach her taekwondo to strengthen her physique and courage. This was reflected when Yu, in kindergarten, boldly punched a chubby boy to the ground, an indication of the effectiveness of her training. Would other little girls dare to do the same? From any perspective, Yu would never accept the cheap affection of a boy with yellow hair. Ghost fire? Even if you could fly with a sword, it would be futile. As for those who fancied the idea of him as a father-in-law, well, let them imagine. In the police station, the scene of a handsome officer interrogating a suspect unfolded. The bright light of the desk lamp illuminated your face, yet provided no warmth. The chilling words spoken pierced your heart, leaving you uneasy and restless. Shun-Yi replied to several of the most popular comments. Almost instantaneously, notifications flooded in. Wow. Manager Shun replied to me. Ding. Captured a wild Manager Shun. Quick. Heat the oil. Arrived. The living, breathing Manager Shun. Father, you are here. Damn it. Manager Shun is my father, not yours. You must be mistaken. He is clearly my esteemed father-in-law. Are you beasts? That child is merely a few years old. It's fine, I can wait. Chapter 71. Shun-Yi. The electric scooter has fallen. No need to worry. Shun-Yi was quite amused by the antics of these fans, having unexpectedly gained several hundred new sons. Shaking his head, he closed the app. With over an hour before the shop opened, it seemed there was nothing to do. The shop was already clean, and the buns and rice were steaming away. Playing games alone was rather dull. Back in university, he would occasionally team up with his roommates for some fun. However, after settling down, he had not touched a game since. Suddenly, he found himself missing those 3 goofballs. He wondered how they were faring now. Shun-Yi opened WeChat and clicked on Yi Yiru's chat interface. It was worth noting that Yi Yiru had pinned their chat and enabled message notifications. She had replied to his goodnight message from last night with a good night and love you, accompanied by a picture of a panda lying in a coffin. After some thought, Shun-Yi crafted a message. Yiru, are you free? I'm coming to pick you up. Almost instantly, a response chimed in. Sure. Shun-Yi rubbed his nose with his finger and smiled. He slipped his phone into his pocket, pulled down the roller shutter, locked the glass door, hopped onto his electric scooter, and rode off. 5 minutes later, Lu Huaqiang and others stormed in, looking quite imposing. Upon seeing the locked shop door, they fell into deep thought. Who could have leaked information? Huang Mao and Hong Mao exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. His stomach felt as if tossed in a washing machine. Writhing in agony, the pressure was building ominously. Damn it, this medicine is potent. Oh no, I have a problem. Hong Mao's face turned pale, he gasped for air, his body trembling. The sweltering summer heat made the chill he felt all the more intense. He knew he could trust no one at this moment. Brother, open the door. It's me. You're not fooling anyone. Brother, I'm here, let me in. All right then. Oh no. Hong Mao clutched his stomach in agony while the other began to produce a rhythmically tumultuous melody. PFF. PFF. Pop pop. PFF. Pop pop. In a torrent, a deluge of liquid erupted forth. His pants instantly soaked, stained with yellow, exuding a foul odor. The dog beneath the tree scurried away, tail between its legs. Damn it. Is this excrement toxic? Huang Mao swallowed hard, his face twisted in disgust. Just as he intended to move, a sharp pang ripped through his abdomen. Ah, PFF. PFF. Pop pop. PFF. A cascade of yellow liquid erupted with the force of a high-pressure water gun, piercing through the poorly crafted cotton fabric and splattering onto Lu Huaqiang's face. Astonished, he emitted a sound akin to a telegram, a remarkable feat of human expression. Meanwhile, Shun-Yi successfully rode his bicycle into the community. Initially, he was halted by security at the entrance, but after Yi Yiru's timely reminder, he was allowed passage. Yi Yiru sat gracefully in the pavilion before the building. The sweltering summer heat was palpable, exacerbated by a recent drought. Although it was only 10 o'clock, the temperature had already climbed to nearly 36 degrees. The cicadas incessantly chirped from the nearby tree. With her arms resting on the chair, she leaned slightly back, tilting her head upward. Her bright, clear eyes stared vacantly at the pavilion ceiling, while she wore a delicate white top and a light purple skirt that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Merely sitting there, she resembled an exquisite lotus flower, bestowing a sense of coolness amidst the summer heat. Her soft, enticing lips parted slightly, releasing warm breaths, revealing a glimpse of her pearly white incisors, reminiscent of a playful rabbit. Her long, slender legs swung back and forth, glistening in the sunlight, captivating all who beheld them. At the sound of movement, Yi Yiru turned her head to see Shun-Yi smiling at her. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her lustrous black hair to dance in the air. In that moment of slight distraction, she appeared strikingly beautiful, a vision that captivated the onlookers. Yi Yiru pushed herself off the chair, playfully leaping to her feet, nearly revealing herself with her short skirt. She approached Shun-Yi, asking, "Why didn't you call for me?" Shun-Yi, maintaining his composure, replied, "I was just about to." In truth, he had arrived some time ago. Yi Yiru nodded and inquired, "Are you opening the shop early for lunch?" Shun-Yi suddenly faltered, unsure if he should confess his desire to take her on a date. It felt too embarrassing to admit. "It's not about opening the shop, It's still early, he stammered. Yi Yiru, twirling a strand of hair with her fingers, tilted her head and smiled. So, you must have missed me? Shin Yi, feigning indifference, retorted, no. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to grab some milk tea. His clumsy lie was easily pierced through. With a smirk, Yi Yiru replied, You do miss me. Before Shun Yi could retort, she cupped his face in her hands, leaning in. He was taken aback as the delightful fragrance of gardenia enveloped him, accompanied by the soft, tantalizing sensation he had yearned for since morning. As a man in the prime of his youth, filled with vigor, how could he resist such temptation? Especially from someone he adored? He released the throttle, wrapping one arm around Yiru's slender waist while pressing the other against the back of her head, drawing them closer together. Gradually, he stood, their positions shifting. The electric bike lost its balance and tipped backward, but he paid it no mind. In Shin Yi's eyes, there was only Yi Yiru. They resembled a couple deeply in love, lost in their own world, oblivious to the curious glances of passers-by. With each step, glances were cast back, captivated by the enchanting duo of Shun Yi and Yi Yiru. Their pairing was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a luminous pearl amidst the darkness of night, impossible to overlook. A wave of emotion surged within, prompting a heartfelt yet venomous blessing. May those who flaunt their affection meet a swift demise. Time passed, and only when Yi Yiru's body softened did Shun Yi reluctantly lift his gaze. Breathing heavily, his chest heaved with intensity as he beheld Yi Yiru's misty-eyed allure, her bashful demeanor igniting an overwhelming desire to protect. Unable to resist, Shun Yi enveloped her in his embrace, burying his face in the delicate curve of her fair neck, greedily inhaling the tranquil fragrance of gardenias that surrounded her. Yi Yiru's cheeks flushed crimson, surprised by Shun Yi's unexpected assertiveness. Just that morning, he had been shy and reserved. Yet, she found herself enamored by his dominant nature. Her forehead rested against his warm chest as she timidly reminded, Shin Yi, the electric bike has fallen. No need to worry. They remained in serene silence, savoring the beauty of the moment. Ahem. No response. Ahem. How long do you two plan to keep hugging? Han Xiaoming, clad in sportswear, looked on in exasperation. Reluctantly, Shun Yi released Yi Yiru from his embrace. Yi Yiru glared at Han Xiaoming. How could you bear to come downstairs? Shun Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his greatest strength lay in his unflappable demeanor. Thus, he maintained a tranquil expression, steady as a rock. Han Xiaoming's cheeks tinged with pink. She had discovered that she had gained 5 pounds that morning. This was unacceptable. Even her underwear felt a bit constricting. It must be due to the excessive baozi she had consumed lately. However, she reasoned, it wasn't entirely her fault. The baozi had initiated the encounter. I came down to exercise. Although I have a body that doesn't gain weight, I still need to be mindful of my health. Then go exercise. Don't disturb me, and Shun Yi. Han Xiaoming clutched her chest, feigning heartbreak. Yiru, now that you have a man, you no longer need your best friend, right? Exactly. Humph. Han Xiaoming sidestepped Yi Yiru, scrutinizing Shun Yi with intrigue. Not bad. You're even more handsome in person than on camera. She pulled out her phone and shook it at him. Hey, handsome, let us add each other on WeChat. A chill ran down Shin Yi's spine, a sharp awareness of the peril that awaited him. Agreeing would lead to an irrevocable fate. With a calm smile, he replied, Sorry, I don't use WeChat. The danger dissipated. Han Xiaoming, unfazed, retorted, No worries. We can chat through payment apps, or you could just call or text. You wouldn't tell me that a modern person in the 21st century doesn't even own a phone, would you? Yi Yiru clung to Shin Yi's arm, a playful smirk on her lips. Han Xiaoming, exasperated, replied, Yiru, I was just joking. Look at you, so uptight. I'm leaving. As she jogged away, Shun Yi exhaled in relief. He truly felt at a loss when it came to interacting with his girlfriend's best friend. It was somewhat awkward, as if nothing he said was quite appropriate. What are you looking at? Ouch. Yiru, could you please refrain from suddenly pinching my waist? It hurts. Nope. Shun Yi discreetly rubbed his waist, pondering why women held such a peculiar fondness for that particular area. He approached and lifted his electric bike, only to discover conspicuous scratches on both the handlebars and the frame, which tugged at his heartstrings. Had he known, he would have parked the vehicle properly beforehand. This chapter stretches to an impressive 700 words. Dear readers, is the author generous enough? A subtle hint. Chapter 72, Milk Tea, as previously mentioned. Shun Yi often ventured out during his leisure time to deliver takeout for extra earnings. thus becoming quite familiar with the streets and eateries of the affluent Fuhua district in the capital. Riding with Yiru, he navigated through bustling alleys, ultimately arriving at a vibrant dining street teeming with various snack shops and tea houses. "What are we doing here?" Yiru inquired, puzzled. "To buy milk tea," he replied. At the corner stood a tea shop named Shichaku, known for its booming business. "Maybe we should skip it. It seems rather crowded," Yiru suggested, tugging at Shun Yi's sleeve. Under the blazing sun, she felt reluctant to make him stand in line. "Not a problem. Just wait for me here." Shun Yi was eager to experience the sensation of queuing for milk tea for his girlfriend. Over the 4 years of university, numerous girls had confessed their feelings to him, yet he had never reciprocated, primarily because the girl he secretly admired, Yiru, had never made her feelings known. One might wonder why Shun Yi did not take the initiative to confess to Yiru. This was due to his daily observations in various locations around campus: classrooms, hallways, staircases, sports fields, and even the restroom entrances, where he witnessed boys from all departments, like resilient cockroaches, persistently approaching Yiru with their confessions, only to be met with indifferent rejections and expressions of profound heartbreak. Regardless of height, weight, appearance, wealth, academic performance, or personality, Yiru treated all equally, discarding them as if they were mere refuse, tossed into the trash bin. To be honest, witnessing such rejections repeatedly undoubtedly dampened the spirits of other suitors, including Shun Yi himself. He even began to doubt whether Yiru was attracted to men at all, as her stunningly frosty beauty seemed only to bloom in the presence of other women. Thus, Shun Yi's thoughts oscillated between the desire to confess today and the notion of postponing it, especially since she appeared to be in a somber mood. This internal conflict persisted for 4 fleeting years, with him continually vacillating between the two paths. After graduation, he bypassed the dating phase entirely and married Jiang Riyun under the pressures of circumstance. Truth be told, Shun Yi harbored a deep yearning for the innocent yet ambiguous romantic entanglements typical of university life. Had Yiru been privy to his inner thoughts, she likely would have been incensed, even resorting to physical confrontation, for her emotional journey mirrored Shun Yi's almost perfectly. For instance, Shun Yi had even turned down the most sought-after girl from the neighboring department that very day. The girl had wept, her tears akin to rain on a pear blossom, evoking sympathy from the onlooking admirers, their hearts aching for her plight as her meticulously applied makeup ran down her face. A fervent desire surged within me to take the place of the belle of the department and exact a thorough reprimand upon Shun Yi, compelling him to acquiesce. Yet, to my dismay, this fellow appeared oblivious, turning his back and departing without so much as a glance. Surely, his heart is not as impenetrable as iron. Could it be that Shun Yi, as the rumors circulating from the boys' dormitory suggest, is indeed a homosexual? Regardless, destined souls will ultimately unite. Undeterred by the trials and tribulations they encounter, fate is immutable, much like a circle. Even if two individuals initially diverge in opposite directions, they will inevitably be drawn together, converging at the journey's end. Yiru smiled gently and said, "Very well, I shall await your return." Shun Yi's willingness to do even the smallest of tasks for her, such as standing in line for bubble tea, was enough to bring her enduring joy. Amidst the lengthy queue, predominantly consisting of male patrons, one could occasionally catch a murmured complaint. Numerous girls lounged under the shade of distant trees, resting and seeking respite from the heat. Gradually, the line inched forward. Shun Yi advanced occasionally, and before long, it was his turn. The front desk attendant, engrossed in jotting down an invoice, looked up and asked, "Good day, what would you like to drink?" "Hello, I would like a pearl milk tea with less ice, please." "Certainly." The attendant raised her head, preparing to don a professional smile, but was momentarily taken aback. He was stunning. Upon closer inspection, Shun Yi was a paragon of striking beauty, akin to the most resplendent diamond under the sun. His deep brown eyes sparkled with a captivating allure that was impossible to ignore, complemented by a strong and noble nose and a well-defined jawline, with delicately thin lips. His facial features were exquisitely attractive. The meticulously groomed goatee and the effortlessly stylish wolf-tail hairstyle showcased Shun Yi's masculine charm to its fullest extent. In essence, he exuded a potent virility. Coupled with the hint of maturity that fatherhood had bestowed upon him, he became an irresistible force for young girls. A veritable weapon of mass attraction. In an instant, he distanced himself from the ordinary crop of youthful heartthrobs. His towering height of 1 meter 85 and perfectly sculpted physique, resembling an inverted triangle, compounded this allure, creating a formidable presence that was utterly captivating. The attendant's keen ears caught the pivotal phrase, 1 cup of milk tea. Typically, couples would order 2 cups, suggesting that Shun-yi was likely single. She swiftly recalibrated her approach, showcasing her most genuine and, in her opinion, charming smile. All right. Please hold on. That will be 14 yuan. As she turned to shout into the interior, her tone softened, losing its earlier brusqueness. 1 pearl milk tea with less ice. Please hurry. Shun-yi took out his phone to make the payment. The attendant, contemplating a way to strike up a conversation with him during the wait, was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of a tall, strikingly beautiful ice queen. Yi Yiru naturally entwined her arm with Shun-yi's, resting her head on his shoulder, playfully inquiring, "Are we ready yet?" Had she known the wait would be so long, Yi Yiru would undoubtedly have refrained from allowing Shun-yi to queue for the milk tea. The men in line behind them, without exception, had their eyes wide open. Yet, to their utter astonishment, this naturally stunning and breathtakingly beautiful woman was already taken. Envy, even jealousy. Their eyes reddened, veins bulging. They inwardly wished to consume Shun-yi whole. They struck poses they deemed most attractive, hoping to catch Yi Yiru's attention. However, they were merely like a wild chicken attempting to pose as a peacock, utterly lacking allure. Throughout, Yi Yiru did not so much as glance their way. To her, men existed in 2 categories, Shun-yi and all others. Upon hearing Yi Yiru's words, Shun-yi replied with a smile, "It will be ready shortly." In no time, the female staff member emerged with a face of disappointment, resembling someone whose $5 million lottery ticket had been shredded in a washing machine. She handed the packaged milk tea to Shun-yi, saying, "Here is your milk tea." "Thank you," he replied. The staff member forced a lackluster smile. "You're welcome." Shun-yi then offered the milk tea to Yi Yiru, asking, "Why did you only buy 1 cup? Aren't you going to drink?" Shun-yi shook his head. "I don't enjoy sweet beverages." Yi Yiru buried her face into the cup, taking a hearty sip, her cheeks puffing up. After swallowing, she passed the milk tea back to Shun-yi, her eyes fixed on him. "I don't want to drink anymore. Finish it, and don't waste it." Yi Yiru glared at Shun-yi. "Are you disgusted by my saliva?" "Not at all." Shun-yi reluctantly accepted the milk tea and took a sip. It was icy and sweet. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but he felt that the milk tea, having been sipped by Yi Yiru, indeed tasted remarkably good. The straw was sweet, imbued with Yi Yiru's essence. Seeing Shun-yi drink from the cup, Yi Yiru mischievously smiled and playfully demanded, "I suddenly want a sip. Give it to me." Thus, they shared the milk tea, taking turns to sip from the cup, finishing it on the steps in front of the milk tea shop. Perhaps for Shun-yi and Yi Yiru, this was perfectly ordinary, yet to onlookers, it was an unabashed display of affection. Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman showcasing their love had a nuclear bomb-like impact on other couples. Men and women alike secretly envied them, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of inadequacy within. There were those with stronger resolve who cleverly transformed their feelings of inferiority into criticisms of their partner's flaws. A woman remarked, "How come this guy has another pimple on his forehead? Can he not fidget with his behind when standing?" A greasy, average-looking man. A man chimed in, "Her makeup is far too thick, looking as pale as a corpse. If it weren't daytime, I might think I saw a ghost. Ugh, always acting cute and exaggeratedly charming. Revolting." Another woman quipped, "He's as short as Wu Dalong, but carries an inexplicable confidence. Does he think I haven't noticed the 5-centimeter insoles?" A man retorted, "Her face is as round as a gourd. Her figure is stout as a barrel. If I could find a girlfriend, I wouldn't even look at you." In that moment, in this location, couples are unwittingly entangled in an emotional web, akin to being ensnared by invisible time bombs. The experts in this treacherous endeavor are none other than Shun-yi and Yi Yiru. Chapter 73. Do you know how disgusting it is? Feng Dagon was anxiously awaiting news at the entrance of the store when he suddenly spotted Lu Huaqiang and his companions from a distance. A surge of joy filled his heart. He hurried forward, but before he could utter a word, an unbearable stench assaulted him, as if an ethereal, putrid hand had struck him hard across the face, compressing all his thoughts into a singular exclamation. "What on earth happened to you? Did you fall into a cesspool?" Feng Dagon, utterly astonished, pinched his nose and quickly retreated several paces, his face darkening. Yet, the foul odor clung to him, relentlessly tormenting his olfactory senses. Each breath he took sent shivers down his spine, leaving him cold and trembling as if his very soul were quaking. He swore that even the most pungent aroma from a pigsty after weeks of fermentation could not compare to this horrendous stench. Lu Huaqiang, trembling, lifted his hand to push aside the damp bangs from his forehead, allowing a trickle of filth to cascade down his cheek and into his collar, leaving a repugnant stain upon his shirt. He wore a despondent expression, as if he wished for the world to end. His companions, the ones with the yellow and red hair, appeared even worse. Their faces were ashen, eyes rolling back, mouths agape, drooling as if half their souls had departed, leaving them as hollow shells. They stood precariously, swaying as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Beneath their feet, a winding, damp, and odorous trail of excrement marked their presence, occasionally accompanied by a tremor as a foul emission escaped, trailing down their pant legs and pooling on the ground. A swarm of flies, as if they had discovered a hidden treasure, descended upon them, buzzing excitedly, indulging in the feast. Yet, in the next moment, their wings ceased to flutter, and they dropped lifelessly to the ground. Passers-by were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they edged closer to witness the spectacle. However, the trio seemed to exude an unspoken warning. Trespassers beware, while those sullied were welcomed. As anyone dared to approach within 10 meters, be they human or animal, they would recoil in horror, clutching their noses and fleeing in terror. In the past, Lu Huaqiang often fantasized about possessing an aura of dominance that would deter others from approaching within 10 meters. Despite his attempts to project a fierce demeanor, he had never succeeded. Yet now, he had accomplished that feat, albeit in a rather odorous manner. But the means were inconsequential. Feng Dagon, what concoction have you given them? Feng Dagon exclaimed, his chest heaving with indignation. They just arrived at the store, and already they're unleashing flatulence like thunder, each one louder than the last. The stench is more potent than any biological weapon. Lu Huaqiang, visibly agitated, pointed to his head and bellowed, "Open your eyes and take a good look. It's all over me." I was even gaping at that moment. At this point, he completely broke down. Lu Huaqiang surged forward, seizing Feng Dagon by the collar, roaring with fervent intensity. "Do you have any idea how disgusting this is? I've regurgitated every morsel from my past life." A torrent of strong and exquisite cultural essence poured forth, reaching a level of offensive that could prove lethal. The artistic appreciation value was exceedingly high, and reciting it in its entirety was recommended to enhance one's artistic sensibility, thereby increasing one's appeal to the opposite sex. However, at that moment, Feng Dagon's mind was utterly blank. No, it was a haze of filth. He was entirely oblivious to the enjoyment of the moment, barely able to comprehend Lu Huaqiang's words. His senses seemed to have vanished. He rolled his eyes, tilted his head, and trembled, nearly fainting from the stench. 500,000. Feng Dagon weakly raised his hand, displaying 5 fingers, and uttered those 2 words with his last vestige of survival instinct. Lu Huaqiang paused, then replied after a moment, "Feng Dagon, is this a matter of money?" 600,000. Lu Huaqiang hesitated. "Feng Dagon, I truly mean it this time." 700,000. Feng Dagon exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Jin, you're really pushing it." Lu Huaqiang's face lit up with delight. "My dear Brother Jin, I apologize for my earlier tone. Please don't take it to heart. Do loosen your grip." Feng Dagon appeared on the verge of collapse, gasping weakly. "All right then, Brother Jin." Lu Huaqiang obediently released him. Feng Dagon, his legs buckling, fell to the ground and braced himself against the floor. A vibrant torrent erupted from his mouth, expelling the contents for quite some time. He shakily wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Now it's all good. Everything I had in tea expelled this morning has finally come out." Lu Huaqiang looked on with concern. "Brother Jin, are you all right?" Feng Dagon glared at him. "Do I look like I'm fine?" Lu Huaqiang offered an awkward smile, but he knew that money spoke volumes. At this point, Feng Dagon would not hesitate to defecate on his head if it came to that, having already endured such humiliation once. What was one more? After a brief pause, Feng Dagon steadied himself on his knees and asked, "Did you succeed?" "Succeed in what?" "The shop is closed. There's no chance to go inside now." Feng Dagon's brow furrowed as he inhaled sharply. He had forgotten that Shen's restaurant was closed from 9 to 11:30. "You should wait until after 11:30 to go again." "Go again? Am I going to give you 800,000 for nothing?" "Well," Lu Huaqiang pointed at the 2 companions. "Look at them. They've turned into walking corpses. Eating any more could truly spell disaster. Feng Dagan, puzzled, inquired, "How much did you two eat?" "I distinctly mentioned that just a little would suffice." The yellow-haired one looked up in shock, weakly asserting, "You never said that." "I polished off an entire packet." No wonder. It seemed these two wouldn't last much longer. If they continued eating, they might even suffer severe consequences. Feng Dagan turned his gaze toward Lu Huaqiang, the implication unmistakable. Lu Huaqiang was taken aback. "Brother Jin, you wouldn't make me eat that, would you? Just a little bit, 1T hurt." "At least I 1TB," writhing in pain and running to the bathroom. Huang Mao and Hong Mao watched as Lu Huaqiang hesitated for a mere moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, Brother Jin, I'll do it. Not for any reason. Just because we are brothers." "Damn you, brother," Feng Dagan cursed inwardly, yet his expression remained cheerful as he replied, "Of course." He led the three of them to a nearby hotel to book a room for a short stay and clean themselves. That day would become a nightmare for the front desk clerk, an indelible memory that would accompany her through life. It was her first encounter with such a shocking sight. She held her nose and wept as she processed the check-in. At Shinji Restaurant, a crowd had gathered outside, with the foremost being Old Man Qin and Old Man Wang, engrossed in a game of chess. Around them, a dozen other elderly gentlemen watched with great interest. From the state of play, it was clear that Old Man Qin was at a disadvantage. However, it was not yet over. The outcome remained uncertain until the very end. Old Man Qin clenched his fist, raised his thumb to his eye level, and took aim. Then, he swiftly moved his cannon, directly taking out the opposing chariot. "Capture." "Huh. Old Qin, does your cannon have a curve?" Old Man Qin chuckled. "This is a field cannon. Of course, it can curve." "Hey, if you're playing like that, I won't hold back either." Old Man Wang retorted, moving his knight to the other side of the board and capturing Old Man Qin's chariot as well. "What kind of play is this?" Old Man Wang replied nonchalantly, "This is a red hare, a superb steed. It can traverse mountains and rivers, traveling thousands of miles day and night. Is that too much to ask? Well, my pawn is a special forces soldier, capable of infiltrating enemy lines for assassination. I'll employ strategy to sow discord. Now your advisor is mine." "Check." Old Man Wang laughed heartily. "I've won. You'll be treating next time." "Wait." Old Man Qin raised his hand to halt the game, reclaiming the king and placing it back on the board. "I have a bulletproof vest. You didn't manage to take me out." This small chessboard managed to reflect both modern and ancient warfare tactics, with a riveting exchange that was both thrilling and insightful. Meanwhile, the elderly women in the back covered their mouths, engaging in fervent discussions, occasionally clapping their hands and stomping their feet to express agreement. "Yes, yes. It's that daughter-in-law from the Oldley family. You wouldn't believe it. Really? It's just too much. That demeanor is truly unbearable. Hiss. I must keep my distance from her in the future." According to a study from Salux University, it is shown that updating 4,000 words daily is the human limit. Exceeding this by 1,000 words significantly increases the risk of sudden death. Yet today, the author has updated 5,300 words. This is the author's effort to provide enjoyment for dear readers while battling with death. Therefore, seeking a token of appreciation isn't too much to ask, is it? Chapter 74. He wants to eat my tofu on the steps. Cui Yongjian, Lu Guangyao, and Li Wenjie sat side by side, playing Do Di Zhu. Meanwhile, Wang Duo sat alone, engrossed in Douyin. Beside them, Wang Donglai and Lu Sheng were engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. In addition to them, more patrons occupied the space, some seated, others standing, while a few idly scrolled through their phones. Yet, they all shared a singular, unwavering purpose: to await the opening of Shinji Restaurant. Suddenly, the sharp honk of an electric scooter pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their game, attempting to utilize technological and somewhat underhanded tactics to revive the fallen character, Elder Qin looked up without the slightest hesitation and overturned the chessboard, declaring, "No more. We'll call this a draw." Elder Wang, with a puffed-up beard, was about to protest when he caught sight of Shen Yi, and his anger dissipated instantly. "Manager Shun is back. Well, if we're not playing, we're not playing. I'll get you next time, you scoundrel." In comparison to the joy and elation derived from indulging in delicious cuisine, the game suddenly seemed trivial. Cui Yongjian and his companions, upon hearing the commotion, synchronously retreated from the room. "Brother Shun is back. Let us open the restaurant." "My mouth is watering," exclaimed someone. "Hurry up, Shen Laoban, I'm starving." Li Wenjie slapped the enormous watermelon resting beside him and said, "Manager Shun, this is today's fresh stock. The largest and surely the sweetest, specially brought for you." Wang Duo tucked his phone away. "Manager Shun, hurry up and open the shop. If my dad finds out I'm slacking, I'll be in trouble." Madame Lu Xiaoying and others also ceased their gossip. "Oh dear, Manager Shun, you've finally returned. My husband has been incessantly messaging in the WeChat group," she exclaimed. "My grandson is about to finish school, and he loves the buns you make." Shun Yi parked his vehicle, took Yiru's hand, and smiled at the crowd. "Thank you for your patience. I will open the restaurant now." Yiru gazed tenderly at Shun Yi's profile, realizing that her man had become quite the popular figure. This only affirmed her discerning eye and served as a slap in the face to Jiang Ruyun. Little did they know how outstanding Shun Yi had become. Jiang Ruyun would surely regret her choices. Shun Yi opened the glass door and raised the rolling shutter, leading Yiru inside. The waiting patrons quickly surged in after them. Within just a minute, every available seat was occupied, and even the extra plastic stools were filled. More guests had no choice but to form a civilized queue outside the restaurant. Not far away, Lu Huaqiang and his companions, having freshened up and changed into clean clothes, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the bustling line, they were taken aback. This place is truly thriving. No wonder Feng Dagon wanted to take it over. Anyone attempting to venture into the restaurant business here, especially against Shun Yi's establishment, must be prepared for imminent bankruptcy. However, today, with Brother Chong in attendance, their hopes of profiting here would be dashed. Lu Huaqiang smirked coldly, envisioning Shun Yi's impending downfall as he lowered the rolling shutter and hung a sign indicating the restaurant was for sale on the glass door handle. In his left hand, he carried a red bucket adorned with a rolled-up mat, filled with household essentials such as pots, pans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. With his right hand gripping a bag of urea perched upon his shoulder, filled with clothing and blankets, he extended his little finger with his left hand, entwining it with his daughter's. His silhouette exuded a sense of desolation and solitude, resonating with the waning light of the setting sun. Who truly comprehends the emotions of reluctance that linger within? Yet, there exists an inescapable sorrow. He must depart from this steel-laden, bustling metropolis that he adores, yet has caused him profound heartache. The instigator of it all is none other than Lu Huaqiang himself. The thought alone brings a sense of exhilaration. He picked up the medicine packet, opened it, and with his finger, scooped a small amount to place in his mouth. The remainder was carefully repackaged, instinctively treated as the white powder of yore, and stuffed into his pocket. "Brothers, let's head inside." Seated inside, Grandpa Chin and the others raised their hands. "Xiao Ro, bring us 4 steamed perch, 4 bowls of egg fried rice, and 4 cups of soybean milk to start." "All right. Grandpa Chin, please hold on. Here, 10 beef buns, 10 chive and egg buns, and 3 cups of soybean milk." "Understood. Please wait." Ye Ro darted back and forth within the establishment, swiftly jotting down the dishes ordered by the patrons and relaying them to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, in turn, prepared the meals with remarkable speed, placing the ready steamed perch, fried rice, and buns at the counter for Ye Ro to collect. Their synergy was seamless, their hearts in tune. Sometimes, a mere glance or a simple gesture sufficed for mutual understanding. Despite the busyness, both found an inexplicable joy and satisfaction in this rhythm, feeling neither fatigue nor hardship. After a prolonged wait, Lu Huaqiang and his companions finally entered. His eyes immediately fell upon Ye Ro, who was bending down to place the steamed perch on the dining table. Like the radiant moon of autumn, her exquisite profile, unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful, stirred something deep within him. She was utterly captivating. Ye Ro straightened up, turning her head with a smile. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" Her smile was a bewitching allure, enchanting all who beheld it. Lu Huaqiang's breath quickened, his gaze betraying an unabashed lecherousness. A woman like her, if only to indulge in for a fleeting moment, would be no loss for 3 years. With a grin, Lu Huaqiang replied, "Sister, I'll have 3 of each bun and 3 cups of soybean milk." "All right, please wait." Ye Ro soon returned with the buns and soybean milk. As she set them on the table, Lu Huaqiang seized the opportunity to reach out with his unwelcome hand, attempting to pat Ye Ro's backside. But in the next instant, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from him. "Ah!" Ye Ro grasped his index finger, bending it backward with force, smiling as she said, "Dear customer, please refrain from engaging in actions unrelated to dining within the establishment." The others, Huang Mao and Hong Mao, were left dumbfounded. Utterly unprepared for Ye Ro's astonishing speed, Shen Yi hurriedly stepped out, concern etched on his face. What happened to Yo? Upon seeing Shen Yi, Ye Ro's heart softened, as if she had found a pillar of support. Shedding her hardened facade and pouting in a feigned grievance, he tried to take advantage of me. Shen Yi's expression instantly turned icy. His eyes narrowed, exuding an unmistakable danger. His body tensed, as if every muscle was coiled, his hair stirring in an ethereal manner. He resembled a wolf king, offended by a transgression, emanating an air of formidable authority. It seemed as if the next moment would bring forth a violent confrontation. Lu Huaqiang felt a tremor within his heart at the sight before him. Fear began to creep in. Having committed countless misdeeds over the years, he could easily discern the meek and timid from the strong and composed, as well as those who appeared ordinary and benevolent, yet were truly ruthless. It was evident that in Lu Huaqiang's eyes, Shen Yi was unequivocally one of the latter. Such individuals, regardless of the actions taken against them, even insults or beatings, would respond with indifference and a dismissive smile. However, once their loved ones were involved, one would inevitably tread upon their deepest boundaries. The repercussions, even for a solitary figure like Lu Huaqiang, warranted careful consideration. Shen Yi pointed towards the entrance of the establishment, his tone unperturbed. Apologies, but I shall no longer continue this business. Consider these buns a complimentary gift. Now, please vacate my premises. The surrounding patrons, filled with righteous indignation, rose to their feet and vehemently directed their ire towards Lu Huaqiang and his companions. Cui Yongjian's expression darkened. What era do we live in? You still wish to act like a thug? Do you truly think we are mere decorations? He slammed his hand on the table. Wenjie, Guangyao, come here. Deal with him. The three men rolled up their sleeves and encircled them. Lu Huaqiang sensed that the situation was deteriorating. Suppressing his pain, he feigned a pitiful smile. Miss, you misunderstand. There was merely a fly. I was trying to swat it away, not to take advantage of you. Spoken from the lips of Lu Huaqiang, who bore a visage marked by tattoos and a muscular build. These words instantly took on a different connotation. Rather than a justification, it sounded more like a futile attempt to obscure the truth. Not a single person in the vicinity believed him. Yi Yiru released her grip on his hand, disdainfully shaking it off, and replied coolly, Our establishment maintains excellent hygiene. There are no flies here. Lu Huaqiang grew anxious. Surely, one could not suffer from a stomach ache simply because they had not eaten the buns. Was it not the same as the difference between pulling down one's pants to relieve oneself and doing so after having already done the deed? Though both involved the same act, Lu Huaqiang was all too aware of Feng Dagon's character. If one failed to accomplish their task, they could forget about receiving even a penny from him. Having just taken medication, he could not afford to suffer a loss in both health and finances. With urgency, Lu Huaqiang plastered on a smile, assuring, Manager, I will finish this bun and leave, all right? I promise not to return. Shen Yi contemplated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Very well. Lu Huaqiang smirked internally. For now, he would allow Shen Yi his moment of triumph, but soon enough, he would have cause to lament. He glared at his companions, the blonde and the redhead, scolding. What are you standing there for? Let us finish eating and get out of here. Can't you see they're trying to kick us out? The patrons were incensed. Stop with your veiled insults. You were in the wrong first, understood? Lu Huaqiang shot them a glare, remaining silent. Were it not for the crowd, his volatile temper would have surely compelled him to deliver a resounding slap to each one of them. Shen Yi observed quietly, refraining from speech. It was unnecessary to squander emotions on such individuals. As Lu Huaqiang and his companions devoured their first bun, they were taken aback. Could there truly exist such delectable buns in this world? The flavor was simply exquisite. They took another sip of soy milk. The rich and smooth flavor sweetly penetrates into your heart, an indescribable delight. Lu Huaqiang felt a twinge of compassion. He hesitated to ruin this establishment, knowing that he might never have the chance to savor it again. Yet, the thought of the 50,000 yuan he owed in high-interest loans loomed large. To not repay? That would be a grave mistake. Then there was his addiction. A single day without his fix left him feeling as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart and 1,000 needles were piercing his bones. A torment so profound it clawed at his very soul. The promise of 80,000 yuan from Feng Dagon could allow him to live in ease for quite some time. Weighing these thoughts, Lu Huaqiang resolved himself with newfound determination. The trio hastily finished their meal. Lu Huaqiang burped, yet lingered, reluctant to rise from the table. Cui Yongjin frowned, chastising them. You've already finished eating. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Li Wenjie clenched his fists, threatening, if you dare to cause trouble. Don't say we didn't warn you. Lu Tony echoed, same here. Lu Huaqing remained silent. What was he waiting for? Naturally, for the effects of the drug to take hold. Suddenly, a sharp cramp seized his stomach. Lu Huaqing's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of joy igniting within him. It had begun. Oh no, my stomach. He groaned, his face paling as he leaned against the table, clearly in distress. Shun Yi knelt beside him. Concern etched on his brow. What's wrong? Lu Huaqing grimaced, gritting his teeth. My stomach hurts terribly. At that moment, the two lackeys joined in the charade. Ah, my stomach hurts too. There is something wrong with these buns. Lu Huaqing shot up, his face contorted with rage, glaring at Shun Yi. My digestive system has always been robust. The moment I eat your buns, I'm in agony. What kind of rotten meat are you using, you unscrupulous owner? Seeing this, Huang Mao promptly retrieved his phone, adhering to the plan they had concocted. Changgu, why waste words on such a heartless proprietor? Let us report him. Huang Mao nodded vigorously, cursing yes. We must report him. Such a callous establishment should be shut down to prevent further harm. Lu Huaqing nodded, taking the phone to dial a number. Hello, is this the Food Safety Bureau? I wish to file a formal complaint. There's a rogue vendor using spoiled meat for buns, and my companions and I have all fallen ill. Our stomachs are in severe pain. The voice on the other end responded, don't worry, we will dispatch personnel immediately for a thorough investigation. Shin Yi realized that this was a deliberate scheme to frame him. Who could be behind this? In his heart, he already had an inkling. Yi Yiru's gaze turned icy as she discreetly took out her phone and made her way to the kitchen. She dialed Yi Xiangnan's number. Within moments, the call connected, and Yi Xiangnan's deep, steady voice resonated. What's wrong, daughter? Yi Yiru's tone dripped with grievance, tinged with a hint of tears. Dad. Someone is bullying me again. In his office, Yi Xiangnan nearly crushed his cup in anger. Who is it this time? He quickly reassured her, don't cry. Tell Dad what happened. Yi Yiru recounted the entire incident to him from an objective perspective. With a sharp crack, the cup shattered. Yi Xiangnan exclaimed in fury. How dare you bully my son-in-law? Yi Yiru, bewildered, responded, Dad, why are you so agitated? The term son-in-law left her utterly perplexed. She had anticipated having to persuade Yi Xiangnan at length before he would acquiesce. However, judging by his tone, it seemed unnecessary. Yi Xiangnan quickly composed himself and replied calmly. Rest assured, my daughter, with your father around, no one can harm Shini. I will contact your Uncle Xing right away. Thank you, Dad. Yi Yiru said as she dialed the influential figure. Meanwhile, the once kind and gentle expression on old Master Qin's face gradually faded. The three elderly men seated beside him felt a palpable sense of pressure, their hairs standing on end. Qin Xiaodian, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield with countless victories, had significantly restrained himself. Otherwise, the aura of menace they sensed would have been overwhelming. Slowly, old Master Qin retrieved his phone and dialed his third son's number. In the minister's office at the capital security headquarters, Qin Wen was engrossed in his duties. Clad in a pristine white shirt, impeccably neat with a straight posture, his demeanor was serious. With a steel pen in hand, he crafted bold, forceful signatures on paper. His square jawline, sharp brows, and slicked-back hair imparted an air of authority, radiating righteousness without a hint of anger. Nearby, two staff members assisted in organizing documents. Suddenly, the phone rang, its persistent tone breaking the silence. Qin Wen set down his pen and glanced at the caller ID. It was his father. He answered with lightning speed. The tension on his face melted away as he cheerfully greeted. Father, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Old Master Qin's tone was neither warm nor cold. I need your assistance with something. Qin Wen frowned. He prided himself on his integrity and despised nepotism, bribes, and gifts in any form. He had consistently refused to bend the rules, ensuring strict scrutiny, leading to dire consequences for those who sought to circumvent justice. What might have resulted in a few years of imprisonment often unraveled into life sentences, or worse. Even when it came to family matters, he remained steadfastly impartial. Father, please tell me what it is. If it contradicts justice, I will not comply, even if you are my father. Old Master Qin chuckled. Pleased, you do not disappoint me. Son, if you agreed without hesitation, I would have had to ensure you were removed from your position. With a sigh of relief, Qin Wuan was grateful he did not have to reject his father outright. After decades of father-son bonding, it would be unwise to fracture their relationship. Old Master Qin briefly outlined the situation. Qin Wuan, exasperated, responded, "Is this merely a trivial dispute over food? This is absurd. Why not simply call the police? Is it necessary to involve you?" He lamented, "Is this not akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? What do you mean by merely? If you do not handle this matter properly, I will have to invoke family discipline." The call abruptly ended, leaving Qin Wuan in utter resignation. "Xiaowen, Xiaoya, gather a few action team members. We are heading out to execute a mission." "What? Minister, you are personally going out to carry out a mission?" The two were astounded. After all, he was the top figure in the Ministry of Public Security. "Is it so unbelievable that I would undertake a mission myself?" Qin Wenwu replied lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "These medals and achievements of mine were earned through fierce battles against drug traffickers during my time in the narcotics team." Chapter 76. No more dining establishments not far from Shun's dining. Under the shade of a tree, Feng Dagan was stealthily hiding behind a trunk, peering cautiously to observe the happenings within the restaurant. He saw Lu Huaqiang and others sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Feng Dagan's heart raced with excitement. Things were falling into place. "Old Jen." Suddenly, he felt a pat on his back. Startled, Feng Dagan shuddered and turned around, bursting into laughter upon seeing the newcomer. "Haha, Old G, you finally made it." Following his gaze, the visitor was a middle-aged man, balding, with an oily complexion, a round face, and a notably large chin. He wore frog-eye glasses, and his small eyes darted around. Rating: 5 stars for sleaziness. Clad in a blue office uniform. His belly protruded as if he were expecting a child, straining the belt to its maximum. The badges on his chest and shoulders bore the words Food Supervision Bureau. "Old Jen, I'm about to be reassigned. This is my last chance. You must give me a little more," he insisted. In truth, he was planning to flee. His recent extortion activities had escalated to a dangerous level, and suspicions had begun to arise, putting him at risk of being targeted. When the risk outweighs the profit, it's time to bolt. Ji Huai intended to complete this deal before retreating to his hometown to evade scrutiny. He harbored a secret known only to himself. He was not actually a member of the Food Supervision Bureau. 9 years ago, he had been sentenced to 7 years for burglary and had only been released 2 years prior. Desperate for work, but facing repeated rejection, he stumbled upon a video showcasing individuals impersonating law enforcement to extort money from drivers. Although those individuals were eventually apprehended, it sparked a significant idea in him. After considerable deliberation, he decided to adopt the identity of a food supervisor. He purchased a full set of counterfeit uniforms online for a mere $99, complete with shipping, and meticulously studied enforcement videos, practicing in front of a mirror and staging mock operations against unscrupulous merchants. Over the years, he had managed to convincingly play the part, and with his diligent memorization of professional jargon, he could easily deceive the unsuspecting public. He had never confided in anyone, aware that his ability to dominate negotiations stemmed from the persona of the Food Supervision Bureau. Without it, he risked being manipulated or blackmailed. Upon hearing Ji's words, Feng Dagan thumped his chest. "Would I dare to shortchange you? Just ruin his shop and help me obtain the recipe, and I will give you this amount." They shook hands, scratching each other's palms in a gesture of agreement. The transaction was underway. No internal spies. The deal was sealed. The two exchanged knowing glances, smiles illuminating their faces as they recognized their mutual understanding. "As always, Lao Jian, you are straightforward. Rest assured, my brother, I will surely extract the recipe for you. Just watch." Ji Huai gathered his momentum, confidently striding towards Shun's restaurant. "I tell you, if my stomach gets upset and I suffer any consequences, I will certainly bring you to the brink of bankruptcy," Lu Huaqiang declared vehemently. The crowd was incensed. Would Shun use spoiled meat? With his extraordinary culinary skills, earning money is easier than breathing. Just 2 hours ago, he had turned down over 10 million. It is safe to say that as long as Shun speaks, there are plenty of people eager to rush in and offer him money. Why would he skimp on ingredients and earn a paltry sum? Shun stood up. "The ingredients I use are always the freshest. I would never use spoiled meat." Pointing to his chest, he vowed, "I guarantee it by my honor as a chef." Li Wenjie nodded. "Manager Shun, we trust you. There is no need to waste your breath on such a person." Cui Yongjian clenched his fists, fuming. "If he dares to frame us, we will fight him to the end." Many patrons echoed their support for Shun Yi. expressing their unwavering belief in the quality of his ingredients. Shun Yi was deeply moved. Lu Huaqiang scoffed. Then how do we explain my stomach pain? We can go to the hospital for a checkup. Shun Yi nodded. That is fine. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing have no fear of the past catching up with them. He neither instigates trouble nor fears it. What are we checking for? A lewd voice emerged at the entrance. It was Ji Huai. Although they had never met, Lu Huaqiang knew that his external support had arrived. The climax of the drama was approaching. Oh, my stomach. Brothers from the Health Inspection Bureau, you must investigate this unscrupulous establishment. They are using spoiled meat. Ji Huai maintained a stern facade, glaring at Shun Yi. He aimed to psychologically undermine Shun Yi's confidence before proceeding with extortion, which would be much simpler. Yet, Shun Yi's gaze was piercing, sharp as a blade. In the face of Ji Huai's authoritative scrutiny, he exhibited no fear. Conversely, Ji Huai, meeting his gaze, felt a twinge of unease, unable to maintain his composure. He sensed that his faade was crumbling, his lewd bravado diminishing. Ji Huai struggled to maintain his calm. Have you used spoiled meat? Shun Yi's expression radiated unwavering confidence. With conviction, he declared, feel free to investigate. If there is even a trace of spoiled meat in my kitchen, I will fully cover the medical expenses for these patrons, compensate them, and immediately shut down the restaurant. Never to reopen. Ji Huai was intimidated by Shun Yi's imposing presence. Unable to hold his gaze against those lion-like, piercing eyes, his throat tightened, swallowing nervously as beads of sweat trickled down his back, dampening his shirt, offering a moment of coolness to his heated heart. This young man is formidable. Yet, he could never fathom that I, the judge, am in cahoots with the victim. What spoiled meat? What inferior ingredients? It all hinges upon my words. With this thought, Ji Huai believed that this battle held no suspense whatsoever. The closure of Shun Yi's establishment has become inevitable. As for the recipe, how should one broach the subject? Ji Huai clapped his hands together and proclaimed with a righteous air, excellent. Since you are so confident, I must conduct a thorough investigation. It is the duty of our Food Safety Bureau to ensure that consumers do not suffer harm to their physical and mental well-being due to their dietary choices. Lu Huaqiang echoed in agreement. The brothers at the Food Safety Bureau are doing commendable work. We must not let this unscrupulous owner escape justice. Ji Huai smiled, assuring, rest assured, I am a fair person and shall not wrong any innocent. Yet, I will not spare any villain. Yi Yiru bit her lip, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Grandpa Qin was extremely agitated, nearly breaking his chopsticks in anger. The other elderly gentlemen felt a tightness in their chests, quickly taking a heart-saving pill to recover. Although Quarangjian and his companions were reluctant to see Lu Huaqiang tarnish Shun Yi's reputation, they found themselves powerless in the presence of professional inspectors. Ji Huai stepped into the kitchen, and the onlookers gathered closely, determined to prevent him from having any opportunity to slander Manager Shun. Grandpa Qin, with a hawk-like glare, keenly observed Ji Huai's every move. Confident in his years of experience as a special forces investigator, he could surely discern any irregularity. Yi Yiru held Shun Yi's hand. Wishing to reassure him, Shun Yi turned to her with a smile, saying, do not worry, everything will be fine. Ji Huai felt a twinge of guilt under the scrutiny of the crowd, but he knew that risks were necessary for financial gain. He began to examine the kitchen meticulously. Occasionally shaking his shoulders, a piece of spoiled meat fell unnoticed into the refrigeration unit. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically as he grabbed the rotten meat and confronted Shun Yi with a fierce demeanor. What do you see here? Spoiled meat. It's infested with maggots. Ji Huai displayed the piece of pork, its surface tinged with yellow, writhing white maggots emitting a foul stench. He exclaimed angrily, is this how you serve your customers? With such putrid meat, doesn't your conscience ache? Shun Yi's countenance darkened. Lu Huaqiang approached, clutching his stomach with a pitiful expression. See, I told you he was using spoiled meat, the unscrupulous owner. You should close your shop at once and compensate me. Shun Yi looked deeply at the two men before nodding. I will provide compensation. He untied the bow on his back, removed the apron tied around his waist, and placed it on the counter, speaking with a calm demeanor. I keep my promises. From this moment forth, I shall no longer operate a restaurant. Yi Yiru gasped in shock, while the numerous patrons felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss. The elderly gentlemen clutched their chests, tightening their necks. Faces flushed as they struggled to breathe. A few hot-blooded individuals even raised their canes, prepared to retaliate, but were restrained by younger patrons. Those who did not strike ended up harming themselves. Li Wenjie, with a dark expression, declared, "This is clearly a frame-up. Manager Shun, you must not fall for this trick." Grandpa Chin squinted his eyes, chuckling, "Is this all you've got? You dare to show off your little tricks before your grandfather?" Chapter 77. Minister, no such person found. This piece of rotten meat was placed there by you. Old man Chin approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Ji Huai felt a sudden shock, yet maintained his composure. "What nonsense are you spouting, old man?" Old man Chin pointed at Ji Huai and declared, "I say you all are in cahoots, scheming to frame Manager Shun." Ji Huai retorted with a hint of mockery, "You truly are an odd one. I am with the Food Safety Administration, and I do not even know him. How could we possibly be allies? Moreover, I came here upon receiving a tip-off." He spoke with earnestness. "I am here to assist you, do you understand? If this unscrupulous owner continues to operate, you may find yourselves in dire straits one day. Consumers are a vulnerable group. Even if they consume something harmful, they often don't dare to speak out. But fret not, for today, I am here to help." Ji Huai scoffed and pointed an accusatory finger at Shun Yi, stating, "I am imposing a fine on you and confiscating your ill-gotten gains. Everything shall be seized." Lu Huaqiang interjected hastily, "And my medical expenses?" The others chimed in, "And mine." Ji Huai nodded affirmatively. "You will be prioritized for compensation." The customers were nearing the brink of fury. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the air. "Confiscation of fines? That falls under the jurisdiction of the tax department. Our Food Safety Administration lacks such authority." A middle-aged man strode in with an air of confidence. He donned a crisp white uniform, styled his hair back, and appeared impeccably groomed. With gold-rimmed glasses, he seemed unassuming, yet his demeanor exuded an overwhelming presence. His steady gaze radiated the aura of someone in power, and the dragon emblem on his shoulder indicated his high standing within the Food Safety Administration. He was accompanied by 5 tall subordinates clad in blue uniforms. Upon hearing the voice, Ji Huai turned around, nearly losing his wits. As the saying goes, one becomes adept in their field. Among ordinary individuals, few possess as much familiarity with the Food Safety Administration as he did. He instantly recognized the middle-aged man as Xing Jichao, the current director of the Food Safety Administration. In his 40s, he had risen to the position of director at such a young age. His methods, experience, abilities, background, and loyalty were all impeccable. Xing Jichao approached Ji Huai and inquired, "What is your name? What is your ID number? Which department do you work for? Why are you the only one executing this task?" Ji Huai swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure while his mind raced. "Director, my name is Ji Huai. ID number 453765, working in the Regulatory Enforcement Department. My colleague is ill and has taken leave." Xing Jichao nodded, "Check." His subordinates swiftly produced specialized tablet computers, logging into internal software to commence their information queries. Ji Huai's composure began to crumble. What a predicament! Lu Huaqiang and the others exchanged worried glances. "Your teammate Lu Huaqiang has already established a team chat room and invited you to join." Beep beep beep. Huang Dan has entered the chat room. Hong Ernyo has entered the chat room. Lu Huaqiang messaged, "Things are looking grim. The wind is howling." Huang Dan asked, "What do you mean?" Hong Ernyo replied, "You truly are dim-witted. It's obvious that this fellow is an impersonator of the Food Safety Administration." Huang Dan clarified, "I know that. I was asking what the wind is howling means." Lu Huaqiang. Hong Ernyo, Lu Huaqiang, fool. Just follow us. Bringing you out is truly humiliating. Minister, we have found out. How is it? There is no record of this person in the capital, the number is void, and a nationwide search reveals 2 individuals with the same name, both of whom are female colleagues. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Xing Jichao raised an eyebrow, humor glinting in his eyes as he regarded Ji Huai. "How is it that there is still no trace of this person? Or are you an imposter?" In the next moment, Xing Jichao's expression turned grave as he pointed at Ji Huai, exclaiming with anger, "You impersonated a staff member of the Food Supervision Bureau to extort money from businesses, which constitutes a crime." Ji Huai's face turned pale, speech escaping him. He understood. This time, he was thoroughly ensnared. Had he known, he would have rather died than complete this job before returning home. Well now, returning home is out of the question. He was headed straight to jail. Xing Jichao snorted coldly. "Call the police and let the Security Bureau handle it." "Yes, Minister." A subordinate hurriedly took out his phone to report the incident. They could only supervise the food industry, but had no authority to arrest anyone. Dialing the Security Bureau's number, The phone rang. Ding ding ding. Hello, this is the Security Bureau. How may I assist you? We have apprehended an individual impersonating a staff member of the Food Supervision Bureau, extorting money from businesses. The suspect is currently under our control at Shinji Restaurant. No. 14, Fumin Road. Please dispatch personnel for escort as soon as possible. Understood, we are en route. The subordinate turned back in shock. Indeed, 3 police cars with flashing red and blue lights were parked at the entrance. He gaped. Their response time is astonishingly quick. Xing Jichao was somewhat aware of the news, his gaze sweeping over Lu Huaqiang and the others, who were preparing to flee. Restrain those 3. Yes. Lu Huaqiang was taken aback. Why are you arresting me? I am the victim. I am innocent. Huang Guden, Hong Erniu, we are victims too. Xing Jichao replied coolly. Whether you are victims will be determined shortly. If not, I shall personally bow an apology to you. It's over. Lu Huaqiang's face turned ashen. He still had white powder in his pocket. Being caught would mean certain death. Get away from me. Lu Huaqiang drew a fruit knife, his expression fierce, slashing left and right. He surprisingly forced back the staff of the Food Supervision Bureau. Minister, he has a weapon. Xing Jichao immediately commanded. Everyone, retreat at once, prioritize your safety, and leave the rest to the brothers of the Security Bureau. No sooner had he spoken than a striking and graceful figure appeared behind Lu Huaqiang like a wisp of smoke. A flesh-colored shadow, accompanied by a rushing wind from her legs, swiftly struck towards Lu Huaqiang. Bang! 2 spherical objects were instantly crushed. Crack! The bird was broken, and the area around his pants became damp, leading to an immediate loss of bladder control. Lu Huaqiang's expression turned utterly wretched. The intense pain felt like a catastrophic earthquake of magnitude 10. It continued to shake and mercilessly ravage his sensory nerves. His body trembled uncontrollably. The knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Lu Huaqiang clutched his groin with both hands, emitting pained groans. He knelt down, bowing his head to the floor, and then rolled on the ground, weeping bitterly. Huang Gudon and Hong Erniu felt a chilling sensation surge from below, shooting up to the crown of their heads. Instinctively, they crouched down, clutching their heads tightly, trembling in fear, pleading, "Don't kick me." Yi Yiru let out a cold snort, scratching her nose. Having vented her anger, she felt considerably relieved. Shun Yi maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. He felt a lingering pain below and resolved never to provoke Yi Yiru again. What a remarkable display! Clapping his hands, Qin Wenwu entered, flanked by 2 assistants and 5 operatives. Xiao Li and Feng Dagan were also present. The distinction was that behind Feng Dagan, a pair of steady, robust hands supported him, alleviating the air resistance he faced while walking. Adorned with a pair of shimmering silver bracelets as embellishments, Feng Dagan walked with a bowed back and lowered head, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Xiao Li, in contrast, showed no such display. Xing Jichao quickly nodded. Brother Qin. Jichao? What brings you here? Chapter 78. Minister. They are relieving themselves in the car. Xing Jichao replied with a smile. We must be here for the same purpose. Qin Wenwu shook his head. 5 minutes ago. That was indeed the case. He then shifted his tone sharply. However, this case now involves narcotics. Henceforth, our Public Security Bureau will take full control. Xing Jichao was taken aback. Narcotics? Indeed, I have witnesses and possess relevant audio evidence. Qin Wenwu turned back with a smile, asking, Brother Shaoli, which one is Lu Huaqiang? Shaoli pointed to the writhing figure on the ground. That one. Qin Wenwu nodded and waved his hand. Secure him. Too tall. Sturdy operatives swiftly approached, forcibly prying Lu Huaqiang's hands behind his back and pinning him to the ground. Lu Huaqiang was in tears, feeling as if he had lost all sensation. Numbness gripped him with panic. Brothers, could you please take me to the hospital first? If it's too late, I might not make it. Qin Wenwu gazed coldly, unperturbed. As long as there was no imminent danger to life, he deemed it inconsequential. He coldly commanded, search him. One operative stepped forward, meticulously patting down Lu Huaqiang. In a desperate bid to preserve the Lu family's lineage, Lu Huaqiang cried out, in the pocket of my jacket. Hurry up. Upon hearing this, the operative reached in and indeed discovered an object, retrieving 2 packets of drugs. Upon inspection, one contained granules resembling cold medicine, while the other appeared like flour. The public security officer exclaimed excitedly, Minister Qin, it's heroin. How could he not be thrilled, given Longwa's unwavering stance against narcotics? The seizure of such drugs was a significant achievement. Qin Wenwu shook his head with a chuckle, surprised that after so many years without an incident, the first call would involve a drug-related case. He glanced at the package containing yellowish granules and inquired, "What is this?" Feng Dagon, well aware of the adage that honesty leads to leniency while resistance incurs severity, knew he had experienced the consequences of the law firsthand. "Officer, I wish to confess." Qin Wenwu shot him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, "You are already under our control. There is no opportunity for a confession now. If you have any intelligence, speak quickly, and you may mitigate some of your offenses." Feng Dagon hurriedly replied, "This is a powerful laxative. I intended to use it to frame Manager Shun." Qin Wenwu nodded. "What else?" At that moment, Lu Huaqiang began to regain his composure, his mind clearing. He understood that being caught with drugs would surely land him in prison, and possibly facing dire consequences. He was desperate to find a scapegoat. A commuted sentence would still be a gain. Lu Huaqiang quickly interjected, "Officer, I also have information." Qin Wenwu gestured for the action team to ease their grip and turned his attention to Lu Huaqiang. "Speak." Lu Huaqiang, his eyes darting, fabricated a story. "This package of drugs was sold to me by that scoundrel Feng Dagon. He mixed it into my drink, tricked me into consuming it, and then blackmailed me into doing his bidding. The plot against Manager Shun was also coerced by him." At this point, Lu Huaqiang had cast aside any brotherly ties. Eager to shift all blame, he sought to enter the station unburdened. After all, true comrades should share both fortune and adversity. If they could not live together, they should at least perish together. Even facing dire consequences, it was better to face them in solidarity. Feng Dagon's eyes widened in disbelief as he shot up, incredulous at Lu Huaqiang's betrayal. "You despicable Lu Huaqiang, have you no shame?" He turned to Qin Wenwu, frantically explaining, "Sir, this is a false accusation, a blatant frame-up. I am merely a breakfast vendor with no connections to drugs." With a quavering voice, Feng Dagon lamented, "I only sought to ruin this restaurant and acquire its recipe. I am an honest citizen. I could never be involved with drugs. Please see the truth." Qin Wenwu cast a glance at Feng Dagon, lacking any ability to read minds. He had no desire to unravel the lies for the truth. That was the task of an interrogator. He waved his hand, declaring, "Take them all back." "Yes, sir." The action team promptly secured silver handcuffs on Lu Huaqiang and the others, escorting them into the back of a police vehicle. Seated, Feng Dagon found himself staring closely at Lu Huaqiang's vile demeanor, rage bubbling within him. He spat, "You coward! How dare you betray me? I will make you pay." With that, Feng Dagon clenched his jaw and lunged forward, but Lu Huaqiang recoiled in fear, narrowly evading Feng Dagon's vicious bite. However, due to inertia, he rolled beneath the seat, his hands twisted behind his back, now in a prostrate position, utterly unable to rise by his own strength. Lu Huaqiang felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if a chill were piercing through to his very core, and he cried out in fear, "Help! Help! Officer! Someone's going to bite me. How dare you scream for help?" Feng Dagon thought of the possibility of being executed due to this brat's actions, and his mind began to flood with rage, completely losing all rationality. "Ha ha ha! The car is so small, where can you hide?" Without a second thought, Feng Dagon lunged at Lu Huaqiang, attempting to bite him. "I won't let you off easily." The situation was dire. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, calamity was imminent. As if in a flash, Lu Huaqiang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, surging forth like divine intervention, saving him from imminent peril. So let it be. With a forceful expulsion, a stream of yellowish liquid erupted like a high-pressure water gun. Gurgling sounds echoed as the security officer, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly flung open the car door, only to be stunned by the sight before him. He vowed that this was the most absurd thing he had witnessed in his decade-long career, without exception. It was utterly shocking. A dual assault on both physical and mental realms. Feng Dagon leaned back against the seat, his eyes rolled back, limbs convulsing in a rhythmic spasm, nearly losing consciousness. Teetering on the brink of shock, his condition was critical. Meanwhile, Lu Huaqiang lay beneath the seat, his face still pale, but experiencing a sense of relief akin to the release of pent-up pressure. Of course, this liberation came at the cost of turning the entire car into a chaotic mess. An unbearable stench prevailed. Surprisingly, Huang Go-dan and Hong Er-nyo sat there with calm expressions, not even furrowing their brows, elegantly crossing their legs as though they had encountered such spectacles before. The security officer, an ordinary person, could no longer endure the foul odor. With a resounding bang, He slammed the car door shut with all his might. He leaned against the roof, unable to suppress a bout of dry heaving, spitting out several mouthfuls of saliva before managing to recover. Gasping for breath, he rushed into the store, shouting, "The director is in the car. It's a disaster." Qin Wenwu, Xing Jichao, and Shun Yizhong. Ultimately, the foul vehicle was driven away. Qin Wenwu promised a full 6 months' worth of bonuses, and only then did a resolute warrior take on this arduous task. Now, only Ji Huai remained in the store, lowering his head in an attempt to diminish his presence, yet he was still dragged out by the security officer. Faced with the scrutinizing, furious gazes of the crowd, which seemed ready to strip him of his skin, Ji Huai, in fear, knelt down, confessing all his misdeeds, including the heinous act of storing rotten meat in the refrigerator. He even recounted all the wrongdoings he had committed over the years. Qin Wenwu had someone record it all and coldly commanded, "Take him away." At this point, the matter reached a temporary conclusion, awaiting Lu Huaqing, Feng Dagan, and others. It shall be the iron fist of justice, the judgment of the law, and the shadowy confines of a prison. Alternatively, it may be the cold peanuts and the weeping of loved ones. Chapter 79, My Shop. My decision. Old Master Qin gazed at Shun Yi with a smile, remarking, "Shopkeeper Shun, you should retract that statement you just made." The crowd began to react, urging, "Indeed. Shopkeeper Shun, if you cease to run the restaurant, what shall we eat? Without your buns, steamed fish, and soybean milk, how could I possibly survive? If you refuse to continue operating the shop, I shall immediately cling to your legs and weep. I will embrace your left leg. I will embrace your right leg. Then someone can hug the middle. He. Shun Yi was both amused and exasperated, faced with the earnest pleas of the crowd. A warm wave of emotion surged within him. He bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all, and thank you to the brothers from the security and food inspection departments." Rising, Shun Yi elegantly donned his apron, tying it behind him anew. "Today at Shun's dining, all food and drink are free. Let us indulge." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Long live Shopkeeper Shun." Old Master Qin shook his head, saying, "Your small business already sells at a modest price. I shall not take advantage. Whatever the cost, it remains the same." Other patrons echoed his sentiment. "Yes, Shopkeeper Shun, we must pay. Accepting these delectable offerings for free would weigh heavy on our conscience. We must compensate. Your culinary skills are already a gift at this price. Accepting them for free would be too much." With a charming smile, Shun Yi raised his thumb to himself, declaring, "It is my shop. I make the rules." Yi Yiru quietly observed Shun Yi, captivated anew. The charismatic and commanding presence of Shun Yi was quite appealing. Qin Wenwu and Xing Jichao exchanged glances. "Shall we partake as well?" "Very well, father." Qin Wenwu approached Old Master Qin with a grin, saying, "I suppose this means I won't be receiving any family discipline today?" Old Master Qin, with a stoic expression, nodded. "You have conducted yourself adequately." Turning to Shun Yi, his demeanor transformed, beaming with a smile. "Allow me to introduce you, Shopkeeper Shun. This is my son, Qin Wenwu, who works at the security office." Shun Yi promptly stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. "Greetings, Brother Qin." Qin Wenwu shook his hand while discreetly assessing him. Impressive. He possessed striking features and a tall stature, handling matters with calm composure, neither servile nor arrogant. Few could maintain their poise upon meeting him. Qin Wenwu jested, "Shopkeeper Shun, my father has issued a strict order to assist you." Shun Yi looked gratefully at Old Master Qin, saying, "Thank you, Old Master Qin." Then turning to Qin Wenwu, he added, "Brother Qin, I truly appreciate your help." Old Master Qin waved his hand dismissively. He merely sits in the office all day. It's good for him to get some exercise. Qin Wenwu was left with a puzzled expression. "I am handling important affairs, you know? It sounds as though I am idling away my time in the office." Qin Wenwu chuckled, "Shopkeeper Shun, there is no need for thanks. Combating crime is our duty and responsibility as security personnel." Uncle Xing, Yi Yiru chimed in, her cute and obedient demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier fierce presence. Xing Jichao chuckled, "Xiao, your earlier kick truly startled me." Yi Yiru tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. She approached and took Shun Yi's hand, saying, "Shun Yi, this is my Uncle Xing. You should address him as Brother Xing." Shun Yi promptly extended his hand, smiling, "Thanks to you, Brother Xing, for your assistance this time." Xing Jichao shook hands with Shun Yi, shaking his head and smiling. "There is no need for formalities. We shall not allow unscrupulous merchants to jeopardize the health of diners." nor will we permit ill-intentioned individuals to malign reputable establishments. Shinny nodded, smiling. Everyone, please take a seat. I will prepare the dishes. Feel free to place your orders. Grandpa Qin jovially settled into his seat, beckoning Qin Wenwu and Xing Jichao to join him. You two youngsters are in for a treat this time. Qin Wenwu removed his hat and placed it on the table, feeling somewhat indifferent. He had dined at state banquets. What could a small eatery possibly offer? He was merely inclined to stay for a meal and some conversation with his father. Unlike Qin Wenwu, Xing Jichao was quite intrigued by Shen Yi's culinary skills, having never witnessed such a devoted and supportive clientele for a restaurant manager. To be cherished by so many patrons is indeed a remarkable feat. Yiru approached the table. Uncle Qin, Uncle Xing, what would you like to eat? Grandpa Qin promptly made the decision for them. They have hearty appetites. Let us order 2 steamed fish. For soup dumplings, 2 portions of fried rice, and 2 cups of soy milk. All right, Grandpa Qin, please hold on a moment. Qin Wenwu expressed some reluctance. Father, we can't eat that much. Although he was the youngest son of Qin Xiaodian, he was already 55 years old. At this age, many people have begun to prioritize health. He was no exception. His youthful zeal had left him with some health issues, necessitating careful attention to his diet. Besides, Qin Wenwu was a nutritionist assigned to him by Manhwa, responsible for his meals and preparing medicinal dishes for his health. He rarely dined outside, as the excessive oil and salt were unhealthy. Steamed fish, dumplings, and soy milk were relatively light, and while they might cause some discomfort, they were manageable. However, fried rice, being so greasy, would be too much for his stomach to handle. Grandpa Qin, with a stern expression, pointed to the table. I say you can eat. You absolutely can. Qin Wenwu sighed in resignation. His father was quite obstinate. In their family, Qin Xiaodian was the ultimate authority. His word was law, and no one dared to defy him. Except for their late mother, Qin Xiaodian heeded no one's advice. Even his elder brother, Qin Wenlong, who had risen to a high rank in the military, had to temper his temperament around their father, behaving as meekly as a rabbit. There was no escape. The weight of their lineage pressed down upon them. Even when comparing their individual accomplishments, Grandpa Qin surpassed them all. Any single achievement of his could overshadow theirs. In ancient times, Qin Xiaodian would have been a founding hero, worthy of nobility and a place in history. Qin Wenwu nodded. All right. Father, even if I burst, I will ensure all the food finds its way into my stomach. Are you not pleased with that? Old Master Qin snorted lightly, humorously remarking, just make sure you don't compete with little Xing for food. Qin Wenwu, somewhat helpless, replied, Father, I am already 55. I'm not a 3-year-old child who fights for food. If little Xing is hungry, let him have a bit more. Old Master Qin merely smiled in silence, envisioning the amusing scene where his own son would be contradicted by his own words. Before long, the dishes were served. Xing Jichao was indeed a connoisseur of fine cuisine, and he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of these dishes. The soup dumplings were translucent and delicate, enticingly tender. Just the aroma was enough to invigorate the senses, rich and fragrant, while the soy milk glowed softly like yellow jade. The fried rice, golden and distinct, bore no trace of greasiness, its fragrance tantalizingly overwhelming. However, the fish? It appeared rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. Perhaps there was some hidden artistry? Yet, he could not discern it. At that moment, Yiru kindly explained, Uncle Xing, when you eat the fish, you must first untie the scallion ribbons before enjoying it. Scallion ribbons? Only then did Qin Wenwu and Xing Jichao notice that the fish's belly was meticulously stitched with fine scallion strands. The ends were tucked into the fish's gills, tied into a bow. Qin Wenwu marveled. What an impressive technique. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and gently tugged at the bow. The remaining portion of the scallion, having lost its elasticity from the heat, could no longer withstand the pressure from within the fish's belly, where the aromatic gases had expanded. With the application of external force, it instantly snapped. The fish's belly gradually opened, and the hidden flavor bomb within burst forth. Boom! An exquisite, rich aroma surged forth, flooding the dining table and swiftly spreading outward. Qin Wenwu and Xing Jichao instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes widening in astonishment. Their noses twitched involuntarily as they inhaled deeply, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Fresh, so incredibly delicious. The taste was simply unparalleled,